Or a man too? I just feel like a girl. Now you have. What is it? Secret Lee Hyunji raised his hand to the lip, saying that it is not easy to tell. Kang-yoon seemed to be talking about herself about her reaction. You cannot keep secrets long. One fleet arrived in front of the Club Como. The secretary was waiting for the visit and was able to meet with the CEO soon. When Kang-yoon and his companions arrived, he told the secretary to come out for tea. I am very sorry about this time. Kang-yoon replied in a calm tone, gracefully dropping the mug. I think so too. That happens during the performance. Oh. When this happens, we are also hit by the image. Scandal with the guest? Scandal? I know, not scandal. Scandal. That's what you said. Kang-yoon's eyebrows twitched to the nonsense. But Django's arms are thin and his eyes are thin. DJ, and your scandal ruined the stage. Thanks to that day, our club broke sales. A while. Are you saying that now? One side. You come first. Lee Hyunji woke up and could not stand. However, the chief executive officer did not hesitate to say his words. I heard that she approached me first. Chi-shay, it's beautiful. If a woman with such a charm approaches her first, will not a man go over? Well, that's good. But it is enough to affect sales, CEO. Lee Hyunji grinded the teeth. It was wrong to do something wrong. I could not be here. Is it because you do not know how much time Han-yu spent in the club? On the day of the performance, Han-yu comes early for rehearsal and returns home after the performance. Actually, I do not have time to get scandal. I do not know what I'm doing outside the club, is not it? Lee Hyunji's eyes were lit up. As she woke up, Kang-yoon lifted her arms and restrained her. All right. Lee Hyunji shot him to see if the meaning of Kang-yoon had interfered with his words. Are you saying that you are going to just go through this? This way, even in the future? Kang-yoon narrowed his eyes, settled his emotions, and then face to face with Django CEO again. Our relationship is here. Do not you regret it? There was a strong nuance of mobilizing people they know. As long as you manage this club, you will have plenty of connections with other clubs. Of course, Kang-yoon knew this, but there was something more important than that. No, it's stupid. Kang-yoon woke up from his seat to say nothing more. Lee Hyunji was rather embarrassed to Kang-yoon, who turned around without greeting. CEO Jang Ho had his mouth tongue in the appearance of the two people who left without closing the door. Foolishness. Since then, Kang-yoon has traveled around the clubs without any time to sleep. However, due to the influence of Django, CEO of Como, CEO Han-yu was not easy to find a club to perform. Chishi? As soon as I debut Scandal, I do not want to get a DJ. I'm sorry, but I have no place right now. I'll give you a business card, and I will contact you later. I have clubs in Shanghai every day, but no clubs have written CEO Han-yu as a DJ. There were so many giant Shanghai clubs as well, but huge clubs did not care about CEO Han-yu as long as Como's connections were significant. I have to go to USA soon. How do I get a seat? In the car left alone, Kang-yoon sighed deeply. Lee Hyunji and other company employees were also jumping to provide a stage for CEO Han-yu. Next is Natine. It's the first place you listen. Kang-yoon drove the car with a map. I drove for a long time and arrived at the destination. So a narrow alley and a shabby environment greeted Kang-yoon. Is there a club here? Como and other clubs were in the city center with open parks or gorgeous neon autographs. However, this club is far from the atmosphere. Kang-yoon, who built a car nearby, went down to the basement of a 5-story building. Pardon me, please. As I entered the open gate, a wide open space greeted Kang-yoon in the dimly lit light. A low ceiling and various lights hanging in it came into my eyes. The ceiling is low. I'm going to make a loud noise. And underground. It would not be easy to make a sound. Clubs like this. Looking around the club, I was at the side of the popularity suggestion. Oh, it's you. Ah, yes. Anyong. Looking back, a young man pierced his ears and lips to greet Kang-yoon. He was taller than others and had a tall stature. He introduced himself as a poet, and then he showed me to his room. How about our club? Kang-yoon seems to have difficulty of answering. Ha ha ha, why is it difficult to answer? Sure, I only went to a club like Como. I was surprised. Como C. It's a good place. Colorful. Then you'd be more surprised. Natine is too shabby compared to it. At that end, Kang-yoon shook his hand. No, rather, dancing people gather. Ha ha, sure. That's not the point. So let's get started? It was feeling that it got in from the beginning. The man named Shamun Hui had a gentle glance. but seemed to have a strong impression. You have a different feeling. I felt something different from the CEO of Como, Jang Ho. Shim Wangwei himself gave the car and told the matter without hesitation. DJ Chi sure is attractive. See, listen. Have you heard of DJing? Absolutely. I heard it when I went to Como with my friends. The song was a gentle song. It also makes the atmosphere that people enjoy. Especially, I think it is best to raise the atmosphere by walking FX. He praised Seo Hanyu for a long time. But Kang-yoon did not know his intentions to say this, and it was hard to be relieved. Just as expected, Como CEO, Django do not have a chance to know Chi Shi's skills. What happened? As if he did not know anything. He smiled at his mouth and asked, "Should I tell the truth?" Kang-yoon was troubled for a moment. In fact, there was very little information about the person named Shimin Hui. Club Natin was a club that was just about to be born, and there was little information. But there was a guess. Hanyu cannot ask without knowing things. I have a face that I do not know anything, but I cannot help but notice the work so far. As long as you run a new club, you will try to be more sensitive to information. Moreover, deceiving did not fit Kang-yoon's constitution. Kang-yoon, who had been worrying for a while, frankly confessed to what happened to Seo Hanyu. Ryu Jinlin, that's the problem. Everyone in the story shook his head with shrugging as if the bend of the poem was shaky. This club, the pretty girl in that club, is the one who touches it all. The halo is so enormous that it is famous on this floor. If you get it wrong, club sales can be hurt, so I think you should avoid it, and the CEOs will buy it. Chi almost got a big job. It's more complicated than I thought. He seemed to be troubled for a moment, and he laughed at it. But it is not related to us. Chi, can I have a show at my club? Suddenly, Kang-yoon's face became brighter with a positive answer. I appreciate that. Is the club okay? Ryuzenlin. He does not go except the big club. Our club does not come very well except for people who love singing and dancing. I think the scale is small. Kang-yoon was able to accept immediately. The size of the club was very small compared to other clubs. There was another word that stimulated him more than that. Those who enjoy singing and dancing mainly come, did you say? Okay. People who come to Natin are in a dance. Why is that? May I take a look at the sound or lighting if you do not mind? There is something to worry about a little. I have a little something on this side. Now you have. Thank you. Even so, the sound was so frustrating that I was having a hard time. The grim grin, which was a surprise gift, gave Kang-yoon to the stage. Seo Hanyu, who did not make a mistake, but failed to perform at Como, was seriously indicted. Lee Hyunji, who had been injured because of his own self, and Lee Hyunji, who had flown to China from Korea, could not lift his head. But there was an opportunity to raise her again. Leave this to us. Hanyu, do not think about anything else but focus on music. But because of me, it is not because of you. There was no luck. It was a word from Kang-yoon. I do not even have time to adjust to 12 hours. After finally crying coolly, she got up again and focused on the practice. And her CEO was responsible for what she said and set up a theater. More than Como. Small? For hours before the show. For Kang-yoon, who is scratching his head slightly on a no small stage scale compared to Como, Seo Hanyu shook his head. Good, it's nice to be able to breathe more with people. Thank you, CEO. Sun Kang-yoon lightly stroked the head of Seo Hanyu, who speaks peculiarities, and headed for the broadcasting room with the lighting. Controller, shall we start? When Kang-yoon's voice came to Seo Hanyu on a speaker, she immediately manipulated the controller and played music. The first song, Get Ready, began to flow through the complex melody of jazz and funk. You've been working hard. Kang-yoon was great at Seo Hanyu. It was a different feeling from Get Ready at Como, but it made music that makes you shake your shoulders. I could feel that it developed further. The engineer of the broadcasting room opened her mouth and admired her music. Wonderful. Oh, you there. The engineer lights up the newly set lights, and the lights are on the stage. It was a red tone, not a variety of colors that did not know the previous concept. It was the color that snatched the taste of the Chinese who liked the red color. Django CEO was stupid. I put the treasure in the trash. It was not a bowl to stay in the club at all. It was an obvious mistake to look at, but I was convinced that it was a fallacy. Low ceiling, underground lighting, small stage. But the guy next to him and the DJ, Chich, seemed to have nothing but toss the atmosphere. Usually DJs are going to ram me in roughly. The evening is expected. Kang-yoon's look at DJ Chi-shai with a glance from the side made him feel good. Chapter 293. Can I change my moving settings? I would like to set the moving up to the second floor. So until this narrow stage, give it to me. In the story of Kang-yoon, a lighting article frowned. But when it came to me, as the wind blew through the door, the lightning knight bowed his head as if it had been that clear right. Soon the moving light was dismantled and set on the second floor, and the other lights were settled one by one according to it. While Seo Hanyu's DJ continued to perform, Kang-yoon moved briskly and changed the settings. The stage, which was not arranged so slowly, was gradually adjusted. One day, Seo Hanyu, who played all the songs to play on the stage, stole his sweat from his forehead. Wow! Kang-yoon gently tugged at the back of Seo Hanyu, who looked exhausted, and looked at Kang-yoon as if she was surprised. Oh, Seo. Fine, yes. I am now. Was it okay? At that point, Kang-yoon silently opened his thumbs, and Seo Hanyu's expression brightened. But soon she was relaxed, her eyes tightened. Kang-yoon grabs her shoulders and turns to the waiting room. Now go and rest. Leave it to me. Yes, I'll rest a little. I went to sleep last night. She did not say it, but her dark circles were down to the bottom, as if she were skipping rope. Kang-yoon knew quickly, though it did not look well because of the dim lighting. I'll call you when I have time, so do not worry. After Seo Hanyu went into the waiting room, Kang-yoon kept arranging the stage. Although it was a small stage, there were a lot of equipment for the stage on the ceiling and both ends, and there were many lights to be arranged on the ceiling. It's better to go simpler at a narrow stage. The ceiling is low, so the light spreads. Kang-yoon, who sat down to the ceiling, and the lightman, smiled a grin. It was a small club, but I felt that Kang-yoon was devoted to various things. At first, the illuminator who followed Kang-yoon in a dubious manner to the instructions of Shimwoo Hui was following him aggressively from day one. Oh, I guess this is overdone. Kang-yoon continued to explain to the lighting engineer, releasing the pecan illumination. When setting the lighting, you have to think about the role of each one and the harmony of the whole. But there was too much pancake lighting and moving in this stage. Moving is necessary and cannot be removed. This way, Kang-yoon told me more about what he knew by a lighting writer who listened to his pen and listened to a pen. Lighting was one of the things I learned from studying while preparing for singer planning. There. Come here and help me. A new lighting engineer worked on the stage by mobilizing staff to go to work, which helped to speed things up. It seemed that time had flowed quickly, and it was evening. When Hanul became dim, the Club Natine also started to receive 1 or 2 guests. What? Is it because of feeling? Today looks something different? I do not know. Where? EW, that's what it is. Gaza the fast-paced beat did not change, and the tucked-up women climbed onto the stage and started to rhythm so that the belly button was exposed, and the men also showed 1 or 2 on stage. Hot, hot, hot. Like repeated lyrics, the mood of the stage began to grow. The BPM of music has also been accelerating, attracting people by raising the mood and increasingly glowing lights. I was also interested in the eyes of Shimwoo Hui, who was watching the stage on the corner table on the second floor. The atmosphere is good from the beginning. People are gathering on the stage. The main DJ did not come out yet, but people were playing on stage. The club has not been open for a while, but the atmosphere has already started. It was the effect that the arranged stage, the set music, invited. I decided to leave everything to the dictionary selection. Was he doing something related to stage in Korea? I asked him to leave it, and he made a loud hit. As a result, Kang-yoon started to become interested in Shimonbori. At first, DJ Chi-shai was more interesting than the rumors, but now Kang-yoon was more eye-catching. The skill of making a stage, caring for people, and everything was amazing. When I was thinking about Kang-yoon, Seo Hanyu was in the middle of the stage, holding his hands up and running, and making the atmosphere more visible. Music, but the people did not recognize it and naturally followed the gestures of Seo Hanyu. There is a Melbourne sound, subgenre of EDM, featuring an aggressive synthesizer sound and playing music heat-on, crying, "Oh, oh, oh, oh." It was an improvised cry that was not original. However, the people who had been raised as soon as they were running lifted their hands up and cried out as the stage left. What surprised me was Kang-yoon. That thing was not in kanji. Kang-yoon and the lighting man's hand became busy in the succeeding song of Seo Han-yu. The song was not changed, but the atmosphere changed as Seo Han-yu changed his DJing skills. Kang-yoon controlled the lightning night and adjusted the moving light from the pattern to the light spray form, and adjusted the moving speed faster. When I came to the rehearsal, Yeoju did not come, and the eyes were blurred. This is also possible in our club. I am surprised many times today, as evidenced by this. The people sitting at the table were almost invisible, and the stage was no longer able to accommodate those who were pushed. Go to the stage. After the guards guarding the entrance were moved to the stage, they were prepared for safety accidents. Tonight too. Oh, tonight too. Seo Han-yu's cry, people's voice and dancing became one, and Night of Ratin went deep. Are you going to take all of this? Christian looked at Lee Sam-soon, who packed up 5 of Carrie's luggage, and looked at him. Of course, Lee Sam-soon sprang shoulder. There is no place to buy things in China. Is not this a natural burden? There's a mart, too. I have everything in my accommodation. Did you hear the CEO's foot? Han Ju-yun intervened when Christian tried to hit Lee Sam-soon in earnest. Riss, do not do it. Sam-soon, it's us. My mine is mine. Is that so? So Ju-yun is your bag and bag? When Christian laid down her innocence, Han Ji-yun stuck out her tongue and appealed to her. What? Lee Sam-soon rushed to the point that he should not be ridiculous and led to a big event called Edios XXXDH Taejun. Good physical fitness. As Taejun woke up, Christian left Han Ju-yun and Lee Sam. Cool. Cold wind has blown yet, but there was no place to rouse the roof. Christian found Young Min-ah squatting around in one corner. Hey, Young Min-ah, what are you? You're really pretty. Christian reached for Young Min-ah and ran away. It was because I heard that it was a cigarette that emits white and long acting in the hands of a friend. Christian's face was whitewashed, but Young Min-ah cynically raised her mouth and rubbed the object on the floor. You are crazy now, let's do it. I'm not even a vocalist. Hey, do you say that now? Young Min-ah, who had not even smoked a cigarette when there was no schedule in the USA. It was all I had to do for a while with trainee. Christian was so surprised that he looked around, but Young Min-ah snorted as if he had no soul. Anyway, Kang-yoon and Yuni are in China. What to say? This is so. Do you say that? I did not even in USA. Otherwise I would die. Young Min-ah dropped his head down to the floor. After going on a trip, I was pretending to be casual, but I did not feel like my mind. Christian hugged the hard-on friend. The support. Taking it to a friend, Young Min-ah bites his lips. But the tears did not come out strangely. Just the right answer was that he did not come up from his chest. What are you doing here? Young Min-ah, who is struggling with the fever of love, is obsessed with the back, and Christian has neither done nor done it. For a while, Young Min-ah, who had been with his friend. I did not smoke a cigarette. I complained. In the last word of a friend, Christian was just laughing at you. The drama production company, which was established by Korean people in China, was busy with actors and staffs. It was the last day of reading the first script and reading the second script. However, before going to the reading, Young Chung-kyung, the director, said that Min Jin-seo, who came to Korea separately. The content of the drama is good, and there is something that takes a few things. Here's the ambassador. This part here. I think this is going to take place in the... Would it be okay? Min Jin-seo asked Yeoju and drama general manager Young Chik-jaeong to check the script that had been checked in advance. The KPMG is an agency that oversees Chinese broadcasting policy and deliberation. I am not a public prosecutor. How can I do you? Are you talking about this part? Do not you think this is a problem? For Young Chik-jaeong was confused, but Min Jin-seo shook his head firmly. He was a famous drama director in Korea, but he did not know much about the Chinese drama production system. The Pentagon is sensitive to the word poison. It is especially sensitive to Korean drama, which has good ratings. The people of the government are nowhere near useless. It's the same as a can. Chung-kyung glanced down for a moment when he was feeling down and checked with Min Jin-seo. The government was so scary. Although younger, Min Jin-seo was an actor with a thick skin in China. Ignoring her words was like a fool. Okay, I'll tell the writer. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you for telling us this. When Min Jin-seo tried to wake up from the scene after the script, Chung-kyung caught Min Jin-seo. Oh, wait a minute. Can I talk to you all over? Do you have anything to say? When Min Jin Seo sat down again, Chung Kyung took Yeoju out of two files. In the file titled Sich Departmental Store View and Highest Departmental Store View, photographs of each departmental store were detailed. It was about the selection of shooting Young-ji to become main stage of drama. Min Jin Seo's eyes became tapered as he handed over a file called Shuryin Departmental Store. Highest? This is the departmental store related to humans who did the wrong thing Hanyu did last time. Seo Hanyu and Fuadia, Ryujin Rin who fished. I found out about him that he was Magne's son of Liu Yang, director of the department store. Of course, I did not have a good idea about the department store. Wei Gyuri no, but you're shooting in only one of these two places? I think so. We both want to shoot, but it's really bad between the departmental store. When you shoot in one place, you have to cut off the relationship with the other. It's dangerous. This relationship is not good. It was an uncommon relationship for Chinese people who are well-versed in business. As the rankings of each other collapsed and fell, they would become angry. It's like a heart. I'd like to shoot at Shaner. Considering the action Ryuzenlin had done to Seo Hanyu, his mouth suddenly stopped to say that it was departmental store. However, she did not open her mouth for a long time. Can I talk to your company first and talk to you? Of course I do. Let's talk to team leader for a moment. Min Jin Seo confided to Kang Ji-jun, who had been waiting outside the office for a while ago. Kang Ji-jun said his opinion with a serious expression. If we take the lead on our side, we may have some rumors later. Sign departmental store and World Entertainment connection. In this way, Shuryin Departmental Store and Kang-yoon have always met a good relationship. World Entertainment's name is now unknown, but it's okay. But the future is unknown. But I do not want to shoot in highest. What should I do? Is not that right? I think it would be better to talk to your CEO. At the end of Kang Ji-jun, Min Jin Seo called Kang-yoon right away. Soon, with the sound of a little hanging, I heard Kang-yoon's voice on the phone. Yes, Jin Seo. What's going on? What happened? I'll contact you for advice. Originally, it is a phone time to be filled with affectionate stories, but now it was time to talk about things. All of Min Jin Seo's story, Kang-yoon spoke out loud that he thought of it. This is why people should not be careless. You're right. Teacher, would you like to go in and say that you want to shoot at departmental store? I asked my opinion anyway. At that point, Kang-yoon thought quietly and answered calmly. Why do not you just give me an answer and take some time? Time? Huh. Your mind has already been determined. Is not it? That's what I'm thinking about. I will also listen to other actors. I'm worried. I really hate highest. As Min Jin Seo was concerned, Kang-yoon responded calmly. Maybe he did not ask anyone other than you. Jin Seo is the most recognizable actor in this drama. Right. Nevertheless, is it really okay? Of course I do. Do not worry about it. You have to make a cause for what highest hates. Highest and Shuryin. I compared two-shot Young-ji. There is Shuryin. Highest was not. I have to associate it with the shoot. Then neither highest nor the crew will say anything. Oh, there you go, highest. Go, huh? Although Kang-yoon was embarrassed, Min Jin Seo continued to speak as if it was natural. Teacher, I cannot just go over this. Hanyu job, teacher is not angry? Angry. I just cannot stay. But you can stay with the teacher. This time, leave it to me. Min Jin Seo raised his tongue and made a fearsome smile. Chapter 294. After finishing the conversation with Min Jin Seo, Kang-yoon laughed. Anyway, it's attractive. What are you talking about alone? Kang-yoon's fuzzy expression was foolish, and Carl Clack put his hand on his shoulder and shook his face. Kang-yoon naturally pushed his face lightly as Carl Crock's face dented. Not a big deal. Why stir pie? I'm looking for it. Kang-yoon responded ruthlessly to Carl Crock's grim tone and turned to his point. The lighting designers and staff were shaking hands at Kang-yoon as they moved around between the stage on the beach and the lights in the tall buildings around. Is the angle wrong? Nearby buildings and a what? Anyway, is it easy to use the whole city as lighting? Harmony, harmony. Kang-yoon knocked Carl Crock's shoulder and ran to the staff. Kang Crack, with his arms folded, made a smile on his face as the stage was set in order by Kang-yoon. It is exciting. What? The chattering has been popular in the back of Carl Crack. Turning around his shoulders, Carrie Claudia, with his hand in his pocket, was smiling at his smile. Move in a little while. Why? Like a bad guy? Carrie giggled and wrapped his arm around Carl Crack's shoulder, and he sniffed and tugged her arm. Carrie was a Carrie who had long been ignorant of Ramian being ignored, but Carrie only sneered when Carl Crack knew his personality was true. Stage is pretty. I do not like it. What I simply do not have the direction changed. What? Care, who was the chief of Carl Crack, was clamoring for his curiosity. Sounds like you do not like it. You know you did not just change direction? The audience got a natural pool called the Sea, and the natural lighting and special effects. Sea Pool Party, JMF with urban lighting background. It sounds like I do not like it. What cannot you do if you give money? Do you feel less money than last year? When Carrie threw it bluntly, Carl Crack became a dumb nectar. If you do not like it, give me Kang-yoon. Oh, you can make that stage. I will be all right. It's okay. You say helicopters? Huh. Go, go. Carrie waved away without looking back. The remaining Cal Croc was wearing his arms again, looking at the stage that was being ordered by Kang-yoon's instructions. Surely the Eastern ones are not all monkeys. He stretched his stretch and slowly stepped toward the stage. Good. Liu Yong Tao, CEO of highest departmental store, gave a smiling smile with an autograph on Liu Yong director's report. Thank you. Liu Yong director had a lot of tension, sweaty bats on the double jaw. The last time I made a contract with the Slenders, and the axiotomy is over without noise. Thank you. You two are a bad person to finish at once. Greetings, thank you. Liu Yong director, who heard the CEO's low praise, got wet. Unlike the other directors who had failed the project, I was able to get back into the real world because I had reaped the opportunity again. Then I will go out. Listening to praise, not praise, Liu Yong director bowed his head. As always, the CEO turned his attention to the paperwork again, and he turned his head and grabbed the knocker. Then, is gymnastics and PPL cases well handled? Oh, yes, absolutely. Although Liu Yong followed the talk, the CEO continued without hesitation as to whether he had not noticed his embarrassment. The return of Min Jin SEO and Korean writers and Korean producers. Not to mention that if the Korean actor is only Min Jin SEO, it will be organized in prime time. The audience rating is the winner. In the CEO's opinion, Liu Yong also nodded. Now that the Korean wave is sweeping, Korean directors and writers have been making inroads into China. If the cast is to be China, it is possible to be classified as China drama and organized in prime time. There is a departmental store Ramian background this week. I do not think you need to talk anymore. At the CEO's dismissive end, Liu Yong shuddered. Min Jin SEO's agency was not important to the CEO. Come on, Ramian. He was talking about it. Leave it to me. Director Liu Yong answered politely and stepped out of the CEO room. Walking in the corridor, he bit his lips to bloom. Zenrin, I was not the only one. Before the ghost, there is one more magnate to top. I wonder if he lost his hard-kneed position. His face was yellow. This week was an investor meeting. As he opened the diary, he called his secretary, checking the schedule. Choi Kyung-ho, World Classical CO. I have not been in a while, but I am already a CEO. Choi Kyung-ho muttered with a blank face. Since its acquisition of Star Tower, or before that, World Entertainment has been changing dramatically. The fastest changing department was the concert team, which is now world-class. It took a long time to turn the team into a corporate business, but the work was done in the first place to take charge of the joint performance of DITN and Edios. Again, CEO. Haha. Choi Kyung-ho twirled the cup with a roar. It was a different feeling from when I became CEO of the Seoul Wonderland. When he was enjoying the pleasant changes alone, the ringing of the ghosts rang. When I looked at the LCD, it was the USA number, a call from my own line. Yes, CEO. In the USA? Yes. We are doing well with Chu. Though he was a much younger CEO than himself, Choi Kyung-ho always kept an example for Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon also had more examples and respect when talking to Choi Kyung-ho, and the synergy of the two was increasing. It is almost finished here. Tomorrow is a flying guitar, and it goes over. He suffered. As we said, the place has been completed, and we are talking about how to talk to the production team. That's good. How about Hanyu? The director is especially concerned. Natine has also increased the number of people who have received word of mouth. Word of mouth? It's lower than expected. Kang-yoon showed a disappointment, and Choi Kyung-ho burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I have not done online PR in earnest yet. If you start to make more word of mouth and start promoting through SNS, I expect you to multiply more than now. Attached document was sent by email. Maybe you can expect it. Then I'll see you soon. After finishing the conversation, Choi Kyung-ho turned to the monitor full of the venue drawings. It's already March 3. Wow. CEO Chu Manji pushed his face into Lee Hyun-ji, sitting in front of him, with a frustrated heart. Huh, it's March. Okay, March and 3. Wow. Though he speaks urgently, Lee Hyun-ji is only sipping coffee, so Chu Manji-seo has been heartbroken. It's already winter and spring is coming, but Edios has to know when to debut. However, Kang-yoon was not in China, so it was not a problem for Chu Manji. Lee Hyun-ji put his empty coffee cup and turned to Chu Manji. I'm getting along nicely. Choi said, you're doing well with your team leader. Of course, team leader is good. The contents are excellent. By the way, I do not have any pussy now. Edios, is not there only Western activity now? How many times have you told me that if you want a network connection, you will get a seat? You know it's not time yet. Huh. Thank you, the time of the. As Lee Hyun-ji is a child, Chu Manji is the CEO, and he has made a slight impression. Yes, thank you. When will Kang-yoon CEO come? I have almost arrived. I have seen it in the gymnastics. I have a job to do. CEO Chu Manji waved his hand in impression that he was lucky to have a busy Kang-yoon in various ways. It was a ritual order to go out. Lee Hyun-ji woke up and headed to the exercise room where Edios members were practicing. Mo, Eitan, Turan, Chungwei, Lug, Falon. One day, I came up with a park that I went with you late at night. When we entered the practice room, our story, titled Edios members' title song for China debut, was ringing. Christiane, who was standing in the center and raised her hand, first found Lee Hyun-ji in the practice room and lowered her hand. Moving Yuni. With him, everyone stopped practicing and ran to her. Lee Hyun-ji asked for your understanding and let everyone sit down. Are you doing well? For when Young Min-ah replied, Lee Hyun-ji nodded as he looked back at all the beads. The CEO will come today. Now that you are completely in the USA, you will be able to progress your work in earnest. Get ready. Hanyu will try harder. For Edios members, especially CEO Hanyu, nodded strongly. Practice during the day, DJ at night. She was the busiest of Edios members. Lee Hyun-ji then delivered concert plans and went out of the lab. The next schedule was to go to gymnastics with Min Jin SEO. Teacher, do you come to the gymnastics pole? In the car going to the gendarmerie office. Min Jin SEO was reminded of the pleasure of hearing the story of Kang-yoon coming. Do you like that? When Lee Hyun-ji laughed, Min Jin SEO scratched the ball and smoked it. Ah, that. Anyway, teacher, if there is. Duh, I'm sure. Yes, I like it so much. Ha ha ha. While Kang Ji-jun was sitting in the front seat, Lee Hyun-ji shrugged and cracked. It was a driving habit to let you know where you are in China, which does not blink. Anyway, I want Jin SEO to be a CEO too. I'm sorry. EW, Yuni too. Saranghyo. I do not want to get down on my face. Yuni this. In a friendly conversation, the party arrived at the drama production company, Gypsy Polarization. Lee Hyun-ji headed to the conference room for a meeting with the movie producers, and Kang Ji-jun and Min Jin SEO headed for the large room the actors were waiting for. Anyong Haeseo. Kang-yoon did not seem to have arrived yet. Lee Hyun-ji exchanged greetings with the audience and talked about drama. All of them are investors and movie producers. I was interested in drama, Min Jin SEO. One of the investors, had a thin head and opened his mouth. My lord, I heard strange rumors. I have to get a play sponsorship this time, but I cannot make a decision between highest departmental store and Cyan departmental store. I have not yet been able to shoot magazine. Did you hear that? Yeah, but we cannot easily select the main stage. Right, exactly. But I heard strange rumors. It's rumored that it's not just a place, it's a bad deal between highest departmental store and World Entertainment. Investors were sensitive to rumors. When Kang-yoon first worked in China, most investors knew that things had gone wrong with the highest departmental store. I had to panic, but Lee Hyun-ji was calm. Honestly, if you say we have a good relationship with highest departmental store, it's a lie. I was not able to say a word of apology even if the contract was canceled unilaterally. But it is not foolish enough not to distinguish the lessons. Thank goodness. As soon as the man's words were over, a man rose from his seat and showed up. As he woke up, the man lifted his hand and introduced him to the impression of a dongle because of the double jaw. You came here today to make a decision today? I am Director Liu Yang of Highest Departmental Store. The man introduced Li Hyunji in Chinese language, and Liu Yang soon tore his eyes and leaned on Li Hyunji. Good day, Liu Yang. Li Hyunji laughed and grabbed his hand, but he was embarrassed inside. I thought there might be time yet, but it was the story that somehow today I might get results. In addition, as many of them had been talking with investors in advance, they seemed to have a favorable eye, and it seemed as if they would not be able to bite or cook. Did not the people come to Shiyan? There is no one in the departmental store in Sycamore where investors are all gathered. It was a bad sign. Investors think it's ridiculous to postpone the shooting date and are actively coming out of the highest departmental store. This would have made world entertainment return in an undesirable direction. Li Hyunji grabbed his head. I have to tighten some more. If we go this way, it will be funny for every partner we meet. Surely today, I will turn into a rumor. If pushed in a few fights today, at worst, the world could become a fool in China and become a tame bear. While Liu Yang was staring at himself with a relaxed glance, Li Hyunji took a deep breath. I cannot do anything if I go this way. If you have Kang-yoon. Li Hyunji is on the verge of looking at Liu Yang, the waitress. The door of the conference room, which was firmly closed, opened up. What? I told people not to let me in during the meeting. Some of the investors at the door were furious at the door, and when they saw the two people who had come in, their eyes were fluttering. One of them gently paced his head and asked for understanding. Our apologies. I did not even contact you at the important place. Director of Department Store in Silent. Signed Departmental Store Director? How does he hear? Liu Yang was embarrassed by the director. I was very careful with the investors to maintain security. But that was not the end. I came to come soon, but it was a little late. Our apologies, Li Kang-yoon, World Entertainment Representative. But the real enemy was behind. Liu Yang director felt instinctive. In the past, and now, that man will be a great reef in his work. You're late. Li Hyunji, who approached Kang-yoon, smiled gently at his side Gyuri, and Kang-yoon took the place of his sorry shrug. There was a lot of signal violations, so I could not make it. Anyway, Li Hyunji's face became comfortable at the appearance of Kang-yoon and Zhang Hanwei director. On the other hand, Liu Yang director gazing at the stationary director, who was seated in the seat, flames burning in the eyes. Chapter 295. Liu Yang director, even in the blazing snow, Zhang Hanwei stood up and bowed lightly to investors. Are you Anyang? It is above the head of the departmental store of Shiyan. Investors were shaken and the snowballs that Liu Yang director burned rather sunk. It was a momentary reaction to the emotional response, as if he had not taken the place of director of the highest departmental store. It's been a long time. Liu Yang, a smiling smile, approached the appointed director and extended his hand. Director Liu Yang. Good day. It's the first time since the slender. The chief director also grasped his hands and caught his hand. However, unlike the smiles that come and go, the momentum of the two men was bloody. It's scary. Li Hyunji felt an uncomfortable atmosphere to the two directors and whispered to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon agreed with her opinion and nodded. It is a rival to know in the industry. I bought the land in the eastern province of the Huangpu River Basin and got into slenderness. Oh, the land purchase in the eastern provinces is famous. The departmental store building, built this time, is a building built by purchasing a company site called the East. Right, exactly. Shiyan and Highest bidded at the same time, and Shiyan won. Though unreasonable, Shiyan secured a good position beside Huangpu River. Huangpu River Basin is a key point of transportation that has emerged from the past. Thanks to this, the sales of the department store in Shiyan have risen sharply. Highest was not easy. In the question of Li Hyunji, Kang-yoon nodded. Right, exactly. Since the acquisition of the site by Shiyan, the first luxury brand in Shanghai, Slater's was promoted. I clicked on the other departmental stores and Highest and Shiyan both got bids again. Shiyan continued to move forward, but Liu Yang of Highest was blocked by the director. True, it's a rival. So, you have DITN model. The CEO has done a good job. Since then, Liu Yang has told me he's going to this. Signed departmental store sales have risen so much since then. Continuing conversation with Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji had a serious look. On the other hand, both Shurien and highest representatives were getting more and more intense. In response, the investors were beginning to pay attention to highest and Shurien and insisted that their opinions were right. Highest luxury brand has most recently modeled in comparison with other departmental stores. It was built to the latest customer trends and is the largest. I do not think it would make any sense to give up the luxury goods to be the main stage. But can you ignore the facilities of Shurien? The pictures you can take with the Huangpu River are endless. It will play a big role in creating the atmosphere of drama. Investors spread their theories and spread their opinions with Hayes Nezian. Hayes and Shurien, both departmental stores, had a clear advantage over who was right. The location of the main stage, the luxury store, and the shooting location in harmony with the Huangpu River. It was so attractive that it was hard to say what it was. There is no end, the CEO of the Genshin Pole, Han Young-chun, said firmly. The harder the work, the better he was to make a decision, but this time I could not speak. I was not even more nervous when I contacted writer Ju Yun actor, who is the core of drama. Tough. As I looked around and looked at my forehead, someone approached me. CEO. Oh, this CEO. Kang-yoon, CEO of World Entertainment, took his hand off the forehead. He smiled at his mouth, spreading the impression he had gleaned. What story do you have? Kang-yoon. No. His feelings for World Entertainment were not good. He smiled. If Min Jean SEO had not sprung up in the middle, he would have picked highest departmental store by now. However, Min Jean SEO, his company's CEO, Kang-yoon, did not look pretty. I think the story will be long. How are you? When Kang-yoon brought 2 fingers to his mouth, CEO Han Young-chun quietly walked out with his expression. The CEO went out, but because of the overheated atmosphere, nobody was aware of them. On the rooftop, without anyone, the two set fire to each other and Yeoju. Whoa! Han Young-chun's CEO spit out the cigarette, acting for a long time. I think there are too many holes. Kang-yoon responded with a gentle smile to Han Young-chun's CEO, who wrote it. I think the same. I was in front of me for a minute. Kang-yoon spewed the cigarette, acting without denying it, though he quietly revealed it. I will not deny it. I was expecting Jang-sun when I heard it. The production team and viewers alike were able to create the drama that they wanted. Han Young-chun chopped off his cigarette and slightly twisted his face. I was more excited about working with Min Jean SEO and Kang-yoon when I heard a good story about Kang-yoon from Kim Jang-seon PD, who produced the message. However, Min Jean SEO stubbornly made it to the point where the shooting was delayed, and the expectation turned to disappointment. Kang-yoon lit his cigarette and said, Yeoju, we apologize for the damage we caused. Instead, I'll give you a better one. I hope it will be done soon after shooting. Han Young-chun's CEO shook hands with a bitter face. It is always a problem before cranking, but it was very tiring to suffer from huge dinosaurs and sponsors. I cannot overtake the drama, but if I choose one, I have to pretend totally different from the other. Kang-yoon continued to speak calmly to him, who had just puffed out a cigarette, acting. I told you when I contracted Jean SEO, but highest and the world have a lot of tangles. I knew. But Min Jean SEO was so charming that I could not give up. As the message was exported to China and hit, the popularity of Min Jean SEO skyrocketed. I have heard that the world does not dwell on the past, and that this CEO is the person who distinguishes the history of the arts clearly. Han Young-chun, the CEO, was standing in the tone of how disappointed he was. From now on. It was important from now on. Now it was time to give inversion. Kang-yoon kept silent for a moment, grabbed his fist once, and opened his mouth slowly. There is something I want to ask first. Do you think a CEO can trust Liu Yang to the end? That's... Han Young-chun did not speak for a moment. There was no rumor that Han Young-chun would have known the industry. Liu Yang, director of Hyas, was a person who could casually reverse what he said today. The departmental store, which provides capital, is a giant, gypsy polarity. To such a thing. Contracts, it was he who was nothing before. Profit. Kang-yoon added strength to his voice when he could not easily keep his mouth shut. After working with Liu Yang, there are a lot of people who have seen Flushing. I also worked on the DITN advertisement model, and I almost felt like that. Fortunately, I did not meet such a situation when I met the above director, but Liu Yang is a great person who can overturn his contract at any time if he thinks he does not benefit him. Is it a reversal of the contract? The contract? Explained? Han Young-chun CEO shook his voice as if he could not believe it. One of the most frightened people in a situation where it is difficult to get the protection of the Chinese government is Liu Yang. In the worst case, the production could have been disappeared in the middle. Kang-yoon rubbed off the cigarette and continued. We are weak for strong, strong for weak. That's Liu Yang. I think that if you work with a lot of people and you write a contract and you ignore it, especially we are Gentiles, it's like a card that can be discarded at any time. Huh? If so, do you think Shurian is the answer to your CEO? On the surface, yes. Surface area, what do you mean? Please let me know. When Han Young-chun's CEO was frustrated, Kang-yoon smiled. Do you mind? What is that? I'll be able to use both places. Han Young-chun's CEO shook his head as if his eyes were pounding in the story of Kang-yoon, and he seemed to be ridiculous. CEO, that does not make sense. Both Shane and Hyas are rivals in the industry. There is no way to put a PPL in the same drama. I knew that, and the directors of both industries came directly. Right. But there is a difference. Difference is, I am the one behind those two directors. Kang-yoon continued to say when Han Young-chun's face was not understood. Hyas CEO, Wen Tao, has been told that the failure is unacceptable. Instead of entrusting all authority, responsibility is surely made. On the other hand, the CEO of departmental store, Saijin, has fewer failures due to failure. Where to find such information? It is the information that the above director told me. For why? It was a series of doubts. I have been working with Silent departmental store before, but have I been so intimate enough to talk about the propensity of the CEO? Is there a deal between Shine and World? So you're saying this to me? Han Young-chun's head turned away, but Kang-yoon did not give a break. You have the right to decide, but if you choose Shurian. With that, I will pressure Liu Yang's director to make Hyas a masterpiece of his own as a filming location. Han Young-chun, the CEO of Kang-yoon, was confident that he was blushing with his face cold. After finishing the filming, Tsukasa stepped out of the station lobby and covered his coat on the shoulders of humanities. Thanks, Yuni. The human being who was shaking because of wearing thin. Broadcasting clothes replied with a smile. His main job was producer, but Tsukasa was frequently scrambled by the voice of humanity. Thanks to that, I often talked about singing, and I was able to see what each other was thinking when I looked at my eyes. For humanity, she was the most trustworthy person except Kang-yoon. Would you wait in the lobby? The parking lot was full of cars, so I had to walk a little bit outside the station. Tsukasa made a mistake, but laughed that the human being was okay. No, that's what it's supposed to be late for the next schedule. Humanism shook his head with a dignified face. During the activity period, I had to split the whole country, so I had to split the 1 minute and 1 second. A-Trust's first-class honor, World Entertainment, has also been responsible for the position of singer. Huh. Yuri. Real and hit. I was walking on the road hurriedly, but when I saw her, the fans saw her, and she was fussy. In the words of Yuri, people gathered in a moment to form a circle, and she began to follow every step of the way. Although it was tiring to see himself as a monkey at a certain distance, the humanities glanced and smiled and shook hands. Wicked. Listening to the crowd, Tsukasa shook his head gently. Anyway, now she is delighted with her appearance, but she is nervous. This place was outdoors. I do not know what will happen. Nothing happened until I got to the van, but the humanity who arrived in front of the van bowed to the fans. I would like to autograph and take pictures. I'm sorry. I do not have time because of the schedule. I'll be sure to see you next time. He bowed his head to the end and showed an example. The fans quickly made way for the car to pass. In a running van, Tsukasa asked, Our Japan singer does not do that either. Who taught you to do this? I asked him anxiously, saying that his kindness was too much. Right? Our senior people do this, senior? Oh, the world. Yeah. Did the CEO teach you that? Tsukasa shook his eyes, shaking his head, saying that it was not. There is something like that, and there is one that shared know-how with each other. Our seniors are people who have failed. So I told them one of them was precious. I think this moment is precious. Oh, Kang-yoon CEO, Mr. Yuni, the fans. Everyone is grateful. Hey. Tsukasa flashed his face slightly and turned his gaze out the window. Senior to junior. The world company has a lot to learn. Yet her conception did not stop. Josong Habnada Han Young Chun asked for your understanding and sat down. In a moment when I left my seat, the mood I was in had a little sinking and lukewarm. Lu Yang, director of the highest departmental store and director of the department store of Shurien, were breathing at each other, and other investors were fighting hard. Lee Hyunji Kang-yoon came back to her side and asked the current situation in her ear. How are you? Lee Hyunji took his mouth to Kang-yoon's ear. It is exactly halfway. Just halfway. It may end in today. Kang-yoon laughed at her horse, shaking her head. As expected, but it will be over soon. Is that so? Lee Hyunji knocked on Kang-yoon's back and turned his attention to the two directors as he looked at the strong dam. Meanwhile, Han Young-chun, the CEO, seated at the desk, let the staff bring the documents to the office, read it, and slowly luckily read it. The two conditions presented by the two directors are attractive, as well as providing a place to invest. Thank you for your interest in our drama, but it also comes with burdens. A while. I've heard everyone else's story, but I have not heard of a CEO yet. As soon as CEO Young Chun Han broke his luck, director Lu Yang came straight in with a hook. I also thought that it was the same idea. If you choose Shurien, will you make highest come out on your own? Han Young Chun, who received the attention of everybody, took turns with Lu Yang and Young Han. It seemed to me that I had made a deal in advance, and I noticed that I glanced a little lightly between Kang-yoon and the chief director. Agreed. The CEO, Han Young-chun, decided to swallow the saliva and opened his mouth. Highest, Shurien. All are attractive conditions. I think that investors, casts, and producers cannot easily decide because of their opinions. The opinions were divided into half. I think I should make a decision. At this time, I would like to respect everyone's opinions. Presenting directions at critical moments is considered the role of CEO. The chairman of Han Young-chun was deeply silent. The investors nodded silently as to whether they agreed, and Lu Yang, who was at the forefront and also a decent executive director, focused on Han Young-chun. Our drama covers the departmental store story, but the essence is romance comedy. Romance is the most important picture that will give the atmosphere. Highest departmental stores luxury goods that will further enhance the reality. This stretch is unfortunately a little weighed in the sheen, which has a beautiful background called Huang Puang. Now wait. What? Lu Yang director's pupil, who had expected the spot, shook tremendously. I hope that you all understand that this is a decision made with a bone-cutting mind. That is all. The place of the shooting of the gymnast PPL was decided by Shurien Departmental Store. Chapter 296. Tuesday, the river is strong. Han Young-chun politely bowed his head to the crowded people and left the conference room. Mimi, Lu Yang, who anticipated the ups and downs, took his place to capture Han Young-chun. At that time, said Lee, who was appointed in a crude tone. I am sorry to have done this, lady. What? I'll have a drink next time. Sure. The chief director, Lu Yang, who cannot hide his feelings, rose from his head with his head slightly bent. He handed his bag to the secretaries who came in to arrange the luggage, and his eyes met Kang-yoon in conversation with Lee Hyunji. After that, Suji moved up her shoulder to Kang-yoon. I got everything I could get at this place. Usually, PPL was able to move Ramian General Temple, but this drama was difficult because the publicity effect was significant. And that was rewarding. Of course, there was certainly an unacceptable corner. I personally wish Lee Kang-yoon not to persuade Lu Yang to move. I do not care. Anyway, it's all about us. After receiving a greeting from Kang-yoon, Young went to the conference room with a smile. As the two men with the weight came out, the meeting room became disturbed in a moment. EW, highest is better. One CEO is definitely quick to make a decision. Huang Pujiang is pretty. It's better than the highest. The crowd went out of the meeting room one by one. There was a lot of talk in the CEO's decision, but it was a mood to follow. The only remaining members were Kang-yoon, Lee Hyunji, and Lu Yang. Ha. In an instantly empty meeting room, Lu Yang chuckled. Korean staff, China, and South Korea actor are appropriately harmonized drama to be made by the team. Drama is organized in the prime time. PPL must be put in the drama. It was the CEO himself, Lu Tao. But if it turns out that it was taken away by the department store, my eyes were dark. I am self-sufficient, but I am disgusted. Lee Hyun-ji sighs, staring at Liu Yang's director, who sagged his shoulders. I also thought it was self-reliance, but it was not a pleasant thing to see the miserable figure. At that time, Kang-yoon approached director Liu Yang. CEO? Lee Hyun-ji called Kang-yoon, but he stood before Liu Yang director, taking his gentle gesture with his hand slightly raised. Can I talk to you? Liu Yang, who felt the popularity, lifted his head. What? Did you come to laugh? This is a story about drama. I got nothing to say to you. As if it were all annoying, Liu Yang turned his head, but Kang-yoon continued calmly. Not yet ended dotted. At the end of Kang-yoon, Liu Yang's director caught his neck firmly in his eyes as he sprang to life. What is this? Lee Hyun-ji surprised Liu Yang director in a sudden action, but Kang-yoon calmly lifted her hand and restrained her. Sure. CEO, I'll take care of it. Lee Hyun-ji hesitated several times. He reluctantly left his hand and headed to the corner of the conference room. She could not go out, and she took out her cell phone and listened. Of course, for Liu Yang's director who was well lit in the snow, it was the story of a foreign country. Yeah, it was not over. It was you. This work is also on Min Jin SEO. It was the last time. What? Did my son bother him? The lecturer distinguishes. This is not related to the job. It does not sound. When Kang-yoon responded with a loud voice, director Liu Yang shook his hand holding the neck and shook it off. It would not be useful to judge. Yes, it is finished anyway. Yeah, let's hear it. Try. Liu Yang, the chairman who took the chair out, looked up at Kang-yoon with his untouched eyes. What do you hear about in the end? It's useless to say anything. I felt my resignation and hostility, but Kang-yoon spoke quietly. I'll let you do what you want. What you want? I do not know what you mean. PPL. I will make it available. Liu Yang, director of Kang-yoon's proposal, snorted. Does not make sense. Do you mean Hyas will be able to play PPL instead of Cyan? I will make PPL with Cyan. Mo. It was a proposal that did not even need to be heard. Then he did not have to come by himself. Are you making fun of me? Hyas and Shurian. Both departmental stores play drama in PPL? Is it the companies that are fighting for the rank and the order? I cannot predict what will happen when compared to each other. Do you think she would like that in Shurian? Are you kidding me now? Liu Yang, who shouted loudly to Kang-yoon, jumped out of his seat as if he were no longer worth it. Plot exclusive deal is not Ramian meaningless. It was the same whether Hyas or Shurian. In terms of gymnastics, there is no better place to get both places, but it is naturally comparable in terms of departmental stores that provide space and capital. I was embarrassed, but Kang-yoon was calm. Are you going to finish this? I will not have to live with you. Liu Yang director the footsteps stopped. If I go back this way, I will come back from the company with a word that I have been working for a while. If there is a possibility, I had to listen for a while. Even though it is a ridiculous idea. Liu Yang, sitting in the chair again, stares at Kang-yoon with unattractive eyes. Agreed. As you said, I decided to do PPL with Shurian. So what happens to Shurian's rebound? Are they still there? I'll take care of that. What is it? Joe, good. Liu Yang's director gave a very clear answer to the question. Then he shook his head to see if something came up. Even if it is solved, there is a real problem. CEO of Hyas. Ryu and Tao. Will he tolerate PPL with Shurian? Reduce the amount invested in gymnastics. I heard that you were investing with a place offering to listen. Yes, it was. It was originally a provision of production costs and provision of places. Shurian will greatly reduce the cost of production to support. Liu Tao, I know you are sensitive to money too. Then Liu Yang director his face began to brighten gradually. When he got into his story, Kang-yoon gave strength to the horse. Reduce your investment cost and suggest a project that Hyas and Shurian are on the same screen but are preparing the competition thoroughly. In this drama, Hyas and Shurian, two departmental stores will come to the fore, and it will be a point of what marketing will take this opportunity. Okay, I'll do it. Liu Yang, the director, forgot the story of Kang-yoon. If you cannot avoid the competition structure of a drama, prepare it for marketing properly. In his eyes, the vigor began to grow slowly. Lee Hyun-ji shook his hand with his hand on his chin to see if his appearance was fascinating. Our CEO, I would have booked a sales king if I sold a car. Liu Yang, with passionate thoughts about Kang-yoon persuading Liu Yang's director, leaned over his chin and asked with a soft voice. Agreed. Shurian, Highest all drama will get higher quality if you join PPL. Shurien or us, Highest will have to compete, but with additional promotions, good sales will improve greatly. By the way, there are some questions. Rather, it would have been a good thing to leave me alone. What do you want? There is no reason without reason. In fact, it was better for Kang-yoon to leave him alone, because he would have Ramyeon. Kang-yoon, who feels this favor, is frightened. Kang-yoon said to him that his eyes were thin. Doibuchi Dui Butch. I'm sorry. In a word of Kang-yoon, Liu Yang's director closed his eyes. At once he understood Kang-yoon's words. Son, it was said to apologize for what happened between Jing Lin and Seo Han-yu. That means, Liu Yang did not answer easily. There was something that I did not like to say sorry to Son, but it was not a fundamental reason. He acknowledges what happened with someone named Chich, and is responsible. Is it? Kang-yoon nodded gently. Apology in China was never a simple one. At the time of the Cultural Revolution, one word of sorry in China was dangerous words that could go back and forth to life. I was wrong, so it was interpreted to mean responsibility. Thanks to that, China has been busy with part-time jobs saying that it is sorry. Ryujin Lin wants to untie our singer, Seo Han-yu, and Twisted Knot. And we would like to sort out each other's deposits. Liu Yang could not say anything. When I refuse, I cry myself, and I accept, and Son cried. As if he hesitated, Kang-yoon rose slowly from his seat. You are refusing. Sure. Now wait. Liu Yang's director caught Kang-yoon's arm in amazement. Other conditions, yeah, what about Highest's model? I do not think the singer will take his place. Thank you for your hospitality. There was no compromise. Kang-yoon caught his arm shivering, and Liu Yang's lips slapped his lips. Then he sat down on the chair without power. All right. I lost. I will do as you say. Clear right. I will set a seat separately this week. Liu Yang's face buried her face with a yellowish look. Kang-yoon beckoned to Li Hyunji and quietly left the conference room. Li Hyunji, who pulled out the drinking water in front of the vending machine in the hallway, called Kang-yoon to see if he had any questions. Will Liu Yang keep his promise? Li Hyunji's expression was hardly anxious because he overcame the promise. However, Kang-yoon nodded that it was okay. Liu Yang's director is a typical weak postmark for the strong. My wife is like a ghost. Then there is nothing to worry about. What am I supposed to do now? I intend to hold an integrated meeting of Edios and DITN soon. Towards the car, they talked about the schedule in the future. A few days later, there was a little turmoil in the Yunlin Entertainment China branch. Too bad that I'm sorry Kang-yoon had heard the story before, but face to face, Seo Han-yu was embarrassed and trembled. You? A young male, deeply bowed, expressing sorry. It was Seo Han-yu who did not reveal emotion, but only a slight emotion appeared to this man. He was nothing but Ryuzanin, the son of the chaebol who carried himself out of last performance. Seo Han-yu, who had not spoken for a long time, closed his eyes and was barely lucky. Yes, I knew. There, go. I do not want to see you anymore. For the first time I heard this, Ryujin Lin was forced into the eye area and soon pulled his shoulders and went out. Huh. Seo Han-yu, who had lost his energy, Kang-yoon was poisoned by his back. Good work. CEO. That. It's a problem that needs to be resolved. Kang-yoon drove off to the lonely Seo Han-yu and went to Liu Yang's boarding room on one side. I kept my promise. Liu Yang did not want to stay anymore and went right out. After they left, Seo Han-yu came to Kang-yoon. It's strange. But I'm lucky. Thank you. I did not know how surprised I was at first being contacted by Kang-yoon. Receive an apology? That and from this ride. Another person could not even imagine Ramyeon. No, even in Korea. However, Kang-yoon did not hesitate to tap her back lightly. I hope you relaxed. Come on, let's go. Kang-yoon headed to the third floor with Seo Han-yu. On the third floor, there was a big room made of walls. The two men opened the door and walked in. Over 10 women and a man welcomed them. Oh, Kang-yoon composition. CEO. This CEO. Come on. Edios, who was practicing in the middle of the day, Diatine, who was devoted to activities, and Shu Man-ji, who was busy with various outside activities. Kang-yoon greeted everybody sitting next to the Kang Sik-young, who took his seat directly to himself. This is the first time everyone is gathered. I mean, this CEO. It took so long. Shu Man-ji, CEO, was angry at Kang-yoon. There is also the name Diatine also said that the name of the child, I added more. Our real CEO. I just waited for Appa. I'm a giraffe. Giraffe, hey. Yes, you. When did I? Is a man misunderstood when he finds a man like that? It was my first meeting with Chu Manji CEO JAE and the atmosphere was not heavy. Kang-yoon clasped his gaze as everyone shared a friendly conversation with a lively story in a pleasant voice. It was a lot slower than I thought. I'm sorry I did it especially because of me. Lepismatity, right? CEO Chu Manji shrugged and Kang-yoon bowed lightly. Our apologies. But now I'm going to speed up. After good. CEO Chu Manji raised his hand in the middle. On. I like this. Diatine's grumbling. Han Hyojong grumbled, but Kim Ji-suk, the same magne, held her hand and overtook Chu Manji first. Soon after, Kang-yoon extended his hand, and all the members of Etios joined hands. Feeling heavier, Chu Manji said, "Now is the real start. This CEO, finally, you say one." Kang-yoon, who succeeded Barton, said slowly, "Etios and DITN are the faces of the world, Yensel Entertainment. Let's make a stage suitable for that." Yes, too. The sound of fighting overflowed in the conference room, and the concert began to accelerate in full concert. Chapter 297. After the remodeling, the Euros shopping mall opened its doors in earnest, attracting people with various new spring products, and the streets were filled with phosphorus. So the Euros shopping mall and surrounding area got lively, but the Star Tower was out of the light as an exception to such a thing. Star Tower. It was Richard who enjoyed the coffee with the scenery overlooking the office, but today, even the incense felt depressed. Nothing. As he watched the house coming out of the window, he could not hide his bitter expression. MG Entertainment sold Star Tower to World Entertainment and secured a lot of cash. Since then, CEO Won Jin-pyo has done his first job of repaying the investment to Eric Dunn Capital. It was an act that would no longer allow outside people to influence management. Jua did not exist, but Richard somehow managed to gain control of MG Entertainment and later tried to pledge it, but the autograph Eric Dunn Capital was a problem. They decided that Jua was not worth the investment for MG Entertainment, and when they did, they decided to quickly recover their investment funds and ordered Richard to withdraw. Thanks to Richard, who has had a strong influence on MG Entertainment so far, he was packing. "Are you already going?" After reviewing the popularity ratings, Won Jin-pyo CO was at the door. "Mr. Won, are you here? I stopped by. I do not know how to get out so early." "The sooner the better, the better. Now you have. I've heard a lot. I'm sorry." CEO Won Jin-pyo was making a lousy expression, but his mouth was heard softly. In his look, Richard was able to guess his intentions. "You came to laugh." Understanding went. In the meantime, I was the one who made the CEO of Won Jin-pyo screaming behind the scenes at MG Entertainment. Won Jin-pyo CEO and Richard, both of whom could not get close. So do I. Even if this did not happen. I'm sorry. I hope I can work together next time. The two men grabbed their hands. On the surface, it was an atmosphere of disappointment, but I knew that it was not. After all the housekeeping was finished, the two people who had come down to the entrance with their conversation held their hands again. "What are your plans for the future?" In response to CEO Won Jin-pyo, Richard smiled and shook his head. "Once we get back to headquarters, we plan to do a few things. After that, I plan to go for a bit of head and chill. The MG after. I believe that you will do well." As Richard smiled a soft smile, CEO Won Jin-pyo laughed and laughed, shaking his shoulders and loudly talking about his future aspirations. "Once we have a new star to replace Jua, I think I'll make it from planning to support so I can afford it." "Jua? Well, I do not think there's a star like Jua in MG. Right? You also have a father, but there is no reason I cannot do it." "Ha ha ha, Juju, the CEO will do enough." Richard replied that CEO Won Jin-pyo was delighted and released his plans for the future. "I want to be recognized." Man, Rami and Richard had a heart for everybody, but now this guy felt something was overkill. Aspiration is good, aspiration only. It's not worth comparing with Lee Kang-yoon. Won Jin-pyo, who sold Lee Star Tower to Lee Kang-yoon, and MG Entertainment, who sold the Star Tower after he raised the biggest star entertainment company in Korea and started to buy Star Tower. When I think about the two people, I just laughed. "Mr. G?" When Richard CEO Won Jin-pyo questioned Richard, who raised his tail, Richard bowed his head to say that he was disrespectful. "Forget it. Whoops. It's time. I just have to go. I'm sorry. See you next time. Receiving CEO Won Jinpyo, Richard got into the car. As the car moved away from the Star Tower, Won Jinpyo chairman turned into a side mirror, laughing. It seems that Yeoju is going to see MG's entertainment in the future. It does not seem like long. The secretary, who was driving in front of him, looked at Richard, smiling alone, and asked carefully, Branch President, I'm sorry. Just come up with something interesting. Yes. Richard laughed and laughed. I think I'm seeing someone melting hands and a candle to turn off soon. Is not it funny? The secretary looked up, but Richard was laughing at the extension. As the spring came, China's entertainment system began to spring. A few years ago, the Chinese market emerged as an emerging market, and many Korean singers made their way to China and achieved their desired results. At the heart of it was the five-member girl group, DITN. It was DJTN so far. The main actor of the National Music Broadcasting Channel of CATV, the main music broadcasting of CATV, the host of Global Music Top, Wow AAA. Thank you. DITN members cheered for the cheers of the audience, slowly pressed their chests down, and bowed their heads. The audiences filled with the huge public hall boasting of the CATV stations shouted encores at all of you, and DITN raised their hands with joy. Sure. If you open your eyes, wow. Leader the audience cheers swallowed their voices before Kang Seong-kyung finished speaking. So, DITN concluded the public broadcast after enthusiastic encore. Thank you behind the cheers. DITN members went straight to the car in a stage costume. Hanul is already dark, but the most important schedule remains. Oh, thank you there, car. I was surprised at the car that suddenly crashed and suddenly interrupted, she shouted, pointing forward with his fingers, but the road manager stepped on the brakes with a calm expression and avoided collisions. However, the car was pushed forward by a sudden braking, and all members of the body leaned forward. Seat again. What's the real road here? Kim Ji-suk grumbled with a loud voice. Han Hyo-jong, the same magne as her, talked to her in the middle of the day, and she wondered if her forehead was on the sheet and felt bad. Real the road here is the worst, the worst. The story was totally different from when I was running late on schedule in Korea. The cars that were interrupted without trial were ordinary people. The noise that makes you know where you are and where you are going is a basic, unstoppable signal violation, and even a pedestrian popping out at random. Driving was the worst of the worst. Leader Kang Si-kyung has looked at the load manager, which is as calm as possible, with astonishing eyes. Appa, are you okay? It's okay to get used to it. If you look at 60 or more is not tread. Load manager spoke as positively as possible, but fearful Kim Ji-suk shook his head. I'd rather walk. Me too, Kim Hyun-young also agreed. With Kim Ji-suk's opinion, the most annoying thing in China was to get in the car. Shortly after, however, the tired DITN members fell asleep on the chair. Load manager, who was watching the situation behind the room mirror, seemed to have always been there, and he turned his lights off and focused on driving. Of course, not all DITN members were sleeping. Yuni, how about this concert duet, Kang-yoon composition, arranged for you? Kim Ji-suk, who is also the main vocalist of DITN, swept the head of the main vocalist, Kim Hyun-young, lying down on his knees, and asked for opinions. Arrangement, while Kang-yoon composition is good for Ramyeon, but is not the rainbow better than the original? It can also save a simple feeling. As a main vocalist, Kim Hyun-young shook his eyes on the song, but expressed concern. This is a ballad that emphasizes the duet's voice in a simple instrument composition. Or is it? Composition seems to give Ramyeon a much better song. Kim Ji-suk wished to keep on changing the song. All the DITN members liked Kang-yoon's song, but Kim Ji-suk, she was a trustworthy person. I thought there was no reason to sing a concert, but Kim Hyun-young agreed with Kang-yoon. For now, let's go and tell. Very well. Kim Ji-suk, who succeeded in convincing Yuni, was lonely, and Kim Hyun-young laughed with his hand on his brother's face. As I ran the road without any reason, the car suddenly reached Yunlim Entertainment. It was already over 9 o'clock in the evening, but most of the buildings were bright. Today office is on fire, Chu CEO. Han Hyo-jong put a strange song on the rhythm, and DITN members giggled and laughed. Company call on the way home. I could not feel good. Now, according to Han Hyo-jong's rap song, DITN members went to the office singing strange songs. Good work. Opening the door, Chu Manji CEO and Edio's members welcomed them. The members of DITN are trying to bow down, but Kim Hyun-young has pushed out his head. CEO, what about Kang-yoon composition? Huh. As soon as he arrives, he finds the CEO of another house. The CEO of Chu Manji was ridiculed, and the Edio's members were stunned. The DITN members except her were also overwhelmed with embarrassment, and leader Kang Sik-kyung smashing on the back of Kim Ji-suk. Ow. Younger female to older female, APA Kim Ji-suk. I have to say hello. Chu Manji CEO has been crying a few times. I knew the concentration of Kim Ji-suk, but sometimes I was embarrassed every time. Kim Ji-suk, who was still sprung to smash his head, scratching his head and bowing his head. Everything is gone. Well, yes. When Chu Manji CEO was making a gaudy look, two men came in with a knock. Kang-yoon and Choi Kyung-ho team leader. Sorry, I was delayed. Everyone has arrived. Annyeong haseyo. Kang-yoon greeted Edios and DITN members and greeted Choi Kyung-ho to DITN members. This is the first time I've met a few times and greeted it officially. During that time, I did not pay attention to internal affairs because I was allowed to perform at a theater and was involved in an outside company. But now it's almost finished. He came with Kang-yoon, saying that his relationship with the singers who are on stage is essential. Good day. It's Choi Kyung-ho. Everyone briefly greeted, chatted, and chased the awkwardness. As the women in their 20s gathered in the middle of the day, I was a lot nervous. A little Mac is missing. What? Sibling, what does that mean? Sibling, ha ha ha. Choi Kyung-ho, who was 20 years old and younger in the title of Yeah? Kang-yoon complained there. Team leader. Good. I have not heard Appa sound. Ha 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 ha. At the end of Kang-yoon, the atmosphere became more and more cheerful. Appa. Oh, Appa. Choi Kyung-ho was scratching the ball as he could not get it. Even if it had suffered all over the world, there was no countermeasure in the word Appa. Kang-yoon, who thought that the atmosphere was bright with a light joke, clasped his hands and glanced. So let's get started. Everyone in the story of Kang-yoon immediately started to sit down and talk. The reason we gathered today was to talk about the individual stage that will be shown in the concert. To this end, I informed everyone that I would like to team up with a duet, an individual, or 3 or more people in advance. First, Kang-yoon turned to Young Mina. Mina is a solo. Jua song. Teresh, is not this the 7th album? At the end of Kang-yoon, Young Mina nodded his head and bit his mouth. From time to time, she was simply marking the necessary doctor. But Kang-yoon did not respond. Do not you know that his figure makes Young Mina's boil more and more? Tersla. It would not be easy to get into a b-boy choreographer. Would it be okay? Jua Terrasis is so hard that I heard that Yeoju was not good at public stage. CEO Chu Manji also expressed concern with uncertainty. Teresa's was notorious for difficult choreography among Jua's songs. Men also had difficulty digesting chores and also worried about injuries, such as concert showed a big stage. The secret video of the performance was spread to tune, which helped to prove Jua's dance skills. Young Mina showed his confidence with a strong eye. You can do it. If Jua Yuni did. I think the CEO should judge. Chu Manji CEO shook his head jerkily, saying it was not easy. Kang-yoon looked at Young Mina and turned to Choi Kyung-ho this time. I do not think anyone knows as much about singers' skills and important matters as his CEO. Choi Kyung-ho also gave Kang-yoon the judgment. In his opinion, the company's judgment on singer was not as good as Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon sighs briefly and faces his eyes with Young Mina. Mina, I think it will be difficult in this situation. Kang-yoon continued to speak calmly. Although the light was turned on in the eyes of Young Mina, who was refuted in the front. I do not believe in your skills. Teresa's is a difficult song that Jua has only done in the big stage. Because of the risk of injury. This song. I'll do it. Young Mina burned his eyes, but Kang-yoon shook his head. Will you hang on to this song for the rest of the year? You have to debut too? Activities? Edio's kids should also think. Young Mina clutched his eyes and shot Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon also had a sigh and appearance of Young Mina, who was almost unheard of Ramian, but did not reveal his feelings. Well, I'll give up the solo stage. Do it. It was extremely extreme that Young Mina had split, but Kang-yoon did not accept her. Suddenly the atmosphere was getting tough, but the ball was a ball. Hey, composition. At that time, the opposite Kang-yoon cautiously called Kang-yoon. 3 gentlemen. Do you have something to say? It's Teresa. Is it really impossible? When she asked carefully, Kang-yoon responded calmly. Ramian is still the same as the original. If you prepare for the original song, I think it lacks time. How about a song? I also fix choreography. Young Min-ah looked up at his side with questioning eyes. However, Kang Si-kyung seems to have nothing to do with Young Min-ah, with big eyes glancing at Kang-yoon. At that time, Chu Manji said, if you even arrange for choreography, I think that's possible. The feeling of originality will fall. No original Ramian has a big meaning. I think composition will have a much better song if it's your arrangement. Young Min-ah broke down and said the vigorous voice in a confident voice. Then Young Min-ah ran an axe and looked at Kang-yoon and a rival. It would not be easy to save the original feeling. Kang-yoon sighed. Choreographer of the original was so good that it was not easy to make a better feeling. I'd have to put a lot of energy into arranging. Is it okay to do that? Oh, Sekyong, as you said, 2 people. Let's look at one stage. Kang-yoon did not think that he was going to decide so quickly. The eyes of 2 women were flooded with emotions. Chapter 298. Now, wait a minute. Young Min-ah jumped up his hand as he panicked. Company, CEO. I mean, do you really think that's enough? Young Min-ah jumped to see if Kang-yoon's proposal was offended. Although there is no specific member yet to specify the stage of collaboration or stage, the stage of collaboration between DITN member and Edios member must be done. When Edios' leader responded sensitively, Kang-yoon frowned and Chu Manji, CEO, disgusted. Particularly, Kang-yoon's eyes shone brightly. Min-ah, what does it mean? Well done. We also did not like Edios. Before the end of Kang-yoon's words, Diatine's Magne, Han Hyojong, turned on his eyes and ran. Edios did not stand still as it spread by the struggle of pride between the members. Christy, was the first. We do not want to be in a stage with capital, but it's great. Diatine members also jumped on the spot when the famous cell phone company of USA heard the term, which blamed other cell phone company products of Korea. Kim Ji-suk, who is usually the most silent member, raised his mouth tightly to see if he was upset. Is not that the original copy now going to be uploaded to KPCap popularity? What? Kang-yoon composition does not exist anyway, and it's all dirty. Kim Ji-suk and Christy stared at each other. Soon the hair was squeezing, and a flame was splashing in the eyes. Young Min-ah, who was greedy for the solo song, was getting twisted into a misunderstanding among the members. Bang! Stop! As everyone's voice grew and the mood grew, Kang-yoon ran his desk roughly. Then Edios members who had noticed Kang-yoon's eyes were seated with their mouths shut, and DITN members sat in a cautious position alternating between Chu Manji CEO and Kang-yoon. The misunderstandings that started when communication was not smooth were the way to cut off the flow. As the surroundings subsided, Kang-yoon sighed briefly and turned to Chu Manji CEO. Our apologies. Our kids made mistakes because they did not have iron. Kang-yoon rose from his seat and bowed to Chu Manji first, and CEO, Chu Manji rose from his seat. No, I'm sorry for that. Each CEO came out, and the mood was settled. But the meeting was not possible in this atmosphere. Kang-yoon first proposed to the Chu Manji CEO to take a break, and Chu Manji agreed. Kang-yoon gained consent and beckoned to Edios. Follow me. Kang-yoon headed to the rooftop first. Looking at the wide back of Kang-yoon, Han Ju-yeon stabbed Gyuri next to Lee Sam-soon. Armit, Atok, I think the CEO is going to be full. Oh, I do not know. Min-ah, that's real. I hate to be confused with the CEO, although my family has been unable to stand up to the other family. As the Edios members were drawn to the slaughterhouses by Young Min-ah, who had a lot of faces, followed by Kang-yoon, CEO Chu Manji turned his gaze to Han Hyojong. Hyojong, did you have to say that you have this CEO? Yini is close, so hang on then. What happened? And even if it does not take care of it in the world? That's Kang-yoon's sincerity. Han Hyojong, who worked together, knew well. But I did not want to admit the mistake. Kim Hyun-young, who was quiet, said. Anyway, I had to hit once while doing the concert. Edios Sr., we've been looking at it because it's a copy. It's a copy. Hyun-young, CEO Chu Manji made an impression, but he did not deny it. The first concept is that it started in a similar way, but I did not know that I would have thought about it until now. CEO Chu Manji is looking for a word to say, but he was still in the mouth. You said we'd better dance in each other. I do not want to. Go to Edios. Kim Ji-suk, who shook his head, denied it. But you said composition is good because you are? Kang-yoon, composition is when you are alone. Edios, I hate them. Just pretend. It was a similar thought as well as the weekly example. Chu Manji sighs briefly at the DITN members crying out Edios out. I will not be easy. Chu Manji CEO shook briefly to see if he should have done a solo concert, as he said. However, he reminded me of Kang-yoon, who took Edios to the rooftop, and he felt like a fool. Will this CEO collect some of these kids? Not coercion? CEO Chu Manji, who chuckled his head and drove away the chaos, picked up DITN members with his hand. Magneton, did you ask me to think about the stages I want to do? Are we talking first? He comforted everyone and proceeded to do what he had to do. The Edios members who rode along the Kang-yoon rode down. Kang-yoon turned off the vibrating phone and turned to Edios. What are you doing? This place is a place where you have to fight for pride. Edios, everybody could not lift their heads. Their CEO knew they were not angry when they made a mistake. Such a person was angry. That too. It was frightening, but Han Ju-yun swallowed his spit and opened his mouth. Me, I know Mina was wrong, but I thought my family should wrap it up. We have to get rid of our family. In her words, Kang-yoon frowned upon Mizong more and more. Family. Okay, family. May my family should not be too close to others. All right, Christian. But why did you say copycat? All of Edios did not answer Kang-yoon's words. If you look back on that, you were all ignoring DITN. Then Han Ju-yun muttered into the mosquito-driven voice. It's true. What? It's that. Kang-yoon cried out in his voice, in an angry voice that everyone in Edios shook his head. However, Young Min-ah calmly opened his mouth in the middle of the flood. Well, it's true that DITN made us. Kang-yoon silenced his eyes with his hands. Edios, as everyone agreed to Young Min-ah's words, they were sending their eyes to Kang-yoon. Then Ellie Young said, Me, Min-ah, as you say, he shines together at the same stage as the rapier. Well, we had come to China, but I guess it would have been enough, bird. I was shouting when I was scared, but Ellie Young spoke freely. All of the Edios members were shrugged off to agree with Ellie Young. Lee Sam-soon, who did not display the complaints well, took care of the story. CEO, originally, we were going to concert our national tour. However, as the plan changed, it changed to China concert, and it is with DITN. True, I was a bit embarrassed. Magne had to learn to DJ. But I believed in you. The CEO never let us down. But this time, it's hard. Edios was also complaining. The scale from the whole country to the world grew, but the uninvited person intervened. Kang-yoon took off his forehead and said in a calm tone, All right, stop it. For at the end of Kang-yoon, the Edios members clapped their eyes with questioning eyes. This concert, Diatine says you do not deserve to be with you? Then I'll have to quit. CEO, Han Ju-yun, who felt ominous, caught Kang-yoon's arm, but it was lightly shattered. And let's do it. What is that? When CEO Han Yu asked carefully, Kang-yoon answered with a cold voice. You do not deserve to work with me either. I'll give you all the penalty for my debts. Find another agent. There will be many places to call you, so you will not have to worry about the future. CEO, everyone shouted in amazement to Kang-yoon's bombing remark. But he kept his eyes cold and kept on talking. Did you say that the strength is not good? I do not think you are. Company, CEO. Mr. Young Min-ah shouted with his eyes open, but Kang-yoon continued coldly. Copycat, I can never develop such a proud attitude. I think I raised you wrong. When the silent Kang-yoon exploded, all of the Edios members shook their heads and shook their heads. There were even members dripping tears on the floor, but Kang-yoon did not care. Now you cannot even do that, copycat. Diatine, they did not tell you what you've been through in the USA. Think carefully. Kang-yoon closed the roof door and left. Black everyone, including Young Min-ah, steals tears from the snowy areas and makes you sick. I have never been so angry during the trainee days. After popularity, Singer became even more. What are you going to do? Han Ji-yun asked, but Edios members could not easily answer. While Star Entertainment Tower of World Entertainment was in full swing, separation work of each team was going on. It took a lot of time to open the Star Tower of the World because there were many facilities such as studio, practice room, exhibition hall, etc. World Studio? It's a theme park feeling? Lee Hyun-ji smiled as he looked up at the huge building of Star Tower, no World Studio, where the pans were not removed yet. The exterior of the building did not change much, but the construction of the building caused more money. Anyway, Kang-yoon's insistence on knowing sexy. Lee Hyun-ji opened the giant Yuri door and entered the lobby. World Studio, which was almost finished, was decorated with various entertainer-related products and coffee shop. Thanks to this World Studio, the funding of World Entertainment, which had been accumulated in the meantime, has almost reached the bottom. In addition, the bank was able to build all the facilities of the World Studio after financing the funds. But there was a reward of spending huge amounts of money. It's incredible. Choi Chan-young, professor at the back of Lee Hyun-ji in the multi-purpose hall of World Studio, was surprised at the scale of the huge venue. There was nothing short of luxurious red-lighted chairs, ceiling-mounted speakers, lights, sound-absorbing materials surrounding everywhere. Lee Hyun-ji shrugged. Right. It's in the center of the Euros shopping mall. There are many floating population. It's odd that MG did not build such a facility. Is not it because of lack of funds? In a conversation with Choi Chan-young professor, Lee Hyun-ji left the multi-purpose hall and headed for the high-rise. I got off the elevator and got a pass. I was in the hallway, and soon I heard a voice through the open doors. Anyong Haeseo. Dashi Anyong Haeseo. Dashi the two went into the open room carefully. Then, World Entertainment's trainee Yang Chae-young was practicing in the middle of changing the tone, and the reporter Song Hae-tae led them. Anyong Haeseo. Too much power. Dashia. While I was practicing in the middle of the night, I heard the popularity, and Song turned toward the entrance. Lee Hyun-ji seemed to be disturbed and bowed with a grim face. You've been practicing. Heh, my lord. Anyong. Singh instructed Yang Chae-young to take a break and came to Lee Hyun-ji. He was leading acting as a guest teacher with Modern Farmer, an entertainment program with Lee Sam-soon. Anyong Haeseo just keeps practicing. First, you have to be able to talk natural and sophisticated from your vocabulary. Rookie is not given a few words to the original ambassador. I need to be able to speak a few words with an impact. Impact. Listening to the story of Song Hae-tae, Lee Hyun-ji nodded. In the entertainment world, the opportunity does not come easily to the rookie. To take that opportunity, I needed a short, thick impact. Though more than 60, Song Hae-tae was the best teacher who knew such a trend. Kang Jae-jun has been curious about the horse, and certainly the world's trainees are eager. Thank you for the compliment. The director is also beautiful. Are not you hungry? Ha 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 ha, thank you Ramian with the beauty. After having a pleasant conversation with Song, Lee Hyun-ji went out of the lab. As Yang Chae-young repeatedly shouted Anyong Haeseo, she was quiet, and Choi Chan-young professor said, It would be interesting if I could teach anyone here. Is that a favor? Yes, it is. Choi Hyun-ji laughed at Choi Chan-young professor's sudden speech. By the way, I do not have a phone call today. In China? Yeah. Originally, this time it should be a fire. Lee Hyun-ji exchanged stories with Choi Chan-young professor and headed to a band practice room where construction was fast. Kang-yoon came down from the roof and headed straight to the conference room. As he entered the conference room, Diatine members and Chu Manji CEO were talking about the song. Where is Edios? I'll be right back. Kang-yoon turned his gaze to Kang Si-kyung as he watched the story of the song and stage blurred on the practice field and the whiteboard in front of him. It's a story to say. Guys, sorry, our kids made a mistake. Kang-yoon bowed his head, and the members of Daegan, including Kang Si-kyung, were embarrassed and caught Kang-yoon's arms. He was a great benefactor to Daitien everyone. He was the guy who made him attract big popularity in China, and he was the guy who wrote songs. Hang, it's okay. You can get sensitive before debut. It's okay if you do not mind. Kang Si-kyung was apologized for being a representative, and Han Hyojong made a loud voice. Composition, if you say that. We have nothing to say? Bloody hell. Hyojong, Yuni Han Hyojong grumbled to see if the sediment remained, and Kang Seong-jyong shook her head. Composition. Please understand. Originally not an honest person. Yuni this. Han Hyojong grumbled and clasped his arms. Kang-yoon, feeling that the emotional core was loosened to some degree, pointed to what was written on the paper on the desk. Hyun-young, Ji-suk duet. Rainbow by arrangement? As Kang-yoon read on the paper, CEO Chu Man-ji laughed and pointed to Kim Hyun-young and Kim Ji-suk sitting next to him. Let's talk to them. When Kang-yoon turned his eyes, Kim Hyun-young carefully took it out. That? I'd like to ask you a song. Arrangement what song? To the puzzling Kang-yoon, the two of them were Yeoju to see the score of The Rainbow in their third album. It is a song that only two people, Rainbow main vocalists, sing, and the duet of two people stand out because of the lack of instrument configuration. Of course, it was a song that Kang-yoon knew well. All right, once you hear. Kang-yoon carefully opened the door to the music sheet, and Edio's members went into the room. Suddenly, an awkward airstream turned on. The leaders of the group and the members were all aware of it, and CEOs also asked their mouths. It's not what broke that air. Our apologies. I was rash. It was Young Mina. No, Yuni, I'm sorry. I did not really ignore it that. It was awkward and awkward. Everyone in the conference room was throbbing. No, only one. Kang-yoon was an exception. He was as if Young Mina thought he'd go first. Kang Seong-gum stumbled to say that Young Mina, whose attitude changed in a moment, was embarrassed. Oh, come on, let's do it. Yes, Yuni. Good work together. Please help me a lot. Right? The two leaders held hands together with awkward laughter. Although it is not good, this concert was a silent gesture to proceed well. You have passed a Gobi. As Kang-yoon watched as he saw the two leaders holding hands, CEO Chu Man-ji nodded his head steadily. Edios, Diatine. The atmosphere of the first planning meeting that everyone gathered did not get bright at once. However, in a dissonant tone, the cord was adjusted and it began to move forward step by step. Tobu Broadcasting. It is a big broadcasting company in Shanghai, China, which has 18 channels. It is a well-known broadcasting station that is ahead of the trend and recently invested heavily in the Korean wave. Because of the investment, the imports were rising sharply in line with the popularity of the Korean wave, and the business was growing day by day. One of the broadcasting channels of the Eastern Broadcasting, AFDN, which is reputed to be dirty in the AFDN, and Zhang Su-young, Li, Xiu, Ying, were watching in the bathroom. City Warner. Finally, I do not forget the sensation that tantalizingly shook my face in front of the mirror, and his cell phone cried loudly. Who else? He was annoyed by the phone call. By the way, when he looked at the liquid crystal, he set up his body and received a phone call. Yep, Chief. Will you come up for a while? It was the call of the director. Without a moment to express his complaint, he had to jump up 5 floors without being elevated. Inside the office of the commissioner, the middle-aged man in suit, along with the director, and a tall man were drinking tea. Director Lu Yang. Long time no see. Chang Soo-young PD showed great pleasure. The middle-aged person was Lu Yang, director of highest departmental store, the big hand of the Eastern Broadcasting. He had frequent drinks with him and was trading various things. Greetings. How are you? Absolutely. I heard that you started a new project. Is it going well? Right. I have someone to introduce this. Lu Yang turned his gaze towards the man next to him. When the director turned his eyes to whether the PD was good to the director, he nodded his head steadily in the sense of consent. Soon he reached out to the man. Chang Soo-young PD. I'm in charge of unique music. The tall man laughed and grabbed his hand. It is called Lee Kang-yoon. The man, Lee Kang-yoon, bowed his head with a soft smile. Chapter 299. The director ordered a phone call to the secretary to bring his car, and soon 4 people sat down. For Eastern Broadcasting, the highest departmental store was a big advertiser. The cost of advertising they invested was great, but the companies involved were enormous. Kang-yoon was very careful with the manager, Lu Yang, who was a key member of the highest departmental store. Mr. Lu Yang's guest. I did not know that you would come with such young guests. Now sit down. The director chose to settle down politely. As far as he knows, Lu Yang was not the person who brought someone easily. He was introduced as a broadcasting station and introduced a lot, but Lu Yang was not in that class. I was naturally curious because someone brought someone. As the secretary left the car, Lu Yang opened his mouth with assent. This is my acquaintance because of drama PPL. Have you heard of World Entertainment? World, have you heard Zhang PD World? When the director turned his eyes to PD Chong, he nodded his head. Chief, did you hear the word Korean in Korean? Go Juju Gongju. Min. Jin SEO. The director nodded as if it was natural. It did not make sense to know Min Jin SEO in China broadcasting, a foreign actress who quickly became a name throughout China, because he is the only one who can dare to call it Gongju. Right, Chief. Min Jin SEO's current agency is World Entertainment. Current agency? I heard that you belonged to MG Entertainment before. Min Jin SEO did not have trouble last year. At that time, the MG would have been influenced by other entertainers. At that time, I heard that Min Jin SEO moved his agency. I did not know the news since. I heard that you will return to drama this time. Right. This time Min Jin SEO told me to shoot a drama made by gymnastics. Yes, Chief. Min Jin SEO is a member of... The director looked at the man in front of him with an interesting eye. Min Jin SEO CEO of the company came with Lu Yang, and I was very curious about what happened. Chi is good. This incense is Chimin black tea. Kang-yoon relaxed and closed his eyes comfortably. Then, the eyes of the director who looked at him with a narrow eye were loosened a little. Do you know about the car? Kang-yoon replied, pointing to Lu Yang. Thanks to Lu Yang, this is a car I have frequently encountered. This car is known as a car from Anhui province. It's fresh and fresh. Among them, the upper-class goods. Yes? When Kang-yoon settled correctly, the director's eyes glared at him. I heard that tea culture is not prevalent in Korea. Then in China, but Kang-yoon broke the prejudice and thought that something was different. The director turned his eyes to director Lu Yang next to Kang-yoon. Ha ha ha, director Lu Yang. Did you tell me before you came here? Thanks to the director for a chance. A warm answer came between the director and Lu Yang. Unknown person. Looking at Kang-yoon, who floated herself, Lu Yang director's mind became complicated. In fact, he did not like bringing Kang-yoon here. Because of that, Sun could not even know his name. So he bowed to Singer, so his face was ridiculously harmed. I did not want to see Ramian as it was originally, but Lu Yang's director could not refuse Kang-yoon's request to arrange a seat with Eastern Broadcasting officials. It was because of responsibility for the apology, not spreading rumors. It floats. You do not know. Even if you do not. Lu Yang's director felt ironic about the situation where Kang-yoon caused the name to rise. It's a bottle and a medicine. Kang-yoon talked about the director and the car, while Lu Yang was hiding the complicated mind. As the sympathy was formed and the story was shared, the director's laughter grew bigger and bigger. Ha ha, this guy, he's got a good match in the car. It's not normal. Thanks to Lu Yang, I learned a lot. Ha 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 to humility. Dear, I knew you were not interested in cars, but when did you actor? Ha ha ha, the atmosphere ripened. As the dialogue flowed without the awkward atmosphere, Kang-yoon felt that he had to take out the subject. Right now, Kang-yoon took out the gift he brought and handed it to the director. He received a gift from Kang-yoon, pretending not to be able to do it several times. Kenichi Momoyama, it's a freezing umnal. The chief officer, who had seen the bucket of Yuriong, pulled off the luxurious red wrapping paper and laughed as the office departed. Yuralong tea, produced in Dongshan, Taiwan, was a precious tea with a delicate floral scent. Kang-yoon gave the best thing among them was money, but it was hard to get things. Lee Han SEO, who loves cars, could easily understand the director's love of cars. Ha ha ha, thank you. It was an explicit bribe, but no one in the room was ashamed of the shyness. No, please think of it as a gift to meet a good person. Kang-yoon responded with a soft smile. It's a place where I feel I have to spend money to convey my heart. In Rome, Kang-yoon chose to follow the Chinese culture rather than resist. And the result was very good. Look at my mind. You caught a young man too. Okay, why did you come today? The manager's eyes turned completely in favor. Kang-yoon, who felt this, took a tablet PC out of his bag and played video. Jang Soo-young, who took a tablet PC, shook his head with his earphones. In the video, a female DJ was dancing with a lot of people cheering under colorful lighting. Jang Soo-young, who was a bit of a chore, was curious as to whether she was surprised to see a female DJ on a tablet PC. Chishi, a female DJ who emerges from a Fortress College student. Right, exactly. I wanted to get an evaluation. Jang Soo-young PD also focused on the image and focused more on the image. BPM, number of beats per minute. The female DJ in the video climbed up the stage, kicking the heels and warming the stage with her. When the mood grew hot, 5 women appeared with the hood in front of the stage of the video. 准备好了吗? Ready? 准备好了吗? Wow. With the voice of the DJ, as the female dancers came in, the club music turned into popular music that was heard on the streets. It was buffered and the DJ was scratchy, and the club seemed to leave because of the cheers of the people. Recently, I was singing Korean Idol singer in DITN, which is a big popularity, and it was Open Your Eyes, Jung, Kai, Yanjing. Not only the people in the video, but also Jang Soo-young PD, I was deeply into the songs that DJ Chi Shai and dancers played. Zhang PD. What is it? The director asked if he was curious about the changing face of Chang Soo-young's PD, but he could not keep an eye on whether he was fully focused on the video. Instead, Kang-yoon replied, "This video introduces our children." Is that so? Zhang PD, hold on a second. I have to look at it. When Jang Soo-young PD pulled out the earphone, the director picked up the tablet PC and played video. No matter how good he got, he was a pro. With sharp eyes he focused on the video. On the other hand, Jang Soo-young said with a favorable expression whether he admired. Yeoju is only a small stage in a small club. One is like a pro. Thank you. Are you asking these girls to appear on the show? When Jang Soo-young PD swiped the fastball, Kang-yoon replied calmly without avoiding it. Right, exactly. PD. I think it's going to be good enough once. Jang Soo-young PD blurred the end. It seemed like a good picture, but it does not look good. There were many singer and many requests, and there was no need to worry. Kang-yoon persuaded Jang Soo-young PD. These children are Korean girl group called Edios. Before entering the China stage, I thought about PR, experience, and so on. I think the first stage of Edios in China is most suitable for Zhang PD's broadcasting. PD. Please, great. PD did not open his mouth easily. As a gift to the manager, he felt like a man pushing a good singer to himself, but he was also a veteran. Chishe Ramian, I think it is suitable for unique music. Why do not you take the meeting and decide from there? How about the other children? That's a little more talk. Enough. Then, the manager intervened. Zhang PD. Have not we seen the same video? Well, the manager. Is not it enough to have unique music if you are this level of skill? Kawang, Gerwang GWNG. I think it's okay to go to top 5 immediately. Are you talking to the king? Boss. Then you can buy the other singer's antipathy. Enough. When the director wrote the impression, Jang Soo-young PD asked his mouth all the time. You have a lot of skills. Boss. Even though. Enough. I also want to save my face. I give you both. Jang Soo-young PD nodded with a sigh. In a short time, the boss was burned and Kang-yoon's victory. He also thought that the group was excellent. But it was another problem to take a seat at a limited time. The director turned to Kang-yoon and Lu Yang. Unique music and top of the top 5 do you want? Can you show me in 5 minutes? Director, PD Chong shook his eyes, but the director ignored him and continued. Haha, this friend is very busy at work. If you go into work instead, you will not have to worry because you are more trustworthy than anyone else. Thank you, boss. As Kang-yoon bowed his head, the manager replied with a smile. Chong Soo-young has a headache because I have to change the program schedule. Especially, I had to spend 5 minutes for Kwang Top 5, which made my head aching from Kashido. Then, Kang-yoon said, PDs, I will surely repay this favor. Can I talk to you once? I have to schedule it. Kang-yoon and Jang Soo-young PD went to the office of the deputy director, after Liu Yang's director and deputy director. The debut stage of Edios and DJ Chi Sai in the deputy chamber was thus confirmed. After that, Kang-yoon discussed the specific time schedule with Jang Soo-young PD, who struggles with his time-saving efforts. The Korean music industry without Edios and DITN was fierce. People were cheerful and excited about the charm of each group, such as cuteness and sexy, and I could not say enough about the music industry except girl group. The team that stands out was MG Entertainment's Hello Tint. With the aspiration to regain the name of a traditional celebrity, MG Entertainment was pushing Hello Tints enormously. One of the key members was a busy schedule. Donkey, I'm sexy in the car today. 2 a.m. I could not sleep even today, and I was looking at the manager in the eyes of the lamb, receiving the makeup. Maybe. What schedule is it? I'm really going to die this way. Unlike her skin tone, which was blurred by the powder, her expression became darker and darker. Yesterday and today, I was carrying out a murderous schedule that goes beyond 7. No, not only her, but also the other members were sleeping in bed. Kim Jae-hoon was waiting for her to come out of the makeup room after finishing her preparations. Anyang Haeseo, Jae-hoon Sr. The squad bowed his head at 90 degrees. Senior, I'm sorry. I was filming at dawn because of me. No, I know you're very busy with Helltent recently. I'm glad anyway. I take a picture shot into the magazine at 2 o'clock in the morning. What is this ridiculous schedule? In addition, the world was famous for not putting the schedule of the dawn almost at all. But because of myself, I was filmed at dawn this way. He could not lift his head. Thank you, Senior. I cannot afford a coffee later. It will get better. But is MG still so tight on schedule? Kim Jae-hoon's forehead slightly twisted. Previously, the singer was hard because of the money that went into the Star Tower, but now I do not understand. He was saddened by the words of Kim Jae-hoon, who worried about him. Yes, obviously, the Star Tower is gone, but I do not know why the schedule is longer than before. Oh, Appa. Yes, it is. World is not it tight? When the abuser asked carefully, Kim Jae-hoon smiled and replied, sometimes I'm busy. When I first came here, it was really hard. Because CEO had to worry about borrowing helicopter. However, I never do a schedule that I do not need. I always think of singer condition first. Singer condition first? Is it surprising? When Kim Jae-hoon shrugged his shoulders, the assistant approached and announced the start of the filming. It's coming soon. Would you like to go? For Kim Jae-hoon headed to the set with the violin. He was thinking ahead of him. Can I go to the world? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she struggled not to sleep desperately. Chapter 300. About 9 o'clock in the night, Kang-yoon left the Oriental Broadcasting and immediately headed to the practice room where Edios practiced. The time has come to be slowed down because the broadcasting station has already made a preliminary discussion about the appearance of Edios. Anyang Haeseo. As Kang-yoon entered the practice room, Edios members stopped practicing and sat down. Everyone drank a few drinks, and after a while talked about the practice. Kang-yoon pulled out the main subject. 2 weeks later, there will be a debut stage. No one opened his mouth. Kang-yoon kept calmly as soon as the tension came to everyone's face, thinking that it was finally coming. Oriental Broadcasting is Shanghai's largest entertainment channel. Among them, we will be in the broadcasting stage of Kwang Top 5. Time is 5 minutes, so you have to be prepared. For when you come to Choi Kyung-ho team leader about the stage, let me tell you in detail Hanyu. For Hanyu was scheduled for a separate broadcast 3 days later. It's a unique music broadcast. Unique music? Lee Sam-soon, who was more surprised than Seo Hanyu. When other members who did not know what the unique music was broadcasting wondered, she talked in a surprised tone. It is the most famous music broadcast in China. Music, it gives a special stage for 40 minutes to singer who is excellent in sex and dance, and it is a broadcasting which opens a small performance. Famous singers in China are famous for their broadcasts. At the end of Lee Sam-soon, Seo Hanyu swallowed the spit intense. In the meantime, the stages were different from the stage in the small club. The debut was approaching, and the practice room became noisy as if everyone was upset. At that time, Young-min Ah-who kept silent alone, quietly raised his hand. What is Kwang Top 5 broadcasting? It would be comfortable if you thought it was the same as the music camp. The difference is that if you are in the top 5, be sure to open a special stage. I will give a bigger stage to first place. Whether you are a singer or a foreign singer, there are a lot of Korean singers because there is no discrimination. The quality is so high that the audience is enormous. Right, but we also have 5 minutes. Is this related to? When Han Ju-yeon asked, Kang-yoon replied to Ellie Young following the drink. Sometimes they give rookie a stage, especially. Until now there have been few. It is limited only when the agency has power. So our agency has strength? Christian opened her eyes in a circle, and Ellie Young answered harshly. EW Lily, we do not have power. I would not have suffered like this. You. Lee Sam-soon blocked Ellie Young's mouth, but the horse was already out. But Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, we just have to prepare the stage. Leave everything to me. There is no impact. Han Ju-yeon laughed, giggling at some of the members of the team. Kang-yoon crossed the mood as he watched Edios seem to have a big stage, but no tremors. It was not a rookie anymore, but a feeling of seeing a complete singer. Anyway, it's going well. Kang-yoon smiled as he watched the repeat Edios members. But when I saw the person bowing his head alone, I was worried. About his eyes. Mina somehow. We have to solve it. I already knew the cause. Right now, emotional problems. I could not put off with her forever. Mina. Yes. As young Mina looked up, Kang-yoon beckoned to her. The place where the two people headed was the roof. Kang-yoon locked the door and stood side by side with young Mina to prevent anyone from coming in. Why I want to talk. She spoke in low voice, but Kang-yoon answered softly. Then she clasped her hands on the railing. I have nothing to say. I'll go. Young Mina turned around, and Kang-yoon snatched her hand. But as she waited for it, she stopped and Kang-yoon slowly opened her mouth. If this is the case, we cannot go forward together. Do you really want to do that? Young Mina bowed silently. Of course not. Do not you know? She opened her mouth hard. Today is what? Are you here? What? CEO? Mister? At that point, Kang-yoon felt that she was ready for a conversation and released her hand. Then young Mina took his head and faced Kang-yoon in front. Mister. Match at the end of his speech, young Mina immediately put up Kang-yoon's cheek. When Kang-yoon's head shook with a sharp sound, young Mina shouted to Kang-yoon with his grim eyes. You're a bad guy? Previously, Ramian would have gone mad, but Kang-yoon did not say anything. When Kang-yoon did not respond, she was biting her voice. Kenichi Momoyama meantime. It's not worth it. In the meantime, Kang-yoon did not say anything. As a CEO, I had to take care of everyone, and I ran in front of me with heavy burden. Then the little boy who was by her side was growing up as a woman and facing herself. Kang-yoon now felt that it was time to let her go. Sorry. Tears fell from young Mina's eyes. Why, I have no heart. The floor was moistened with her tears, but Kang-yoon did not stop. I will apologize for not doing so well in the meantime. It's obviously my fault. I did not want to break this relationship. I do not think it will hurt your mind like this. I do not want you to call me now. Anywhere. Young Mina's red eyes were big, but Kang-yoon passed her coldly. But she could not hold him. Ramian, who usually blocked him somehow, but this time was not enough courage. Bang! As the roof door closed, she sat down on the cold floor. Bad kitten. Cruel child. It's dark. The moonlight was gazing unconsciously as she could not wake up in sorrow. Way to go. Kang-yoon hesitated on the stairs, leaning against the wall, igniting the cigarette. I like to say good things like spells. After MG Entertainment pulled off the load at Star Tower, the construction was proceeding. In line with this, each of the offices of World Entertainment began to receive 1 or 2 luggage. The first team to complete the move was the It's Fine team. I was originally working with Pine Stock, but as the service of It's Pine grew, it became hard to write an office with Pine Stock. Thanks to it, It Pine was the first to take a seat in the Star Tower. Congratulations, General Manager. No, now you are a businessman. John Hyung-taek turned his gaze on his face as the CEO Ha Se-yun of Pinestock fooled his back in the office where the baggage was placed. CEO, I cannot easily adapt to business. I cannot adapt. It's a silly word, CEO. Is that right, sir? Looking around the office, Lee Hyun-ji nodded at the end of CEO Ha Se-yun. Sure. There is no one as high as John Hyung-taek at Is Pine. My lord, it's a company made by jointly investing in World and Pinestock, so I cannot use the name as CEO, but I really have to run it Pine. John Hyung-taek nodded, swallowing the saliva. He was a manager, and he became a commissioner one morning. Unlike Pinestock, who once worked out, it seemed that he was still culled from a difficult team. But the team was in a position to become a corporation and a responsible one day. The world knew it and knew it. I will go to the basement. Server construction is good. John Hyung-taek, CEO of the 2 women who let themselves be awkward, went to the office of Buranek. The manager has a nice, cute corner. Lee Hyun-ji laughed at his mouth and CEO Ha Se-yun shrugged his shoulders. Right? You have taken the manager, so you have to grow up harder? Absolutely. The 2 women laughed as the office left. Then Ha Se-yun CEO asked if he thought something was wrong. How about Kang-yoon CEO? How are you? There is no snow in China. This time he asked me if he needed an arranger. I was nervous about getting a ticket yesterday. It is still this CEO. I'll invite all of the Pinestock employees to concert sooner or later. Yes, thank you. But to China, it is. Lee Hyunji shrugged when Ha Se-yun CEO expressed disappointment. It's an airplane ticket, we can get it. Yes. Lee Hyunji, the CEO of Ha Se-yun CEO, giggled at him. Next day, because of Young Min-ah, Kang-yoon, who spent the night with his lamb's eyes, turned to Yun's entertainment. Tired, Kang-yoon, who got out of the car, shook his head and walked into the building. Today was the day to watch the song of Seo Hanyu to write on the air. The night was not good because of the weather, but Kang-yoon shook his head and drove off to the underground studio. There, Seo Hanyu and Park So-yeon were singing along with the sound of the electronic sound. So-yeon, when did you arrive? Park So-yeon replied with a twisted face when Kang-yoon expressed his pleasure. A plane last night. He told me to go in a hurry. Yesterday, the station asked me to return Park So-yeon when I returned to Yunli. Kang-yoon thanked Lee Hyunji for taking care of the work in the midst of his busy life. Where have you been? Up to track 2. It is not easy to connect the atmosphere from number 3. Seo Hanyu has played a mixed song so far. Because it was broadcasting, the public had to compete with electronic music that they would like. I had to rewrite all the music I had sewed so far. Kang-yoon's eyes began to shine as the groove music began to flow into the studio. When she touched the controller, the light was lit and brighter. But there was no sign of silver or gold. I did it here. Seo Hanyu finished playing the second song and bowed his head to see if he was ashamed. Kang-yoon thought of his hand on his chin. It's not bad. There is no residue. The problem was from here. What can I do to become better music? This was a real homework. Hanyu's DJing is neat, and it's not that big of a deal. But I need something more special than that. It was only one chance. It was no exaggeration to say that you have already mastered DJing and performed in clubs for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If so, it should be seen above the best silver. At that time, Park So-yeon carefully lifted his hand. So-yeon, do you have something to say? Here's the second song, Go Home. Always that FX. Anyway, it repeats to raise. As Seo Hanyu nodded his head, Park So-yeon continued to write on the score. It was originally on the 4th track, but this time I moved on to the second one. But the arrangement did not change much. I think it would be good to change this one. Why do not you try something different every time? What are you doing? Park So-yeon did not understand DJing jargon. However, Seo Hanyu wrote the necessary things for the score and soon used the controller to fill in the missing ones. Kang-yoon awakened quietly as the two men immersed themselves in a strong concentration. I do not want to interrupt. Quietly shut the door, Kang-yoon went out of the studio. I was looking for a vacant room for a little while and encountered Kim Ji-suk, a vocalist of DITN in the hallway. Oh, Anyang Haeseo, composition. Anyang was not their schedule. I do not have it today. What about composition? Looking at the kids practice? What? Do you have something to see me? In the question of Kang-yoon, Kim Ji-suk nodded his head. Yeah, because of the duet I said last time. You're talking about the rainbow. Oh, did you remember? Kang-yoon thought that he could not remember because neither the leader nor the meeting was finished at the meeting. This is my favorite song. Hyun-young said, do you two call me? Yeah, I like the original song, but this time I want to call it a little different. May I ask your arrangement? If possible. Kang-yoon put her fingers on her forehead and fell asleep at her request at the end of the horse. Chapter 301. Do you need arranging? I knew Kim Ji-suk liked his song very much and wanted better quality, but the original song was so high. Of course, I did not think that I could not produce a better song. But time was a problem. Besides, the duets of two people did not show much in the public stage. I do not think I'll need it. Kang-yoon summarized the idea and raised his hand to the chin. I think I should see the situation. Now I do not think I can hang on to the arrangement alone. How? Cannot I? Kim Ji-suk tried to persuade Kang-yoon's arm to persuade him, but Kang-yoon revealed a sorry. Sorry, I'll ask my arranger if I need you. I'm in studio right now. No, when Kang-yoon continued to be in trouble, Kim Ji-suk bowed his head in a gloomy way. Without Kang-yoon's arrangement, there was no reason to change a good song. In her melancholy appearance, Kang-yoon was also sorry to scratch her head. I want to help, but the situation is really bad. When I hang on to the song, there are many things to do. Our kid's debut concert too. Sorry. Clear right. Please do not mind. It's okay. Instead, Your stage will be more careful. Yeah, please tell me if you can afford it later. All right. As Kim Ji-suk turned sour, Kang-yoon sighed. Arrangements were especially pleasant work. The process of making light by touching musical notes was a joy not to change anything. But now we had to give up those things. After this day, I will work and live. Kang-yoon made a wry smile and headed to the roof. However, the rooftop did not respond to Kang-yoon. Today is a yellow sand. I went out for a while, but my throat was cow. Kang-yoon surprised by the bad air, which was hard to compare with the yellow sand in Korea, hurriedly closed the door and sat on the stairs. Who? Kang-yoon put on fire and put acting in the air for a moment set the strings of tension. I did not express it, but the jungle that I had to Young Min-ah yesterday was still in my head. Would you say something more? There was no regret at the end of the day. Someday it was a bump, but my heart hurt. Young Min-ah was a precious little brother to Kang-yoon. No, if you go this way, you will be more attracted. If you want to terminate your contract. I was thinking about the worst situation and I was smoking a cigarette. Oops. Kang-yoon rushed the cigarettes off and scattered acting. It did not matter if it was a cigarette, but it was not good for the singer to take charge of the cigarette acting. As I lifted my head to the light footsteps, the most difficult person to face was wearing a sweatsuit. Min-ah, Anyong Haeseo. There was no playfulness nor depression as usual on her face. Kang-yoon gave her a seat for her without a look. Sit down. Good, I have to go down for practice soon. I came to say something. It was Young Min-ah, who would normally take care of Ramian, but it was different now. In a word, Kang-yoon felt a strange current. But I hid my feelings and asked in calm tone. Say what? Yeah, CEO. Young Min-ah took a deep breath and bowed to Kang-yoon. I've been sorry for the time being. The leader is not able to properly distinguish the construction. I'll apologize. To the kids well. Kang-yoon closed his eyes. It changed from title. It might have been a one-off. But Kang-yoon certainly felt that it would not stop at one-off. No. From now on, hopefully not. Thank you. I will not let this happen in the future. Really? So I practice. I'll go down. Young Min-ah turned around and went down to the practice room. Who? Looking at Young Min-ah going down the stairs, Kang-yoon sighed a long sigh. I feel like I lost my dear brother. Last time Lee Hyun-ah, this time to Young Min-ah. It was a heartbreaking thing to be between men and women. There is nothing I can do. But Kang-yoon broke the complicated heart. I regret that I only regret it. At that time, the vibration in the pocket cell phone rang. When I looked at the liquid crystal, it was written as Lu Yong. Yes, it's Lee Kang-yoon. Me, Lu Yong. Yes, my lord. Anyong. Kang-yoon received a phone call with a cigarette. After attending the station together, the attitude of Lu Yong director had been strangely softened. But I did not mean to call you like this. Saying briefly and asking for help, Lu Yong said in a soft tone. Today, how about lunch? When I looked at the clock, it was time for lunch. Kang-yoon was in good spirits because there was no lunch appointment in particular. Clear right. Where do I go? Could you come to departmental store here? Instead, I will treat you to dinner today. Thank you. Can I expect it? Certainly. See you soon. Kang-yoon returned to the studio again. Seo Han-yu, who Kang-yoon thought to take care of the song today, was disappointed when he had to go out due to his appointment. It's an important promise, I cannot. I did not talk about the appointment with Lu Yong director. Seo Han-yu has been inadequately tangled with his people. Instead, Kang-yoon handed corporate cards. I ate something delicious today. Oh yeah. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders as Park So-yeon received the card. Yuni, we are going to eat dong pork today. What a lie. Dong but you. I do not know what it is, but if it's expensive, call it all. Kang-yoon's eyes in the Park So-yeon. Choi Kyung-ho was having a busy time. As the Edios debut was decided on Shanghai's Eastern Broadcasting, he had to work together on the joint concert and work related to the Edios debut stage. Originally, he had to travel around China, but now he was in Korea. It's also Star Tower, so in the new office of World Studio. Hecker, Choi Kyung-ho, who came into the office with the title Classical in World Studio, laughed. He was not surprised at what he was doing, but this time he was different. How about this? It's definitely better than Luna's time? Lee Hyun-ji told playfully to Choi Kyung-ho, who cannot shut up. This was not much better than that. From the logo World, engraved on the wall to the wall treated with wood, to the sofa and screen. Compared to the previous narrow-minded Luna's office, Hanul was a land area. If this is a little bit larger here, I'll be bigger. Then it's the chairman room. Chairman. Oh, it's Kang-yoon CEO's room. Put Choi Kyung-ho hit his mouth and laughed. Kang-yoon, who caused Jaeongi to come up, came up with the word chairman. When team leaders become CEO, it is natural that the CEO who leads the team leader becomes chairman. Looking around at the neat and spacious office, Choi Kyung-ho continued to admire it. I did not think Kang-yoon would invest so much in the office. If you invest once, you are hot. Actually, I'm surprised too. Thanks to that, I did a good job, but… The virtue? What do you mean? Lee Hyun-ji shrugged when Choi Kyung-ho became embarrassed in the appearance of the jargon. Our CEO, I do not think so. Would you like to actor more? The director is young. Is not it obvious? I did not even have a poetry. In the office where the new building did not smell, the two had an enjoyable conversation. Highest departmental store, office on the upper floor. CEO Rwanda Tao put down the report with a sagging eye. Because of the time, you seem to have lost a lot of sense. Liu Yang's assistant stopped his trembling arm. I have been working with CEO Rwanda Tao for decades already. However, his appearance was not adapted to the audience. As I told you, I got a lot from this drama, especially PPL and the promotion of luxury goods. What is the matter with Shiryan? Liu Yang's directors could not face each other in the eyes of Rwanda Tao's CEO. If two rival companies jointly play PPL in a drama, it would be natural for two departmental stores to be compared, and one place could be hit hard, thanks to marketing costs being poured. So is Shiryan. You did a good job for the drama company. That actress too. This loss, how are you responsible? Liu Yang's directors wanted to flee in the middle of the day, even though Rwanda Tao's CEO was skeptical. But today was a little different. I was prepared with Kang-yoon because it was obvious that such a story would come out. Liu Yang took a deep breath and calmly said, CEOs, marketing will cost a bit more, but it will not go as far as I think. On what grounds? We have agreed in advance with Shiryan's appointment of a director. Here is the agreement. Liu Yang's director handed the papers he received to Liang Tao, CEO. It was an agreement to keep the departmental store scene of Hanwha Party as similar as possible and not to add lobby to actor or company. Mr. Riang Tao, who confirmed that he was stamped to the seal of the departmental store in Shiryan, put his arms around the agreement. There is nothing wrong with this. I use both departmental stores as filming sites. Drama quality can be high. Right, CEO? Is this from you? Yes, CEO. Director Liu Yang responded without hesitation. However, Wang Tao CEO was not easily suspect. There's someone behind. No, I was sure of this. I have worked with Liu Yang for several decades. That Ramian Shiryan departmental store and the joint PPL would have taken them out rather than pulling them. Or you will say that Shiryan's chief executive will reach out to the back of his head if he reaches out first. He did not understand that Liu Yang's director brought out such a plan, but he decided to look at it. Okay, I was told that the senses were dead. I'll have lunch today. Well, I have an appointment today. Ramian, the director of Ramyeon, will be the first to say that Ramian, his own horse, is dead. However, CEO Wen Tao was curious as he expressed his dismay at the promise. Do you have an appointment? Yeah, that. Min Ginesio's appointment with the CEO of the agency was taken. Sorry, CEO. CEO of Min Ginesio? Did you meet because of drama? Yes, CEO. I knew that Ramian had something to do with myself. Min Ginesio's CEO, and attitude toward the promise. I saw two things, and I got a rough idea. You're the one behind Ryu. Wen Tao CEO laughed at Liu Yang's easy-to-understand director. I did not think that I would have moved directly from the gymnastics. You can only have one PPL in a foreign company called RIS, but there is no reason to take risks. I'm with you. When the answer came out, CEO Rwanda Tao became curious. I moved my fellow Liu Yang director. I wanted to see my face directly. Then Liu Yang, the director, panicked and lifted his hand. CEOs, I'll have a seat later. What? Are you uncomfortable with me? Not. But just because I did not talk to him, I can do it now. Eggplant Liu Yang's manager listened to the phone with an embarrassing face because of the CEO, who was stubborn. I did not even think about seeing the CEO of the departmental store in Hyacinth. Kang-yoon made a comfortable look. I heard from the phone later, but I did not think I would meet Rihang Tao, CEO of highest departmental store, on my lunch appointment. If I knew this, I would have prepared a present. Liu Yang, who sat in front of him, laughed as if to enjoy the embarrassment of Kang-yoon, and Liang Tao, the CEO, listened to the appetizer with a relaxed face. Li Kang-yoon CEO praised me very much. Having an autograph that does not well praise others. I do not know if I was in a good position to interfere. No, I'm not ready to meet you. I am sorry. Kang-yoon was extremely polite. Rumors of Taiwo CEO, Wen knew well. Departmental store industry is a master of business that was rumored to manage to be sober. For 40 years, highest departmental store has achieved remarkable growth. He was a man who was united by his calm judgment and pride. Taipei CEO Rung when asked the spoon, "Is this CEO favorite wine?" "I do not know wine well." "Heh, I've heard about the car as a master." Rang Tao CEO thinned out, and Kang-yoon shook his head gently with a gentle expression. "I do not know the car well." "Oh, I know French wines are famous." "Ha, does anyone know that?" "Yes, it is. Can you let me know?" Kang-yoon did not go to the provocation, though he talked a little negligently. Ravino Tao's eyes glared at the attitude of asking for teaching, rather than opening his opponent. He is not easy to look young. CEO Rwanda Tao glanced at Liu Yang's board of directors. Liu Yang, then, called the staff to ask for a pre-booked wine. In a short time, the staff brought luxurious bottles and glasses with the main dish. Ordered Chateau Latour from 1970. The employee took the label and followed Yeoju and proved that it was genuine and followed the wine to the glass. It was Kang-yoon who did not know wine well, but knew that old wine was expensive. Kang-yoon had a hard time because he had never done anything worthy of such a wine to Mr. Wen Tao. "You cannot drink." "I did not know the intention of CEO Rwanda Tao. Why do you treat these fine wines?" But more important came to mind. "You cannot shave your face." Rejecting the opponent's cup to the burden is a great detriment to the authority of the person. That was a big deal. Besides, there was no drinking place, eating place as important as China. Liu Yang's directors invited him to lunch, and he now had the intention of working together as a real partner. 3 people hit the glass and turned the wine. It was bitter, and the ground breaking it spread softly in the mouth and stimulated Kang-yoon softly. I was really treated to something precious. I did not need to talk. Wen Tao CEO looked at Kang-yoon's satisfactory expression and smiled softly when he felt better. "Is liquor right in your mouth?" "Super. I never thought I would taste this precious drink." "Thank you." CEO Rang Tao urged to eat his hands without words. There was a feast of various precious foods on the table. It is also enough to bend the staple. Liu Yang director, who told me to expect it, came to understand. But there was also a problem. Crush. Liang Tao and Liu Yang director. CEO Liu Yang and CEO Liu Tao did not enjoy the wine. I was pouring the precious wine of 70 years into the stomach. Kang-yoon had to pour wine at their level. Fortunately, there was plenty of snacks, so I could barely catch up, but I could not help but feel a bit of energy. After clearing a few bottles of wine and cleansing the table, CEO Rwanda Tao said, wiping his mouth, "Did the food hit your mouth?" "Yeah, I was treated to precious food. I'll be there next time." "Right. So let's talk about business." Kang-yoon sat down on the table, and CEO Rwanda Tao narrowed his eyes to the story. "I'll say it straightforward. I would like to use Min Jin SEO as a model for our departmental store." At the end of CEO Wen Tao, Kang-yoon's expression became complicated. Chapter 302. It is not a problem to become a model for a company that makes a PPL. But now it was a tightrope between Shuryan and Hyas. "Do you test me?" Kang-yoon, who grasped the intention of Wen Tao's CEO, lifted the cup with a relaxed face. But his head was turning fiercely. "Certainly you have seen the agreement. But to say this is to throw away Shuryan. It's like talking about making Hayashi and Choshi in earnest. It was said that the route should be straight. But it was more important to use it than to ride Kang-yoon or World Entertainment. When Kang-yoon unleashed the stinking wine, the staff came like a ghost and filled the empty glass again. Crush. Kang-yoon grabbed his mind desperately, though his head would be blown. Liang Tao still looked at Kang-yoon with his torn eyes, and Liu Yang revealed his anxiety as he grasped his hand on what he thought. "It might be easier if you think comfortably." When Rang Tao CEO reopened the cup, Kang-yoon also took the cup. "Once I put it on, I removed it from the option." Kang-yoon thought that it was not right to make such a choice. To this end, Min Jin SEO's CF revenues in the drama have been abandoned. I also thought about long-term stoning. The answer came out as I arranged my thoughts. Thank you, Gene SEO, for your great opportunity. Yet, Gene SEO is not a match for Hayes' image. Our apologies. When Kang-yoon presented his doctor of rejection, CEO Wen Tao raised his mouth. It would have been nice if Min Gene SEO became our departmental store model. I'm sorry. When Rung Tao CEO reopened the cup, Kang-yoon took his cup to his cup. The sound of the wrist kasuga sounded again, and the tension was on the table. As Kang-yoon already knew what to say, the eyes of Wen Tao CEO were strangely distorted. World Entertainment is a very interesting place. Kang-yoon felt that it was the turn of the real issue and put the cup down. Are you considered to be the best singer agency in Korea? MG Entertainment's rookie Lee Hyun-ji and the independent producer of The Planner have been threatening MG Entertainment in the past few years. Wen Tao CEO's eyes were torn apart. I will meet you today and understand why. I wish you good luck. As if there was nothing more fun, Rwanda Tao, CEO, rose from his seat. When Liu Yang's director hesitated and woke up, Kang-yoon opened his mouth quietly. What would you do if you have a better model than Min Gene SEO? At the end of Kang-yoon, Rang Tao CEO laughed. Min Gene SEO sponsors drama. The main character? Is there any more models? I am sure that 100 times more than Gene SEO will match the image of highest departmental store. CEO Wen Tao turned around saying that he did not need to hear more, and Kang-yoon glanced at Liu Yang. Liu Yang, then, was uncomfortable and caught up with Rang Tao, CEO. Somehow, CEOs, why do not you listen a little more? He's not related to us already. Liu Yang, a cold sinking gaze, gave a powerful force to the eye for a while. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Will you be responsible for 10 minutes? Liu Yang director, my face is blue. There was no reason to do so for Kang-yoon. Then, Kang-yoon said, the responsibility, I will do it. Liu Yang director Snow was flooded with surprise, and Ruin Tao, CEO, turned nervously. Where to listen? Ruin Tao CEO turned around and sat down again. Kang-yoon bowed his head slightly to the director Liu Yang, who shouldered his shoulders from the back and took out the tablet PC that he had prepared. Pictorial? At best, these models will be able to beat Min Gene SEO. Rang Tao CEO muttered silently. It was a common picture that 6 women were wearing dresses and holding a bouquet of women. Kang-yoon continued calmly, even though his opponent did not respond. This is our singer who debut at World Entertainment. What? Ha 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 ha, a big smile burst out of his mouth. This is what? Listen to the story for 10 minutes and push your agency singer? CEO Ruin Tao broke into Kang-yoon with his torn eyes. The worst greeting. It is a person who is not good for 1 minute, even 10 minutes. He tried to get up again. Then, Kang-yoon shined his eyes. Do you remember the marketing that Shane was promoting DITN? At that point, CEO Rang Tao paused. Because he refused the DITN, Hyas was not alone. In addition, Liu Yang, who was on the side, had gone down to the downfall. It was strange that I could not remember. We will make Edios a model for further marketing. CEO Wen Tao pulled out a cigarette from his arms and lighted it. I already knew that the person who made DITN as the model for the departmental store in Shuryen was Kang-yoon. I changed the songs to be played in the store, made the model perform in departmental store in large scale, and succeeded in marketing that I could not think of. With this power, DITN was able to debut successfully in China and succeeded in succession. Suddenly a cigarette burned in. She will not stay in Shuryen. It does not violate the convention. What? Ha ha ha, CEO Wen Tao was in a huff. Is it bluffing? Is it confident? For a while, Rang Tao CEO was in the spotlight with Kang-yoon. It was such a gentle but confident young man. Whether it is difficult to make an easy decision, Rwanda Tao CEO beats his employees to follow the wine. Let's be a gray molecule. After, this might be possible. The filtering element. Holding the filled wine glass, Wen Tao CEO pulled up the facial muscles. Soon the clatter sounded, and he freed the wine at once. Thank you. For more information, I will discuss this with Ruji. Rang Tao CEO and Kang-yoon got in touch. But Kang-yoon did not mind. Business in China is always a series of tensions. There are moments when it cannot happen, and I do not know when and how unpredictable things will change. Thank you very much. But with such a hiding mind, Kang-yoon laughed brightly with the wine at once. Highest departmental store. After finishing the meal with the people, I arrived at the company at about 5 p.m. 4 hours to eat. Chinese business meal is long. Kang-yoon came out of the car and shook his head as he watched the clock. I knew that business was very important to meals, but I could not imagine that it would be that long until lunchtime. Kang-yoon, who washed his toilet in the toilet, hurried to Seo Han-yu in the studio. Huh, is this okay? Let's take a little delay here. Is that so? Seo Han-yu and Park So-yeon were in trouble when they opened the studio door. Before I went, the notes that produced only white light were getting a little louder, and I was getting better music, and the two people were burning with enthusiasm. You do not need to be intimidated. Kang-yoon quietly closed the door and turned in studio. I met with Chu Manji CEO on the stairs trying to find documents pushed up to the office. This CEO, where are you going? Chu Manji had a lot of documents, including drawings, on his hands. Kang-yoon smiled and pointed to the drawing. Yeah. Did the concert chapter drawings come out? Yes. Hongkou Concert Hall is a floor plan and special device drawing. He wanted to tell me if I had anything to fix. I wanted to see if I could take care of it. CEO Chu Manji shrugged and handed the drawing to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon sat down on the stairs and narrowed the gap. I asked Choi team leader to fix the lighting. I do not think it has been reflected yet. Did you? I did not hear that story. As CEO of Chu Manji wondered, Kang-yoon's ministry became even narrower. 10 lights are the center. But I heard that. If there is a center in this location, it cannot be seen at all. So I need to fix this a while. 16 times and 14 times on the other side. I do not even know if I hear it. CEO Chu Manji shook his head to say that he did not know. Kang-yoon laughed softly on his face like this. Simple. The concert hall stage is very wide. Besides, we have a lot of people at stage. When I tested the stage with Choi team leader and basic lighting, I could not even shine the stage. Angle was a mess. I am correcting this. Huh. Yes, I think this CEO is even more amazing. Is this something I'm an expert? Is that so? I also apply it to pick up from here and there. I really have to leave it to a professional. CEO Chu Manji looked curiously as Kang-yoon corrected the position of the lighting and called Choi Kyung-ho. Certainly the CEO was not much to tell, and the details seemed to be detailing, and the team members could certainly work. I'll be a little tired. CEO Chu Manji gave a small morning and other drawings to those working under Kang-yoon. After the sale of Star Tower, MG Entertainment quickly settled down. Won Jinpyo chairman, and so on, quickly stabilized, including closing his relationship with Eric Dunn's capital, moving the office, and organizing the board of directors. Won Jinpyo chairman went to work ambitiously to find stability around himself. I got a lot of schedule for existing entertainers, and I also carried out projects in the company. Level. Thank you very much. Yay, you have translated your first segment. Himiki also. Yay, you have translated your first segment. Clear right. In the CEO's room, Won Jinpyo chairman was speaking in Japanese. His attitude was courteous, including a smile on his lips and a lightly bowed head. Yay, you have translated your first segment. So this time Helton album. Oh no. Percentage? Yay, you have translated your first segment. For a long time, while he was calling the author, he ended up sighing and hanging up. I tried to light a dying market, and the demand was dirty. Warming the cigarette, CEO Won Jinpyo sighed. Juwa has left, but the network connections that MG Entertainment has formed have been alive. I was trying to work in earnest with those connections, but it was not as good as I thought. If you did not have the right to go before, you'd have to shoot the paint. But now you have to actually get on the job. The pressure was too strong. Secretary Yang. I do not think so. A woman named Secretary Yang bowed her head and said nothing. CEO Won Jinpyo urged me to look at her. I do not think I have a reliable person. When Kang-yoon team leader was there. Stop talking about Kang-yoon. Won Jinpyo, CEO of Secretary Yang, stepped back and bit his mouth. When do you talk about your enemies? Josong Habnada, anyway. People are all Kang-yoon Kang-yoon. The secretary bowed his head, and CEO Won Jinpyo beckoned her hand out. When she closed the door quietly, he lighted the cigarette. Everyone is Kang-yoon Kang-yoon Kang-yoon. Are not you just going to the world? Looking out the window, CEO Won Jinpyo pulled it away. After the acquisition of Star Tower, MG remained stable, but the employees were strangely looking for Kang-yoon. Even if you did not want to mention what happened in the past, as an official document. Curses, One Jinpyo, CEO of the company, pulled out the cigarette in his arms and lighted it again. Unique music video recording day. Video recording was at 3 p.m., but Kang-yoon and Seo Han-yu headed to the filming site much earlier. Are you Anyong? I greeted the bishop and staff who had been preparing beforehand, and turned the drink, and entered the waiting room. The future of the makeup, Jin-yoon, made a particularly impeccable makeup to Seo Han-yu, and Kang-yoon checked the room and studio for missing things. Why do you have to do what you need to do? Manju, manager who grew up to be a manager who is now full of checks the condition of Seo Han-yu and made a furious sound. In fact, the CEO has been burdened with what the manager needs to do. Seo Han-yu knocked the manager's back on the side. But it's not what our CEO says. That's more scary. I do not have a well like a long time ago. I notice. The time passed quickly as I was making some makeup and chatting occasionally. After the studio setting, Seo Han-yu started the dress rehearsal. Grooved. Music with splendid lighting began to flood the studio. With the splendid costumes of Seo Han-yu, the purple lights blend together and the staffs burst out in silence. Kang-yoon also raised his hand from the back of the camera and breathed it. Oops, I think I can make a good move if I make a slight change in the part that goes to funk and it goes to the first time. It was the part where the strongest ray of light stood. It was going back to its original strength, which seemed to be something strong. I was sorry for that part. Thank you. While Kang-yoon was thinking about music, Seo Han-yu finished the rehearsal and came down to the studio. Han-yu. Kang-yoon approached her. Yes, CEO. Wait a minute, So-yeon will go to work? Kang-yoon, also called Park So-yeon, who was watching behind other cameras as a studio, asked if there was anything more necessary. Kang-yoon told the FD that he had to change for a while and set up 2 people on the controller. How are you going when you move from OPS Funk to the next song? There? I loop through it and repeat it. It's a part of the mood. Why this place? Let's modify it a little. A few days later, Kang-yoon, who did not say anything to their work, has just opened his mouth. Remaining time, 40 minutes. Seo Han-yu and Park So-yeon looked at Kang-yoon with a glance at the dam. Chapter 303. Do not do it. I know ya. Hey, there seems to be a monitor. Move them invisibly after them. The directors doubted the performances of the performers and frowned. Zhang PD, video recording is not pushing. In particular, the camera director directly spoke to Jang Soo-young PD. Let's wait for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? The song is in 5 minutes? Do Koreans do things like that? I can pull it down in 5 minutes, so I'll wait. I did not know about music, but the camera director knew that arranging was a very difficult task. The video recording time is likely to be pushed, everyone sighs, and some people go out to burn cigarettes. When the time was delayed, or the atmosphere seemed to be cold, the studio music frequently ended. Are you finished? Already one of the staffs who were about to leave the room with a cigarette turned their eyes to the studio with a strange look, and the audio director checked the acoustic gauges of the mixer and lifted his hand. Really done? He arranges to arrange. You're really pretty. Remove the monitor. I was surprised to hear that the video recording would be pushed to the time of the unexpectedly singer's work was finished early, shrugged, and went back to the studio. On the other hand, Kang-yoon, who returned Seo Han-yu to the waiting room, bowed his head to the steps to arrange the stage. Buhao Yisu, Baisi. Sorry. And I took a slightly different tone for the camera director and Jang Soo-young. Doi, Buchi, Debuki. Sorry. Jang Soo-young PD and the camera director were surprised. Kang-yoon's sorry word meant to be responsible. There are many meanings in saying that I am sorry, among which Kang-yoon included the meaning of being responsible for the word unreasonable. While I was playing unique music, I met quite a lot of Korean singer, but I have not met anyone who takes this attitude because of 5 minutes. Jang Soo-young PD was rather embarrassed. You do not have to do this. Number 5 minutes before the standby is not important. The camera director was as embarrassed as his behavior. He was in a hankering. Crunchy. Ginger. It's okay. Singer, please take good care of me. The camera director beckoned Kang-yoon to go to the waiting room quickly. After Kang-yoon's ceremony, he went to Seo Han-yu and the two muttered, looking at his back. I've seen a lot of singer from Korea, and I've never seen anyone like that before. First time in Jong PD? Yeah, it is definitely different. From the way people treat people to working. Is it because I did not spend a long time arranging? Shortly there was a red light in the studio, and a unique music video recording started. Shoots in. 1, 2, 3. The sound of the slate hit by the FD spread in the studio, and the darkness was deep. After 1, 2, and 3 seconds, the bouncing sound bounced through the studio. Seo Han-yu, who was wearing a headset and was dressed in red, was filled with studio lighting. She winked toward the front camera and started the tuning, adjusting the central effect of the controller. Then, the effect sound spread out, and the lighting set at once was turned on. The first song to emphasize the rhythm, bounce count, was the beginning. Whoa yeah Geo. Go Seo Han-yu jumped right hand toward the camera. Seiki lighting glowed brilliantly, and moving lights gorgeously moved to embellish the studio. Some of the staff members who knew the club songs heard her arms in her DJing, and Seo Han-yu fascinated them with various effects as audiences. The mood grew increasingly as the songs flowed. Agreed. In the eyes of Kang-yoon, white lights were lit up and notes were constantly added to the light. The light penetrated and influenced people, making them more and more involved in the show. However, it did not have a strong influence on people. The evidence behind them was a dumb look. It's okay yet. Looking at Seo Han-yu playing his own game, Kang-yoon put on his arm. It is the process of building a cornerstone now that the digital controller is pressed and the sound is unique. Seo Han-yu's DJing, Ryan, now features an electric sound that makes you drown. Along with that, the lights changed from red to purple. So far, it was fine. Seo Han-yu went to OPS Funk, naturally by raising the mood by pressing digital controller at the end of Ryan chorus. The problem is now. The white light was getting bigger and bigger. This is important. It sweated in the nose of the wicked Seo Han-yu. The remaining songs are 3 songs. She gave strength to the shaking hands and jumped lightly from the seat. 555 under the studio. The hands of 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 Seo Han-yu cheers, and the camera, or the director of the lighting, shook his shoulders. You carefully remove the arrow, and then bind the wound. OPS Funk's last chorus part. It was the part that I talked to Kang-yoon. Seo Han-yu slowly raised the volume of the sampling, which was just in time with Kang-yoon. Agreed. In the eyes of Kang-yoon, a ripple of light was revealed, unlike the rehearsal. When the last part of OPS Funk took a loop that repeated, she reduced the volume slightly. I played along with him the next song, as originally planned, with different sound effects. What? Here. I will take you unlike the original plan. It was linked to the refrain of the first Hajime, only once. Plus, it added intensity with a strong backspin. Then, at the moment, many notes were sucked into the light and made a giant ripple in the light. Together with him, the white light, which has been floating up to now, was painted in silver. Wow yup. Because of the excitement of the influence of silver, some of the staff shouted with both hands. Within a few moments, the other staffs calmed down. That power of silver was intense. While watching the director's face distorted, PD Chong opened his mouth. Great. I am a lot of people trained in music. It makes you jump into music without you knowing. PD said, if you use this broadcast accident, a better picture will come out. Seo Han-yu's DJing, which flowed properly, continued to be cheered by everyone, and video recording went that way that day. It is already the 7th reading of the script. Min Jin Seo, who was totally immersed in the script, calmed his breath and was pounding his voice. Yes, I drank some wine. I got drunk with the CEO. I was hungry for that guy, and I did not know him. It is. You're a bad guy. Eat well and live well, or not. EA fucker. Everyone breathed her breath into each one. Ili I got drunk. I did not get drunk. All of Min Jin Seo's acting squeezed into the trims with a crying voice. Yet, carrot. The scene ended with Min Jin Seo overturning on his desk, and the chiefs, including Chung Kyung, applauded Min Jin Seo's acting with applause. Agreed. Excellent. Okay, reading should be like this. Acting fell down was basic. He used to drink beer to drink coffee, sometimes even wrapping his opponent's neck in both hands and lighting his feelings. The passion of Min Jin Seo has also affected the hearts of other reporters, and the heat of the field has become increasingly hot. Min Jin Seo, who acted as the 7th transcript leader today, was all impressive to everyone. How many hours have passed? Excellent. Take a break. With the declaration of the General Secretary, the 6-hour scenario reading stopped for a moment. Hanul is already dark, but nobody seemed to think of going. Everyone seems to know. That reading will continue until late. Min Jin-seo, who came out of the lounge, pulled out the can of coffee from the vending machine and picked up his cell phone. Teacher, are you busy? No, it's fine now. Kang-yoon's voice, accompanied by canned coffee, was like a stress relief soft drink. Acting was fun, but I did not want to change this time with anything. It was really hard today. What? Just everything. I should have practiced a little more. Tone is just like that, and I do not know the personality of the character yet. Acting is it because of desire? Unlike the admiration of people, Min Jin-seo complained about his acting. It was different in character from Kang Ji-jun. It was a nuance, not a nuance to solve. As always, Kang-yoon listened quietly to her triumph. Min Jin-seo, whispering his story for a long time, bounced his finger to see if something had come up. All right, teacher, did not you say Hanyu room today? Sigh. I'm doing it right now. Right. I have to use this room. When Min Jin-seo became depressed, Kang-yoon said it was okay. It's okay to take it anyway. Let's see it after reading. Teacher, you're busy. I have not seen her face since last week. I can get about 2 hours even if I am busy. Min Jin-seo was happy, but a woman should also go to sleep. Yes, but today I think I'll be late. Yes. You did not think. I tried to see Korea for a while before I came to Korea. There is nothing I can do. Let's go and see. Well, Korea? Min Jin-seo got bruised for a moment. I tried to bounce back with a bit of sadness, but I do not know what Korea is like. But to my dismay, I heard a call to Kang-yoon on the phone, and I was sorry to say that I was disconnected. I am an entertainer, or a teacher is an entertainer. Looking at the phone, Min Jin-seo made a fuss over the crazy vending machine. DJ Chi Shai debuted in China in earnest through broadcasts and unique music of Dongbang Broadcasting Station AFDN. Korean female idol singer DJ debut. Shishi's history, which has been taught under the global DJ Carl Crack and has performed in the Chinese clubs, has become a hot topic. Chi Shai is totally sexy? It's okay? Did you play in the club? Hee hee. Just fine. The Office of World Studio, which is almost finished. Lee Hyun-ji opened his curved waist as he watched China reactions to Seo Hanyu. I put a shit on this one. China reaction was positive, and she relaxed with confidence. But Kang-yoon, who just arrived in Korea just before, shook his head, saying that it was not time to rest. Not yet. This stage is from now on. But I think I might enjoy it today. Lee Hyun-ji gave a light spoon, but Kang-yoon replied with a shrug. Kang-yoon stood in front of Lee Hyun-ji's desk when a newly hired female worker relaxed the tired coffee. Kang-yoon sat on one of her buttocks on her arranged desk. Are you almost done with the team separation now? Yeah. I wonder how much I struggled to meet the World Studio opening day. I do not need anything else. Please give me my vacation. Ha ha ha, is that what? Yes, you are. Lee Hyun-ji shook his head sharply to see if he was sick at work. Kang-yoon laughed at his appearance and threw a dash of words. You'll be on vacation instead of a bonus. Yoink. Why would you do this between us? Ha 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 ha, the office laughed, and the two enjoyed coffee time at night. Kang-yoon is an entertainer who went to China together, and Lee Hyun-ji had a conversation about people who met in Korea as a World Studio worker. Lee Hyun-ji then gave Kang-yoon a report titled Organization Chart. World Entertainment Organization Chart, World A&R, Artist and Repertoire. Specializing in singer planning and training. MO Company. Lee Kang-yoon Chairman World C&C, Culture and Contents, Actor Planning, Nurturing, Drama Contents, etc. Kang Ji-jun CEO World Classic, Ball Acting Stroke, Production Company. Choi Kyung-ho CEO It's Fine, Digital Music Service. John Hyung-taek Managing Director World Entertainment Director. Lee Hyun-ji Kang-yoon, who checked every detail of his staffing, paused to autograph the report. Company Independence, CEO title. It's all necessary. Would not it be better to have a CEO than a chairman? Why are you burdened? Lee Hyun-ji came in deeply and Kang-yoon closed his mouth when he was blocked. Then she opened her mouth with a pod. Would not it be ridiculous if the title of chairman is not appropriate for the representative of comprehensive entertainment that will oversee for companies? My lord, you refused it last time. There is no excuse to avoid. Does it make sense to have a CEO on top of the CEO? Kang-yoon was burdened by Lee Hyun-ji's lonely eyes. Chapter 304. I might be right as you said, but I am worried about whether I am still in place. Hide. Kang-yoon responded by stealing sweat from his face by hand. Thanks to Lee Hyun-ji, he was sick, but after a tempo, he persuaded that he could not withdraw this time. CEO, there is no big difference to being a chairman. As you are now, you can do your job by going back and forth between your field and office accounts. But there are a few secretaries to follow. According to the position of the world, the CEO needs to find the right place. I honestly do not understand. But I will not say more if you think of CEO. Lee Hyun-ji turned around with a windy sound. Her back was cold when she got angry. I was only angry with her awkward hand gestures. She asked again, have you been conscious of Mr. Chairman? It is not. Kang-yoon waved his head and denied it. Well, because there is no one who clarifies the history as much as the CEO. Then there is no problem. Time is not right yet. It is now. Bang. Lee Hyun-ji hit his desk firmly with his palm. Now everyone is acknowledging the CEO. Now that world is getting recognized as the best promoter. Lee Hyun-ji grabbed the hands of silent Kang-yoon. This is not just a matter of being a chairman or not. We just came to the top. It means we have to go a whole new way in the future. I do not think that I do not know what it means to pursue first place and to be ahead of me as first place. In this situation, the fact that the CEO is the chairman is like saying a strong declaration of war to all. Do not you have to go head first? As she said, the world has turned into the best entertainment company. Music, performances, drama, and so on. But from now on it was a new way. I will never be able to stay in the GNB even if I can say that it is a rival, Yulong, or a Nell. Is it time? Kang-yoon hesitated and settled. In my head, things have been passed one by one. After going back to the past, I became a planning team leader and took charge of Jua. Clear right. Please proceed. At the end of Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji just opened his face. Doing the hard work. There is a trick that makes it difficult to do things that are easy to do. It's not a day or two. Excuse me. When Kang-yoon lifted his forehead, Lee Hyun-ji frowned and said he was tired. Well, I'll treat you as CEO, no chairman, in the future. Then I will talk about the next schedule. Talk then. A door knocked open and Lee Hyun-ji's secretary came in. What happened? I do not think this is even a freshman. Lee Hyun-ji, who had been disturbed, set the day and shivered as if he had eaten a lot of fear. Secretary Moon. What's wrong? It was a secretary who had only seen her twice, but Kang-yoon remembered her new secretary and asked softly. Secretary Moon was a little calm and turned to Kang-yoon. Bar, I am sorry to interrupt, I am sorry. Huh, but I have to report it urgently. How so? I got contact from Yeonil. Our singer Lee Hyuna and Yun's Lane member Wit are saying that they are devoted. Kang-yoon, who had been traveling around the world for some time, had no idea at all. Lee Hyun-ji, who had been in charge of domestic affairs instead of Kang-yoon, changed his face to white when he could not understand anything at all. A leisurely afternoon. In a small rooftop room where the wind sounded scary, a man was screaming a bulging belly and was on the phone. Yes, Min CEO. It's me. What? Featured congratulations. He thanked him not to sound unnecessary. Han Ju-yun's scandal and edios were mistakenly written by the wrong CEO of Hidden Catch, who lost faith in the public and sued Lee Hyun-ji for the newspaper closure. The staff was almost out of it, and now they were living in paparazzi. I hate it. This time I got caught. Have you tried talking? That's right. Yokshi, however, the person who knew the post-famous posture, did not open his mouth easily when he saw the liver. A while. Are you talking about worlds? What could it be or not? I noticed. Something. The eye after the famous was scary. What? Yes. Yeah, that's it. The serpent is also different. Stop playing around. Spit out. All right, motherfucker. Do you know that this time is a world of concerts and a concert in China? You know what? It's a feast for those who have it anyway. What? Is it scandal among women? The famous fellow spit out, but the other person was murmured in a surprised tone. Well, are you going? He's not dead yet. What's wrong with you? Yes. If you pretend, you should be right. Two of the worlds were scandalous. World White Moonlight vocals and Yunsu Lane is invisible. To the house on the car. Only 10 pictures are valid. That's right. Now in a sensitive time, scandal between two company singer. White Moonlight it's not easy to say that it's an idol. It said that it can be overturned, but Irene is a man idol singer. There was a point that there was a clear conflict between the two companies. Maybe try to suture desperately. Famous immediately recognized the purpose of the caller. Will you use me as a bullet? What are you doing? Maybe I can give Lee Kang-yoon a shot. Or is that good? Do not hate me. Cuckoo. For a long time, the famous person laughed. That was his fault. Even if it is a reporter, it is a force to deal with both the company and the world, two companies at once. Even though the work was good and Hantang could do it, it could not be kept still by the attitude of the world. It was an apple, poisonous. Agreed. Send it. Ha 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 ha. I've seen people well. Wait, I'll send it right away. But after the famous did not hesitate. Anyway, I had no more to lose. I've already gotten off to a good start with the world. When the other party received the email address, he immediately abandoned the call. Soon after I opened the mail, 10 photos were sent by e-mail, including the man and woman sharing the crowd in the car, the woman entering the house, and the affectionate man and woman wearing their arms together. It is not, because it is the base of the base. Famous Ho woke up with a mean smile. It does not matter whether he is a bullet receiver or not. After receiving a report from Secretary Moon, Kang-yoon immediately contacted Yun's CEO and confirmed the contents. An hour ago, a reporter came to the headquarters of Yun's, and Lee Hyun-ah and Wit had sent together photos taken at the car, at home, and at night. The problem is that there are no clear requirements and sources are unclear. It was not easy to establish a strategy because the opponent was unknown. After having an appointment with buyers in China and telling Chu Manji that he will report later, the vice CEO stopped the call. Our apologies. It is my insult. Lee Hyun-ji, who touched the cold cup of coffee that Kang-yoon had been talking to throughout the conversation, could not lift his head. In the meantime, I have been responsible for domestic affairs. Instead of Kang-yoon. But Kang-yoon was calm. Responsibility is important, but I think we should discuss how to do it. It's real. Hyun-ah is also great. How did you romance with the manager? CEO. Now is the time to talk about it. The more time to do this, the better we have to spare. Kang-yoon was so calm even though he was calm. Lee Hyun-ji was rather sanctified. After a while, the door opened and manager Kang-ju SEO, who is in charge of White Moonlight, came in. Lee Hyun-ah, who went to other managers and schedules, said he would stop by the company 2 hours later. Lee Hyun-ji banged his lips and threw coldly as he sat down on the couch with his face shrugged off. River manager. Did you know Hyun-ah was dating Wit? River manager. Our apologies. He talked in a massive tone and bowed his head. Lee Hyun-ji tried to beat him in a more urgent mind than usual calmness, but Kang-yoon hit the timing well. The centuries later. It does not make sense that the river manager did not know that Hyun-ah was romancing. We are determined. It is my insult. First, let's hear from the reason. Kang-yoon got up from the stalemate and sat down with Kang-jun manager. Hyun-ah said that it was too bad with the person he liked before. I did not want to be disturbed by anyone, but I wanted to be good. There is a weakness in my mind. Clear right. Since when did you meet Wit? Last winter. Hyun-ah is very hard at that time, and memory is clear. White Moonlight had a lot of schedule at the end of the year. Was not there such a report? When Lee Hyun-ji asked Kang-yoon that he was the first to explain, Kang-yoon urged him. Something happened at the end of the year. Yes, that's right between us and Yoon. You are in a good mood. I had a duet stage at the end of the year, and the two of us met for the first time. That was the moment. It's a flare-up case. It was a bad situation, but Kang-yoon asked many things coolly. How often have you met so far? He asked all the trivial things, and he answered Kang-yoon's questions intense. Kang-yoon, who had all the things Lee Hyun-ji thought he needed, while shooting Kang-yoon's manager with a snappy eye, slowly dropped the pen. Clear right. From now on, it's time for company to work. Now let's talk about the river manager. I am determined. At Kang-yoon's heavy talk, Kang-jun manager bowed his head. The celebrity's romance report, the most important report missing the responsibility of raising the situation, could not be avoided. As the manager team leader for White Moonlight, I believe that Kang-jun's manager is not qualified. The manager should be warmer than the celebrities, but at times cooler than anyone else. No objection? Yeah. For the time being, we will replace White Moonlight's team leader with another manager. Kang-jong's manager will act as an EDIO's team member in China from the bottom again. Stay away from China for 2 days. Is there an objection? Service accounts. Try to get out. After Kang-yoon CEO's manager dies and goes out, Lee Hyun-ji calms down the shaking eyes. I sat across from Kang-yoon. This leads to problems, because team leaders give full control to celebrity management. When I was in MG, I could not think of it. I think the punishment is weak. Would not it have been more of a gamble? Kang-yoon shook his head. We're just about to take a seat now. And MG is a bureaucracy that directors hold tight. It was good to give directions vertically, but did not it have the disadvantage of being weak to change as well? We've seen the drawbacks and have given the team leaders a lot of authority. Do not you have to drag this side effect? Nevertheless. Lost. Lee Hyun-ji ordered a secretary to order a cup of tea. In the past, like when Kim Ji-min's manager made a mistake, he was going to discipline and train him strongly and put him back on the scene. The manager, who had been disciplined, was doing great in the field. Shortly after the car came out, Lee Hyun-ah, the main culprit, entered the CEO's office. After the ceremony, she ran without changing clothes, and her red dress was pierced. Kang-yoon took off her jacket on the hanger and threw it to her. Sit down. Lee Hyun-ah, who was in a cloak, sat up blankly and glared at his seat. This person who has seen for a long time has not changed greatly. Do what you say. Do not have. Lee Hyun-ah came up with Lee Hyun-ji instead of Kang-yoon. Hyun-ah, how many people are now because of Hyun-ah? I'm sorry, Director Yuni, especially to you. Hyun-ah. As Lee Hyun-ji's voice gradually descended, Lee Hyun-ah jumped, but the sunken eyes did not shake. Is it all right if I break up? Wait, now the point is good. Can I break up with Appa? When Lee Hyun-ah was angry at Lee Hyun-ah's attitude, Kang-yoon muttered in a loud voice. Hyun-ah, do you think that you are called because of the romance? Is not it? Kang-yoon grabbed her forehead in her eyes, a horse-headed horse. Chapter 305. There is no reason to be so serious about romance. Why the last time Han Ju-yeon was a fan of the company, I was outraged. It was like saying why you ignore yourself. Kang-yoon took off his forehead and bounced his fingers. Ju-yeon is. Hyun-ah, idol and band vocals do not have the same direction. It's the same family in the world anyway. The story kept counting to another place. It seems as if I have been firmly committed. Kang-yoon, who thought he had no conclusions, stopped for a while and turned his lips into a cold car. Lee Hyun-ji, who was quietly listening, asked, Hyun-ah, what CEO wants to talk about is why he did not talk to company. If the company does not know and the epidemic breaks out, we cannot protect Hyun-ah. I was told by Appa. Yeonil is also in a mood for renewal with airing. Besides, the member Wit is also idle. Do you have any concerns about Hyun-ah? Although Lee Hyun-ji spoke reasonably well, Lee Hyun-ah did not think about the last days. I do not care if I do not have any contracts anyway. The article says that Appa is okay. Now that you've got a touch on romance, it's over. It does not make sense that I did not talk to the company. I do not want to say that. Lee Hyun-ji, who could not stand, was shot on the forehead. Listen to me. It looks like a child. What does Hyun-ah think about company now? My lord, I have never ignored company. Are you ignoring this now? I do not know anyone else, but I do not understand why Hyun-ah does this to Kang-yoon chairman. I did not hear the word chairman for the first time. I have not had a word with 10 mouths. I tucked it up to the manager and kept it secret. Why do you get Hyun-ah's work to be heard by other company people? If you do not believe us, my lord. Kang-yoon restrained Lee Hyun-ji when the conversation intensified and was about to go beyond the water level. Chairman, if you keep getting chairman, I'd better cool off my head. All right. Lee Hyun-ji, who chose to breathe in the thought that he was too out of his way, scrambled and shut the door. I apologize to you for sure. Your actions are definitely wrong. Yeah? Lee Hyun-ah nodded, and Kang-yoon grabbed the chocolate on the table and unpacked it and handed it to her. The sweetness of chocolate seemed to relax little. Kang-yoon asked again. Lee Hyun-ah, who had been bowing his head like a sinner. Let's solve what matters now. Are you still going to meet Wit? I'm not a bad person. Kang-yoon nodded to say that he would meet more. All right. I do romance in the middle of the night, so I can sing. If it was an idol. All right. If you want to do romance, do it. Thank you. One is. Let's go over the problem now. Why did not you tell the company? Lee Hyun-ah has long hair covering her face like a sinner. It looks like you do not want to see it. He shook his shoulders and shook his shoulders, but he had no consideration. I did not want to talk. What CEO? I never. I did not want to talk. Kang-yoon was embarrassed. Whether this is a word or a phrase. What do you mean? What? Why? Do not touch my last pride. It was hard to decide. Then I turned down her mind, and it came to my mind. I still think it will remain as a sequel. But, because of that manager Appa, how can it not be? She asked carefully, but Kang-yoon shook her head firmly. It's hard. Anyway, as a manager, I have not been responsible for, and Hyuna will be responsible too. Yes, I'm determined. Our apologies. Let's not do this from now on. I do not feel good about you. I have a duty to protect you. After the story, Lee Hyuna rose from his seat. When she was about to open the door, she turned to Kang-yoon at the window and said bitterly, "Do you know that? What? CEO is the worst person." Lee Hyuna, who died in the office, leaned on the sofa after Kang-yoon was tired. But the rest was not long. The cell phone rang loudly, and a call was made to Chu Manji, CEO, in China. I've heard from the vice CEO. At this time, Chu Manji, chief executive officer, said, "It's been an honor. Have you talked to Wit?" "Yeah. I finally came to China because of DITN and talked about it. It's romance in the re-signing season. The guy who was nice at the time is having an accident at this time. Thanks to that, I'm going to take some sweating. This CEO, I cannot say anything." "Ha, I was rather nervous from the sound of a cool laugh. What's up?" "Oh." On the other hand, Lee Hyun-ji, who came into the office after calming down, sat quietly at the Kang-yoon talking. Kang-yoon, who beckoned to wait for Lee Hyun-ji for a while, kept on talking. Men and women do not want to be free. Right? Did Wit ever do romance before? I heard that it was not until the end of the day before. Ha ha. I am not crazy about men because I am crazy about music. Last time in the club. Whoops. It's too far out. The heavy theme came, but the two talked comfortably, like chatting. I cannot help being a man. Yes. I wish I could sing like Kim Jae-hoon of the world. This time, the CEO is a little grumbling. This time it's scandal. I was surprised that the managers on the Wit did not seem to know. I cannot worry. Yes, I was banging manager and coordin all over the place. This time, I have to play to Jew. My head hurts. I have to stop the article somehow. Is it a renewal season? If so, it's not just scandal. If it goes wrong, it could damage the company image. Yeah, the time is not good. If a member's epileptic blows in the re-signing season, if it gets a little inflated, it will come out with different scenarios. I'm trying to cut down the cost of the star to lower the cost. Do not you want to kill the star to go elsewhere? Certainly companies like you are not going to stay. CEO Chu Manji spoke briefly and talked low. I feel sick, but I think I will split between the two. CEO, I would like this CEO to follow my opinion. CEO Chu Manji seemed unlikely to retire. Even if it was hard, I would not come to the mystery, and I did not know it would be good. But Kang-yoon thought differently. If you break it this way, you'll have a sequel. CEO, do not you have to turn off suddenly? Is not it the first thing to look for someone who has sent a picture? We leave the kids to the kids, and we think it's time to do our job. Chu Manji, CEO, paused to answer the question. We do not even know who got the picture. I looked up the post office at the addressee, but could not find out at all. I only knew the pictures were authentic. Recipient unknown. I smell it. So I feel bad. Ramian, who was aiming for money, would have appeared himself. I do not know. Why? I think you want me to contact you. Same idea. This CEO. I'd rather talk to the kids. Think of a renewal. I do not think this is a problem that would be solved simply by singer. Chu Manji ended the call without answering what to do with the singers. Lee Hyun-ji, who listened to the two calls quietly, said with a serious face, "The person who sent the photo is strange. I think the same. I'm sure there's something I want in the world or in Yeonil. I'm not sure. Maybe there is something you want for both companies." Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon, both of whom made various guesses about who sent the photos, organized the scenarios. Underground, studio of Yunli Entertainment China branch. After Chu Manji's CEO and vigorous star, Jin Sung, sitting in front of the mixer, sighed and listened to the phone. I'm fine. I did not say anything. Oh, it's okay. I believe only Appa. His face was stiff, but his voice was soft. The voice of the woman who heard from the telephone was also very warm whether it went over to the limp. Of course I do. However, this should not cause any problems in renewing the contract. It is. Our Hyuna, do you have a beautiful horse? In the liquid crystal, The heart was surrounded by the name, Hyuna, and the honey was dropped on the right side. The story that started from anxiety led to a message of love. Did not Yunsel say anything? Our CEO? What did you say anything? Little bit I did not say. Anything big? Tell me. Ew, it's not a big deal. We've been doing secret romance for a while. It's a little confused because of it. It's because of me. Lee Hyuna was crying. It was her fault that they did not inform the company. However, her intuition was very strong. Do not cry. Thanks to the thrill, and felt good. The currency continued for more than 30 minutes. By the time the cell phone was getting hot, Lee Hyuna said in an urgent voice, "Oh, the kids are coming. I think I should just quit. Just me. Will we go into the white moonlight? Shall we tell our CEO?" Real I was having fun talking, and it took 10 minutes to finish the conversation. After barely talking on the phone and dropping his cell phone, Ji-sung leaned over the chair and took his arm to his neck. Oh, she is cute. I do not romance on taste. I watched a picture of Lee Hyuna singing with his cell phone photo, and I was reminded of a man with Chu Manji CEO who was a while ago. Break up. Chu Manji did not even try to hear his story. Scandal seems to never tolerate. Chu Manji's decision was firm, even in his words, whether or not the article should be blocked. It's clearer that the cause is gone rather than stopping the article. There was no compromise. Wu Jinsheng, who had been preparing for various things while crossing to China, had no anger over Chu Manji's sincere attitude. Are you going elsewhere? I think this is the first person to act. His pride was scratching. The mixer head was placed in a complex mind. Ding dong. I lifted my arm to the sound of a cell phone letter and turned the screen blank. Is it okay to call for a minute? GNB Kim Young-hoon. The shortness of character in the short text rose from the start to the end. Not long ago, he was the manager of GNB Entertainment, who received his business card and handed in his clothes, for example. Chewing is the answer, is not it? Chewing? However, I did not want to pay attention to Chu Manji's behavior a little while ago. Yes. The short answer came shortly. You're Anyong, Mr. Witt. Anyong Hazio. The two men, who had briefly given their regards and finished the exploration, soon entered into the matter. This time I heard an interesting rumor. Interesting rumor? Not really. It's a rumor. It was a story that Mr. Witt was doing romance with Mosing. Ha ha ha, that's funny, is not it? Ha ha ha, it was funny, but the moment was upset. Did not the rumor spread so far? I was laughing because the source was unclear. We are interested in watching our interest. Now you have. Sure. But what? No matter how. Our GNB can embrace the romance wit. Oh, what did you think? In the story of the other party, the intrinsic nature was confused, and it was not easy to speak out. Chapter 306. Donkey Hyun grabbed Kang-yoon, holding his braid, and going to the porch. Already at 2 a.m., I was waiting for myself in the late hours, so I was surprised. Do not wait to grow up. How long are you looking to grow up? I do not know. When I was worried about it, I came back. Kang-yoon twisted the ball of Hyun with a smile. Why did not you come along? Bajiami Madania, Bob was eating properly? Good to eat, cheap, and slept well. That's right, Dalia, haha, it hurts. The funny thing was that Hyun's ball was stretched and reduced. Hyun went to the kitchen saying that Appa's jokes were ridiculous and grunted and washed quickly. You came home. I sat on the sofa for a while and got my eyes closed. Externally, big things such as the acquisition of Star Tower, concert, etc. have surfaced, but it seemed calm without much change. Type Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon, who was working late at night, got out of the room and hugged Kang-yoon. Was he working? Yeah. Hyun, and I was about to talk to Kim Jae-hoon about music, but Hyun's voice came from the kitchen. Donkey, I'll wash it first. All right. Jae-hoon. Let's talk later. Appa got into the bath and showered and changed into a pink pajamas prepared by his brother. Hyun was preparing refreshments in the living room as he came out of the room. Who is Hyun? Hyun, sitting on the couch and mowing the boat, had a smile on his mouth. Now she could not find any traces of her suffering from illness. Appa, why do you look like that? If you like it, just say good. Hey, enjoying the shame of. Appa, Hyun called out to Kim Jae-hoon, who was working in the middle of nowhere, in a loud voice. Soon Kim Jae-hoon sat next to me and Hyun, and Kang-yoon followed him to the car. Are you two working? Huh. Juyeon I and Risk gave me some songs. I want to sing at the concert. Jae-hoon was on the same schedule with Appa. Kim Jae-hoon unfolded the music sheets he brought. Kang-yoon raised his hand to the chin as he watched the sheet of paper being painted in black. Sweet melody, yes? Is this a new one? Yeah. I have to be the next song. It's different. I added it to raise it. Really? Kang-yoon became proud of himself because everyone cooperated and did something without him. After tea time, Kang-yoon listened to a song arranged by two people. Kang-yoon gave various suggestions as he saw the notes making the white light. As I talked about music, it was about 5 a.m. at night. After 3 hours. Kang-yoon, who woke up to the alarm sound, walked out of the house with a slice of bread. Yoon, who was awkwardly eyed, was a torch to eat rice, but Kang-yoon appealed to his younger brother for coming to the company early in the evening and headed for the company. You are Anyong. Anyong Haeseo. Kang-yoon entered the lobby and greeted the staff and headed to his office at the top. I did not have a name sticker yet, but the office had everything I needed, including a big TV, a monitor, and a lot of speakers. The director is also true. She was busy, so she could not tell her what she needed. Kang-yoon was once again amazed at her workability. After sitting on the seat and turning on the monitor, Secretary Moon came in shortly after the beautiful paperwork. Anyong, Chairman. Anyong Haeseo. Secretary Moon. It's a chairman. Still formally. I am ordering you. The secretaries all told me to unify their title to the chairman. It is better to follow the words of Lee Hyun-ji, an office worker, than Kang-yoon, who frequently vacates his office. Kang-yoon, who understood her grievances, clicked on to say that she had to stop. The car. There are many. Kang-yoon took a break in a huge amount of payment documents. The director asked me to do it. It was the hardest thing to pay for the paper instead of chairman. Please tell me you have suffered. When I looked at the documents piled up to the chest, Kang-yoon's back sweat flowed. After Secretary Moon left, Kang-yoon began to review the paperwork. Classic S. Honko Concert Hall upstage installation is not a payment. The process of importing equipment from USA to China. Special device payment was very thick. It is a special equipment that can only be produced by USA. There was a lot of content in the documents, even if the equipment was not included in the prepared documents. This is what Team Leader Choi does. There is nothing else. Kang-yoon confirmed the documents and confirmed the painting of Choi Kyung-ho. Kang-yoon went through the paperwork at a fast pace, as he was checked with a highlighter to make it easier to see the important parts. After completing the autograph on the world class, Kang-yoon listened to the payment documents. The number of subscribers is increasing. The sound source problem is also being solved. It was good news. Some of the famous singers' sources were still in discussions, but now many singers' sources are being served through its pines. In addition, prices and sound quality were still more competitive than other sound sources. Private audition. Kang Ji-jun, who is in charge of C&C, has raised the issue of wanting to see a private audition. Kang-yoon gave an autograph, saying that he had 3 candidates and he would watch audition within a month. Finally, after reviewing the entertainment-related documents that Kang-yoon handled directly, the day became dim. It's hard. Kang-yoon stood up and stretched out. So I took care of all the things that needed his approval. He's gone home. I thought I would have a drink, but the phone rang. CEO? The director looks for you. The customer visits. At the request of Secretary Moon, Kang-yoon put on a jacket and headed for the boardroom. As he walked into the boardroom, a guest in a long coat was waiting for him. Do you Anyong? It is called Min Young-hwan, CEO of Entertainment Capsule. It's Lee Kang-yoon. After shaking hands, Kang-yoon looked closely at a man called Min Young-hwan. It was the impression that the thin face, which does not match with the round face, seemed to be eyesable. And also, romance capture Ramian, since Hidden Catch I heard that the company is the most persistent giggling company. Kang-yoon, who received the business card, started talking with concealed tension. I heard a lot of Mr. Chung's words. Thank you for visiting. I have been searching for such a thing. I do not know what to do. Putting his business card in his wallet, Kang-yoon turned his eyes toward Lee Hyun-ji. In front of her, the men and women put on their arms with each other, and the pictures they held were unfolding. Kang-yoon picked up the picture. The first meeting seems to be a bad relationship. Kang-yoon, who found Lee Hyun-ah in the picture, laughed his voice down. I am very sorry that my first Star Tower visit is like this. On the other hand, CEO Moo Young-hwan smiled smugly. Lee Hyun-ah and Hyun-sung's car from the date of the hug to the 10 pictures could be used as an article right away. It was also a fight against time, because I cannot tell who and when to write it besides myself. Kang-yoon asked the CEO of Minding Won. It sounds like we have something we want. Nevertheless, too, I think we can have a conversation with this CEO. Mong Kwan-hwang, CEO of Mitsuwan Kwan, raised his tongue. Here is the director and the young. I cannot speak. The work story seems to be my taste for men. Afterwards. Since then, Lee Hyun-ji had a keen eye toward him drinking with his hand. But his daring attitude did not change. In his attitude, Kang-yoon came out cold. Just tell us the truth. Heh. Clear right. Excuse me. Ming Young-hwan's CEO's mouth touched up. 100 million won per picture. 10 are total billions. Please think that you throw it to a poor reporter, and I hope. Lee Hyun-ji said before his speech. We have never compromised any reporters until now. That principle will not change. My lord, the principle is to wake up. Please think carefully about which side you are holding the hilt. Lee Hyun-ah. Yes, but you have to think about the relationship with Yun-lai. Lee Hyun-ji was not able to speak to him. New contract and wit, there Lee Hyun-ah. I could not easily refuse or accept it. Chung Chung-hwan, who turned his eyes to silent Kang-yoon, continued. Who will do the greatest thing? Let the little guy like me do the trick, and this CEO sees more. I thought it was soldering. I must refuse. Even before his speech, Kang-yoon lifted his hand. For CEO, if you come that way, we do not compromise on this. Go ahead and do what you need to do. He got bruised for a moment. I was tied up to Yun, so I thought I could hear at least thinking about it. I do not want to be rejected. I thought it was a bluff, and when I saw Kang-yoon, his eyes had power. The CEO, who was embarrassed, laughed. Do not you regret it? I do. Not. I'll tell you one thing. I'll be ready for that too. The filtering element. I look forward to it. I hope it is not a bluff now. CEO Mu Young-hwan, who felt that there was no room for compromise, got up and rose. After he left, Lee Hyun-ji asked in an anxious voice, Is it really okay? Ming Young-hwan, I heard that money is a person who cannot afford ramen. I've gotten a lot of provocations, and I'm going to act somehow. Maybe I'll try to move Yun. It's yours that is more urgent than us. The important thing is that you will not be able to get an article right away. Well, I guess that's what you want the most from your talking. I think you are going to tighten between us and Yun. Yeah, there is nothing to be afraid of knowing the purpose. I have to talk to Chu. Kang-yoon, who was about to leave early, returned to his office and called Chu Manji CEO. China's studio of Yunsel Entertainment. I'm looking for you. Through a dark cave, Dietin S. Song, in front of the computer while the rainbow was flowing, was looking at a business card with a blank eye. GNB Entertainment Manager Chief Kim Young-hoon. When I received my business card, I had no idea, but after talking with Chu Manji CEO and talking with this person, my heart was shaking. Our GNB can embrace the romance wit. Break up. The last words of a man named Manager and Chu Manji CEO spoke together, keeping the point where he gives the most necessary things to him now and with his existing agency. The choice was not easy. Great. Time is up. At best, the result is less than 10 seconds. It was not much different from when I first received the song. I was sighing watching the clock, and I heard the popularity. Senior, you are here. It was Kim Ji-suk who decided to visit. Unlike the wish to be late, he welcomed her. I just came in time. Yeah, I want to hear it soon. Is that so? As Kim Ji-suk sparkled his eyes as he pulled out a story to be heard, he was intimately scratching the ball. That Ji-suk, I'm sorry. He talked to me. The song has not finished yet. Kim Ji-suk muttered with an unhappy face as he saw his sorry man. All right. Sorry. No, arranging is not easy. All right. She clapped her hands to see if something came up. Why do not you talk to Kang-yoon composition? Is that world CEO? Company also has a lot of good composition. Lee Hyun-ah, there was a job, and his face was frowned on his own, but Kim Ji-suk did not care about it. When we were troubled, he helped us a lot. Senior will definitely help you. Hey Ji-suk, I do not belong to the world. Senior. Kim Ji-suk grabbed his hand. Kim Ji-suk, the usual glazed image, had never been so strong. Really? I know the number, please try. Okay. All right. Kim Ji-suk said he would come tomorrow and went out to the studio. I received the phone number of Kang-yoon, and Jin Sung burst into Laughter. World CEO, and I have something to say. I shook my head and started working on the song. For hours later. Haha, I have no idea. Hyunsung eventually turned off the computer. There was no progress in toxic work today. I've been circling around the same part for 4 hours. However, there was an uproar and it was a joke that it was hanging on to overcome somehow. Hit it, hit it. I was lying on the floor and I looked up at the ceiling. When I look at the orange light with no focus, Kim Ji-suk said to me, "Why don't you talk to Kang-yoon composition?" I'm crazy. I did not say that, but he hit his head a few times, but he finally picked up the phone. I pressed the long number and waited for a while. I heard the voice of the man who listened first. Lee Kang-yoon of World Entertainment. Oh me? Yes, please. Although the momentary speech was blocked by a confident voice, Jin-sung spoke up and spit the saliva. Oh, Anyong. It's called the wit of that spinning. Oh, it is Jin-sung. Good day. Unexpectedly, when the opponent came out with a soft voice, Jin-sung started to talk with a little heart. Chapter 307. That? I contacted you about the song problem. Ah, Ji-suk, I got a call from you. It's a rainbow. Thankfully, Kim Ji-suk has said this. Then the story was fast. Yeah, I'm afraid I'll sound rude, but I wanted to get help, so I contacted you. The innocence carefully, cautiously confronted me. To him, Kang-yoon was a terrible opponent, but he was also a singer. The music troubles have transcended individual conflicts. Kang-yoon, who is familiar with the characteristics of such singer, responded calmly. You did? Can I help you with something? My partner gave me a favor too easily, but I missed the Mac, but sent the file by email. Kang-yoon listened and said he would contact him, and he called off. I did not think I would hear. Things seem to be solved so easily. I thought of more. How many more are you asking from the idea of being a fugu? I was afraid. I was trying to get my head mixed up, but the phone rang. Jin-sung, I heard the song well. How about this? Kang-yoon responded softly to the crawling voice. It was very nice to decorate the beginning with a string, but after 8 seconds, it's probably getting stuck. When I compare it with the previous song, I think it may be because I am feeling a little more distracted. The original song had a more calm atmosphere and attracted people, but I do not think this arrangement has a catch. You have seen it properly. The feeling of being sucked. I wanted to make that feeling. The effect is hard to win. It's frustrating. Once in preset, Kang-yoon gave various advice. I listened to the samples and talked to him and found that he rarely used some effects, such as presets and filters. Kang-yoon's story was written down, and Kang-yoon hit his knees. Ow, I've erased the effect for a natural feel. It's poison. Yeah, I think I should try various things once I think that there is nothing I do not need. How did it help? Yeah, thank you very much. I felt the chest was cool. Such music advice was not easy to hear. We have expressed our gratitude many times. I can easily release music thirst, but there was still something in my mind. That. Do you need anything more? That. I do not need to. EW CEO. Go ahead. In fact, I thought that CEO would have bad feelings for me, so I did not think I could hear music advice. Thank you very much. The words that flowed from the phone stopped. The innocence swallowed the saliva and waited for Kang-yoon's words. Soon, I heard a calm voice. As CEO of World Entertainment, of course, it is not a good feeling. Our apologies. But what rights do men and women like to each other, and what will stop them from meeting? After that, Jin-sung is honest. I did not see him, but I think he's a pretty good guy. CEO, I was in awe. I hear that from Lee Hyun-ah's CEO, not his CEO. I will not support you, but I hope the meeting of the two will have a positive result. Thanks to be observed. I will quit. After finishing the conversation, Jin-young looked down at his cell phone. Lee Kang-yoon and Lee Kang-yoon are the singers I do not. Given the unexpected resilience, Jin-sung sped back to work. Kang-yoon tried to return to China immediately after finishing his work in Korea, but he delayed his return to Korea. With a sudden Lee Hyun-ah. Within the company, Lee Hyun-ah's scandal was the only one who knew about Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ah. It was Lee Hyun-ji's judgment that the work could be counted. In the office, Kang-yoon was on the phone with CEO Chu Man-ji. Entertainment capture. I think they are the ones who sent us pictures. The voice heard was dark. As for Yoon, the contract can be influenced by how the company responds to the scandal. I think I am the same person. Yoon's photos and our photos match. After the reporter's return, Lee Hyun-ji exchanged photos with Yoon Lee. The same 10 pictures. Kang-yoon and CEO Chu Man-ji both thought entertainment capture was a shake-up to holding two companies. Yes, I think he wants money from us or world. It seems like that. I think we are more interested in the spinning than we are. What? Chu Man-ji, CEO, did nothing. Hyuna is not that big when the scandal is revealed. We do not get much. But the spinning is different. It would be this kind of thing that made us face-to-face and approaching Yunsel without revealing his face. Huh. It would have been necessary to create a sense of fear. We do not want the scandal to be publicized, but if we threaten it without seeing it, we cannot afford it. By the way, why did it appear in the world? I wanted to put more pressure on Yoon. I think, if it did, we would have torn the money in our world. If we did not talk to the CEO, it would have shed that fact. Great. Scandal is better for less people. They used this hearing. If you use the hearing, the two companies will be between you, and you can aim at the gap. CEO Chu Man-ji said in low tone. What do you think the CEO will do in the future? It was the most important story. Yin Lee already said that scandal should not be publicized, but Kang-yoon did not say that he would do it clearly. CEO Chu Man-ji was curious. I have two things to tell you. First, I want to respect Hyuna's thinking. Respect your thoughts? Wait. CEO, I think this is the best way. At the end of Kang-yoon, CEO Chu Man-ji said, CEO, it means that you will admit between the two. Now if you know what it is, and what they are saying. Yeah, I know that. So I think this is the best. Wit is idle, but it's time to release it. Idle is an idol. The Wit was over 30 years old. Besides, you told me that you want to let Wit act as a singer rather than an idol. If so, I think I can afford this kind of paranoia. If the CEO allows it, the renewal will be much easier. You said you had a contract renewal. If you look at the Wit now, it seems like you value freedom more than money. CEO Chu Man-ji was silent. Kang-yoon's usual word was Ramian, but he did not understand what he said. Does idol make romance? Company allowed it? I admit that Wit is an old idol. But the idea does not change easily. CEOs, I have to think about the last day. If you do this in Yongin at company, you will have nothing to say to DITN or Edios. Now they are the big axis of the company. When the time comes, you can promise to free yourself. Yeah, now's precedent will be a good precedent for Wit. Who? I heard a long sigh on the phone. The romance of Idol was betrayal to fans, and it was a matter of causing ripples even within company. The sneaky romance had all the reasons. But Kang-yoon's statement made sense. Idol was also a person in the end. Besides, if he does what he says, he can give what he wants most. After a long deliberation, CEO Chu Man-ji said, Clear right. I will do as the CEO says. Yeah. Ho. So, I can go ahead and plan with confidence. Plan Kang-yoon smiled. Yeah. So Chu CEO must move a little faster, Yeoju. Is it me? How? Please tell Wit that you allow free romance today. Later, Chu Man-ji CEO and Kang-yoon exchanged a few more stories and finished the conversation. Kang-yoon, who dropped the phone, called the waiting Secretary Moon. Did you call, Chairman? Chairman's voice is not easy to adapt. Secretary Moon, I am now a daily entertainment reporter and an entertainer. Clear right. Where can I catch it? Here, office. If you give me a good scoop in the world, you'll be right there. Yes, Chairman. After Secretary Moon left, Kang-yoon prepared the photos and prepared to meet reporters. After hearing the advice to Kang-yoon, the work of Jin-sung went to work Seishin Lee. Why? Did not you do this? I manipulated the round tubes and icons of the monitor and laughed at the intimacy. Actor of the arranging program and did not use the functions that already known because of stereotype. I did not think that the blocked road would be so cool. Yuri my heart like a castle, Duru Lulu, Puffy. Listening to the voice of Kim Ji-suk flowing with the string, Jin-san closed his eyes. The most satisfying song was coming out. At that time, the cell phone oscillated. Child, it was Chu Man-ji's phone call. Hyun-sung turned off the music and received a phone call. Yes, CEO. Just get up to the office. Jin-sung turned to Chu Man-ji's office with his face firm. Sit down. Chu Man-ji CEO did not immediately speak out. I could not even open my mouth easily. Chu Man-ji CEO said hardly after so long. I'm sorry. For that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I told you not to romance the last time. I do not know what you mean. The intention was to clap your eyes. CEO Chu Man-ji, who covered his face with a mug, continued to say, Is that so good? Just fine. What? I told you everything. Meet me for free. Wait, that's what I want to. If you do not want to believe, just break up. When I was looking at Chu Manji's CEO several times, the gruesome complexion slowly glowed. Type, how are you? Now is your voice coming out? CEO Chu Manji still shrugged off his gaze. Such a gentle person rushed and hugged him. Hey, brother. Tung. Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Mastisu. What are you talking about? What can I do? Yeah. Can you do it? Renewal contract. Where's the contract? I'll take it. Yeah. Come on, go away. Why is it? Chu Manji chuckled and laughed after seeing the intuition of embracing himself with charm. It's so easy, I did not have to worry about it. Greetings. I was waiting. Kang-yoon greeted the two men who were guided by the Secretary Moon. You are An-young. The two men, carrying a large camera and pen, bowed to Kang-yoon. It was a reporter for Hae Suk-ho and a reporter for entertainer Jang Man-chun. Soon, three people exchanged brief stories with refreshments and spoke out. I have been running for a month because I have good stories. Reporter Jang Man-chun, who sat next to the horse's reporter, also agreed. Lee Kang-yoon was the scooper, and of course I expected. Kang-yoon pulled out a picture of Lee Hyun-ah and Hyun-sung prepared in advance and gave them Yeoju. The eyes of the two people who looked at the pictures were amazed. Kenichi Momoyama Hyo, I cannot pull it out. Ha Suk-ho reporter shook his voice. Haha CEO, do not you mean to water this thing? My best friend, Sida, was very familiar with the two people in the photo to say that I ate only rice. Kang-yoon shook his head at the question of reporter Jang Man-chun. Of course not. The article should be written as it is. It's not difficult to say that. Would that be okay with you? It's white moonlight. I'm going to hit the wit. Ha Suk-ho reporter asked carefully. Reporter was well aware that he in concert together. I have already talked with Yeonil. Is it true that you can do it? For at the end of Kang-yoon's words, the door opened and Lee Hyun-ah entered. You are here. An-young Haeseo. Lee Hyun-ah, who found the men with the camera, paused for a while but searched for Pyongjong and sat next to Kang-yoon. She sat next to her, and Kang-yoon continued. You can listen to Hyun-ah for two people. I have a scoop before that. Is there another scoop? Kang-yoon glared his eyes at the questions of reporters who sparkled their eyes. Some people threatened to expose the two people with this picture. I want to accuse this person. At the end of Kang-yoon, the expression of the two reporters went into the water as a surprise. Chapter 308. Threatening. Who does this to the CEO? The reporter stuttered, and the reporter, sitting next to him, shook his hand holding the cup. Some money-hungry reporters have traded some sort of entertainment company with entertaining Knight's weapons. Everyone knows what happened to the hidden catch that wrote the Han Ju-yun scandal article regardless of the fact. Kang-yoon said to both of them calmly. Yesterday, CEO Young Hwan Ming of Capture Entertainment has come to our office with 10 photos. And also Kang-yoon Yeoju was the CEO of CCTV Video. Mong. Young Hwan, who has been in the office and talked happily, has just stepped out of his office. After the video was over, Hasiako reporter, who had not been able to take the horse out, took his breath and made a difficult speech. It sure looks like there was something wrong with the video. But what happened with the video alone? It's hard to know for sure. I cannot prove exactly what the threat is. Reporter Jang Man-chun also had the same idea that I put on my arm. Lee Hyun-ji pulled out his cell phone and turned on the app, and the voice of the man's conversation spread to the office. Will the one who is going to do great things have to be every little thing? Let the little guy like me do the trick, and this CEO sees more. I thought you were a soldier. I must refuse. The voice of a man with a sarcastic man and the man who refuses it. There was a scene of intimidation. Lee Hyun-ah, as well as two reporters who listened to all the recorded contents, did not speak for a long time with a frowned expression. Lee Hyun-ji asked reporters, Can I do this? Choi reporter? Jean reporter? The reporter shook her head in her call and shook her eyes. Yes. Huh. Do you need anything more? No, it is not. That's enough. Lee Hyun-ji asked the reporter Ha Suk-ho. The more demanding here was the act of fool. I am asking you to believe that Ramian will write a deep story. Clear right. I thought scandal was in autograph, but it was social. I will use my power for a long time. So you brought two of you from the Department of Social Affairs? Let's talk more about us. Lee Hyun-ji naturally went to his office with two people. There, Lee Hyuna was worried that he had to follow, but Kang-yoon restrained her. I do not think I'll need to go with you, for was not it my romance? When Lee Hyuna looked into the questionable eye, Kang-yoon sat her in the seat and replied, tomorrow your romance will not be so important. That? What do you mean? The reporter who threatened with the wit and Lee Hyuna's devotion will be stoned. People like stimulation, but they hate cowardice more than that. A reporter who was intimidated by the romance of naughty and idle romance. Which one would you throw at? Oh, but is it really what we think? That's it, Kang-yoon confidently said, but Lee Hyuna was still uneasy. I have been prepared to talk about everything from 1 to 10 about the enthusiasm to the call of the company. Sure, I do not want to interview. I think it will be in the atmosphere now. Here's hoping. I was just asking if. Why did you say to come? When Lee Hyuna carefully asked, Kang-yoon turned to the window and replied, try to be a little chewy. I'm sorry. Lee Hyuna bowed his head toward Kang-yoon, the window, and he smiled. The next day, 7 o'clock. Ha Suk-ho, reporter of Daily Entertainment, and Jang Man-chun, reporter of Entertainer, made articles according to the time of work. The fact that Lee Hyuna of World Entertainment and Yun's Entertainment Wit are devoted to the news that Y reporter was threatened. The public opinion has begun to run on publicity because it exposes CCTV video and conversation transcript. This is a legacy class? Well, he is alone. He is kicking his jaws properly. Big recording was a god number. This time too. Let's not write a world article. I think I've buried an important thing. People at reporter's threat were angry. It is the sin of Ramian, who is not guilty of sin, and who uses it to intimidate. Of course, there was public opinion burning in the heat. Lee Hyuna X year. Crying face. I gave Appa all my youth. I will send you now, it's a world. World Lonnie. Crying face. Wit's fan club was shaky, but the aftermath was not severe. White Moonlight, on the other hand, was calm. Hyuna, make it romance. I'll go to a show if I can get a date. Yuni, let's hang out with Wit Appa. The portal site was also full of Wit and Lee Hyuna, threats of the world, and all day long. World and Yunli employees were contacted in advance and went to work in the emergency room and had to struggle with the phone call. However, it was more ironic that there was more facts about the intimidation than phone calls. After about half a day, public opinion was slow and Kang-yoon headed to the airport to go to China. Usually Ramian, Lee Hyun-ji would drive a car, but the driver was different today. Oh, Hyun-ae, I have to go now. Highway to the airport. Hyun, grabbing the handle, shook his arm and could not break the handle easily. Oh, Appa. Back behind the car. There is a street. You can come in. Kang-yoon, who sat in the next seat as much as Hyun did, had to fall into anxiety. Just take a limousine. I regretted it several times, but it was already stiff. I did not know how I got out of Seoul, but I could not deny my brother's heart to take me to Appa. It was only a sigh. Still, you do not drive as fast as Jin Seo. I was only comforting that I was driving safe. He recalls when Min Jin Seo was just driving on his license, and Hyun was a man. At the end, I had to go through the entrance twice, because I got to the airport and missed the way to the entrance. Appa, sorry. Hyun could not lift his head as he watched Kang-yoon unloading in front of the departure hall. No, thanks to you, thanks to you. Comfortable. I've been around a few times. Really? Appa will go now. Hyun goes in. Behind the Hyun, Kang-yoon hurriedly headed into the airport. Fortunately, there were not many people, so I was able to get in quickly. While waiting for the plane, Kang-yoon watched people's reactions to Lee Hyuna and Wit on his cell phone. Kiri is dead. Killed twice. Threatening to romance with not. Wit Appa romance is bad, but threatening is more. The article, which started with 2 reporters, has already created several articles on the internet, and public opinion has long turned to Lee Hyuna and Wit. May I have a chance to leave? Then Kang-yoon, who was in the mood, put on a plane with his cell phone. This crazy man. Why go to Lee? Kang-yoon, famous for his reddened face, he grabbed the CEO's thumb and pulled it up. Crazy birdie, catch me. Mong Young-hwan chuckled, his hands grabbing his neck, but after he was famous he grabbed his neck again. Lee Kang-yoon said several times that he should be careful. I could not wait to get it. Why did I purposely not light my face and move from behind? The stupid kitty. I ruined everything for you. It ruined everything. I want to hear it. Once again, Moo Young-hwan, the CEO, shook his hand with his fingers, and pushed the famous Fu. Famous Fu, who is relatively small in size, sprang on the sofa, and CEO Mu Young-hwan raised his eyes roughly. Who the hell did you put the information in the first place? But what? For me? This baby? I thought Lee Kang-yoon would come out that way. You have no ears? Did not you know that Lee Kang-yoon was not a compromise man in the first place? Why did I go to Yin? Lee Kang-yoon is not going to move in there first. Watch the time. Move Chu-manji. GNB is all up to you. Lee Kang-yoon, you should not choke him. You are. After the celebrity, I sat down on the sofa and watched the tears. Lee Kang-yoon was the chance to feed him properly. He ruined everything. Mong Young-hwan chuckled with a froward face and hit the table with his fist. Mr. X. X like real. The lament of the two men continued for hours. China studio of Yunsel Entertainment. I was talking to someone in a sorry tone. You gave me a good chance, and I'm sorry to say this. GNB Entertainment's manager, Kim Young-hoon, stood up for a while after the refusal and asked calmly, "Oh, no. After suddenly you made that decision. May I ask? Scout before. It has not been several days since I have said that I will consider it positively. But the rejection. About 80% of them thought he had passed, and he was embarrassed. I cannot help thinking about the existing company." Kim Young-hoon persuaded him a few more times, but the mind was already stuck. Clear right. I hope to see you in the next better relationship. Yeah. Then, after finishing the conversation, Jin Sung stretched out. This is all done. I did not think that the problems surrounding myself in a few days would be quickly concluded. From scandal to renewal. I did not think Chu-manji CEO would acknowledge his romance with Lee Hyun-ah. In addition, it will be recognized in the world. The public opinion there was not more negative than thought. I felt like flying. Because of that, Rainbow Work was also going to work stationally. It's all over. I inserted a string sound called SIME 0105 and controlled special effects such as pitch and reverb. I listened to the music with the headset and nodded several times to be satisfied. Okay, the end. Shortly after the store was finished, the door opened and two women entered. Kim Ji-suk of DITN and Han Ju-yeon of Edios. Anyong Haeseo. Three people sat in a chair and talked. There was no difficulty in conversation because there was a face between each other. Especially Han Ju-yeon showed interest in Rainbow, so I could talk a lot about the song. It was when I was talking about the song. The door opened slightly, but this time a man came in. Oh, CEO. Composition guy. The two women were welcomed, and the man was hit with a sigh. He was no different than Kang-yoon. Are you here as soon as you arrive? I came to see Mr. Jin Sung. Is that you? In the question of Han Ju-yeon, Kang-yoon responded effortlessly. On the other hand, the party, E.G. Sung, was a nervous phenomenon. In his appearance, Kang-yoon looked back at the innocence with his soft face. You do not have to be so nervous. I do not want to fake it. I should have a soul. Giggle. Kim Ji-suk and Han Ju-yeon giggled at the joke of Kang-yoon and laughed. I do not want to be associated with reporters like this in the future. Clear right. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks to Kang-yoon, I was able to sign another contract, and I did not have to avoid people's eyes because of love. For him, Kang-yoon was like a benefactor. Kang-yoon knocked on the shoulder of the innocent person and turned to Han Ju-yeon. Tomorrow was a debut stage? Yeah. CEO. Alas. I'm nervous. Edio's debut, D-Day, was tomorrow. This is why Kang-yoon came to China in a hurry. Did you tell everyone to rest today? For Ju-yeon is too early to go in. Clear right. But CEO, why did you go here because you did not go directly to your accommodation? At the question of Han Ju-yeon, Kang-yoon looked back at the truth. I was curious about a man who met us Hyun-ah. Kim Ji-suk and Han Ju-yeon burst into laughter, while Jin Sung made a curtain of extinction that Kang-yoon's smiling eyes were scared. Next day, video recording of Dawang Top 5's music broadcasting on the East Broadcasting Station, AFDN. Edios was China debut day. Edios members and Kang-yoon gathered early in the morning in the practice room of the Yunsel Entertainment. How's the condition? After the last choreography, all of the lightly sweating Edios members turned out to be good. Especially, Young Min-ah and Christy seemed to be more vigorous than usual. Okay, great. This manager. Was there anything special? When Kang-yoon asked Lee Min-hai manager, she approached Kang-yoon and whispered with a whisper. Yeah. Ellie is fine except for a sensitive day. Please pay particular attention. It is important today. Yeah. Kang-yoon has been known for many times because women's condition is more difficult to match than men's. I talked to other managers and caddies to talk to them and looked around. I'll go. Along the lead Kang-yoon, everyone, including Edios, set off with AFDN stations. Chapter 309. Mo. Yi-tan, suddenly. One day, suddenly. Han Ju-yeon hung the earphones and touched the lyrics. Unlike in Korea, it was an SUV, not a bin, but I stumbled on Christian who sat next to her, and she continued to listen to the lyrics without hesitation. Unlike usual, Kang-yoon, who carried Edios in an SUV, could not hide his apologies. Guys, I'm sorry. I had to buy Ben somehow before debut, but I could not get the license plate yet. I'll get it soon, so just figure it out. It was Kang-yoon who said that he was the manager who caught the steering wheel, but bowed his head. It was because he was the person responsible for buying the car. Young Min-ah, who was sitting behind, said, "Good in the USA, Ben was not very good." Aha. Load manager was sweating in her blunt answer. But Kang-yoon laughed because she knew it was okay with her. Lee Sam-soon, sitting behind the driver's seat, was lightly upset at the manager's back. "All right, Appa shook. Are you fucked? Ha ha ha, I'm freaked out." It was ahead of the big stage, but everyone was bright. Now, Stage Ramian was a veteran of Yeoju. Confident in his appearance, Kang-yoon turned his attention to the paperwork. Han Ju-yeon, pronounced. Christian, who was seated next to Han Ju-yeon, frowned as she played with her earphones. Losing, on a topic that only makes a wiggling sound. What is the sound of earthworms? Your fist sound. The two women lurched in the car. Ellie Young, who was riding with a friend on her cell phone, kicked her tongue. What would the uni act actor if he did? Not so, Hanyu. Ha ha co Hanyu sitting in the hood at the end of Uni Hook shed an awkward laugh of sweat. Whether or not, the pronunciation of the Chinese language is dancing, and it suddenly flourished as a battle for who has more popularity. The narrow car gradually shifted to the market floor. However, Young Min-ah sitting at the middle window looked quietly at the window. Her silence did not break even in the traffic jam and crackling sound. Christian, who was sitting on the same line, tried to break her silence with her shoulder, but failed. Sexy baby? It's a pit stop. Well, are you nervous? Young Min-ah, it's all done. Guys, we Min-ah nervous. Min-ah gaga. At the end of Christian's arrows were focused on Young Min-ah. The tension is full like you. Great, but the leader was the leader. Christian, who had been hit by an injustice, grabbed his chest and crossed back. Kang-yoon was reading the paper without worrying about the loud sound of Edio's members. Hanyu, I like the reaction. As I thought. At first I will expose Hanyu to the media, and I will make the character of other members gradually by looking at the reaction. Once from today, debut stage. Examining the documents, Kang-yoon checked the important parts. It was then. Cheers. Suddenly a cigarette, but stopped me at the driver's window. That's why load manager screamed in amazement, and I braked without knowing. Everyone's body leaned forward, and a tough horse popped out of the mouth of the road manager. Ah, Mr. X. Oh. I was surprised to hear the words of the usual unfiltered road manager was blocked laid at the mouth with a mouth. Unlike his blushing face, Kang-yoon said quietly, picking up the papers. Sure. Send our apologies. Driving in China is not an easy task. It's better to close the windows because there are many buts flying around. Kang-yoon said he was okay, but he continued to apologize. I was going to the scene together for the first time, so I was nervous several times. Kang-yoon stared at his shoulder to relax a little. At that time, the vibration of Kang-yoon's cell phone rang. Yes, Lee Kang-yoon. Oh, CEO Chu. I asked my regards, and I heard an urgent voice on the phone. This CEO, I have a problem with the concert hall. Is it a problem? Any Honko concert hall will cancel the contract. I agreed to contract with another singer. The complexion of Kang-yoon was blue. I checked several times to see if there was a singer performing at the same time, and I was very keen on the entertainment of the people involved. I was confident of securing a place more than anything else, but this problem. What's the reason? When asked to calmly ask why, Chu Manji sighs and begins to talk. Singer, Code In, who is currently in the top of popularity in China, wants to write a concert hall, saying that he suddenly concerted in Shanghai. Unfortunately, their schedule overlapped with the concert of Edios and Ditn, so it was asked to unilaterally cancel the concert hall. Hey, Shu. Quiet, quiet. The Edios voice, which felt the serious atmosphere of the front seat, frequently ended. In a quiet car, Kang-yoon asked his mind and asked, "We're already on stage setting. Canceling it now will cause a penalty issue. It is said to give penalty, but I wonder if we can perform according to the schedule we want. It's a big deal. What is unprecedented in the past is China's business. You can cancel the performance unilaterally to the government that has installed the performance hall. I'm going to Hong Kong concert alone. I have to meet with the CEO. Did you make a promise? No, I'm going to hit it once. It will not be easy to meet. Understood. If you have a conscience, at least you will have a face. Haha, on this day, Hong Bao, Ball. Often it points to a bonus or a legal rebate. How much? I heard the voice of Chu Manji's CEO. Once Kang-yoon said he was going there, he ended the call. CEO, what's up? Wen Young-min, sitting in the back, gazed at the window and asked in an unanswerable voice. Kang-yoon replied with a soft voice. It's no big deal. Yoon manager. I'm standing there on the street. For what's going on? But they asked me to stop the car, so I could not catch everyone. The expression of everyone became serious. CEO, what happened? Where are you going all of a sudden? Ellie Young, who had not normally spoken to Kang-yoon, came out first. Young-min asked when the other members were also grieving. Is it difficult to say now? I'll tell you when it's okay. Right. What? Do you know well? Bye? Stage, we are veterans now. The words of Young-min without sound are heard strangely. After the car stopped at the side of the road, Kang-yoon pulled her head off the car lightly. Everybody do well. Sorry. See you in the evening. Kang-yoon caught a taxi as he waved his hand toward the moving car. Hongru concert alone, please go. The taxi that Kang-yoon ran was at a fast pace and headed to the concert hall. In the station waiting room, Young-min was touching Christian's ball. Min-ah, why with eyes closed? Christian said with a playful face. Can I get a character? You and the Synchro 100 perfume. What is he saying now? Young-min focused on makeup, not laughing, but Christy on laughed cautiously. Sundra good, is not it? Young-min replied that Christian's ball was reddishly colored like an apple. It does not work for you to see. It. Mr. Jiho, do not you know me? Chu Manji, or Chu Manji. At that time, we ate together. Enough. After blocking the entrance, Chu Manji CEO spoke hard to the man's staff. However, the man's staff was troubled and opened his arms and blocked him. Sir, Manager Min Hai of Ditn, who rushed to translate quickly, persuaded Chu Manji CEO that it would be difficult for him several times. Of course, there is no achievement. Hai Kyung-ah, how can you not get rid of him? CEO, I cannot do anything like this. More. Kang-yoon entered the lobby of the concert hall when the cheer continued. Chu Manji CEO, who found him, brightened up the complexion. This CEO, you are here. Chu CEO, Min Manager, Annyeonghaseyo. Annyeonghaseyo, CEO. Kang-yoon narrowed his eyes to the males and Chu Manji, who were seen as employees. How so? That. Manager Min Hai pointed to the staff who blocked the entrance and explained why. I could not get in because of the staff, so I'm in a hurry for an hour. Kang-yoon sighed briefly. Negotiation is not easy. It's not easy, but I have to do it somehow. CEO Chu Manji rolled his arms as if he had no intention of retiring and went back to his staff. Kang-yoon first interrupted Chu Manji's CEO when his staff noticed the smell and stepped forward. CEO, wait, what did that employee say? It was a customary story. I am not in the position of the general secretary, so I will come next. Anyway, Shu. Kang-yoon blocked the mouth of CEO Chu Manji with his fingers. CEO Chu Manji also realized his own mistake and asked his lips all the time. Kang-yoon hurried to the staff. Are you Annyeong? Is it Mr. Did you remember when I ate the last meal? Annyeonghaseyo. Lee Kang-yoon, general manager? Right, exactly. Long time no see. Kang-yoon started talking with the staff at ease. There was no story about the CEO or talk about the theater, but a simple breaking was the main thing. It was only a couple of minutes of conversation, but the man sighs. Ha, CEO is rich in knowledge and humor. Thank you. Oh, I guess the CEO has left. Yeah, regrettably. Today he was away from Beijing because of his business trip. At that point, Kang-yoon approached the man. Then he handed him a business card with 100 yuan. As soon as the man put them in his pocket, Kang-yoon fell from the man again. Kang-yoon went on without hesitation. Alas, right? I came to you with an urgent business. I'm in trouble. You will come in late at night. Would you like to call me? May I ask? How about 9 o'clock in the evening? It will come if it is inside. Clear, right? Thank you for your consideration. Kang-yoon finished his story with courtesy and returned to Chu Manji CEO. Chu Manji, the CEO who watched the conversation between the two, wondered if it was full. To him, Kang-yoon beckoned to go out. The party headed to a coffee shop not far away and ordered coffee and sat down. When the ordered coffee came out, Chu Manji CEO vacated the ice almo at once and chilled the boiling. Who? That bastard. I did not receive the money I gave. Chu Manji, the CEO of China, shook hands holding an empty cup. Kang-yoon answered with a smile. Our director said that. In China, you have to be acquainted with trying to bribe. The theme of money. It's hard to do business. He said that. Would it be easy to understand Chinese people in Korean style? To do business in China, we have to follow China law. The gnome. Huh. Though he did, Chu Manji had a long sigh of relief. The CEO of Minhai showed a discomfort with his CEO. When I was drinking coffee, Kang-yoon, who watched the clock, soon woke up to see that it was time to broadcast Ka-king Tower 5. Where are you going? It is time to broadcast Ku Tower 5 soon. I think I should go to a place where I can watch broadcasting. There's a place to watch TV. When Chu Manji CEO and Kang-yoon were worried, Min Hai-sung manager clapped. I have a departmental store nearby. You can see it in the electronics corner. Oh, it was near the departmental store here. CEO Chu Manji praised Min Hai-sung manager. The party headed to the nearby departmental store. On the 5th floor of the departmental store, there were numerous channels on various TVs going to the corner for selling electronics. Kang-yoon stood in front of the TV where Ku Tower 5 turned on. This is the stage that 55 girls are. Shining like the sun, is not it? Okay. Recently, from 118 to 88 people, from 118 to 55 people, the idol that has become more and more seen? Shine stage. The stage draining from the TV was spectacular. Kang-yoon opened his mouth unawares to the huge stage of 55 singers making. The stage, which shows the women who are armed with pink costumes shaking the heart to the brilliant lighting and stage device, realized the rising Chinese status recently. The scale of the broadcasting stage is enormous. How to plan a concert stage to satisfy the Chinese people who see this stage every week. The details were down, but the scale was enormous. Kang-yoon wrote down the necessary things. There are a lot of numbers, but it does not fit well. Chu Manji CEO, who watched TV together next to him, kicked his tongue out. No matter how gorgeous the stage device is, even dominoes like the Dominion have made the gorgeous devices shine. Kang-yoon smiled at the same thought. I think the same. I heard that China is more concerned with scale. It seems like it. Well, if that person has a knife, we should starve to death. Haha, that's right. I think that team is a system that continues to fall. It's hard to be in the system. Yes. We shared our views and shared opinions, and the stage of the singer called Shine was over. Well, CEO, I think the salesperson is staring over there. When Min-hai Sir pointed to the salesperson who was glaring at them, Kang-yoon said that it was. Okay. It'll be okay. Rather, we might be helpful. For when Min-hai wondered at the strange expression, the TV showed a crowd of cheers and a host of performers. Shine who shine stage. Thank you. Who is the next stage? This stage is... Well, this stage is Korean singer. Now the singers are debut. Debut? Oh. What singer are you? Do you know Chiso? Of course I know. This is my favorite DJ. In the DJing of the male moderator, she laughed at the audience, and the woman in a short dress was smiled and talked. Yes, Garen is a club maniac. But why cannot you dance like that? Wow. My heart is the king of hearts. Only in my heart. Anyway, would you believe that Chishe had sisters? Sister? Yeah. In Korea, these are called edios. He says he has a huge stage today. I am introducing edios. With the loud voice of the moderator, the lights were turned off and the angle of the camera moved to the stage. Wow. The music was flowing and the lights turned on. With him, Edios members showed up. Chapter 310. One day, suddenly Han Ji-yun gathered both hands and stood close to the center. In Korea, they were part of Seo Han-yu, but they changed parts to give a stronger impact. Lee Sam-soon followed her as she stretched her hand and turned around. Kang-yoon narrowed his eyes as he watched TV edios coordinated with Chinese favorite red clothes. I have to do well. I believe everyone, but I was worried. On the other hand, I have not been in the same important stage today. Chu Manji CEO who did not know the heart applauded and praised the stage of edios. Well, it's totally different from the kids. Hyung Kyung is not it. Jung Min Poppin is an art at all times. Women will be completely lost. Min Hai Soul settled in a poppin in which Jung Min A's joints played a part. When 3 people did not leave the TV, Chinese people started gathering one by one. Hey, is this TV okay? When a couple approached and asked, Chu Manji CEO was embarrassed and Min Hai was a hard oneer. At that time, Kang-yoon came out. Yeah, it looks good on picture quality. I see the singer stage coming out nicely. Who is it, rookie? It looks like a Korean singer. While the couple who wanted to watch TV stood beside Kang-yoon and watched Edios' performance together. Work was from then on. When people saw the crowd, people continued to gather. Do you like this TV? Sure. What? Look at the singer dancing here. Is it clean? I can hear the song neatly. Oh, right. Kang-yoon did not mention Edios' singer. However, people cheered on the singers who had brilliant dancing and excellent singing skills, and also showed great interest in the TV on which the singer appeared. People looking for salespeople naturally stood in line to buy TV. A little while ago, Sir Min Hai, who saw the salesperson's attention, scratched his head for a smile. It's really like what Kang-yoon said. We helped. Kang-yoon laughed and said to her, surprised. People in China have a psychology that wants to be the same, especially when you buy things. When one person is standing in a corner, another person stands, another person stands. When people begin to drive this way, the CEO did a lot of research. Min Hai shook his eyes and Kang-yoon turned the ball to her, saying that Lee Hyun-ji's advice was great. On the other hand, the stage of Edios was ending on TV. When Ellie Young Solitaire added Seo Han-yu to the alto, Christian, Han Ju-yeon, and Lee Sam-soon waved loosely and waved to form. Jung Min-ah stood in the center, and the members sat down. Then the stage light was centered, and all the members winked and posed. With that, the stage of Edios is over. Wow! Kang-yoon was about to move, and there was a familiar face behind him. Oh, you're a good lieutenant. This is who saw our sales up like this CEO. Kang-yoon and Kang-chan stood up. Chu Manji, Chief Executive Officer of Chu Manji, gave a group to his office. Lee decided to drink tea and smiled. This CEO, the last thing, is a little disappointed. Ha, what was your disappointment? Min Jin SEO. I'm sorry. That kind of good model should open up and rot. It was a passing tone, but his words were lucky. Min Hai's interpretation of the Chief Executive Officer Chu Manji also went back to the situation and laughs awkwardly. Kang-yoon replied with a sad expression. I told you last time. I will give you something better than using Min Jin SEO as a model. You want people to see things that are already visible. Yes, but it's not because we are shaken by it. Juhu is not it. Chu Manji CEO and Sir Min Hai swallowed nervous tension as the tension waned. Chu Manji also knew about Min Jin SEO and PPL. Where is the Min Jin SEO card in the world? After a while, Jong Han, Gun Lee, with a cup of tea, closed her eyes easily. Yes. Are we friends? Absolutely. What kind of sound is this? I suddenly moved to ask for it, and I did not understand it as Kang-yoon or Chu Manji CEO, who responded obviously. Kang-yoon's empty teacup followed the car, said Chung Hani. Honko should give up. Chu Manji, the CEO who heard the story through the interpreter, got bigger. It was hard to understand why this came to the departmental store CEO. On the contrary, Kang-yoon, who knows well that the Chinese people are sensitive to information. This time, there is a rumor that the singer of Code Inn invested in the Shanghai city. What is the matter? There is a rumor that it is not known precisely, but is a member of the local People's Congress. I did not know anymore. CEO Chu Manji was surprised. A member of the People's Congress was in Ramian. It is the government that can do things that cannot be done, and that cannot be done, and it was impossible for Ramian to become such a reality. CEO. Chu Manji tried to bite the lips and feel desperate emotions. Kang-yoon also tried to stay calm. What do we do? Rumors may have been false. Kang-yoon shook his head, although I thought I might have lied to him, because he had no interest to get it. His external face would fall on the ground, but there was no reason to do it. Kang-yoon, who was thinking for a moment, opened his eyes. I give you valuable information and difficult tasks together. Kang-yoon made a sigh of blowing tea after Kim came up. The hot aura seemed to comfort a little. I am interested in what this CEO is doing. What are you going to do in the future? Is it difficult to win against local governments? Jung said, nodding. Anyway, I feel sick, but I do not think there will be a win. I am now recommending that you pay a penalty. Clear, right? Thank you for your precious words. After the story, Kang-yoon rose from his seat. Chu Manji asked the CEO at the elevator. China government is a gangster. What do you do next? Gangbang should get away. Like this. Are you giving up? When Chu Manji's CEO asked in a gloomy expression, Kang-yoon shook his head. No bang. I'll do whatever I can. The eyes of Kang-yoon, who had regained control of the elevator wall, were burning. The CEO of Chu Manji silently surrendered Kang-yoon's back to reveal the heated feeling. The Etios, which had successfully completed the debut stage, was not as light as I thought. CEO, what's up? Han Ju-yun, sitting in the front seat, pulled out the worrying words thanks to winning the rock scissors. Now we do not want to go to the debut stage. Ellie Jung muttered with her sad feelings, and Lee Samsoon replied with her twisted hair. That's why I say, our CEO, what is it? Foot. Samsoon is a dialect. Christian laughed, and Lee Samsoon thirsted. I did not. Did you do it, or did you? Hey, what a dialect. Sensitive Lee Samsoon and Christian screamed and drove back into the car. Jung Min-ah touched his cell phone with a blank eye in a car with a tangled Kang-yoon story. Are you really okay? Of course, the mind was in the soybean field. It's a big deal. Suddenly that happens. The voice of Lee Hyun-ji, who heard a surprise from Kang-yoon, was rapidly darkened. Kang-yoon said, smoking a cigarette acting on the roof. How much money can you spend hurriedly? I do not have the money right now. Now you have. It was a world that had a lot of money, but now it has been temporarily losing funds because of the company's expansion. Lee Hyun-ji, who knows Kang-yoon, who is sometimes more reckless than anyone else, was renowned for his generosity. Even if you do not think strange thoughts. Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, sir. The CEO's principal will go through continent. The CEO has Mandan. Never forget. Do not hurry and relax. Lee Hyun-ji emphasized that he did not fit the present situation, but Kang-yoon answered the call and concluded the call. He left the cigarette in an ashtray and left the remaining acting in the air. It will not be easy, but Suddenly the situation was struck. It's time. The clock hands were pointing at 8:40. Kang-yoon came down from the roof and headed to Hongkou Concert Hall with Chu Manji CEO, who was waiting for him. In the lobby, there was a staff member, Yun Kwan, Ash, who stopped the party during the day. Greetings. The general manager arrived 20 minutes ago. Can I tell you? Please, Kang-yoon asked politely. Why did not you contact me when I got the general manager, but I did not know what to do? I knew that I would not even listen to these words if I had not given them money in the daytime. The party went in with guidance. Greetings. The president of Shanghai Hongqiu Concert Hall, Li Dalhua, politely met with Kang-yoon party. For people who greeted each other with an example of each other sat down in the seat with the rivalry. The general manager. What happened to this? Chu Manji, the CEO, was trying to tell him about the urgency, and Kang-yoon hastened to stop him. Chu CEO. Wait. This CEO. General manager. I know you have come a long way. Sorry to have visited you abruptly. Here, it is a small gift. Kang-yoon extended 2 bottles of premium bottles from departmental store. Crunch, something like this. As Rida got smoked and smiled, Kang-yoon laughed and began to talk. Chu Manji's CEO boiled down to Kang-yoon, but he could not even spray ashes. I ran into it rashly. No, I heard that the 2 general officers came from the lobby. Kang-yoon had a different story about what happened to the world today. Oh, I stopped at U-Star Hotel today. Does Min Jin SEO stay there? No, not really. Yokshi, I came to the meeting room at U-Star Hotel today, and there were many Min Jin SEO fans in the lobby. It was almost 20s. I was impressed that Min Jin SEO was shaking hands with fans. When Kang-yoon replied with a smile on Lee's praise, Chu Manji was boiling alone. It was only 30 minutes of useless story. Did you forget your purpose here today? Are you thinking about going to another story? It was frustrating. It was only going to time without income. I will not. Chu Manji, who thought he would not be able to do so, wanted to come out, and Kang-yoon held his hand again. You have to wait. What do you think? Chu Manji CEO was frustrated. This is urgent now. It was not a situation to spare. But when I told him to keep on waiting, the inside was going to go off. Be as it is. CEO Chu Manji leaned over the sofa with a half-hearted feeling, trying to put on his arm. Another half hour passed. The story still has nothing to do with the purpose that I still have here. A while. But why do not you say you go? CEO Chu Manji suddenly doubted. Visiting without advance notice was a big example in China. Besides, I came to the person who visited the business till late, and suddenly. By the way, the person Li Riowa had received for over an hour only a story. Do you have anything to kill? CEO Chu Manji, when the question became more intense, the flow of conversation changed. Ha, the story with this general manager is fun, but I want to do it because it is too late. Phew. I did not know it was time for pleasure. I almost stopped practicing. No, I enjoyed it. Unlike the words, there was fatigue on the face of Li Daohua. However, he laughed and hugged him. I'm afraid you should give me a honquo. When Riddle painted suddenly, Chu Manji's expression changed suddenly. Now, wait a minute. When Chu Manji CEO was embarrassed to speak in Korean, Kang-yoon muttered with a sour face. Huh, now you have. I was prepared to believe in a promise of a friend at the dinner party. Kang-yoon's murmur rose to the surface of Li Daohua. Chapter 311. Great humph. Thank you. Chu Manji's CEO frowned as the cry of Li Daohua grew. What? China people keep promises made at dinner time unconditionally? Congratulations. Before the concert hall concert, he recalled the words of Rialo at a diner with his entire staff. We are friends now. Let's do well in the future. Chu Manji CEO Kang-yoon's words continued as his face disappeared. I think it might have been. It is true that I am sorry. I thought I had a really good friend. I have nothing more to say. Farewell. As Kang-yoon got up from his seat, Lee Soon caught his hand. Wait a minute. Do you like this? There is nothing more I can do. Enough. Kang-yoon tried to go several times, but Li Dao did not let go of his hand. Eventually, Kang-yoon pretended not to win, and when he sat down again, Li Daohua continued his conversation with his mouth. Once you have settled down from your heart and talk slowly, we will take care of our work. Hey, people should be so hungry. The rivalry has continued. It was not difficult to press Kang-yoon with force, but his face was a problem. When rumors spread that he broke a promise at the dinner, his face almost crashed to the floor. I think he is unbelievable and nobody will try to make him and Chishi. That meant the store. However, when Kang-yoon continued to show signs of coming out, the Li Dao eventually sighed deeply. Huh, you should never tell. Kang-yoon nodded his head and narrowed his eyelid eyes, which he had paid attention to several times. Entertainment world, have you heard the word Chingui? Kang-yoon's eyes changed in the words of Chinguizhou. The word meant nothing but the body lobby. While Chu Manji was unable to keep his mouth shut, Li Daohua continued. Coden has been in debate for less than a year. The company was not rich in funds, and star quality was not excellent either. But they won. Is there someone who looked after you? Yes. I will not tell anyone. Kang-yoon grabbed his forehead and leaned against the sofa. This was a bigger problem than I thought. Well, it does not make any sense since the singer of the first-year plays concert. But what if someone could help out? It was possible. The human mind is the one that gets it. Kang-yoon summarized his thoughts for a moment and took a short sigh. I cannot cancel it in the middle of the singer is unbeatable. It is our story. Kang-yoon raised his body as he watched Chu Manji's face full of water. Honko is no longer possible. Though the heart was burnt to the absurd, Kang-yoon calmed down his mind calmly. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for understanding me. Please tell me if you need anything. In the sorry appearance of Li Daohua, Kang-yoon pulled the body to him. What about? May I offer you a favor? Of course, let's do it. Kang-yoon responded calmly to Li Daohua, who shed anxious eyes. Please make use of the Gyeonggi province of Beijing. Yes? Chu Manji, who was next to him, as well as Li Ming. Now, wait a minute. Are you just talking about arranging? Kang-yoon squeezed him silently. Although he spoke nuanced that Rialda was hard. In a difficult situation, Chu Manji CEO whispered to Kang-yoon. Edios, Dietine combined together. Never 100,000 people do not fill. Diatine and Edios responded well, but Chu Manji CEO was not willing to fill 100,000. Even if the fandom is strong, it was the limit to fill 50,000 at most. But Kang-yoon thought differently. Response to Korean wave in the first-line city. Beijing is as good as Shanghai. I know that well. But CEO, but what about the official? In addition, the facilities installed here need to be removed and reinstalled in Beijing. It will not be easy to fill the deficit. There is no guarantee that 100,000 people will fill the audience. Rydal Painter, who thought for a while in opposition to Chu Manji CEO, said, I'll be glad if you like. But I guess the government is not enough. Kang-yoon laughed as a positive word came out. General Manager, please pay the penalty for the cancellation of the penalty charge at the Gyeonggi branch of Beijing. Chu Manji, CEO of Kang-yoon, told me that he kneeled. If you ask the riddle painters, who have a lot more than the price they charge, they will be able to pay at a much cheaper price. Bigum, that's... Kang-yoon was glowing in the middle of deepening the worries of Li Daohua. Edios, EFDN KU Tower 5 through China debut. Edios' subsidiary World Entertainment said that Edios has debuted on the Chinese music broadcast KU Tower 5 on XX. Edios, which announced debut as Our Story through various music sites and Yun Kwang's specialist distribution company, K-pop music, Syncopation, World re-recorded for Edios' China debut as an album full song Chinese language, and all the members said they had sold out months of practice in China. It is also attracting the attention of many fans that it is scheduled to co-concert with DITN of Yunl Entertainment, which is active in China actively. The news of Edios' entry into China was reported to Korea through this article. The fans were pleased with the news that Edios, which has not appeared at all except the fixed program for nearly a year, entered China. We support you, Mina. Listen to Lotto, Xiao Yuyao. I want to see you. I hear a surge of world stocks. Honey, I have not listed a stock in the world. Lee Kang-yoon, CEO. Money is good, but please do not forget Korea. I must. Of course there was an evil. Because China is the money, it's all gone. It seems that the land of the world has become the land of the land. Girl group in Korea is growing more and more. The news about Edios continued to go up through the portal site CEAS, Pinestock's page. Looking at an article on the Edios page of Pinestock, Min Jin Seo giggled and laughed. Foot, I'm building. It was a joy to hear her singer's good news to her, who rested in the luxury bar of the highest departmental store at dawn. What is so funny? Kang Ji-jun asked Min Jin Seo, who was sitting in the chair, to give water. You have a good reaction. Oh, thank you. She freed all the water from the cool, and she gave Yeoju an article to Kang Ji-jun. Look here. I'm building the world. Is this funny? Is not it funny? Foot. Ha ha. What is so funny? Min Jin Seo's mouth did not leave a laugh. I was not tired of shooting late at night, and her face was full of animation. There were black lines, lights and cameras in the interior of the luxury goods store, and busy staffs in the actors' shops were also busy. Mr. Jin Seo. I'll fix the makeup. Min Jin Seo closed his eyes and put down his cell phone at the request of the Hong Kong staff to take the powder. Because of Edios, I have been suffering a lot of teacher. I will sigh now. Who does not want Kang-yoon? I knew it was not a time of peace, but Kang Ji-jun laughed and nodded. Right. The CEO is so careful that he cannot go wrong. You do. What kind of teacher is our teacher? When the Hong Kong staff finished the makeup, I heard that the assistant was going to shoot soon. I'll go. Huh. Fighting. Min Jin Seo headed back to the filming location, with Kang Ji-jun behind his hand holding his back. Time past midnight. Lee Hyun-ji, who just walked out of office, received a call from Kang-yoon. Now, wait a minute. Beijing? Listening to the story of Kang-yoon that the venue should be changed, Lee Hyun-ji was stunned. Sorry. All of a sudden, that's what happened. Wait. I'll look at the data and talk. Lee Hyun-ji, who asked Kang-yoon to wait a moment, returned to his seat and followed up the concert hall data. Soon after, I found a document called Concert Hall Information. I got information on Beijing State Gyeonggi-chang. She faced the scale with a colossal audience seat that was quite different from the concert hall and caught her forehead. This is the place where the capacity is 100,000 people. I know as Gyeonggi-chan, who cares about the Olympic bid. Right, exactly. I still could not help it. Or I should have delayed my schedule for next year. If you put off, Chu Manji, This guy is going to be another rage. I have this kind of situation. Should not I say that it is over? Kang-yoon answered firmly. Then we will not be able to look up to CEO who helped us so far. You have an unavoidable circumstance. Chu-appa is not that inflexible. Yes, but I did not want to miss the time. When riding the rising curve, would not it be better to put a wedge in one big one? I am troubled in many ways. Lee Hyun-ji sighs a few times. It was getting more and more like snowballs. Got so, is it confirmed in Beijing? I will take the stamps at the latest this week. I put a nail on the rival. What about the official? I told you last time, but our funding is not so good right now. Company as the scale grows and work takes a lot, the amount of funds temporarily held has decreased. In the long run, more money will come in, but not now. The penalty has been agreed upon by the Hongkou side to replace the Gyeonggi provincial governor in Beijing. That's a good thing. If we negotiate directly with the grand caretaker, we may get more than the cancellation fee. I should have liked your opponent. I'll be able to cut down on the penalty. Yeah? Instead, I think we'll need a shipping fee to move the equipment. Lee Hyun-ji was worried when he heard a sigh from the phone. That's okay. What do you worry about if you come to me like a ship? I will not do such a thing on my face anymore. It will lose confidence in the industry. That's right. It would be great to break the promise once. By the way, CEO, you got used to working in China. Was highest last year? When the promise was over, I could not negotiate. Her praise came from laughter on the phone. Experience seems to be a big asset. I learned a lot from the director. Haha, is that so? Lee Hyun-ji concluded the conversation after discussing the expense due to equipment expansion into the concert. Unlike at the time of the call, she was a little deep. How do you fill 100,000 people? Marketing is a problem. Lee Hyun-ji sighed as he watched people crowded outside the window and in the World Studio. After 3 days of negotiations with Lee, Kang-yoon was in the sign-fast railway from Beijing to Shanghai. I'm glad it's finished soon. When I saw a stamp on a document that said that I would be in the train, I was feeling all the power falling all over my body. Whether or not it was a good idea to replace the penalty, Lee Daohua negotiated with Gyeonggi chief of Beijing at a lower price than the cancellation price, and Kang-yoon took the stamp to Beijing that day. It takes too much time for us to negotiate that much. I received a penalty that I did not receive in the transportation cost of the equipment, but I decided to forget such damages. Moreover, Gyeonggi chief of Beijing province boasts a huge scale that no one can do concert, so there was no fear of forcible cancellation. Kang-yoon arrived in Shanghai for about 5 hours and found the Huangpu River in front of Yunsel Entertainment. Will you go to Geneseo? It was a day when Min Geneseo filmed at departmental store in Sian. Kang-yoon took the taxi right away and headed for the department store. Arriving at the departmental store, I arrived at the public gardens on the high floors with the filming, and it was a bit of a break. Oh, CEO. Kang Ji-jun, who discovered the Kang-yoon around him, caught his arm. Team leader Kang. Our CEO, when did you come? I wonder if I was nervous. Kang Ji-jun's mouth was laid with a relaxed smile. Following him, Kang-yoon headed down the tree where Min Geneseo was taking makeup. Min Geneseo, who was sitting on a chair and closed his eyes, was giving a makeup to a step. Could I borrow a minute? When Kang-yoon broke into the door, Kang-yoon was confused, but when Kang Ji-jun said that he was CEO of Min Geneseo, he handed out a remover pen. Min Geneseo said with a small voice, closing his eyes as his eyesight changed. There, Yinny. I think the touch is a little sloppy. Kang-yoon relaxed his hand. Yes, thank you. Min Geneseo was silent, and deliberately Kang-yoon gave her eye makeup. Kang Ji-jun, who was worried about whether he had to make up again, looked at Kang-yoon's makeup. How are you doing? Are you coming to Korea to learn such things? As soon as a Korean man unfolded a makeup show, people started collecting one by one. There was a spectacular sight, and all the staffs and the supervisor were banging. What was that? It is strange that the popularity of Chin is felt around. Min Geneseo woke up. Suddenly. Turn off. Stand, teacher. In an unimaginable appearance of Kang-yoon, Min Geneseo momentarily bounced back. Her look was so different from the images so far, people laughed. Pooh ha 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 ha. Min Geneseo turned his face to shame when people were laughing. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon came close to her face with a remover. Just stay a little. It's almost done. Right, yeah. I was ashamed. Min Geneseo closed his eyes with his face blushing. It's also very silly. Chapter 312. It's done. After finishing the makeup of Min Jin Seo, Kang-yoon gave his fans back to the staff. I'm sorry to have made you rude. Thank you. No thanks a lot for watching. I heard that Min Jin Seo might have taken something from Steph in the desire to do something. But she shook her head saying she had a good visit. Instead, Kang-yoon has become more and more frustrated because Korean management CEOs have been saying that there is even cosmetic technology. Min Jin Seo looked at the eye line with a hand mirror and got elastic. I heard from Hyuna Yuni. Min Jin Seo was still embarrassed and had a face. In a really busy situation, Kang-yoon had been told by Lee Hyuna that he would make up. However, in such an unprecedented timing, I could not have done this at work, but my heart was not calm. Unlike usual, Min Jin Seo heard a lot of giggling as if it was a strange sight. Kang-yoon, who provided the cause, did not know it, pushed his face into Min Jin Seo's eyes. Good. Stand, teacher. Pretty good. Very pretty. Ha 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 ha. With the laughter of the people, Kang-yoon stepped down, and soon Steph edited the makeup to match the eye makeup. The staff who felt the wall in her usual shy appearance also felt humanity. The general manager is really nice. Our CEO is the longest. Kang-yoon suddenly got along with the staff and showed a disagreeable appearance. In the meantime, Kang-yoon found Director Young Hyuk-ki, who was in the midst of monitoring. The bishop, Anyong. Oh, Mr. Kang-yoon. Welcome. Director Young Hyuk-ki revealed his intimacy with the opening of Kang-yoon. Before going into filming, Kang-yoon or Min Jin Seo was not very well appreciated in gymnastics. It was because of the conflict with the highest departmental store that the company had made it impossible to do so. As a result, thanks to the world, we were able to receive both PPLs from both departmental stores, and Min Jin Seo had a good acting, and the reputation of Kang-yoon and Min Jin Seo rose again. Can I see it? Of course, darling. When asked to see Min Jin Seo's acting, Director Young Hyuk-ki played video. Min Jin Seo was a scene where the customers of the high-end stores were met by the demanding customers. Jin Seo is a good look. Sounds good. There is no denying. Director Ji Hyuk-ki did not spare praise. In fact, the figure of Min Jin Seo immersed in the acting of the male protagonist or auxiliary actor clearly came in the eye. Apparently, Jin Seo is a kite reporter. It was Kang-yoon who did not know about acting, but it was clear that Min Jin Seo's acting was as much. After the monitoring video was over, Director Young Hyuk-ki went on to say goodbye. I have not even edited it yet, but the copyright is being sold even when I see the film. This is unusual. I can dare say that thanks to Jin Seo's acting. This is the virtue that you gave the script very well, directed well, and you do not have to be so humble. There is also a saying that export of second overseas copyright rights will be smooth. It's hard to just like a scenario. Yes, I do not speak. Why on earth did MG demolish the reporter himself? Nawon. Director Jang Hyuk-ki shook his head with a bitter laugh. China, which is sensitive to the state, however, said that the dismissal of Min Jin Seo as such would acknowledge the lack of qualification as a management. Kang-yoon shook his head. It's all gone now. That would have been a problem too. Ha ha ha. Anyway, the CEO? Oh, I must start now. Director Jang Hyuk-ki, who watched the watch, called AD, which was near, and ordered to call everyone. I'm going to shoot. After AD's powerful voice spread on the film, Min Jin Seo, who had finished makeup, stood in front of the camera again. Kang-yoon approached Min Jin Seo when it took a moment to sort out the incoming line to the camera. Teacher. Without saying anything, Kang-yoon grabbed Min Jin Seo's hand and turned. I cover everyone with my body so that no one can see. For your troubles. Min Jin Seo's eyes glowed as he felt his heart. Stand by. But there was no sense to feel lonely. With the strong voice of the director going into the shoot, the camera lighted up simultaneously and Min Jin Seo's acting was on fire. China branch of Yunli Entertainment. CEO Chu Manji stamped the documents taken by Kang-yoon. End, shut off. The CEO of Chu Manji showed up, and Kang-yoon sighed with a sincere look. He suffered. This CEO has done his hard work. CEO Chu Manji sat down with Kang-yoon, holding his coffee on his desk. As a result, we have been able to scale up and become better without wasting any money. But except for the fact that the schedule is tight. I still have a basic concept, but it will not take as long as I think. The problem is ticketing. At the end of Kang-yoon, Chu Manji nodded. Ticketing was very important in an extra-large concert with an audience of 100,000. Even if it was not a performance hall problem, I could do it right now. We'll have to start before it's too late. CEO, what about slowing down the time? More delay? Even if you do not have a big concert, you have to ticketing 3 months ago. The remaining time is about 2 months. It was never a quick time. It's now a week since Edio's debuts. The reaction is good, but it still takes time to follow DITN. Again, it takes time. Chu Manji CEO was also checking the response of Edios. It was scary in China, but there was an unfortunate part in meeting the concert schedule. There was anxiety that DITN would raise the number of Li, but it was necessary for the rival to go long. I also learned that I can learn the know-how of world classics. Kang-yoon said in a heavy tone that he knew his worries. I'll do my best. Great. Chu Manji, CEO of Chu Manji, did not speak much. Kang-yoon, whom he watched, was a man who kept his own words. Then I'll check out the castles from Beijing accommodation. After the story, Kang-yoon left office to make production meetings. The World Classics executives, who oversee the concert, all went to Beijing because of the relocation. Kang-yoon headed for the station to take the necessary documents and to get on the Sign's high-speed train. As the train came in, the sun was already floating in the middle. ***, World ENT Min Jin SEO, China drama Birth of Luxury appeared. What drama is it? China drama, Min Jin SEO, who moved to world entertainment in the birth of luxury goods. Especially, it has attracted much attention in China, as well as Chinaman actor and Guo Dongjin. Guo Dongjin said that acting with Min Jin SEO called Princess is like a dream, but he was not willing to act in acting. Syncopation, the competition was intense enough to compete to buy copyrights from over 200 Chinese broadcasting stations, and the second copy of the book is showing good responses in Southeast Asia, Korea, and Japan. ***, publicity is going well. On the train, Kang-yoon smiled with a smile as he read the internet column of columnist Rist who was involved in the PR team's care. It was a good column response because it was named Column Rist. Though there were some midterm accidents, most of them were positive messages to shoot good drama and return to Korea. Kang-yoon, who studied the reaction in Korea, has access to the Chinese representative music source site, Kaiyu. 1. Woman's priority, woman first, Dietin 2. Confession Chichu, confession, Zhang Bi-chun, equipment Chen, 3. Daughter of Dawn Dawn, Dawn of Autumn, Dawn Dawn. 8. Our story, Edios 9. Love, Love 10. By, Ka, Doa, Shell. Search looking at the rankings, Kang-yoon narrowed his eyes. The 8th, Kang-yoon, who was in a high position but felt insufficient, shook his head. Now for the week. But it was not enough to follow DITN. Besides, time was also a problem. On the Chinese website, Kang-yoon scans Edios and rolls a pen. Now I need to expose it to several places. It was necessary to let Edios know who and which singer. When I was working in such a way, the train arrived in Beijing. Kang-yoon, who got off the train, headed straight to the main Gyeonggi chief. Choi Kyung-ho and the directors greeted Kang-yoon with a blind eye. CEO, are you here? You worked hard. Kang-yoon made a sigh of excitement as he faced the eyes of the people in the field. It's hard. In particular, Choi Kyung-ho was stretching his eyes several times as if he was tired. It was because of the sudden change of the performance hall and the increase in work and the difficulty of everyone. Before starting the production meeting, Kang-yoon bowed his head. Whatever the reason, I'm so sorry to suddenly change the venue. Company, CEO. Everyone who attended the Kang-yoon apology production conference trembled. I knew everyone could not help it. However, Kang-yoon continued to say hi. I know everyone is tough. Please be patient for a little while. Ah yes. Everyone shouted cheers at the word of reward. It was the same for both the partners and world-class people. Well, let's get started. Kang-yoon started a production meeting in earnest, along with people who had gone through fatigue and who had been gone or had been deceived. There were various stories such as directing the theater and ticketing. As I was discussing the theater drawings, images, and copyright, the time went on in a flash. It was around 9 p.m. that the production meeting was over. Then I will proceed with this. Kang-yoon walked out of the main Gyeonggi temple with a tired face after finishing the meeting, which lasted until the evening. Now I just want to concentrate on Edio's getting popularity. Kang-yoon ran on a train to Shanghai. Anyway, the main work is done in world class. Kang-yoon was only instructed in that direction. Now it's time to figure out how Edios can get popularity faster. Then, jing, jing. The cell phone that I put in my pocket vibrated. It was Liu Yang director call. Oh my lord. Anyang. Kang-yoon greeted me with pleasure. Anyang you. Is the call all right? Absolutely. Since meeting with Rwanda Tao, there has been a definite change in our relationship with Liu Yang. The PPL case was ridiculous and rattling, but now that there is no such past, he was alive. Director Liu Yang seemed to hesitate for a moment and talked about the purpose. This time we will open a 5th store in Beijing. I would like to invite Edios to the opening celebration performance. Is it possible? Is that what you say? Was the 5th store open this Saturday? Because he was going to visit in person, Kang-yoon knew the exact schedule. In the answer of Kang-yoon, Liu Yang laughed greatly. Haha, thank you. Then tell the people to talk about the cost, and I will report on the above. Clear, right? I will contact you later. So sudden events were caught. If it was Korea, there was no reason to take this kind of schedule, but it was not time to cover it. It was an important time to split the short time. Kang-yoon called Kim Dae-hyun manager, who manages the schedule, and asked about Edios' Saturday schedule. There is a photo shoot, but I can postpone it. I will adjust. Yeah? Then, after adjusting the schedule of Edios, Kang-yoon laid himself in his chair. Next day, Kang-yoon went out with his Edios members to go to Beijing. Dangerous yellow sand? Kang-yoon frowned at the yellow dust covering Hanul. It was a sudden yellow sandstorm. It was a shame to refrain from going out on the internet. Everyone has a mask for the yellow sand. For Kang-yoon made meticulously a dust mask to Young Min-ah, who was frustrated and headed for the airport. I searched for Beijing weather on my way, similar to Shanghai. But the problem occurred when I arrived at the airport. Cancelled. There was a message on the airport sign that Beijing was cancelled due to dust. I asked the crew, but the answer was uniform, and everyone was embarrassed. CEO, what should I do? I was going to go and get ready. When CEO Hanyu shook her voice, Kang-yoon relieved her that she was fine. I'm fine. The train will run. Let's go back to the station. For after relieving the Edios members, Kang-yoon headed to the nearby station. Fortunately, the high-speed train was in operation, but it was not easy to book tickets because of suddenly crowded guests. It happened that the managers had to come on the next train. There was a coordinator. But Kang-yoon is going to have to take care of all 9 people. What if you have a CEO? There was no manager, but Edios was not anxious at all. The closer to Beijing, the darker the dust. The yellow dust of Shanghai could be seen in front, but the yellow dust of Beijing was covered with the dust of the sand, which was not seen even before one tooth. As soon as I got off the train, everyone had to run towards the station. I walked into the station and clapped my clothes. What is this? Ellie Young was upset, and Young Min-ah made friends. No, not only her, but Han Ju-yeon and Seo Han-yu were also wowed by the power of the great yellow dust they were experiencing for the first time. You do not perform this day outdoors, right? Young Min-ah mumbled anxiously. Christy on raised Jyeongi. No, what? I will resign if I did. I had to cover 9 people by myself, but Kang-yoon slowly drove everyone to the car. Because the car was parked in the outdoor parking lot, everyone had to walk for about 5 minutes. Do not worry. In the car, Han Ju-yeon, who kept shaking his clothes, frowned. The power of the DSS, which does not disappear like a dirt pile in the construction site, was fearsome. Kang-yoon was uncomfortable, too, but did not express it. Weary sigh, let's get this over with. I can wash it just by performing. For the car arrived at the departmental store when everyone was hurt and relaxed. Fortunately, I was able to park my car in the underground parking lot, which was less affected by the dust. There were security officers in the black suit and Liu Yang's director who came out to get them out of the car. Come on. I suffered. No, Anyang. The yellow dust rushed to greet everyone, and everyone entered the departmental store. In the dark sandstorms, the departmental store open day effect was enormous, and the lobby was crowded with an enormous number of people. Looking around, Kang-yoon asked Liu Yang if something was wrong. I cannot see the stage. In the question of Kang-yoon, Liu Yang hesitated and responded with a sigh. Stage? That's right. That. Outside. Outside. Yeah? Looking at the outdoor stage covered in dense dust, Kang-yoon blurred his eyes openly. Chapter 313. The outdoor stage, which was scheduled for the ceremony, was covered with yellow sand dust and was not visible. The departmental store inside the open effect was crowded with guests, but outside was a bit of a rush to get in a little bit soon. Lee Riss, should we sing over there? Do not tell me. Will you let the CEO stand in that scary place? I thought that was not going to happen, but Ellie Young and Christy were tired of the idea. It was a thick body of singer with years of singer life, but I did not have any desire to stand in that dusty cradle. Everyone can stand. No Young Min-ah came out when the opinion split. Let's wait. CEO would not make us bad. The members who were crying were silent in her words. It was Kang-yoon who always made the best choice. He was the first to think of singer. If you set them up at that stage, you could have a good reason. On the other hand, Kang-yoon, thoughtful, sighed with his hand. We cannot build our kids in that stage. Kang-yoon shook his head. No matter how much stage I need, I did not mean to build an Edios at that stage. I cannot go this way. You should also consider the face of the reporter. A while. Where are the other singers? As time went by, I could not see other singer. Kang-yoon felt strange airflow and asked Lu Yang. I'd better move the stage. But I cannot see anyone else. That? Everyone has a problem. Lu Yang was scratching his head with a dark face. If we were not even, the event must have been cancelled at all. It was the departmental store open event. Even if there was a reason for DSS, Lu Yang's directors were obviously blamed if things went wrong. Kang-yoon continued to speak calmly. Departmental store ramen seems to be available. Is the outside crowded? Lu Yang asked again, but Kang-yoon shook his head. It is hard. It is obvious that the protest will come out when the stage is forcibly forced outside. I think it's the worst for our kids and the audience. As Lu Yang watched the dusk rising, he sighed. Clear right. But lighting or speakers? We have to give up lighting. Can you turn off the speakers? Wait. Lu Yang asked the staff at the back of the facilities about the equipment. It can take a little while. And the speaker he hears, singer? It can also be moved. Kang-yoon nodded, as he had already expected the facility. The equipment is settled, the place is a problem. Where? Kang-yoon looked around and pointed to the escalator in the middle of the lobby. It was a wide open space on the side, and the upper floors were overtaken, so it was a place where a lot of people came into the room. May I open the stage from there? There, Ramian. We need a lot of people, so we need security personnel. Thank you for your trouble. Yes. Oh, this CEO. It's Lu Yang smiled, as if Kang-yoon knew what he wanted to say. I will do my best to other singers' share. I'll give you my money today. Kang-yoon's answer to solve his troubles. Lu Yang director's face looked a bit bright. Everyone was busy when the length of the road was fixed. In the outdoor stage, 2 large speakers and monitor speakers were moved to the center of the lobby, followed by a large mixer and 6 wireless microphones, with a small stage in the center of the lobby. What is that? Today's open event is over there. Was not you canceling? People who were disappointed that all the invited singer were gone heard the performance again and started to flock to the center of the lobby. Under the guidance of the security personnel, the people rounded the stage around staff waiting room on the first floor lobby. The Edios members were rushing to make up, sing songs, and prepare for the show. Ellie Young shone brightly as Young Min-ah was struggling to support her weight in one arm while practicing her solo choreography. Min-ah dancing is like a circus. At the end of the circus, Young Min-ah jumped up and fingered Ellie Young's forehead. It's Pierrot, right? Are you doing so well? Although Ellie Young had a crush on him, Young Min-ah turned away, and the other members who watched him laughed and laughed. The waiting room was loud. Han Ju-yeon practiced singing, and Christian and Seo Han-yu rushed to the final check, matching their voices. The given time is a whopping 1 hour. As it was like a little concert, I mixed the solo song as well as the duet, China famous singer's song properly, and I had a lot of bead sweat in preparation. When everyone was ready, the door opened and the staff announced the start. Stage is ready. Yeah, I'll be right back. Talking about coming soon, Kang-yoon called everyone out. I always say, I'll be responsible for everything. Do you mind if I make a mistake? When Young Min-ah interrupted the horse, Kang-yoon was stalled and Edios members laughed. The CEO likes everything and the repertoire is the same. It is. While Kang-yoon was embarrassed, Christian and Han Ju-yeon laughed, and Lee Sam-soon raised her hand. Hey, stop it. I will continue to do so if the CEO does not know me. As everyone laughed, Kang-yoon shrugged. Yes, thank you. Do not make mistakes. When Kang-yoon grunted and reached out his hands, the hands of Edio's members were laid on top of it. Ardu, Aries, Edios. Everyone's hands climbed up to Hanul to the voice of Kang-yoon. The cafe, Zune, is located in the center of Sinsadong Road. The coffee taste was ordinary, but it was a famous cafe that attracted entertainers without any attempts and always made their friends as fans. By the way, today was more special. Look there. Jua Jua. Great bargain. I have to get autograph. Wait a second. You look serious there? There was Jua, a woman wearing a beanie hat in the corner of a window. It is an entertainer of entertainers, real star, etc. The fans were fussy and busy, but nobody was easily accessible. The reason was simple. What for the same reason, why not topple the group? Yeah, Jua had a lot of sex. There were a lot of people in the vicinity, but she was unmatched. On the other hand, the voice of the woman sitting opposite was getting smaller. She, Junior Kong Sami, did not even come close to cool the coffee, and Jua sprang a sigh of relief. Anyway, I do well when I am. Suddenly you raised a reporter like Jean Seo? Yes, I'm afraid I'm dying. I've never really done anything like acting. Oh, my head hurts. Jean Seo was only interested in acting in the first place, and Kang-yoon Appa looked good at people. Real. One of the CEOs, the senses, the bums. Do you want to cosplay? So even at Fortress Company, I can say that. I turn my head gently, and the gentle mumbles a little. After the sale of Star Tower, MG Entertainment's funding improved, but the benefits did not go away at all for entertainers. Rather, as the reason for restoring the company base was to be built up again, the schedule was getting tighter than before, and the credibility of entertainers and trainees was getting to the bottom. Jua shook his head and asked again, Awesome. So what are you going to do? I cannot take it anymore. I have to put it all over the profile. So far I've been hanging around to believe that the MG practice system. I do not have any more reasons to debut this important. That's right. Senior did this when you debut? Jua shook his head decisively. Did you? If I did, I would have hit it. I did not worry about that when Chairman was holding tight. Sing it to you, singer. Do you hear this? I could not imagine. I don't know. Jua said in a calm tone to the razor that shook his head in confusion. Jean Seo had also forced the company to become a singer when trainee. Oh right, was it? Jean Seo said. If you go through that kind of thing, it's two things you need. 2. Jua came closer to the razor that glared his eyes like a girl. One is sure I'm thinking right. Assurance. And what? The other is a company that believes in me and supports me. Oh, it was a natural story, but the eyes of the ginseng were brilliant. Jua kept quietly chatting. I'm totally the same idea. In silence, the gentleman remembers Senior's advice many times. A small stage was made in the center of the lobby on the first floor. People who shopped in the red stage costume of the body attached to the body rushed one by one. Ardu, Aries, Edios. Ninho Edios. The greetings of Edios spread to people. The music of the lobby became smaller, and the lighting became cheerful. What are they? People were nervous, but Seo Hanyu listened to the microphone without disturbing. It was her destiny that she was the most Chinese member of the members. Enyang Hazio. We are Edios from Korea. I've staged several stages in Korea, but I feel a lot of heartbreaking when I breathe and so close to the audience. The story continued with a clear voice, but the reaction of the people was not as good as I thought. However, Seo Hanyu continued the sentence, and Kang-yoon felt that it was not. The moment is short. Young Min-ah, who recognized Kang-yoon's signal, whispered in the ear of Seo Hanyu. Let's shorten the moment. Yeah. Seo Hanyu stopped talking and started to introduce songs. Let me first hear the title song, Our Story. I hope everyone will enjoy it together. In the humble response of the people, everyone stood in line. That's it. Oh, this song. As Jeonju passed, young audiences began to react. It was the majesty of the song that entered the top 10 of the music charts within a week. Seo Hanyu came to the center and caught a microphone. Mo, Etin, Turan, Chungwei, Lug, Bangwan. One day I suddenly came to mind. The park that I went with you late at night. In her voice, people responded with a bright expression, and a white light matched the response. Next to the engineer, Kang-yoon's eyes, which watched the stage, were tapered. Now white as natural. The light was shining and signs of change were seen, but it was not enough to turn into silver yet. Of course, the power of white light could not be ignored. Gradually, the people in front of stage called our story and shook hands. Okay, this song is not everything. With arms folded, Kang-yoon watched the stage going toward him. Young Min-ah and all the dignitaries were gathered together. It's hard to see the people, so the stage went on. As the fever of white light continued, the middle people of the stage started to enjoy the stage with their hands. However, the second floor or the back of the stage was still dark. Meanwhile, Edios calls China's singer S ballad, Love Acting is over. Thank you. While of the ballads that the 6 singers heard differently, people applauded and cheered. The midstage has passed. From bright songs to ballads. People responded well, but there was not a definite one. Now it was time to switch the atmosphere. At that time, the Edios members were exited and Young Min-ah remained in the stage. Is it break time? What? When people were wondering, Kang-yoon threw a red beanie hat on Young Min-ah on the stage. Min-ah. People ran into the red beanie hat that was flying out of nowhere. However, Young Min-ah did not care about it, and when she used a beanie hat, the feeling of a former female college student disappeared and the feeling of a mature woman was filled. Unlike other members in advance, the preparation with long skinny took a part. What was that? As people got bored, the music went on. It was her solo song, Hot Smile. Do it. Stepping on the steps, Young Min-ah bent his legs at 90 degrees with his arms raised on the floor and his back. Wow, what is that? The audience's eyes have turned. So far, there has been no singer who showed b-boying in China. No, man singer was rare. All of them broke their bodies freely and opened their mouths to Young Min-ah, who waved freely. It is grim. Young Min-ah stepped on the Indian staff, who wandered back and forth. I lowered my body, turned my knee one lap, got up again, and turned back spin. The atmosphere reversed rapidly. Wow! As the audience cheered, the light was strong. Kang-yoon's eyes also began to show a little bit of silver. Agreed. I had to take this mood. To attract people, Kang-yoon asked the engineer to adjust the volume. Soon, the volume was controlled finely and the silver light glowed brilliantly. Young Min-ah's dance performance, which breaks freely, attracted people strongly. The people in front of the stage, as well as the people behind, screamed, and people continued to see the stage in the second and third floors. The stage of silver led people to a climax. I want it already. This moment I feel like this. The soaring atmosphere at the stage of Young Min-ah caught up with people. 3 hours after that, a video called Edios Young Min-ah Doc Stage, Highest Beijing Store, was uploaded to YouCan, a video specialized site called Chinese Tune. My heart beats. The wave is basic, and the stage of the woman who freely breaks the whole body has made people astonished. It's a circus. Korean singers are now learning Zao. I'm crazy. You are crazy. People's reactions were explosive. It took me less than an hour to shoot the best chapter of the music chapter. More time has passed since the week has seen the best views. The number of inquiries about word of mouth was increasing exponentially. Edios? Good for kids. DJ Chishi is okay. There's Club Water. The singer from Korea is all good. Their agency is compared to a Wan, Amon. Chinese, even when compared to the giant promoter, Amon, people talked about who Edios is. The fact that it is the 8th place on the music chart, and the fact that there is DJ Chishu as a member. The complexity of the various works has increased the appeal of the people exponentially. Particularly women's liking increased sharply. Completely beautiful. Best. What about your skills? Oh, completely. Especially fan shots for Young Min-ah were beyond imagination. It was also important for men to digest the additional boboing freely. I was going to practice right now, and I was making a video that followed her song. Starting with Yokin, Edios was a hot wind. With that, the portal site, Edios fan page, even Korea Edios fan page has been paralyzed. I've been to the highest departmental store for 2 days. Kang-yoon gave instructions to everyone. Upload Edios footage to Tune, Yokin. I have unearthed the data I did not upload to YouCan during that time. It was for Yeoju that people should be nodded when water comes in, and that Edios is such a singer. Broadcasting companies were also shaken as people moved around the internet. Are you Anyang? Hyundai Broadcasting PD. Anyang Hazio? MNH writer is called Weizong. This time I want to get involved in a program called Run Great Wall. In addition to music broadcasting, arts, photo shoot, and many other places came in contact. It was all one time to go to Kawang Top 5, but there was a lot of requests to see what happened. So, the name of Edios slowly began to rock the continent. Chapter 314. While Edios was causing blue in the middle, the war was continuing to fill their vacancies in Korea. However, filling Edios and DITN vacancies was not as easy as it was thought, and the singers' efforts to fill the gap were still continuing. But this time was different. With the Winkle and GNB sections of Jurang come back side by side with the Harvest Month, the Korean music industry was showing signs of change. Under the orange light, the two group CEOs, Han Young-suk, CEO of GNB, and Kang Si-myung of Yulin, were sitting side by side. I did not get it. Han Young-suk, CEO, laughed bitterly by blowing acting. Yes, if you give it to me this time, I will yield you an autumn. CEO Kang Si-myung responded with a wry smile. Han Young-suk then resigned his shoulder and filled his empty cup. I think it was hard for both companies to give up this time. I did not have Edios, Diatine, and came up to May. Unfortunately, it was unbearable. Yes, I'm sorry. There's GNB and Nellel, and there's Twistle. The CEO of The River is also a drama production company, is not it? Even if it was like a stretched rubber band, it soon became taut. Jong-suk is the one who sets the comeback time with the large singer, but this time it was not easy. That was the right time. Knowing that, Han Young-suk chose to talk about consumer warfare. Did you hear the news this time? The CEO of Kang Si-myung distorted his moment, but his face slowly opened. Does Lee Kang-yoon take over as chairman? I heard. The real thing is the thing. When I heard that the world teams were independent of the company, I guessed. That's what happened. Han Young-suk, CEO, took a cup with a strange face. I had to admit it. The birth of the second chairman of the entertainment system was imminent. What this means is great. Moreover, he does not have a listing, but a chairman. It was said that he was confident of the size of the company. At that point, Kang Si-myung CEO's mouth was distorted. I cannot give that place nicely. Han Young-suk CEO's eyes waved. It turns out that the fact that Kang Si-myung CEO and Lee Kang-yoon are not good is that everyone in the industry knows Ramyeon well. Something is news? Indeed, what about? The face of Han Young-suk CEO was also curious about the strange story. The man's jealousy is more scary. I know he does not like Lee Kang-yoon. I knew it. I do not know. World Classics? I have to think about what happens to the plan. When Han Young-suk CEO tried to talk about something more, he came up with a popularity rating. There will not be much. Choi Kyung-ho is the acting stroke of an older person like me. The two turned around and were CEO of MG Entertainment, Won Jin-pyo. I was leaning solo at a distance from two people. May I have a break? I'm sorry, but today. Absolutely. Han Young-suk CEO declined to accept Kang Si-myung CEO, and Won Jin-pyo CEO was next to CEO Kang Si-myung. I should not be tied up with such a person. A toothless tiger, MG. It was still a problem, but the CEO was a problem. As long as Won Jin-pyo CEO, Han Young-suk CEO thought that MG had no hope. With their own thoughts, three people hit the cup, and CEO Won Jin-pyo brought out the story. Lee Kang-yoon, the guy, was the one who did not know the inside. Since I was in MG, it's basically a rule of thumb for an excuse for singer. I took out Min Jin SEO in various mean channels, and finally to Star Tower. Han Young-suk, CEO of Won Jin-pyo, was disappointed. Lee Kang-yoon did not take it, but MG missed it. Unlike her thoughts, Kang Si-myung CEO took his side. Lee Kang-yoon is the guy. I'm arbitrary, I'm wild. I do not disrupt the industry order at will. Right, exactly. It's fine. That's why the companies talked a lot, right? You're right. Everyone else is an asshole. Even though the singer's situation got better, the two men put together a whole different story. It was a fleeting moment to discuss how to respond to world entertainment. Let the men flare. Han Young-suk, CEO, rubbed the cigarette and ran out of place. Are you already up? When Kang Si-myung CEO who had a blushing smell, questioned Han Young-suk. CEO smiled brighter than before. I'm sorry. I have something urgent to do, and I think I should go. Lee Kang-yoon, how do you do your work? If CEOs decide, please tell us. I'm busy. After breaking Won Jin-pyo's CEO's words, Han Young-suk, CEO, packed his bags and stepped out. Looking back at her, Won Jin-pyo, CEO, it's hard to plan a big deal with a woman. Now, would you like a drink? I did not think that I would be able to communicate with one CEO. Yuha, now let's talk about the real story. After she had gone, the two of them shifted and coincided. This year, after he had a full schedule on Golden Week, Humanities was on a flight to South Korea. There is an important announcement this time. Come by all means. Lee Hyun-ji has been in contact directly. It was not usually important if she had contacted directly. With anxiety, and excitement, Humanities was at the departure point of Rita Airport. Well rested. I'll buy a present. I'm fine. Following the release of Tsukasa Producer, Humanities started off to Korea. When I arrived at Incheon Airport, I was waiting for her to see a departure place. CEO, the human's eyes were full of gladness. It was Kang-yoon who was in China. Long time no see. Company CEO, nice to meet you. Kang-yoon tried to embrace you. However, before he hugged him, someone approached him and he attracted the Humanities. Yuni, it's been a long time, Huh? Min Jin SEO? Suddenly felt body temperature embarrassed humanity. Are you going to share this greeting with Min Jin SEO? I was curious, but she could not afford to smile at her smile. Great. Let's go to the car. Kang-yoon, who knows what Min Jin SEO is doing, has been leading the way and is panting. You should be with me even when you do this. Right after Kang-yoon, Min Jin SEO did not think to fall. Since Kang-yoon visited her filming site, she did not even mention it because she did not even have time to face her face properly. The conversation continued on the road to the car. I heard about Edios. I did not think I'd be able to sleep in a month. I was lucky. Oh, luck. I heard everyone tried a lot. At the end of Humanity, Kang-yoon smiled a smile. Debut within a month, Edios was spreading the name on the continent. I was also good at the human eye, how much everyone tried for this result. In her sparkling eyes, Kang-yoon broke her head. I am busy, no matter how busy I am. I am so troubled in Japan. Oh, this is difficult. If you are like CEO, this is exciting. The human rights man shrugged and shook Kang-yoon's shoulder. Do not be silly. Are you lonely? It's very lonely. I work and live. I'm still recruiting lover. Oh, I want to entertain. Have not we met yet? Kang-yoon asked, and she smiled mischievously and shook her head strongly. Oh, CEO, are not you asking too much? I have received a few dashes from Japan guys, but it was not spirit. I have a delicate charm, and I hate it because I do not have the boldness. I like a wild, hot person. Who would that be? At that time, Min Jin SEO, who touched his cell phone in the front seat, intervened. Teacher is definitely not. He's not a wild one. When the subject turned to Kang-yoon, Kang-yoon became numb, and the humanities person laughed. CEO? CEO is the best man. Is he a man? Oh. Huh. It was right? No, it was. You can speak with ease. Ahahaha. Yes, it is. Previously, I decided to leave everything. Humanities, who were awkward to meet for a long time, scratched their heads. Still, all the common interests of all women, the story of the men, all ears were ears, and the conversation became energetic. Kang-yoon felt Min Jin SEO, who was bordering on human beings, felt cute and matched his hair. Good to you. Yeah. Min Jin SEO made a small noise in the thick hands on his head. Kang-yoon laughed and turned her down. The eyes of human beings playfully painted on the figure of two people who seemed to be good in the distance. Ohora, Jin SEO likes someone like CEO? Kang-yoon was able to listen to her words freely. Jin SEO is old, but it is not. Oh, I do not care about the age of a man like a teacher. But the stone has come from somewhere else. In Min Jin SEO's mischievous mischief, Kang-yoon's eyes were fluttering, and even human beings blinked in unexpected answers. Well, if you're a CEO. At that time, Kang-yoon pointed to the world studio that came into view. Do not tell me. That's our company. Oh, is there? The topic changed. Looking at the buildings pointed to by Kang-yoon, the humanities were astonished. As the distance got closer, the building was huge, and when I arrived at the entrance and looked up the building, it was huge. It was not compared to the previous small building. Oh, Min-jin Seo. He. Yuri. It's Lee Kang-yoon. Min-jin Seo naturally shook hands as the fans who were in the entrance spotted Kang-yoon party and shouted, "Wow!" Min-jin Seo. In the past, there was very little fan activity in the company, so humanities was dazed and glazed. While Min-jin Seo waved to the fans, Kang-yoon led everyone inside. I took the elevator to the meeting room, and Lee Hyun-ji greeted them. Everybody suffered from coming. All the employees of World Entertainment sat in the conference room. Hyune? Hyuna? Yuni this. Kang-yoon turned his eyes to Lee Hyun-ji while he was unhooking with the singer and the staff who met him a long time ago. Did not it happen? For I would say, I do not. Excellent. Kang-yoon, who took over the playfulness of Lee Hyun-ji, took a seat in the center. Lee Hyun-ah and White Moonlight, who have been steadfastly loved by active music, have caused troubles with Edios, which has been working hard in China, and Scandal, Kim Jae-hoon, who is now in the hands of singing talent. Lee Hee-yoon and twin sisters and trainees. Everyone was having a bad conversation. Min-jin Seo and the World Entertainment team members have been talking about the China entertainment world. Moon-hee. Concert at Tokyo Dome at the end of this year. Hee-yoon Yuni. In this song, Senior Nim, I was listening to everyone so, Lee Hyun-ji gently caught Kang-yoon's shoulders. Chairman, what do you think? Oh, everybody waits. So Kang-yoon looked around. Could it be because he was a little dumb? The surroundings were quiet. Kang-yoon came out with a smile as he saw everyone's eyes on him. Well, can I get started? Four Kang-yoon's shoulders shook as a strong answer to the students. I am sorry to have collected, but I am busy. The reason we gathered together in the middle of all the busy time is to talk about future world entertainment. Everyone swallowed their saliva. To the managers, everyone knew about the employees. The process of growing teams, the process of becoming a company, and so on. Kang-yoon was informing everyone of all this. Today was the moment to announce its fruits. We will start new in the future. World C&C, who plays drama in charge of World Entertainment, actor in charge of Singer, World Classical Performing Agency, and its fine music service. Each team leader is Neju in Japanese. At the end of Kang-yoon, Kang Ji-jun, Choi Kyung-ho, and John Hyung-taek took place. Please say hello. Mr. Kang Ji-jun, CEO of C&C, Mr. Choi Kyung-ho of Classic, and Mr. John Hyung-taek, who will take charge of its fine. Everyone was applauded and cheered in the introduction of Kang-yoon. Already, all the staff have done their job and have gone back to the rewards and bonuses for their careers. Team leaders were not formalized, they were actually CEOs. Choi Kyung-ho, the eldest high-ranking speaker, listened to the microphone. Before I was scouted in the world, I had a promise from my CEO. Choi Kyung-ho smiled at Kang-yoon as everyone was having a curious look. It was a promise not to give up people with outside pressure. There are many reasons for the performances to overturn. The CEO kept the promise. Someone here did not give up singing or acting to external pressure, nor did this Edios concert. Even when the performance contract was canceled due to external problems, the CEO did not give up anyone and solve the problem. Without using any unjust means. Everyone was drowning in Choi Kyung-ho's cool words. The eyes of Choi Kyung-ho, who stopped for a moment, shone. Would not that be a good place for Ramyeon, Chairman? Right? Yes. While Choi Kyung-ho and Lee Hyun-ji smiled at each other's eyes, everyone's gaze was directed at Kang-yoon. The director is also true. A chairman who is recognized by everyone. Kang-yoon shrugged, staring at Lee Hyun-ji. Justification for everyone's recognition. The scenarios she made were obvious. Chapter 3:15. There is no additional allowance even if you are depressed like this. Ha 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 as Kang-yoon ventured into the atmosphere with a slight joke. A small laughing voice burst in the conference room. After a while, a lot of laughter started, and Kang-yoon rose from his seat and bowed his head. I am glad to greet my family first. Greetings formally. It's Lee Kang-yoon, the chairman of the world station. Wow. Everyone applauded and cheered in Kang-yoon's declaration. It's hard. When I looked at the heated room, Lee Hyun-ji felt like a big mountain. I am most pleased with this moment because I have been suffering from a lot of unemployment, such as the problem of establishing the company and the inauguration of the chairman. Kang-yoon faced her for a moment and turned to people again. All in all, The small two-story building has become a huge office building called Star Tower, and World Entertainment has been reborn as a world station. I was standing here and having a great title. Chairman, thanks to you. Thank you for your hard work. Let's keep running in the future. Raucous laughter. After the short celebration, applause and cheers burst out again. It was not just the company that worked for the paycheck, so everyone could cry out with one mind. Work was done, but it was possible because there was reasonable compensation and motivation. It was the moment when the entertainer chairman, who said that it would be difficult to come back after World Stage, and Won Jin-moon chairman, representing the Korean music industry, was inaugurated. As Kang-yoon's name spread to the conference room, he turned to CEOs again. CEOs, please get up from your seat. Kang-yoon, holding his hand and silencing the people, asked the Secretary Moon to bring things prepared in advance. Soon she gave Kang-yoon 4 small boxes directly to the CEOs. Kenichi, Momoyama, take it off. When the CEOs unpacked the box, a bunch of small cards came out. World C and C CEO Kang Ji-jun, Kang Ki-jun. It was a business card made for a new position. Kang-yoon turned his eyes to the employees when the CEOs touched the business card with a delightful face. I wanted to deliver business cards directly to everyone, but due to the time difference, only the CEO will deliver it. Thank you for your understanding. Since then, the inauguration ceremony of the company continued. At the advertisement time, Lee Hyun-ji said that after 10 days, he invited an outside party to hold a celebration party and said that the singer's schedule would be reduced as much as possible. The meeting ended with CEO Kyung-ho and Kang Ji-jun discussing the deployment of the employees. The last word was decorated by Kang-yoon. Now, since this time, we are employees of World Station. Please remember that fact and do your best. I'll take the lead. Examples. As the voices of employees and entertainers spread, Kang-yoon suddenly fingered his finger. All right, you missed the most important thing. Kang-yoon raised his mouth while people were looking at him. This month we will receive a commemorative bonus. Wow! Bonus chairman. Chairman. The meeting room was heated up by a huge cry that we could not compare with until now. After finishing the inauguration ceremony of World Entertainment, renewal work has begun. From the homepage to the fan page, everything else was replaced. In the process, the name of the company called World Station was made public for everyone. World Station. Now that the rumor of establishing the company has turned out loud, is it? The renewal was fast, but the fans and industry officials were not upset. It was the effect that the story was spoken to the press in advance, and the announcement was made through the homepage or fan cafe. However, there was no news that Kang-yoon was inaugurated as chairman, so he came as a shock to everyone. Enter is finally coming out with chairman. What is the chairman who is not 40? Is not it okay if it's Lee Kang-yoon? Won Jin-moon chairman Lee Kang-yoon did not follow his performance. It does not make any sense if it is Yeonbyeol, Ilong, GNB, World Ramyeon recognition. Does chairman make sense in less than 10 years? There was a split of opinions in favor and opposition. There were a few who were not interested. Every time an article came out, the comment column was debated every day. The birth of the World Station, chairman, was providing the entertainer industry and fans with stories every day. This effect was followed by the World Station founding party, where influential people gathered. Thanks for being here. Unlike usual, Kang-yoon dressed in formal suit greeted government officials. Lee Hyun-ji, who was beside Kang-yoon, was wearing a seductive dress that he had rarely worn, and he was receiving people's attention. I heard it from a rumor, but you're really beautiful. Thank you, Young Jin-yo. Director, who picked the tie? You look good. Lee Hyun-ji, who was a small but fit for Lee Hyun-ji with good body proportions, was well versed in the government, while Kang-yoon was spending no time in the entertainment world. Chief Executive Choi Kyung-ho and Kang Ji-jun were also confused as they shook hands to greet the crowd. Han Ju-yeon, who watched the chairman, the director, and the CEO bustling at the guests, grew tired. Today, CEOs seemed to be the main character. I'm jealous. Yuni's reaction to a seldom grunt was Seo Han-yu handing Yuni's shoulder a drink cup. Oh, we have a lot of popularity to such people. It is difficult. But, EW, let's think it good. What? That's Hyuna Yuni boyfriend, right? Seo Han-yu pointed to the hypocrisy attached to Lee Hyuna with his fingers. Han Ju-yeon, who was not feeling well anymore, faced the appearance of men and women enjoying their time together. Next to Giri Siri. Am I going to be romance? On. Is that true? Seo Hanyu opened his eyes, and Han Ju-yun shook his head. I'm kidding, joking. No, damn, it's enough for me to fuck you the other day. Right? Do you like Moda solo life? The other kids say they have a secret romance after 3 years. Anyway, this is the commander. Han Ju-yun grunted and pounded the head of Seo. Hanyu grasped Yuni's grudge, and Seo Hanyu turned his attention away. There was a Hee-yoon and a pianist Hyo-min where her gaze was directed. I still cannot believe it. Hyo-min, you can call me Yuni. Yeah. Yuni. It's we have a recital for our oppa. Hee-yoon shook his voice as if he was being pushed into the atmosphere that was difficult to approach. It was not easy to speak in a unique atmosphere, different from singer. Hyo-min opened his mouth with a soft face as if the serenity of Hee-yoon, a genius composer, felt cute. Kang-yoon's recital made me blow my slump away. I thought about it later, but Kang-yoon seems to have eyes that penetrate people through stage. Right. It looks like a reel. I heard that from our singer. Right. By the way, the muse of the world is very beautiful. Yuni is also beautiful. Do you speak spit in your mouth? I'll be happy. Hee-yoon, who was embarrassed by light playful, was cute. There was not a smile at the mouth of Hyo-min. At that time, the sound of loud ladies came from far away, and Hee-yoon's eyes naturally returned. Oh, is not singer AT&T? At the end of Hee-yoon, Hyo-min's eyes also turned to 5 women talking with Kim Jae-hoon. I like the world good. Appa's face is fully open. T&T's leader, Kim Hyo-lin, joked with the twist of Kim Jae-hoon's ball. Oh, have you been watching from a long time? Appa ball is not like a man. I cannot go to bed. Aoi is the Aoi Ao. Is my ball a beef? Kim Jae-hoon, who caught the ball, grunted, but Kim hurried and reduced his ball. Tai Ti and Kim Jae-hoon were very loud, as were the singer, who often drink. Kim Jae-hoon, who was out of the woods of Kim Hyung-lin, struggled to catch up with the red ball. What kind of hands are so hot? By the way, you said you finally renewed with Laurel? The main vocalist, Ju Young-hyun, answered his question. That's it. I wanted to sign with World. Young-hyun, but she's right, is not she right? Is Bob Mak-yeoju in good conscience? At the end of the immigration, she was embarrassed by the fact that she was grumpy. He, though, we will cry our CEO. Yes, it is. Min, you like the world too? He it. Kim Jae-hoon was very saddened by the women who did not know how to break the plates and fall into their own chat. On the other hand, Kang-yoon was facing a woman behind government officials. Congratulations, this CEO. Look at my mind. Now you're chairman? Haha, welcome, Han Young-suk CEO. Kang-yoon, who shook hands with CEO of GNB Entertainment, Han Young-suk, recommended a cup next to him. Thanks. Today, many of you are here. It is those who have given precious time. Thank you. Who are those people? Han Young-suk, CEO, pointed to Kang-yoon behind suit Lee Hyun-ji and his team. People from China. You are busy at the highest departmental store and sign departmental store. Wait, are not the two companies involved in each other? When Han Young-suk, the CEO, questioned, Kang-yoon smiled and replied, it's more of a rival than a joke. It's a good competition. I do not think so. Han Young-suk, CEO of Kang-yoon, explained that it was hard to accept. I did not know much, but I knew well that the leading distributors in the continent, Hyas and Shuryen, were roaring. Well, Ramyeon is such a scene that both companies receive PPL at the same time. Han Young-suk, CEO, shook his head. The more foreigners banging the cup in uncomfortable colors, the more surprising Kang-yoon was. I looked around and heard Japanese. Far away from English, too. There are government officials, small and medium-sized promotional people from Korea, broadcasting stations, and so on. Various nationalities, diverse industries, various people. Han Young-suk was surprised to see many people gathered in the world, but there was one thing that took one. Those people know. It was a strange idea. The party time was going beyond the middle, but neither the CEO nor the staff of MG or Yalong were able to see it. It was strange that they were not manly, but they were perceived as a divorce, but there were no people leading a company. Cuzzy people, I'm going to drink alcohol. They were blinded by jealousy. Han Young-suk, CEO, who felt no longer needing to waste energy on them, took the cup to Kang-yoon. World Station. I love it. Thank you. Clearly the sound of clattering spread out, and she continued. The power of the world is amazing. Japan, China, Southeast Asia will soon be gone too? Probably. China is another place. What is it with us? I'll guess later. In a cool answer to Kang-yoon, Han Young-suk, CEO, smiled. Indeed, he was a man who did not stop and admired the appearance of opening the stage. Kang-yoon, who left the champagne, turned the subject. I heard this time. A CEO has sent a recording to its fine. Thanks to that, I think it's going to get a lot better. Cisco. No, it is a thoroughly practical judgment. It's fine and the service is good too. In the meantime, did not you get preference in favor of not providing sound sources to these pines from existing sound service providers? I know you gave up and gave it to me. Han Young-suk CEO made a smile. After meeting MG and Elong and the two CEOs, they established a strategy to get closer to the world and began to offer their singers music to its fine. The effect was showing. We hope that our GNB and world will be good in the future. That's it. Oh, I envy the CEO of Chu Manji. It meant that I wanted to be a solid relationship between Yunlai and world. Kang-yoon had no idea what that meant. That's. Kang-yoon was about to answer, but Lee Hyun-ji came in a hurry. She bowed to Han Young-suk CEO and turned to Kang-yoon. Chairman, sorry about the story. Lee Hyun-ji called Kang-yoon to move to another place for a while, and he asked Han Young-suk, CEO, for permission and headed to the terrace with her. Kang-yoon asked Lee Hyun-ji side by side on the terrace. What happened? Something bad happened. Mo. Lee Hyun-ji, who chose to breathe and shake his head a few times, continued to speak calmly. I just heard some bad news. MG and Elong are going to merge. MG and Elong. Is this the word? Kang-yoon's eyes twisted slightly. Merger of MG and Jeolon. It was never a good news, as both companies were rumored to be hostile to World Station. Though it did not reach the world in scale, the threat was enough. Also, I cannot easily have it. I think so. Chairman, do you think you should be firm? At the end of Lee Hyun-ji, Kang-yoon reached out with his fingers crossed. 2 parcels. Kang-yoon looked at Han-ol with his confident face as the bones of the bones spread. It's fun. Let's stick. The two of them went back into the party hall. Chapter 316. One article in the portal site Cease was causing a ripple. Alone, Entertainment World. MG merges with Jane. MG Entertainment and Yelong Entertainment will be merged, including Hello Tint and Orzo. MG Entertainment's CEO Won Jin-pyo said he has signed a strategic partnership agreement with Yelong Entertainment to share know-how and business know-how in the Japanese market. Yelong Entertainment is affiliated with singer Winkle, Hajiyoung, and others. Kang Si-myung, CEO of Yelong Entertainment, said, I will praise MG Entertainment's traditional singer cultivation system and will have a great synergy with Yelong's market expansion know-how. Asked whether he had raised the scale through a merger, he said, the merger is an essential choice for the times. In addition, CEO Won Jin-pyo and CEO Kang Si-myung agreed to co-chair the tie-up and agreed to run the company in a fair shareholding. It is noteworthy how the merger of 2 big marketing companies will have an impact on the entertainment world, where the world's solo is predicted. In the meantime, MG and Yalin got lost in his search, and he was climbing to the search query. Are there 2 extra-large agencies? I do not think the world is going well. The Star Tower was also taken away. I need popcorn. There was a variety of reactions to the birth of another big company after World Station. But there was one thing that everyone knew. The fierce war between the 2 companies will begin. The early party chair at the end was hovering over the merging news. Co-representative. Magnificent. It's a co-representative. There have been many mergers between small companies or large companies that absorb small firms, but there have been no mergers between big corporations. It surprised everyone. The article says that the rating will run up to 4 times. Oh, no matter how much I get 4 times. I do not like the smell of unpleasant. Even if we call it unfrit, we will have a double synergy. If we combine the know-how and business of both companies, the effect will be justified. The synergy will be great, too. I do not. It's a shake. Kang-yoon, who returned to the party, listened to stories from around him. Neither he nor Lee Hyun-ji had any predictions of Yulin or MG's work. A company of similar size is a merger. You are the future world. Would you like it? I will. This is it. Companies like us should choose one of them. Every time Kang-yoon passed, industry officials were hurried to hide the uncomfortable signs. But Kang-yoon could understand their minds. There was no good reason for the outsider to be uncomfortable with the relationship between the two big companies. If you get a job from one company, you will get harder on the other. Listening to people's stories, Kang-yoon looked around. Where did a CEO go? In order to finish the story, Han Young-suk was looking for CEO, but she was not seen. Han Young-suk, the secretary of the CEO, came to the entrance to ask the staff. Chairman, our CEO told me that we had an urgent matter and told him to go first. Is it urgent? Did something bad happen? Our apologies. Next time you're dining in a nice place. Thank you for your understanding. Kang-yoon nodded for a moment and sent his secretary. Kang-yoon's eyes became sharp as the secretary greeted politely and walked out of the party. Tightrope. It was the timing to become more intimate with the past. However, the idea of going to this timing was that I was going to walk on MG or Jeolon. Yun's and GNB are different. In bitter taste, Kang-yoon closed his eyes and sighed. World Station celebrated its anniversary. With this party, World Station was officially recognized as the first company in the entertainment industry, and Kang-yoon's chairman's inauguration was formulated. However, at the same time, news of the merger of MG and Yelan was reported, and a big ripple occurred. At the end of the day, industry representatives are on the verge of choosing between the world and the new business. It was a disgrace that it was shaken at the end of the atmosphere that had been cheerful until the middle of the party. MG Yelan. It will not be easy in the future. Boo Woong. Looking at the window, Kang-yoon was conceited. I want to avoid bleeding competition. There were many ways to get the price of a group of entertainers or to exert a bad influence on the partner company. Kang-yoon shakes his head in a foreboding. Not a good competition, but a strong war. Who? What are you doing? Jua, sitting in the passenger seat and grasping the steering wheel towards the thoughtful Kang-yoon, grumbled. Kang-yoon was only looking at the ceiling with a bitter face, though he was banging it all the way in the red sports car that rushed through the quiet roads outside the city. I have to think. Again, is the company idea? Anyway, I was pleasantly surprised that I could drive a little bit. I'm sorry. No thanks. Boa Ong. Jua stepped on the accelerator pedal, and Kang-yoon's body turned strongly toward the back. Hey. B. Jua stepped on the accelerator pedal, making a strange noise. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the hospital where One Jinmoon chairman was hospitalized. After entering the room and meeting One Jinmoon chairman, the two of them came out in a wheelchair. On the walkway, Kang-yoon pushed the wheelchair, and Jua became the story partner of One Jinmoon chairman. MTV CMI will be next. Big star is not far. Oh, it's not getting bigger stars when you go out one time. Jua was humble, but One Jinmoon chairman smiled. The music broadcast of USA knew that it was hard for Eastern people to get out easily. The walls were as high as that. So I thought that Edios would not advance. Jua, who was staring at Kang-yoon who was pushing a wheelchair silently, talked for a while and raised his hand. I'll buy that drink. As she turned to the break room with the vending machine, One Jinmoon chairman turned to Kang-yoon, who pushed the wheelchair. Kang-yoon is not poisonous today. Jua's story was fun because it was. Did you? Haha. Are you holding the weight of the same chairman now? One Jinmoon and chairman's joke. Kang-yoon shook his head with embarrassment. So, chairman too. I do not think so. Haha, it's a joke. You do not have to be so embarrassed. One Jinmoon chairman laughed, but Kang-yoon could not speak easily. Sometimes I felt his envy every time I talked about my work, so I could not speak easily. The fact that he took over the chairman did not make him feel. As the wheelchair continued to move forward, One Jinmoon chairman pulled out the word. While Kang-yoon was silent, One Jinmoon chairman muttered bitterly with a smile on his mouth. Man's jealousy is ugly. Unlike a horse, his hand gripping his wheelchair handle was shaking small. Kang-yoon could not say anything, seeing his trembling. Shortly after, however, his trembling stopped and a loud voice came. Do you remember? When planning Edios. Then you asked for Geneseo. Of course. At that time, I asked for Geneseo. Foot. Yes, it was. One Jinmoon chairman laughed a little smile. Kang-yoon's mouth also had a small smile. When Min Jin SEO, who majored acting, was suddenly changed to a singer half, he had a direct discussion with one Jinmoon chairman. I asked you what you believed and what you should do. Then the answer was a spectacle. Trust me and do it. Ha ha ha, I did. I was young at the time. Look at this guy. Are you kidding me? Anyway, I still remember the look of that moment. The wind blew softly, and the one Jinmoon chairman's hair blew. Kang-yoon put the cardigan on the shoulder of one Jinmoon chairman, and he turned his eyes to Kang-yoon with a soft smile. I felt then, oh, this guy is going to be big when something happens. I'll have to keep it somehow. Chairman, well, I did not do that because I lacked ability. This guy felt that he would do something big. Hyunji knows that and made a job with you. He's a good person too. When Kang-yoon turned his head to another position, one Jinmoon chairman held Kang-yoon's hand holding the wheelchairs. Chairman inauguration, congratulations. Kang-yoon closed his eyes to a word that sounded heartbreaking. Many feelings such as regret and congratulation were being conveyed. Later, the two walked slowly through the garden without saying anything until Jua came. In China, Edios has been debuted for about a half a year. Edios has carried out various activities throughout the continent from 1st to 4th cities. He has been active in more than 30 stations and has had to spend a lot of time with companies, local events, and filming. It was certain that the helicopter was charitable and that the schedule was digitized day and night. Edios's debut song, Our Story, went beyond the top 10, ranking 4th, 3rd, and top. Now, Diatine was competing with the ranking and was raising the name value. Song, Wa, Doug, Shujate, Jur, Liu Xia, Hoi, Hoi, from my world, leaving only memories. Chinese broadcasting station, Public Hall of AFDN. Han Ji-yun's choreography of the song, Herk, Neat, Yi Cheat, Cheer, Bak, Running With You, was filled with beads of sweat. Wow ah! As the fan's voice grew, Jeonju flowed. With him, Han Ju-yun fell sideways and Young Min-ah appeared in the center. She caught everyone's attention by showing Poppin that seemed to be cut off, and the heat became hotter. I like the reaction. Kang-yoon, who watched it from behind the stage, smiled with a big smile on his arms. Let's go with you, Yichid, here, Bak. Yoon Haesung's originality was produced, and Han Hyojong of DITN went to the lyrics. There, Lee Hyun-ah of the world compiled the emotions of women in their 20s. Kang-yoon pushed him to say that this is the right time, although he expressed concerns that everyone is not coming. Young Min-ah. Kang-yoon was glad when he saw Young Min-ah, who had the popularity of women in one body. Women's fans were particularly excited about the targeting. Let's do a little song in the concert. Looking at the stage wrapped in a pale silvery, Kang-yoon wrote down the necessary things. Then, a tiny trainee, Young Yuri, behind Kang-yoon, walked toward the stage with his eyes wide open. Yuri, you cannot go any further. Kang-yoon gave a caution, whether it was a camera or not. But she did not hear Kang-yoon's words, and walked one step closer to the stage. Kang-yoon covered her notebook and caught her arm. Young Yuri. Ow. Then, Young Yuri, shaking his head, shook his head when he woke up. Sorry. Kang-yoon laughed at the appearance of the embarrassed little girl. It was already well understood that this girl, Young Yuri, had a rivalry with Young Min-ah. In the meantime, I did not pay much attention to the trainees at work, but I knew what kind of children they were. Kang-yoon put her notebook in her pocket and set her next to her. Kang-yoon put on his arms again and made a nasty look. Min-ah dances great, is not it? Young Yuri's eyes became thinner, but Kang-yoon continued to say that he did not know. There's something in Min-ah dance that captivates people. From expressions to gestures, moods. It seems to have reached the peak of my ability. Tooth. I wonder if it was enough to get chairman's recognition. Her expression was terribly distorted. Kang-yoon turned to her with a gentle expression, although the reaction was bad. How old is Yuri this year? I'm 14 years old. Then there will be a difference between Min-ah and 10 years old. It does not matter. Young Yuri was ticking, but Kang-yoon's face still smiled. I could have seemed to be naughty, but I knew this was a win-win situation. The little trainee who seemed to be reckless continued to laugh. It is time to let you know that it is a mountain. However, unlike his heart, Kang-yoon opened his mouth with a stern face. How much time did Min-ah endure until that stage? I heard that I practiced 8 hours a day. Right. So if you practice 8 hours a day, can it be like that? Kang-yoon knocked on the back of the adolescent girl with a grunt, and she shuddered momentarily. That's what? No confidence? That. Then she became conscious of who she was standing before. The highest person in the company, chairman. I was worried about how this answer would affect her eyes. But Kang-yoon prompted the answer without calming him down. Where is the confidence going? Be honest. Kang-yoon was laughing, but Young Yuri could not open his mouth easily. I was scared. What this answer will bring. But it seemed like I should say. So I hesitated and opened my mouth. Yes, I could. Kang-yoon's smile grew even more in the answer. I think so. For when Young Yuri's eyes heard the unexpected words, it became a lamp. Rather, you'll be standing on a bigger stage when you're Mina. So, Chairman, do not forget that heart. Yes. Kang-yoon walked to meet Edios after the stage. Okay, you can do it. Young Mina's vengeance was vigilantly burning toward the goal of Singer. Looking at the high-fives Kang-yoon with Edios members, Young Yuri grasped a small fist. It was midnight when I finished the schedule of the station. However, Young Mina and Lee Samsoon had to head to the helipad where they could not get to their accommodation and stay far away. It was because we had to go to another castle to perform another schedule. In front of the helicopter where the helicopter's propeller sounded, Lee Samsoon shouted, "The chairman! That! Niamu, it's hard." Young Mina also accompanied her opinion with the expression, but Kang-yoon had no way. Only a few months. Hold on. Because of the noise, the conversation could not be made long. Kang-yoon and Secretary Moon dragged their shoulders from the empty space where the helicopter left after 2 members and a manager, Cody, were burned. I've had a hard time, Secretary Moon. No, Mr. Chairman. Kang-yoon was on the shoulder of Secretary Moon. Now that Secretary Moon has been a good assistant to Kang-yoon, I was able to go to Kang-yoon comfortably. I went to the car to get back to the hostel, and a call came to Secretary Moon. Clear, right? I'll report right away. Kang-yoon, who saw that the expression of Secretary Moon, which had been disconnected, was firm. What's wrong? Chairman, maybe tomorrow I should go to Beijing. In Beijing? Did something bad happen? The concert chapters were almost complete. I knew that I would go to Beijing for rehearsal. Secretary Moon said with a firm expression. There was an accident in the Gyeonggi province of Beijing. An accident? That? The lights that were installed were dropped and 2 employees were injured. I am currently transferring to the hospital. Kang-yoon's eyes were distorted in the news of the accident that was not there. Chapter 317. People were surprised because they were merged into a newly merged company that liquidated existing companies and created new ones. Although there were worries that various tax problems, such as corporate tax, would be raised, they pressed all the opposition on the grounds that they should be put in a new bag. The decision of the 2 owners soon became apparent. Comprehensive Entertainment. The announcement of the merger revealed a total entertainment that was not less than a 500,000th of a world. Now there are only minor things left. Now I am the CEO office of MG Entertainment. CEO office. Won Jinpyo, CEO, smiled at the glass while banging glasses with Kang Si-myung, CEO. It is thanks to the quick decision of one CEO. What have I done? It is thanks to Yoja Shin, who moves quickly. They were busy giving each other a ball. Although they are similar in size, MG and Julun are listed companies with different valuations. Thus, although the liquidation process was expected to be difficult, the liquidation and merger work was proceeded to Seishin-ly. Kang Si-myung, the CEO, was tight, and MG was the reason for the power of CEO Won Jinpyo because of the power of the directors. One CEO. Are their contracts going well? CEO Kang Si-myung asked, adding ice to the cup of CEO Won Jinpyo, who had melted the ice. Of course, if there is not MG, there are some children who want to leave company. Well, this is the way to go. Afterwards, I do not listen to them because they are too weak. Yes, it is. This is going to be over soon. The CEO of Kang. We took our stamps yesterday. Phew. I have to hurry. CEO Won Jinpyo expressed his sorry face and CEO Kang Si-myung shook his head. No, it's okay to slow down. Ha, will we cheers. Kang Si-myung, CEO of Won Jinpyo, took his cup to the CEO. It's not long now. What is it? What's on my face? At the moment, CEO Kang Si-myung, CEO Won Jinpyo, looked up at him. No, not. Now you will. Kang Si-myung CEO naturally filled Won Jinpyo CEO's empty glass. As a result, CEO Won Jinpyo turned his attention to the odd currents felt by him. By the way, the accident happened in the Gyeonggi area of Beijing today? Oh, I heard from the manager. The lights are down. I guess that classic or something big. I am worried. Unlike the saying, CEO Kang Si-myung was laughing at the complaint. CEO Won Jinpyo was also anxious about eyebrows, but his mouth went up. I know this is the first Korean company to host such a huge concert. I have to leave a good precedent for the back. It's a problem. The grief story of worry has been going on for a long time. Kang-yoon rushed the train early morning, and Kang-yoon ran from Shanghai to Beijing. He told me that he is in talks with the Ministry of Culture and Industry and the Chinese Industrial Accident Insurance. Secretary Moon, who was in charge of Kang-yoon in earnest, reported the Hyunji situation received by Choi Kyung-ho, and Kang-yoon hardened the complexion and raised her hand to the jaw. I'm in negotiations. What did Hyundai Insurance say? We have been asked a lot about our negligence. Fortunately, I talked well with the director from the Taejingdang party and asked me to tell him that there would not be a big problem. Well then, thank goodness. But even if you have a director from Taejingdang, you'll have to relax. I will tell you so. Secretary Moon wrote the instructions to Kang-yoon in detail and sent it to Choi Kyung-ho in writing. The city was not seen in a moment, and the unseasoned field began to spread. Kang-yoon pulled out the magazine in front of him. By the way, there was a familiar face on the cover. Ji-suk. Dietine's Magne, Kim Ji-suk was taking a cute pose with his red lips out in a blouse. It was still snowing, but Kang-yoon felt a strange dignity. What was that? Did not you want to take a picture? The ball from the mouth was slightly stiff. I did not see much unless I looked closely, but it was a picture that fans knew Ramyeon was strange. Did you use B-cut? Kang-yoon, suspicious of the ability of the photographer, turned his head around the page. Here it is. It was an interview with Min Jin Seo sitting on a white fur sofa with a picture of her head sitting loose. 2 weeks ago I interviewed Min Jin Seo, who said that it was hard to interview the drama film, came up unexpectedly. Sometimes she came up with a cute look of herself toward her, and her mouth went up smoothly. There are a lot of people who want to acting together. What if you have an actor that you want to act on? I do not know if you're upset. Lee Kang-yoon Chairman. _content_start. _content_ed. Kang-yoon spouted the water that had fallen on his mouth when he came out in a ridiculous timing. I was surprised by the sound. Secretary Moon took off the lid and woke up. So, Chairman, what happened? No. Haha. Kang-yoon smiled awkwardly and barely calmed the Secretary Moon. Panicking, why? It's a joke, but half as serious. I think it is the person who thinks that there is a lot to learn. However, Chairman does not have a chance to work together because he works only for music. I'm expecting acting, laughs, but I think I have a lot to learn. Kang-yoon grabbed his forehead and put the magazine into place and turned his eyes to the window. After a few hours, Kang-yoon arrived at the hospital and comforted the injured. Do not worry about medical expenses, just focus on recovery. The face of the injured was brightened because he said he would solve the most important money problem. Kang-yoon headed to the doctor. You do not have to. Unlike the horse, the doctor quickly put in a bag of money that he poked. It was the hospital where Hong Bao was the most severe. As she walked out of the hospital, Secretary Moon asked with anxious face. That? Chairman, I do not know if I can say this to the chairman. Why do you think you want to settle for too much money? That. The secretary. Moon shuddered as if she had just left. Kang-yoon smiled at her mouth and continued to say whether her reaction was fun. Secretary Moon is right. It's not a good way. Then why? This is China. Just as Rome has to follow Roman law, would not there be a way here? That's just money, is not it? Secretary Moon quickly closed his mouth when he wanted to hurt his own words. However, Kang-yoon laughed rather than her direct response. Ha, those words are good. Tell me without delay. Chairman, I do not have too much difficulty as a chairman. I have ears, and Secretary Moon has a mouth. Clear, right? Well, I'll explain. The hospital in this place does not have the money, and it is very likely that it will do the wrong treatment. Sometimes the pregnant woman who gave birth to a child did not give Hong Bao and stitched her anus. Yes to you. When Secretary Moon screamed in a story beyond imagination, Kang-yoon laughed even louder. So he finished the hospital work and Kang-yoon headed straight to Beijing Jiangxi province. You're really pretty, I have to wear helmets. Safety. There were some. There was an accident, but the scene was going well. Kang-yoon, who was looking down at the audience at the stage of Jiangxi Chief, found Choi Kyung-ho, who was talking with the designer in front of the stage, and headed straight to him. CEO Choi. Oh, Chairman. Are you here? Choi Kyung-ho, who finished the story, met Kang-yoon. Politely. Did not I interfere? No. There are many stories to finish. Let's go this way. Choi Kyung-ho, who sent stage designer, went to the shady corner with Kang-yoon. Secretary Moon also took off the cigarettes side by side when she left to get the paperwork at the office. You have a lot of hardship. Kang-yoon lit up, and Yeoju Choi Kyung-ho lit him and laughed bitterly. Mr. Chairman is in trouble. Beijing and Shanghai are not usually the same distance. I feel like I'm going to KTX and return to Busan once. Acting, Kang-yoon shook his head. The wind blew and simply scattered acting, and Choi Kyung-ho told the situation. Before Chairman came, things worked well with the Ministry of Culture. I do not have to worry so much, because President Myong-jin, who is in charge of the Taegu administration, is well formed with them. Thank goodness. Thanks to Liu Yang, I was greatly helped. I'll have to have a drink later. It was the man who was able to bear thanks to Ryu. I think so. Oh, the hospital work is the way I come to the finish. Doctors also pushed Hong Bao, and I promised my patients to pay for the treatment. Did you already talk about the cost of treatment or compensation? Obviously, I would have asked for more from you. If you are in a lawsuit, you and I are tired of each other. Besides, we do not have insurance for our company. I thought that it would be better to put money in this case and finish negotiations. That's true. I think I did not spend a lot of money. You get a reputation instead. Foreign companies that work in China like us are one person is important. There is no reason for us to have a dispute or to go to court. It is better to spend more money. Clear, right? I would rather give it over. If this is what you want to ask more, it will be difficult. Choi Kyung-ho agreed to the operation of Kang-yoon, not the operation, and discussed the future schedule. It was a night at the end of the meeting in Beijing. On the way back from the last train, Secretary Moon struggled to get some sleepy eyes open. Woo. Secretary Moon. All right, no. Sure. As soon as he got on the train, Kang-yoon, the Secretary Moon, who had fallen down, handed a can drink. Chairman. Sleep. I have to work again when I arrive. Secretary Moon, who drank the beverage from Kang-yoon at once, did not sleep until she arrived in Shanghai. It was dawn when I got out of the train to Shanghai. I'll do it. Kang-yoon, who was about to enter the driver's seat in the parking lot, barely tore the Secretary Moon. All right, no. Never. At the end of the night, Kang-yoon was pushed into the passenger seat, and Secretary Moon drove off to Yunli Entertainment. Chief Executive Officer, China branch of Yunli Entertainment. CEO Chu Manji has released his magazine, through Sung 888, Fashion 888, and released his forehead. On the other hand, the woman who sat in front of him screamed at the castle. So you said you'll focus on the song for the time being. Chu Manji, CEO, seemed to be blinded by the sudden feeling of being hit by the back of his head. Ji-suk is now you. CEO Chu Manji stared at the moment and poisoned her, and she threw a speedboat. This day was originally scheduled for Hyojong. I keep telling you that I do not have talent like a cover model. Do you always let me do what I cannot? Kim Ji-suk. I say that now. I would like to give you some support like World. Bang. She was out of the CEO's room. You're really pretty, Kim Ji-suk. Magne's hysterics, which had always been silent, were beyond imagination. Chu Manji CEO, who hesitated for a while, soon followed her. You're really pretty, ladies. Secretary Moon, who entered the lobby, was surprised by the sudden sound of the castle. Company, CEO. In the trembling voice of Secretary Moon, Kang-yoon calmed her down and looked around. At dawn, I did not see any employees or other people guarding the lobby. Looks like something happened. Let me take a look at me. It was Secretary speaking, but my eyes were trembling. Looking at the horse and other eyes, Kang-yoon laughed. Sure, I'll go with you. Yes. The two walked slowly toward the sound of the stairs. Bang. It's In front of the stairs, Kang-yoon collided with something heavily. Someone who collided fell back because of the shock, but Kang-yoon was a bit sick. Aoyama. Ji-suk. Kang-yoon composition? Kang-yoon, who confirmed that the person who had bumped into her was Kim Ji-suk, raised her hand and raised her. Are you jumping in the middle of the night? It's nothing. She smacked her head and turned around in Kang-yoon. Then, hey, Kim Ji-suk, you are the new. Ow. A man came down the stairs with a tingling sound. His face was badly distorted. He stopped at Kang-yoon next to Kim Ji-suk. This, Chairman Sama. Chu CEO. What is this at night? That. In a difficult situation, there was silence between Kang-yoon, Chu Manji, and Kim Ji-suk. Chapter 318. It's difficult. The timing was not good. Chu Manji CEO Kim Ji-suk faced a gruff face like this, and Kim Ji-suk's face grew so much that Kang-yoon's frustration increased. Kim Ji-suk, who could not stand the awkward atmosphere, talked in low tone. I'll go. I have not finished yet. Kang-yoon restrained the CEO of Chu Manji, who was trying to restrain her, saying that the story was over. It might be a good idea to talk later. Kim Ji-suk went down the stairs with a banging sound. Looking back at her, Chu Manji chuckled, but Kang-yoon blocked him. I do not know what the reason is, but now it seems to be the first thing to calm your mind. Chu Manji, then, took a deep sigh and saw his arm trembling in anger. I saw a little bitter. No, it is not often seen when children are large. CEO Kang-yoon mentioned what only the CEOs of the company can understand, so Chu Manji CEO became heartwarming. The singer, who was growing up hard, refused to be able to do the same, compared to the parent's mind to confront the rebellious child. Let's have one. Chu Manji CEO has guided Kang-yoon in to what extent he settled the mind. CEO Chu Manji laughed bitterly, giving out his own mixed coffee. I looked like a hell. No, because Ji-suk does not know that. I was a little surprised. Kang-yoon was embarrassed with the appearance of Kim Ji-suk, who was angered a little before because the quietest and feminine member of DTN members was Kim Ji-suk. So Fort Ji-suk was very sensitive. Do you know why? It would be all right if you knew that. I do not speak. For members, manager, I am worried about what happens if I give it to the concert later. Chu Manji's worries were not that bad. Rather, it is Han Hyojong who is often grumbling, and Ram Yong, the master, but not Kim Ji-suk. Kang-yoon opened his mouth slowly while thinking about such things. Ji-suk has a lot of greedy music. Maybe it's because the schedule is not satisfactory. I thought it was the first time. So Fortress often puts a schedule on music. Today there was only one picture shoot. The rest was event schedules. Kang-yoon and Chu Manji CEOs struggled to catch their forehead, but their troubles were not easily resolved. Now it's Kim Ji-suk. It was a problem for one person, but as time went by, it could have affected DITN or even Edios. The company and the entertainer have to trust each other and talk to each other. CEO Chu Manji made a bitter look. The Fortress does not listen, and I cannot say anything. It is difficult to represent, too. Even though, do not you have to catch something? At the end of Kang-yoon, CEO Chu Manji bowed his head and shook his head. World and Yunsel are different. Chu Manji CEO's bitter words contain many things. Since DITN entered China, the profits they earned increased and their voice rights rose. The problem is that it is hard to use your hands at the same time. But Kang-yoon was determined. If this happens repeatedly, it is not good for Ji-suk. CEO Chu Manji bowed his head and avoided Kang-yoon. You're going to stop. Kang-yoon changed his mind when he felt the need to avoid further comment on his appearance. The days in Beijing were well resolved by Mr. Choi. Thank goodness. I was worried. As if nothing had happened, the two of them talked about concert and guitar. However, in Kang-yoon's mind, things about Kim Ji-suk did not go away. White Moonlight members were practicing in the middle of the regular performance on Friday. Lee Hyuna. The voice is complete. That's right. Do you love me differently? Kim Jin-dae, who was driving guitar effector and drumstick player, sat down and saw Lee Hyuna, who tied his head. Lee Hyuna, who was a spiteful teaser but tolerant of the members' teasing, did not mind. I told you to break it. Black. I cannot. It's Cha. I love you. Get out. Great. Kim Jin-dae also grabbed her heart and gave her a broken heart. While the White Moonlight members were practicing, the trainee who opened the door gently and made a heavy makeup extended his head. That? Anyang Hazio. She cautiously bowed her head like a white-faced trainee. Jiam Hyo-min, Kim Jin-dae, and Young Chang-gyu, who saw the trainee, which was hard to see frequently, paused and pleaded with Lee Hyun-ah. Anyway, the boys do not get the spirit of seeing the kids. Nobody is better than Hyun-ah. Well, when Lee Hyun-ah's eyes turned on, Kim Jin-dae and Young Chang-gyu shuddered shuddering. Lee Hyun-ah turned his eyes to Jiam Hyo-min. I'm sorry. Appa is a little polarity here. Oh no. Jiam Hyo-min, nervous, talked about his intentions. I came on my errand. Is that you? What's going on? Hyun-ah Sr. asked me to call you. So Hyun-ah, do not get caught thinking. Do it. Lee Hyun-ah asked, stepping on Kim Jin-dae's footsteps. You do not know why? Yeah. I just met you on the way, and you asked me to call Senior. Really? Do not contact me directly. All right. Jiam Hyo-min went out, and Lee Hyun-ah headed to the boardroom, receiving not a comforting up of everyone. Come on, Hyun-ah. Lee Hyun-ji heard her. Pile of paperwork on the desk and greeted her. The secretary came out of the car, and Lee Hyun-ah sat down with her. Lee Hyun-ah, who sat face-to-face with himself, was nervous, and this Hyun-ji softly laughed and relaxed. You do not have to be so nervous. I did not call because I had a problem. That? Or was it an accident? No, I will not. Lee Hyun-ah shook his head strongly. Kang-yoon settled his devotion and did not say anything after saying something once. But Lee Hyun-ji was different. These years have been about 2 months. I really do not have a star today. It would not be enough if I had a snowball problem for 2 months. Yes. Anyway, let's get started. Do you have any difficulties? It was a regular interview. It was originally Kang-yoon's work, but Lee Hyun-ji was replacing him after he went to China. The interviews were finished in less than 10 minutes, when the regular performances were good and the album preparation was no problem. God, if you ever need anything later, come up. For after the story, Lee Hyun-ah rose from his seat. I greeted many trophies in the cupboards in the front when I greeted them. This is the trophy I received at the end of the holiday season. Kim Ji-min, Kim Jae-hoon, White Moonlight, Edios, and other trophies from the world's singer were gathered here. Can I see it for a second? Sure. Lee Hyun-ah, who got approval from Lee Hyun-ji, looked at the trophies one by one in front of the cupboard. There were symbols that everyone had worked on for years. Edios, who spent a long time in singer life, had many trophies, and the relatively short Kim Ji-min was a little less. Do you have mine too? There was also a White Moonlight trophy. There were many trophies from indie bands to band festivals. Among them, there was a trophy that was intense in her eyes. 30th College Music Festival statue Stronger, Min Chan Min Mun, Mi Young Song Hyung Seo Kim, Heejin Lee Hyun-ah Kenichi Momoima. She was the trophy she received from college seniors and college boy statues. The first song she received in the song, and the award she gave to Kang-yoon. When Lee Hyun-ah stood idly with the trophy, Lee Hyun-ji came over. It's Hyun-ah, is not it? Not now. Lee Hyun-ah, who treasured his precious trophy, put it back into the cupboard with a trembling hand. I'm leaving. Lee Hyun-ah politely bowed his head and walked out of the boardroom. She got up on the rooftop for a while, but the trophy did not disappear in her head. You let me sing, and you did not let me shake in the stage today. Please accept this. It was exactly the traces of the past. Before debuting with Singer, Kang-yoon passed the first prize he received, and it came to life vividly. I had a trophy for him who was not going to receive it, and the words he spoke vividly. Ask for you when you want to be a good person. I'll put the interest back on it. There was no dust in the trophy. I closed my eyes and my eyes were shaking. I was a good person, no singer. The questions he had in the past seemed to come alive. She stood on the roof for a long time and could not move. Kang-yoon, who had just left early, was watching TV at the hostel. Min Jin-seo and Kang Ji-jun, who sit next to him sitting on the ball, are watching TV together. Min Jin-seo appeared on the Birth of Luxury Goods, was monitoring. Unfinished, continued on next page. Kang-yoon stretched as the advertisement for Silent Departmental Store and Highest Departmental Store appeared, and drama was over. It's funny. The drama of Korean writers is well written. Jin-seo acting was not good too. Kang Ji-jun asked, and Min Jin-seo pulled the ball off and turned to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon spoke to Min Jin-seo for a moment and laughed. Where will Jin-seo acting go? It's still far away. Teacher too. Unlike the words, Min Jin-seo blushed. The praise of the people did not slow down the reins of tension, but his praise excited. The ratings are steadily rising. Jin Seo has nothing to worry about. I'm doing well. Thanks to teacher. Would not it be thanks to chairman? After exchanging gratitude, Kang-yoon bounced his finger to see if something had come up. Oh, Mr. Kang. Then, did not you say you saved trainee last time? Yeah. I watched the volunteers who applied to the video. I saw the Chinese applicants, but there were no children in the snow. Our apologies. Kang Ji-jun touched the remote control and solidified his complexion. Now we have to grow post-Jin Seo. Why do not you lower your eyes a little? Great. I do not want to hear from chairman. Ha ha, is that so? Because of who you are doing this. Kang Ji-jun continued to grumble. Kang-yoon smiled and grinned, and Min Jin Seo laughed. On the other hand, there was another program on the TV that I kept playing. You are Anyong. It is a professional entertainment broadcasting, a weekly TV entertainment communication which collects news of the entertainment of 1 week. Kang-yoon and Kang Ji-jun talked about the trainees coming in and the 9 trainees present, while the male moderators' voices were flowing. It's just the news. Oh, this is bad news. Dieteam Ji-suk was missing in the middle of the event. Missing? You have a big day? Come on, do not be surprised. Fortunately, it was not a big deal. Fortunately, Ji-suk was found in the hostel. Hostel? What happened? Ji-suk, who was in a bad condition, suddenly returned to his accommodation with manager and taxi. Yin Lee said that Ji-suk was not able to participate in the event, but the organizer did not know about it. The reporter will give you more information. Writer reporter? Soon there were a lot of angry fans on TV with the theater and mosaic performers. People who Kang-yoon or Kang Ji-jun knew also appeared on TV. Watching TV, Min Jin Seo kicked his tongue. Is that something wrong with Yin? I do not think I talked to the organizers in advance. Kang Ji-jun was like Min Jin Seo's idea. Right. Even if the organizers do not have any idea, why do not they keep up the work without reason? I think Kim Ji-suk suddenly disappeared and disappeared. Kang-yoon was like 2 people, but he did not open his mouth. Anyway, I'm glad that Mr. Ji-suk did not have a bad day. Yeah. Ji-suk also apologized for the inconvenience caused by the SNS and said his apology. I hope this happening does not happen again. Clear right. Please give me the following news. In the broadcast, the atmosphere was finished with happening, but the thoughts of the 3 people watching TV were different. Chu CEO is an emergency. Are not you supposed to go? In the question of Min Jin Seo worrying about the concert, Kang-yoon knocked her shoulder. I'm fine. Your job is to solve it. But Chu CEO is also capable. It will be fine. Kang-yoon went to bed early after finishing Min Jin Seo. Next day earlier in the morning, Kang-yoon, who came to Yunla Entertainment, went up to the CEO's office. Anyong, is the event joking? Your choice. If you throw away. I do not know. Mole, I heard a harsh sound when I greeted Chu Manji's secretary and wanted to get inside. The secretary, embarrassed by the sound, said with awkward laughter. Chairman, I'm sorry. I'll come later. Kang-yoon, who felt the same thing happen last time, turned from the CEO's room. The secretary of Chu Manji's CEO bowed and smiled, but Kang-yoon shook hands saying it was okay. At that time, Kim Ji-suk came out with the sound of rough opening. Really? This is not going to happen. Kim Ji-suk, I do not. I will not. No penalty fee. Kim Ji-suk, who discovered Kang-yoon after shouting at Chu Manji's CEO, rushed to the roof when his face rose. Kim Ji-suk, that's Jean. Oh, this is chairman. Chu Manji, the CEO who discovered Kang-yoon after pursuing Kim Ji-suk, did not look up to the smile. Timing is not good. I'm just showing you a smile. He chewed his lips loose. It was already the 2nd time since last night. There is a fountain that should be kept up even if you are friendly. Kang-yoon said gently to him, who could not even do it. CEO, do you have anything to say? Would you mind if I just give you permission? Kang-yoon pointed to the rooftop, where Kim Ji-suk jumped. Kang-yoon asked more politely than usual, because there was a possibility of becoming a whirlwind. Thanks to him. CEO Chu Manji also answered politely. Clear right. CEO Chu Manji drove off into the CEO's room. If the entertainer who raised it rebels in this way, it will be heartbroken. Kang-yoon went to understand his mind 10 minutes. It is like a child who is a celebrity who has grown up with all his heart. If you do that with the entertainer in such a way, The CEO's heart is cracked. So Kang-yoon said he would head to the roof instead. Kim Ji-suk was rubbing his tears as he rode the roof. He stood quietly beside her and stretched out his handkerchief. Thank you. After stealing tears with a handkerchief, she asked in a careful tone. Have you been sent by the CEO? It's just a joke. What about? Could you let me alone? Kang-yoon did not say it or say it to let alone. I just stood by her quietly. Kim Ji-suk said in a raging tone that it was offensive. Please let me alone. Why? I will go if I do not go. It was then that Kim Ji-suk turned away from Kang-yoon. Family, do you want to see? Though it was not a word, Kim Ji-suk stood in his seat as if he was stabbed. Chapter 319. Kim Ji-suk raised his voice, but Kang-yoon was calm. Do not you want to go to Korea? That was turning point. Kim Ji-suk, who was shivering slowly, turned slowly. No, absolutely. No, it was strongly denied by shaking his head, but strong negative was positive. Kang-yoon noticed the positive meaning of her injustice, and approached her and went to her back. Is not ashamed to see. I want to see you too. Our composition is the time for you too. I saw when Kim Ji-suk asked carefully. Kang-yoon smiled bitterly. Sometimes, when our kids are sick. Oh, what is it? The little gag smiled. Kim Ji-suk's face seemed to be loosened a little, and Kang-yoon continued to speak with a soft face. You've been in China alone? 4. Chu CEO would have felt innocent. Is not it? A little bit. Of course Chu CEO will feel sick. But he does not have to know your mind. If you want to tell me to understand what you're doing. It's not like that. Kang-yoon lifted her hand and restrained her horses. You are. I need to be more selfish. Yes. In the end, Kim Ji-suk had a blink of an eye. It's been like this for a while. True Arthur, schedule is coming. I'm exhausted. But Yuni is noticed, CEO does not seem to know. This is repeating. Of course I could not rest even if I wanted to rest. This is what happened. Right. He was right. I needed a break. Also wanted to see. For a moment, I needed some room. Etc. And so on. But I could not think only. However, Kang-yoon's last words shook her mind. That means being selfish. Let's say it. Please give me a second. I cannot give you permission. How much is our CEO? You do not really know your CEO. For Kang-yoon firmly shook his head. Ji-suk-ah? Have not you talked properly with your CEO? That's. She was stabbed. She could not say anything. Because of his timid personality, I never had a good conversation with my CEO. Kang-yoon was once again on her shoulders. So I will help you. Ji-suk-ah. Let's be honest with a little selfishness. Foot. What does it mean to be frankly selfish? Kang-yoon's words were funny, and she laughed at her mouth. Kang-yoon headed to the CEO's room, grabbing her hand that was so relaxed. Chu Man-ji, CEO, sat on the couch in anguish as he entered the CEO's office. Do you have more to say? Chu Man-ji's face was dark. I do not want to see Kim Ji-suk's face. Without Kang-yoon, I might have burst right away. Ji-suk said he had something to say. Sit down. Chu Man-ji, CEO, talked in tough tone and stretched out his hand. While the secretary came out again, there was only silence among the three. The secretary with awkward expression went out again, but Chu Man-ji CEO or Kim Ji-suk did not say anything until then. Less than Kang-yoon stabbed Kim Ji-suk's side Guri slightly. Ji-suk-ah. She sent a signal to take out the horse first, but it was not easy. Rather, Chu Man-ji was the CEO. Kim Ji-suk. Yesterday's work. This was dangerous. This is not going to happen. Kang-yoon winked at Chu Man-ji CEO. Just a second. CEO Chu Man-ji made a sound of sickness when he saw Kang-yoon flipping his head. If he was not there, his voice would have increased. I once blocked it, but I could not guarantee it twice. Kang-yoon again winked at Kim Ji-suk. Ji-suk-ah. Kang-yoon kept telling her. Luckily, she kept pumping and luckily gave her power to decide if she had made up her mind. CEO. I'm sorry. I did the wrong thing yesterday. Huh. I did not want to be a fan of the last time, but it made me angry at the CEO. Our apologies. I was wrong. It sounded a little small as it went into the mouse hole, but it sounded rather loud to Chu Man-ji's CEO. The power of apples was so great. CEO Chu Man-ji said in a blunt tone. Why did you do that? That. Tell me honestly what you will not say. It was a hard word that a child would not come across, but why? Kim Ji-suk slowly began to talk about the inside. Well, actually, it was really hard. So it was hard. I did not want to do anything. Okay, I was getting tired. I did not want to see music except music. I'm sorry. As he spoke, Kim Ji-suk's eyes worsened. The Chu Manji CEO sat next to her and held hands and continued. It's hard. I had a lot of work and I could not afford to rest. You have not seen the face well in the meantime. Was it PAX concert 8 months ago? It was all about 10 minutes, was not it? You're right. You knew. Ohio, of course I do. I'm your CEO. That was the starting point. Kim Ji-suk's lacrimal gland began to burst. CEO Chu Manji wiped her tears by pulling a tissue. In the meantime, was it so different? It is my mistake. I was too greedy. I should have noticed since the song was done. No, I was wrong. No. Huh. The CEO room, like a gunpowder that seemed to burst out, had warm weather. Kang-yoon, who watched two people who were holding their hands and showing a warm-hearted appearance, rose quietly from their seats. My role would be that much. I do not need to be there anymore. No more bridges were needed. Kang-yoon walked out of the CEO's room with his bracket open. A few hours later, Kang-yoon, who was reviewing the paperwork with a laptop in his car, received a call from Chu Manji CEO. He talked in a bit of an awkward way, whether he was grateful or embarrassed. Ji-suk, I decided to take a vacation for 3 days. Nice. I saw a bad thing. Lots of actor long. It's embarrassing. No. I also always actor Chu. It is a long wave. It was a bit awkward to exchange good stories. Chu Manji, CEO, said that he had to talk to him later. Kang-yoon turned his eyes to the notebook again. Collaborate concert guest. Zhang Fei. Looking at the contracts and files from the team, Kang-yoon made a smile. The team worked well. I'm going out with Jeffrey. She was the most popular singer in China. Not to mention the singing power, it had a feminine appearance, such as a long leg and a long leg, but it was a singer that captivated female fans with a hairy image. Women fans were also well suited to the Edios. Kang-yoon, who has done one thing, opened the following file. Candidates for Gymnasium, Beijing Chungyang Gymnasium, Shanghai Young Hyojin Gymnasium. It was a matter of selecting a gym for concert practice. Because the concert was so large, the size of the driving range was huge. DITN, Edios, or injuries. I'd rather use the Young Hyojin gym. Kang-yoon sent an email to Choi Kyung-ho after signing in to the Shanghai Young Hyojin Gymnasium. When I checked the message that the mail was sent, the Secretary Moon, who caught the steering wheel, looked around Kang-yoon. Chairman, you've arrived. The arrival was in front of a huge mansion. 2 men came out of the car, and the men in the conquest bowed their heads at 90 degrees. Greetings. I was waiting. Guided by the men, Kang-yoon went inside. When the Secretary Moon jumped over the men, Kang-yoon stared at her not to be nervous. Inside the mansion, the men in maid suits politely the Kang-yoon party, and a young man waiting for Kang-yoon on the 2-story staircase in the middle was waiting for him. Welcome, Lee Kang-yoon, Dong CEO. You should have gone when you invited me to Korea. Our apologies. No. God error, General Manager. You're busy with USA. The owner of the mansion, the giant real estate company, the CEO of the new company, was a mistake. He shook hands with Kang-yoon. In addition, he was an investor who invested in World Entertainment's major businesses. My sisters have a lot of work. No. Both Chow and Ruri are trainees who have been selected for their talents. It is not worth it. He was also an APA of World Entertainment trainee, Shin Chow and Shin Ruri. Knowing what he was most curious about, Kang-yoon talked about his younger brothers. When he heard that he was studying various things from Korea to singing, dancing, and acting, his face became clear. Ha ha ha, Ruri or Chow, or wherever you go. Oh. I laughed at the story of my younger brother in the middle of the new. Erroneous thought that I had something to look at. It was only for my pleasure that I stood for the precious person. Come over here. I prepared a dinner. Then he personally led Kang-yoon into a huge indoor garden. There, dozens of Risa and Concord employees were bustling for the party. Kang-yoon sat at the round table in the middle of the garden with a god of error. I want to hear it, but I like it. I did not say anything. It was a garden where a classical music was played along with a bosom in a beautiful garden decorated in Western style. Here, the feast of various foods began to unfold. No, I am grateful for the generous hospitality, music, and the food that many Risa make. The dinner in the indoor garden was even fascinating. A variety of foods continued to come out. There was a cheer to the cup filled with Chinese fine sake, Suziang Pang, and laughing at the faces of 2 people. When I talked about my brother's stories and work stories in Korea, the time went right away. By the time the bottles filled with Shaking Fang were almost empty, Shin Errors said, CEO of Kang-yoon Dong. I have something to ask. Go on. When my sisters are in the world, I will naturally get interested in enter. There is a saying. Did you hear Lee Dongchi? What? Are you referring to a company made up of MG and Elong merged? Right, exactly. The world could not have a good relationship with Guile. Kang-yoon was also keen on their work. But the godly errors refer to their story. Something felt cheap. Some of my acquaintances are interested in it. Fortunately, the Korean wave is booming, like DITN or Edios in the world. So there are people who want to invest in them. Investment, is it? How is it? How about this, CEO? What are the investments in the world's rivals and companies? What is my opinion? There was no one who could not know that the world and the game were not good. But do you ask for investment findings? Kang-yoon could not open his mouth as the eyes of Shin's error shone sharply. Chapter 320. Gangsai. Overdose. In the point of the trainer who frowned at the impression, he shook his head and refreshed his voice. Our apologies. I will try again. Is it dying to die? Of course, of course. Was she nervous? Her head was green, and she repeated the same words many times. Eventually, the trainers who instructed acting were not able to take their baggage and turned away. Sammy, I'll try again. Do not. Oh, really? Acting to a girl who has no talent. What acting? The trainer, who threw a stone fastball, gave off a rough wind. In the practice room she left alone, she touched the mirror and murmured desperately. Me, what are you doing? My heart was cold. Acting, it was natural to fail. I had no idea from the beginning, but there is a reason to do well. But in company, acting, your face has a kite reporter. The other kids do not want to acting. Is it a loaded sound? Appearance is a blessing compared to others. Company, is it right to be a reporter from this appearance, as the saying goes? Or is it better to sing what you want? The question asked the tale of the tale. But there was definitely something to remember. I am sure that what I think is right. A while back, it was advice I had to Jua. That made her move. Okay. World Ramian, I do not know. Auditions support her fingers, climbing on a small display, were shimmering. Unlike the tension table, the classical music played in the garden. Looking at Kang-yoon, which cannot easily be answered, Shin's mistake smiled faintly. Whoops. I burdened you with the CEO. Then, the new error erased the cup at once. On the contrary, he slowly ran the booze and talked about his answer. My Korean is very bad. It is difficult to say easily in my position. Still, I will tell you as objectively as possible. GE is a company that was created by the merger of MG and Yalon. Therefore, there are many entertainers with star quality. I think the investment value is enough. I knew that Kang-yoon was not a good place to go, but he was surprised that he could say this. However, unlike the thought, the word of the new error came out differently. That means I'm okay with investing in the game. I wanted to know the truth. It was felt to play with playfulness in the eyes of the new error. Kang-yoon paused at the feeling of scrutinizing himself, but he grasped his true self and leaned toward his error. It is definitely worth investing if you look at a company called GE. But, Hajiman, we should think about whether it will be okay if we share our relationship with the world. I will not watch the growth of the game. The moment Kang-yoon's eyes turned cool, he also went to play with a child in the eyes of God. And then, ha 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 ha. A big smile came out from the mouth of the new error. Clear, right? Ha ha, well, I see. I hear it. For a long time, the smile of the new error did not go away. Kang-yoon did not care about his laughter and touched his drink alone. After a while, the new error that laughed for a long time returned to the usual relaxed face. The CEO knew well what he meant. This, Bob, I heard valuable information at once. No. Do you want a drink? When Kang-yoon filled the cup, the error came to a gentle posture. Then he leaned forward in a relaxed posture. It is a story I heard a few days ago. The one who became the general manager of the city. Did you say Kang Si-myong? I heard a rumor that he recently came to China and went to see investors on a large scale. Oh, I heard from our director. It sounds like it's meant to raise money to build a production company, to build a drama for China. But I've heard that you are looking for more investors than you need. It's like the story I heard. Why do you think that will happen? Why? No way. At the moment Kang-yoon's head was on his head. The more money investors get, the more wealth they have. This is a blessing to the company. But investors are not fools either. There is no profitable company to invest in, not to invest. If investors are overcrowded, if Kang Si-myung is recruiting more investors, Won Jin-pyo is saying that he is doing something unintentionally. Do not tell me, Kang Si-myung. Is he trying to dominate the place alone? Kang-yoon frowned, recalling the face of CEO Kang Si-myung, full of desire. Team leader. These are the audition videos uploaded today. Send it to the messenger. Looking at the video of a man dancing with a face without expression, Jin Hairi shook his hands toward the air. Soon after I saw the transmitted image, I frowned. It's the same, it's the same. Then he played back the images on the homepage again and went back to his expressionless face. Jin Hairi was promoted as a team leader of an external talent scout team with a change of stay in large scale. It was also the team leader of the direct team. The salary was also enormous. But what if you have a high salary? I do not have time to work. This abs is real. Stop it. Jin Hairi shouted off the video of a high school student dancing around the abdomen that was recently popular because of the GNB-born male idol. It was noisy enough to leave the office, but there was no response from the surrounding team members because they were always there. No, no, no. There is no singularity. If you have kids like this, you will eat it. The team members looked sadly at her, shouting with his half-mad eyes. But there was no way to do anything. I heard that she was the god of Han who had gone to the other side of the team. After a while, Jin Hairi, who was shouting in the air, looked around the team and asked, "Is it hot today? Are not you all?" At the question of Jin Hairi, the team members shook their heads. However, there are thousands of audition videos received every day in the world. Thanks to those who watch these videos every day, they were going to dry every day. I'll just finish one. Today, Jin Hairi played the last video called Seri.avi, thinking to upload a report called None. Oh, Anyong Haeseo. I am a trainee of MG Entertainment. MG. I was struck by the eyes of Jin Hairi. I shouted to other employees to see them together, and the staff gathered around me. But with you, the song she was singing in the video was a famous pop song. It was spreading the sound of a thin female feeling full. Kenichi Momoyama, something was different. The feeling began to come. Besides, a pretty face. No, it was a timber that would be a kite reporter. In a word, it was a thing. This must be taken unconditionally. Jin Hairi, who was in a hurry, got up from his seat. Haisu. This student contacted and held the audition date, Mr. Jin-hyuk. I would like to contact chairman. No, I will contact you directly. Everyone please prepare audition. Yes, sir, I the talent scout. Team of World Studio began to get busy. Gorgeous marbling John Hanwoo is the one in which I cooked. There was a ceremony of Ji in the place. Today is my day, let us make it up. Now 2. 4. CEO Kang Si-myung, who was newly appointed as co-president, shouted excitedly at the cup, and CEO of Won Jin-pyo, co-president of the company, and more than 100 people gathered together. Today, after the completion of the merger of Yulon and MG, it was the first place where everyone gathered in one place. Every team, entertainer, trainee, and so on. Great. Kang Si-myung CEO, who left the cup at once, applauded and glared everyone's attention. Thanks to everyone's heart, we quickly became a family. Today is a happy day. Let's all get drunk. Yes. Now, Yun, take a drink. Kang Si-myung chuckled the liquor, saying that he had suffered from the trouble of the merger. He was not a person of Yalong, but a man who came close to working with MG. It was possible because the CEO gave it to me. Now I have to hit the world and find the best place. Of course. Yeah, this exaggeration. What are you doing? CEO, you've just finished. When Yun picked up the empty cup, he heard this manager bottle beer beside Yun. At that time, CEO Kang Si-myung told Soju disease. This exaggeration. Do you like wheat? People's eyes flashed at the word wheat. Oh good. The wheat was always welcomed, because the people at the dinner place ended up drinking. In addition, the wheat produced by Kang Si-myung's CEO has been inferior in proportion, flavor, and taste. Great. CEO, this ratio is awful, is not it? That one more. Let's just say it. While Kang Si-myung's CEO Lee Soo-won spread across the table as a whole, I noticed presence. He showed a technique of drilling a hole with a chopstick at the stopper and showed a gentle appearance, which slowly pulled the awkward atmosphere into him. Even the trainees who were in a depressed mood had a slight decrease in half. There are a lot of people around the CEO of Kang. I see the staff, young. The MG directors who weighed as usual and talked about work kicked their tongue out. I turned over the beef and looked at Kang Simayong CEO with an uncomfortable gaze. Magneton, let's not just talk too heavy. CEO, enough. Well, you can drink it yourself. I'll take it. CEO Won Jinpyo paid more attention to the fact that he did not know the fate of the directors. The directors were sick. The word co-representative means that we will be compared to each other in the future, but whether this person knows it or not. Yuan's directors who were not aware of their rides were laughing loudly with their employees because of the combination with Kang Simayong CEO. In the end, he secretly whispered whether or not a director from MG would be allowed. CEO, Kang CEO's story, have you ever heard anything? What do you mean? It's about the fact that Mr. Kang recruited large investors in China. I heard. We attracted investors in large quantities, so we could not have merged so quickly. Won Jinpyo, CEO, was still at ease. The director, who whispered, wanted to beat his heart in the burning, but barely endured and continued. Did you not think there were too many investments coming in this time? What do you mean? Is not it better if there are more funds? CEO, it's a story that you can take it later if you want to get an investment. There is nothing as scary as the money of others. You have to use your money to become wealthy. My lady, let's not blush with good rumors from a good spot. CEO Won Jinpyo shook his head as he caught the director's wrist. It was meant to stop. Looking at his actions, other directors exchanged their eyes at the same time. I will not. Soon their eyes turned to Kang Simayong in the center of the staff. There are two direct teams in the World Studio. One was a talent scout team, that singer trainee, and the other was A&R team who was working on songs. The team, or the PR team, was a system that was approved by the chairman after reporting to the directors and the CEO, but these two teams report directly to Kang-yoon. It was Kang-yoon's influential team as much. So even if I was busy, audition, Kang-yoon would surely attend. I have a good voice when I look at it again. There is a feeling of fullness and a slender feminine feeling. It's a rare voice. I'd love to hear it. On the day of audition, Kang-yoon arrived in Korea and saw a video and smiled with expectation. Team leader, Jin Hai-ri, a talented scout team standing next to Kang-yoon, handed the paper to Kang-yoon with a confident look. I'm sure you'll be happy to see it. I look forward to it. While handing in the paperwork and reviewing the history, there was something remarkable. It was an item called MG Entertainment Trainee. It is also present. Kang-yoon pointed to it with a pen. Jin team leader. Would not this be a problem? I was worried at first, but when I did it, I concluded that it was okay. I learned that MG and Yelon ran the merger and ran half of the trainee. Nowadays, Jane is more interested in celebrity than trainee. You do not have to worry about it. Well, it is the first time that I'm confused. It's not as good as it seems to be using confusion. Once we meet, we will decide. It was time to finish reviewing the documents. We went to studio on the 7th floor with audition, and Gangsai was waiting for the guidance of the staff. Anyang Haeseo. Kang-yoon, who was in school uniform just after school, bowed to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon said with a soft expression to her, who was nervously faced. Once I relax, I'm relaxed. Yes. Gee, the real society. Chairman came. Did not you hear? Oh no. Duh, I heard that. Kang-yoon did not know that trainee audition proceeded to the Gangsai was tense. He stuttered. For the trainees who want to be singer, Kang-yoon was such a thing to meet. It was an icon of success, a producer who did not know it was a failure. Gangsai was also tense, and the eyes of envy stood. Of course, Kang-yoon was a burden to the girl who sent her eyes to her. What is it? Jean team leader. I'll start when I'm ready. Yes, team leader. Kang Sai-mi, who was guided by the staff, was in the middle, and Kang-yoon and other talented scout team members, A&R team leader Oh Ju-won and Kang-yoon, sat down side by side. Documents were heard in their hands in charge of the examination. Kang-yoon spoke with a pod in both hands as he told her voice was ready and ready. Do you want to start? With tense eyes, the gentleman began to sing with all his strength. Dark night. Even if I go, morning does not come. Someone, even whispering. The large notes were entangled so quickly that a pure white light burst out. It was the tone that I had touched in the video that seemed full and thin. My feeling was right. Jean Hyrie fell in love with her song, singing, and writing. On the other hand, Oh Ji-won producer had a headache. Course. Unusual tone, good. But there was Kim Ji-min in the world. I wondered if I could compare to it. Because of that, he became objective, and thanks to him, his score was not after that. Unlike the two who decided early on, Kang-yoon did not make an easy decision. Even though I saw the white light, there was something that caught my heart. It was then. Would not you be looking for me? If you're looking at me, tell me I'm here. When the last note was getting higher and higher, the voice of the gentleman shook as if he had run out. Kang-yoon and Oh Ji-won heard the sound and wriggled their eyebrows. Ow. I closed my eyes when I realized I had made a mistake in the reaction of the two people. But the car has already been gone. So her song is over. Thank you. Thank you. Kang-yoon received less reviews by Oh Ji-won producer and Jean Hyrie. He said in a gentle tone to Gang-sai, who was sitting in the seat where his legs were released. It was a good song. I have a lot of practice. Thank you. A unique tone. It was good. This tone is difficult to find. I really enjoyed listening. But when he heard the opposite, Gang-sai licked his lips. It was a tremendous disappointment. Lastly, it seemed that the strength was lost at the treble. I knew it. Tension my body tightly into the tension came into force. It seems that the body is overloaded and stiff. It may have been due to nervousness, but it was definitely a mistake that affected the sound. In a professional world, this does not work. I heard nothing but pros. Gang-sai bowed his head. Only one chance seemed to fly like this. I was really happy to have a chance to come to anyone. It was the evaluation of the O team leader. But Kang-yoon's words were not the end there. The head of Gang-sai was flashing. Jean team. Leader was the best harmony, the unique tone. It is called. The tone told me everything. Hee. Jean Hyrie was scratching his head for a joke. However, unlike her smiling face, Gang-sai, who came to hell and heaven, had to hold her pounding breast. Oh really? Do you want to torture? It's not a famous audition program, and I do not know what this is all about. Anyway, the only thing left is Kang-yoon. She looked at him with half anxiety and half expectation. How do you see yourself as an icon of success? I wondered more than anything. However, his behavior was quite different from her expectations. She covered the papers and swept her through her eyes. Why did Semin-young support the world in MG? Her chest ran like a thump in her eyes as though she had penetrated herself. Chapter 321. Well, it was not a light horse. The eyes of Kang-yoon were well warped, but it made the glare more difficult. I want you to think and answer. It's okay to take a long time. Think and respond to me enough. Kang-yoon beckoned to the staff at the entrance. Hi Sue. I'm sorry, but please bring me some semi-quantities. I also ask you here. Soon the woman brought water to the judge and Gang-sai. It was to relax a little. However, even after receiving the bucket, Gang-sai was able to pick up only his fingers and not take his mouth easily. Jean Hyrie, who was sad, wanted to encourage her courage, but Kang-yoon blocked her mouth. Wait. After all, Jean Hyrie had to sigh. And quit. It has been a long time. Here is Ramian. Finally, the mouth, which was heavy, was opened. Here at Ramian. I thought I could sing. World Ramian, I thought I would make me a singer. Make sure to make singer. That would be the same with your agency. The shoulders of Gang-sai were getting narrower. I had difficulty opening my mouth, but the pressure was getting worse. The girl's face suddenly darkened. However, he was uninterested. If it is difficult, I will do it here. But the question remains. Why did MG have a good agency to support it? Certainly, we will not select semi-sheep with such a question. If you talk, will you pull me out? I'll hear why. She was desperate, and Kang-yoon was cold. The information about Kang-yoon that Jua heard at first seemed completely wrong. Oh Ji-won, who sat next to him, was a hard-knit man, and he seemed to be benevolent and seemed to have no strength. The moment she was forced to make a choice, she closed her eyes tightly and made a decision. This time, the contract with MG is over. I looked so hard that I had a different look. Rather, my mind became calm. I am going to make a new contract at this changed company. Conditions were also better than before. There was a down payment, but I could not take the stamp. The debut I think of the company and the debut I think are so different. I've been 8 years to become a singer. I try to make it into a company reporter. As the emotions boil, Up, the gangster shook his fist. For 8 years, I've been thinking of becoming a singer. However, one direction of one CEO's word was decided on my direction. It still does not get forgotten. The visual is out of the question. You'd better actor than singer. Does this make sense? Then one morning I became an actor trainee, and I got to practice acting, which does not fit. In the end, because of complaints about the company, it was supported. That's it. It's not just a complaint. Her voice got higher. Kang-yoon's sinking eyes were light from this time. Actor or singer? If I was worried about my career, I would not have come out of company. I got angry. Have you talked to the CEO? Naturally. Kang-yoon's gentle voice burst out, but nobody stopped her. I told my CEO I wanted to be a singer, but I was rejected. Not once, but 3 times. Could not the company have discovered a talent that a semi-donor could not find? Absolutely not. I'm sure. Acting does not have much talent. Every teacher I have taught me. No matter how you look at it, you are not the actor's timber. Above all, I do not really want to be an actor. Then what do you really want to do? Singer. I want to be with you where you can make me believe in singer. I wish it was a world. Her eyes glowed with light. It's okay. Even Oh Ji-won, who gave a glimpse of laughter, laughed, and Jin Hairi made the V by hand as he liked it more. What did I say? It's a thing. Kang-yoon, who heard all the stories, flicked his head lightly. Clear, right. Thank you for telling me hard. So all the interviews are over. Gangsai was sitting on his chair as if his legs were loose. Now it's time to talk. Kang-yoon beckons everyone. How is it? Not bad. I think that child is uncommon. After hearing the stories of Oh Ji-won and Jin Hairi, Kang-yoon turned his eyes to Jin Hairi again. Do you have any last words? If you trust me and trainee, you will be a great singer and you will be greatly rewarded. Clear, right. How long is the contract? Until this week. Excellent. Clear, right. Come out next week. I see. Yes. At the moment the gangster doubted his ear. Kang-yoon said in a soft tone to her that she was stunned. In the meantime, the practice of singing will take a lot of rest, so it will be hard. I'm in the same family now, and I'll talk comfortably. Ah, yes, Chairman. My heart ran to the end of the family. The scary Kang-yoon's appearance has already been blown away. Jin Hairi smiled, and Oh Ji-won shrugged. Hairi, team leader. Are you sure? Boys, I heard a rumor that they were trying to catch the number. The contract is over. What if I do not let them? Oh Ji-won's anxious face was received by Jin Hairi with a confident face. Within 2 days, the two began to falter. Kang-yoon, who watched the scene for a while, threw it away. Come on, it's hard work. Let's go to eat now. We will come with you. Sometime. Me too. John, why not? No expected doyo. The gods, who were grateful for the acceptance, went out to the world studio to eat after Kang-yoon. Hey, you crazy fuck. Ah. Team leader of rookie upbringing team together with High Castle, Jang Yong. SEO's head badly ended a bunch of documents. There was no stamp on the end of the paper, scattered all over the place. That's why CEO Won Jin-pyo was angry. Did I ask you to stamp the contract, no matter what I write? Our apologies. What? What is lacking? Was the condition short? Did not you tell me that you will be able to live an actor as soon as you have been trained for a year? No. Delivered everything. But what is the problem? Did you deliver the down payment properly? When a cool person gets angry, nobody can dry up, and CEO Won Jin-pyo just looked like that. It was hard to see his appearance as a CEO with a frown as he pulled down a desk with his fist and scratched his feet and rushed at random. How do you say things in the world? Jang Yong SEO's mouth did not fall. Absolutely, I did not want to say this place. The news that other trainees have signed a contract with the world is never the only thing. I will be an ashtray, not paperwork, to fly from now on. Go get your stamp on the contract. Fortunately, with the shouting sound, Zhang Xian was released. Soon after, the CEO's room was reopened. Who does the door? Oh, CEO of Kong. I think you had a bad day. Seeing CEO Kong Si Myong coming in with his own coffee, CEO Won Jin-pyo managed to calm his anger. He calmed down with the warm coffee he handed to him, and he stabilized his swollen shoulders. This is the first time you see a CEO who is open to you. You look like you were not good enough. Where is the man without emotion? What's going on? Kong Si Myong CEO, sitting on his desk with a good eye, gently rapped the back of CEO Won Jin-pyo. Won Jin-pyo, CEO of the company, expressed comfort with his unfamiliar face. There was a project that I had been preparing for a while, but it became useless today. Project? Oh, that. I do not know what it is, but it just makes me angry. A little while ago, team leader went out. Is it because of him? I'm not sure. I have to ask you to be responsible. There was a trainee who grew up in the former MG. It was a child who acted as a shooter. Actor. Kang Si-myung was suspicious of CEO's eyes. He was a trainee who saw him a few times. Because it was a trainee with an appearance coming into the eyes, even among the flowers. But it was not shoot of actor. I do not know singer Ramian. Yeah. We do not have the know-how to grow Min Gina CEO. I had a good shoot, so I tried to greedy. However, I do not know what the trainee did not contract. CEO Kang Si-myung kicked his tongue out. This person's eyes are. This was a delusion. The comparison rituals are too low. For comparison, Min Gina CEO. Now among the similar actors, I cannot find a comparable actor to her. But unlike the thought, he smiled. Even if you give me more down payment, I'll have to bring it. Sure. I think it's because of the difficulty of my child. It will not take long. Please tell me if you need my help. Thank you. CEO Won Jin-pyo looked at CEO Kang Si-myung with a strong eye. His eyes were full of favor. At that time, the secretary of CEO Won Jin-pyo came in with the knock. What's going on? To the impression-stricken CEO of Won Jin-pyo, the secretary bowed his head in an urgent expression. Our apologies. I was rushed because I thought I should let you know as soon as possible. What's going on? A little while ago, a trainer interviewed by a trainee was reported. It is said that the trainee has signed a contract with World. I would like to report to the CEO as a trainee whom you take care of yourself. Bang. CEO Won Jin-pyo hit his desk with his fist. What? That? What at that time, Kang Si-myung, the CEO of Won Jin-pyo CEO, caught the eye. After glancing over to the secretaries who were afraid, they told Won Jin-pyo in a strong voice. It cannot be just like this. Absolutely. Let's find out. Kang Si-myung CEO's eyes were torn apart, and Won Jin-pyo's chable became sharp. What shall I do? Our place has not been settled yet. In a weak state, the world will play a media play that is a vicious corporation that excludes the trainee of such a weak company. Though different thoughts, in front of the common enemy, the two people came together in one accord. Of course, only on the surface. It was dawn when Edios or Diakien or all the schedules were over and they got together in the practice room. When I brought my tired body, everyone was nervous. Let's finish soon. Right? However, the humiliation has overcome everything. Han Ju-yeon and Han Hyo-jong, who are known for their nervousness, have also become rounded because they want to finish their desires quickly. Kim Ji-suk, I'm going on vacation and you're on my way? Sorry to come alone. How are you? Kim Ji-suk was brisk. The DITN members who understood that it was an unfair circumstance to Chu Manji CEO understood Kim Ji-suk. I was just a little grunting. Edios and DITN members performed the title song for Song of DITN except the intro song. My lips will wet your mind. My lips will wet your mind. More than 10 members stood in line. I was practicing choreography with one arm and one arm. I had a hole in the middle. Lily, it's late. Yes. There were two people, one by each group. The position was also in the middle. The group's dancing captain, Young Mina and Kang Sun-jaeong came into the process of taking out the holes and filling them up. In second round, my lips will wet your mind. My lips will wet your mind. Again, the music is flowing, and Han Ju-yeon, Kim Hyun-young, Christian, Jae-ye, Ellie Young, and Jae-yeo are trying to lead again. Hey, yes, it's getting late. It was okay until the second time. Third, fourth, it was the 10th time that I went beyond the members. At this point, Young Mina and Kang Sun-jaeong also looked at each other. Previously, I had formed a rivalry with a dance loom. Two people laughed at this situation. It was the same with the holes. Hey, are you laughing? Me, sorry. Of course, it was hot. Is your hole too big? You have a little hole. I think it will take some time to fill it. Let's sleep a little. I left the members who were in the process of filling the hole, and the rest of them slept with each other. But it was a while. These are. Do not wake up. Hi. Young Mina and the Kang Sung-kyun shouted, and everyone had to wake up wondering if they did not want to see it. The 12 women were being joined together in the practice room of Yunli Entertainment. My brother, it is the real thing. Lee Jun-yeol, with his face on his shoulder, was busy grasping Kang-yoon's sheep on the other side. Jae-han, who sat next to him, was reluctant to want to be there, but Lee Junyeol's front and back continued. Kang-yoon lifted his hand as he pushed his forehead with his arms. "Aunt, I just need a chicken." As soon as the elderly grandmother came out with delicious oil-roasted chicken broth, Kang-yoon picked it up with chopsticks and put it in Lee Junyeol's mouth. "This is what I—" "Come on, get angry. Look at it." Kang-yoon was laughing at Lee Junyeol's appearance in an enchanting expression of well-heeled chicken seedlings. "I'll call you often, so I'm fine. On the subject of men, why are you so obsessed with the contact?" In Kang-yoon, Alda had no idea. "If you look at Lee Junyeol, you'll feel like having a magne." I wanted to. The second sitting beside him was shrugging at the romance made by the two. Then Kang-yoon's eyes returned to Jae-han. "I heard that Mr. Mutt was in Dukkha this time." Kang-yoon mentions Jae-han's real name, and when asked about his current status, Lee Junyeol laughed around Jae-han's shoulders. Right. I was a little faster. This body first intercepted to go to the world." "Tongue, brother." "What?" "That's right." Jae-han was annoyed by the unexplored revelation, but Kang-yoon was laughing. "Does Junyeol bother you a lot?" "Oh, brother. Talk to me if I harass you. I'll give it to you." Soju was piled up on the table with a bottle and 2 bottles of laughter. So the drinks of 3 people were ripe. When soju disease went over 8 bottles, Secretary Moon, who shared a liquor with the manager, rushed to Kang-yoon. "So, Chairman, it's great." "Well?" Secretary Moon, who had been dressed up for a long time, wore his cell phone to Kang-yoon and Yeoju. Solo, world, even the trainee, the controversial controversy, even the legal action to destroy? It was the feeling that the sake was gone at once. Kang-yoon's eyebrows twirled. Chapter 322. "Brother, what is it?" The eyes of Lee Junyeol, who saw the darkened Kang-yoon expression, were rounded. "Jae-hanma, I feel a serious atmosphere. The complexion darkens, and the table has a cold air." "Not a big deal." Secretary Moon, please contact PR team. I'll be right in. Clear right. I know it's a problem. What's going on? Lee Junyeol jumped to the ground. I was worried, and my eyes were thin. Kang-yoon put his hand on his shoulder and slowly touched his heart. "Let's have a drink next time. Your brother is real." "What's up with Chairman?" "I'm sorry." "Yes, it is. I'll buy you a drink at Roy's later." Behind Lee Junyeol, who cannot hide his misfortune, Kang-yoon rushed out of the stall. Kang-yoon, who arrived at the company in a hurry, headed for the PR team. Although the sequence was advanced, only one fire appeared in the large office. Ironically, Kang-yoon puzzled. "No, all the staff on duty are going anywhere." To prepare for emergencies, the PR team turns to watch. But I cannot see people to be there. "So, Chairman, the new entrant who just joined the popularity of the 2 people," I also rushed quickly. Kang-yoon asked her with a sigh. "Where are the other employees? There will be an election." That. I also lingered. The day when I went home that the election would not be a bad thing, the job broke. I was overcome by the chairman. There was no excuse for this. "Ton. Surely. Chairman is here, too." "What? Other employees?" And that was not the end. Lee Hyun-ji came to the door with his wet head. "Oh, I'm screwed. I also wanted to die." I was overwhelmed and even collapsed. Besides, I was in a hurry to see director's dress. Suits are not on the go, hoodies with hats. The director rushed away, and there was no staff? It was never a matter of going over. Kang-yoon turned to Lee Young-sun from Lee Hyun-ji. "Saddam will do it later. What's the situation?" I also set the waist straight and turned the monitor. It was a collection of important articles and comments in a short time. Lee Hyun-ji, who saw the monitor, frowned. "It's just a suspicion. There are many words." Lee Hyun-ji brought his face closer to the monitor. The comments were numerous. Was this how the world grew in a short time? Disappointment. Edios is also taken out of MG trainee. Home. Min Jin SEO 2. It is a habitual. Kim Jae-hoon 2. It is a skill of the world to take away. It is very bad. There were a lot of nonsense sounds. At that time, the people who received the world were not trainees but singer. There was no case of directly receiving another trainee. I was confused by the fact that it was not related to the fact at all. Once I get bigger before I get bigger, I guess. It's not getting big yet. It's the same idea. Mr. Du Young. For chairman. Kang-yoon smiled a little while at the mouth as the spirit cried out with a loud voice. "Tell the PR team to prepare." The referee by 12 o'clock tomorrow. Until 12 o'clock. Yeah. Oh, today's employee. Kang-yoon frowned, staring at Lee Hyun-ji. When you go to work, tell them to stop by the office. Ah, yes. Lee Hyun-ji, who is burning fireworks in the eyes like a devil, also saw me as a sick younger. Next day, as soon as I got to work, the PR team employees in the world spent the morning without any problems. The result is 11:45 p.m. In response to lunch, an article appeared on the World's position. Singles, detailed audition. World, Scout course open in World Studio. She announced her position on the trainee sheet. The amount of trainee A was selected through the fair audition process of the World, and the controversial trainee stating that there was no interception at all. Trainee A says the contract has expired with her agency, and there is no problem. In the meantime, the trainee selection process of the World has never been revealed, and various words have been released. World trainee selection process. If an inquirer sends a video. Syncopation. The chairman is eating lunch in Korea today too. Lee Hyun-ji smiled at Kang-yoon holding the cutlery from the other side. Due to her position, the staff was burdened with lunch with her, and she did not have many people to eat at the restaurant. I mean, the kids are going to go crazy. Edios, is not it possible to leave the scene to another person? Frowning, Lee Hyun-ji leaned both hands on his chin. I knew that it was not just a passing word, but Kang-yoon expressed displeasure. I like the scene. I cannot lead the world without losing sense to know the scene. Moreover, I do not have any reason to go to the management because the director is there. Anyway, do not say that all of a sudden. I'm excited. Huh. Oh yeah. If so, I will refuse. Kang-yoon leaned back and rolled his eyes, and Lee Hyun-ji narrowed his eyes. I have not yet confessed. Is not it excuse me? Is not that a confession? Mr. Kang-yoon, I do not know if I do not know a girl's heart like this. Company can carry it away. Laughter spread to the mouths of two jokes. After lunch, the two returned to the company. PR team Kang Young-jin went to the PR team to find out if things were going well. Did you come to chairman? Good work. Team leader Kang. How about this? 2 hours passed after the article was released. By that time, it was about the time when the reaction started to come to a close. When the staff brought the collected data, Kang Young-jin handed it to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon took a sigh of relief when he saw data gathering opinions and articles. Maybe we should leave a moment now. Yeah, it was a great opportunity to present the materials along with the articles and solve the doubts. I'm sorry though, I did not want to open the trainee selection process. Kang Young-jin did not say anything to Kang-yoon, who expressed regret to opening up the company's big policy. After encouraging employees, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji came out of the PR team. Now let's finish it. In the closed door, Kang Young-jin heard a compelling voice, and Kang-yoon shrugged. Team leader Kang is full of energy when I look at you. That's the PR team. Is chairman going to the evening flight? Yeah, I am going to stop at home and leave. Hyun is going to scrape his face again this time. I do not watch video. Lee Hyun-ji tangled his tongue, and Kang-yoon went home with bitter laughter. Tatak tatak tatak. There was a huge basement, a place where soulless eyes gathered. The keyboard knocked up loudly. As he passed through the narrow passage, the man with the thick paperwork ran wildly. Listen carefully. Is your big agency able to pull the trainee that a small agency trained hard like that? This nuance must be included. Anything is okay. However, I cannot swear. Tatak tatak tatak. The keyboard sound, which I paused for a while, filled the basement again. On the monitor, the internet window opened and closed incessantly, and the comments ran in myriad ways. In the meantime, I heard a drag on the corner. All right, do not swear. Ah yes. A man who commented on a loud speech was blushed. It was a site that manipulated public opinion with so-called internet comments. A middle-aged man with round glasses came in with the sound of the door opening when the keyboard sound spread out. It was Won Jinpyo CEO. CEO, are you here? The man who was going over and over between the people approached him and rushed his head. CEO Won Jinpyo rolled toward the periphery and raised his mouth with a satisfactory look. Excellent. Thank you. Come over here. The expression of the arrogant employee was gone, but soon he returned to the expression of facing a difficult person. CEO Won Jinpyo wandered through the computer with a haughty face and looked at comments on the internet. No matter how formal the trainee is, you should not rob it that way. You should not take the trainee of a small agency like that of a big agency like that. If everyone goes to a large agency, who comes from a small agency? That's right. Right. You should not take away your dreams and live well. Keep doing that. Whether there is CEO. Behind the gratifying laughter of CEO Won Jin-pyo, keyboard banging continued to spread into the basement. I'll give you a ride. It's okay, please work. I know. Appa refused to give Hansako Airport a ride, so Hyun woke up. But Kang-yoon pointed at the secretary Moon and hugged her brother lightly. Appa has a secretary here, too. Hyun should have an intro composition. So-yeon and I have to do arrangements. You can do that later. I cannot. Bloody hell. Hyun's expression was seldom stretched as the sadness disappeared. After all, Kang-yoon had to take care of his brother in front of the house for 10 minutes. Ugh, baby. We would like Appa. Well, Hyun turned to Secretary Moon rather than Kang-yoon. Thanks to Secretary Moon, I had to feel the burden. On the road to the airport, Kang-yoon took out his cell phone and turned on the internet. It was to see if things happened yesterday. By the way, Cease is a portal site. Real-time query ranking 1. Guile 2. Diet 3. Coffee writing 4. Trainee robbery 5. A trainee. The feeling was cheap. Just a few hours ago, it was not even near real-time queries. Kang-yoon hastily clicked on the search terms. Trainee robbery, big agency, small agency cannot get a Mac. The investment of the management companies is difficult. The trainees want a big agency. Where do small planners stand? Do you have a solution for a big agency? The articles that were laid out in an instant were galleries. A trainee, as soon as the contract expires? A small company that chased a chicken? A big planner trainee A, was training to reduce the cost of training? Tiers of small and medium-sized enterprise. The situation was widened by the war between strong and weak. The world is portrayed as a strong trainee A where sheep were wrecked with stories depicted as medium-sized agency. I was more twisted than the day I thought I had improved. I called the PR team about what happened in the middle. PR team Kang-yoon said in an urgent voice. Unknown rumors are spreading around popular communities and SNS. The public is being provoked by unconfirmed logic. Strange. Logic. Soon the world pulled out the trainee, a sheep that seemed to be able to debut as a celebrity. A sheep is the trainee of the place. Ji-hai, at the beginning of the merger, was in a chaotic situation. That world has pulled out the trainee. Nonsense. It is a leap. Absolutely. However, I am persuasive. Edios, Kim Jae-hoon, and Min Jin-seo are also from other agencies. Almost. They are not from trainee either. Kang-yoon was freaked out. If he did not bring them, they would all be celebrities. But the public does not even know such details. There is a worsening public opinion compared with the fact that GE is a small and medium-sized enterprise, and the world is a large enterprise. With the urgent voice, Kang-yoon kept ringing in his ears. It was clear that it was a call coming in for protest or confirmation. Clear, right? I'll call you right away. I needed time to think about it. After talking to Kang-yoon, he called Jean Hai-ri. She was worried about her voice. I once told her not to worry. I guess she did not think it was going to be this big. I pretended to be as good as possible, but my voice was shaking a lot. Yeoju would be nice to behave more than words. Jean team leader will introduce the trainer who will be in charge of the seminar in the future. You have to show your unshakable appearance. Yes, team leader. After finishing the call, Kang-yoon told Secretary Moon, who was standing in line to take the procedure together. I'll go back. Very well. As Kang-yoon left the line first, Secretary Moon rushed along Kang-yoon. The two ran back to the world station. I arrived at PR team office, and it was already around 9 p.m. Kang-yoon, who received the greeting, singed Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon separately, and then told the story. We need a channel to talk directly to the public. There are many ways. Wait, directed by chairman. Do you? Kang-yoon's eyes turned. It was a double-edged sword that Kang-yoon stood directly in front of the public. Lee Hyun-ji also expressed disappointment. Why do not we gather reporters and present their positions? I'll do it myself. Now it's not easy for chairman to think directly. As long as the contract is stamped on the contract, it is our family name. Kang-yoon stood up from his desk, hitting the desk. To our homepage, SNS, celebrity fan page. Please mobilize all media. I'll see you in the studio on the 5th floor in an hour. Wait. Lee Hyun-ji came forward with Ami. Do you really need to do that because of one trainee? Besides, it's not official yet. That trainee must do so because of one. That's the world. About 3 hours later, all the world's homepages, SNS, and so on one video went up. Kang-yoon, trainee a direct explanations on sheep. Numerous videos, articles, and Yongsan, and the internet is getting hot again. Chapter 323. First of all, I ask for forgiveness for the fans and industry people who worry about it by creating a room for controversy regardless of the reason. It is a fact that we have been closed policy to accept trainee. However, I acknowledge that this policy has resulted in controversy and apologize once more. We will change this policy in the future, and we will not have any controversy. And I want to tell you about the amount of trainee A that is mentioned in rumors. The current controversial part is that trainee A, which has been carefully cultivated in other medium and small agencies, has taken away our world in the middle of better conditions. As a matter of fact, trainee A, who has contracted with our world this time, has been contracted with his agency and has been supporting it on the world studio homepage first. We bought the trainee's talent so high and proposed audition, trainee. I did not make a simulation to deprive a trainee that a small and medium-sized company that was drifting in incense had cherished, and I received a talented trainee. As a result, due to the amount of trainee we received last time, our former agency lost trainee, which has been cultivated. I am very sad. But considering the agency, if we send back the amount of trainee A, it is a betrayal that the trainee chose us. I cannot betray that trust. In the future, I will take this sadness by taking all the means to get the trainee recognized as a singer. We would like to thank our fans who are interested in World Studio and encourage the trainee to join us. After all, the world is doing well. Oh, you're way too far. You mean to be responsible for trainee? Well, then, it means that the kids in the small and medium-sized companies are going to end up taking me out of the world. Wow, Kang-yoon is perfect. Do you want to keep your trainees well? Fully complete, cool. Since Kang-yoon announced his position directly, he has pushed up the portal site CES, Thun, and SNS. The world did well, it was wrong, it was hard to say easily, and so on. Various opinions continued to burst. Not to mention Kang-yoon's first place in the real-time search query. Kang-yoon, who became the hottest entertainer of the day, also attracted people's attention. But the most important thing was, it does not matter now who A is. The next morning after uploading the announcement of Kang-yoon's position, Lee Hyun-ji dropped coffee in front of Kang-yoon, who had just stopped by before going to the airport. Kang-yoon, who had been wearing both arms in a tired manner on the sofa, enjoyed a scent while taking a cup of coffee with a vigorous face. Fortunately, it's hard to resist when people are attracted to young people. Instead, World Anti is up to the surface. What are you going to do about this? Lee Hyun-ji's mouth went up sharply, but Kang-yoon laughed rather chuckly. Of course, Lee Hyun-ji was grumpy. We really are like bad guys. It's certified as well. What if I told you to clean up and work more? What can I do? My trainees should be careful to take care of themselves. This is not the picture I thought. In front of Lee Hyun-ji's worried face, Kang-yoon opened his right hand. If you do not want to lose it to the world, you will be able to help the trainee. Make the terms better. I did not think about the other trainee companies, did you? That's a mess. Of course it is not. Let's look good. This will bring a bigger thing in the future. In fact, it is true that Kang-yoon's actions will improve the treatment of all trainees engaged in Inter. The entrepreneurs who used to own the trainees would invest even more in order not to deprive the trainee that they had developed. Lee Hyun-ji also thought about it and watched Kang-yoon and sighed briefly. I was able to see that the company was responding quickly, and I was relieved that the semi-annual amount was reported by the talent team. Fortunately, Kang-yoon ran out of the window and approached the window and collected the blinds. The warm sunshine illuminated the hall and his face, and the wide Euro shopping mall was opened down. Lee Hyun-ji came over and stood. How many people can come together if a person gets on that road? When Kang-yoon asked, Lee Hyun-ji was worried for a moment and replied, well, if it is full, tens of thousands of people can gather. Excellent. Clear right. As Kang-yoon smiled an unknown smile, Lee Hyun-ji narrowed his eyes and turned and took Kang-yoon's shoulder. Wait, Chairman, what are you decorating? It's decorating. There is nothing. I can tell by looking at the face. Please, do not do anything. Lee Hyunji grabbed Kang-yoon's shoulder and shook it. For a while, Kang-yoon had to struggle to find out that he had no idea. There are a lot of business people gathering at Sky Lounge Cafe. Below the chandelier of the orange glowing light, Han Young-suk, CEO of G&B Entertainment, faced Kang Simong CEO, who sat in a strange light. I'm a co-representative. It was an unexpected number. Han Young-suk, who put down a half-empty cup of coffee, was calm. I thought I was sick and tired of seeing two men who were jealous of Kang-yoon. I always felt that I was fit, and I felt that I was old. On the other hand, the face of CEO Kang Si-myung, who looked at her, was full. I did not even know that I would be like this with one. I learned a lot thanks to that. Men do not even know it. Men do not know women exist. They are the same. There was no meaningful catching. The two explorations continued until the second brunch. Han Young-suk CEO's fine eyelashes turned down when the plates were to be empty plates to answer the brunch. This frame is very nice. I did not think it would be a good idea to pack it as a small business planner. Thanks to Lee Kang-yoon, I was able to go to the chairman. It's a frame. It's not political. Lee Kang-yoon, that's the celebrity love I know. It's reckless. I do not know. However, the essence is the war between the world and the world began. Is not it? It was a signal to enter the mainstream. Kang Si-myung CEO's face got serious. This CEO is not going to be able to do it. As Han Young-suk CEO looked at him silently, the voice of CEO Kang Si-myung suddenly dropped. This is a good thing. The results were good too. I did not know that Lee Kang-yoon would walk directly to the trainee. Thanks to our GNB, we are also in an emergency to crack down on trainees. Even now, it is rumored that the treatment of the world among the trainees is so good. Are we buried in land? He is such a greeting. Singer only fool knows it is possible. On the other hand, I am envious. Oh, I have an answer. Who is trainee A? I wondered who was the trainee who burned the fuse, Han Young-suk's expression. It was mentioned who was A, but it was not known what happened. A Young was a gem that one CEO liked. I wanted to grow her Min Jin SEO as a trainee who wanted a singer. Min Jin SEO? Was it that timber? There is no free world. The CEO of Kang Si-myung, who was in the midst of talking, was disappointed. Here is important. Han Young-suk, CEO, thought lightly and knocked on the desk lightly. What do you want? Please be on my side. It was meant to stop the tightrope and go with the guide. Han Young-suk CEO took cool eyes on him. You cannot play with the world. I do not want it. Please be on my side. What do you mean? It is literally. What do you mean? Han Young-suk, CEO, was on his knees for a while. I had a thought in my head. You're trying to hit this guy, one Jean Pio. His deep smile gave me a strong conviction. It was not a vessel to represent a co-representative. I was not able to go with someone. If the two of you fight on the ground, the odds are. Let's do it together. Thank you. Do you want to continue the story then? Do you think an actor like Min Jin SEO can come out easily? The cool look of CEO Kang Si-myung has gone all over the place and has returned with a gentle smile. Rather, however, Han Young-suk has become even more sparkling with his tenderness. Yokshi, if you try to follow the stork in the same way as the stork, the crotch will not survive. There is a way to utilize it. How to use. The nuances have been strangely changed. Throughout his story, Han Young-suk, CEO, swallowed the spit and tried not to forget his story. For the first time, anyone is afraid and frightened. Whenever you see it, it's great. After the school, the first studio to go to work in front of the World Studio was also like. Her wind of bitterness spilled lightly on the wind, but the tension remained intact. Here, it was a place that made me feel like this. After the article was out, it was a series of days of heartbreak for a few days. I was filled with the desire to end this situation soon. However, he walked all the way to the chairman and rapped. Himself and himself. But I was worried about facing company people. The chairman seems to have wrapped himself in his body. But do you want to endure yourself? Jean Hairi was waiting for herself. Sammy. Huh? Oh, Anyang Hazio. Are you early? Greetings. I wanted to say hello, but the shrunken mind made me feel depressed. Jean Hairi smiled and laughed her arms around her, knowing that she had known her heart. I was waiting. Let's go in. For the first place the two people headed to was the high-floor office. Anyang Hazio, semi-sheep. Ah yes. Anyang Hazio. The secretary's gracious greeting prompted me to shake the glow. I was worried about the enemy that might exist, but the secretary was more courteous than anyone else. The director is waiting. Let's go. Lee Hyun-ji, who was working in a pile of paperwork, got up from the office. Come on, Semi-chan. I was waiting. Anyong Haeseo. The first time I watched the World Studio director, he was a tall guy, but his eyes were full of power. There was a veiled suit that reminded me of a difficult career woman. Lee Hyun-ji called the secretary and brought me the papers I had prepared. Lee Hyun-ji, who opened the handcrafted contract, took a fan and circled an important part. A couple of days ago, I had to make a quick stamp to make sure the semi-sheep was relieved, but now I'm going to explain the contract again. Now, wait a minute. Oh, are you changing the contract? He misunderstood his intention, and Gangsai tilted his body forward. Lee Hyun-ji, with his head down, painted a line on his eyes. I will not. It is literally okay. I'm glad. This is a contract that chairman has taken, but it does not change. Do you want to start? With a sigh of relief, the force of the ginseng would be missed, and the power of the eyes tightened. But there was nothing to do. Whether it is necessary for the contract, such as the duration, subject, and contents of training, and whether there is any content that is missing. On the last page of the contract, Lee Hyun-ji, who confirmed Kang-yoon's signature and autograph of his gracing, and his parents' seal, covered his contract and extended his right hand. There is no problem. Welcome to World Studio, Semi-young. Thank you, Lieutenant. He grabbed Lee Hyun-ji's right hand and gently smiled at him. After leaving the office, Jean Hyri showed us several places in the World Studio. I traveled to various places such as a practice room to practice in the future, convenience facilities, and low-rise sightseeing facilities where fans come and go. Of course, my mouth did not shut. Finally, it was the hallway to the practice room to greet Senior. Me, team leader. What? Do you have any questions? Where did Chairman go? I want to say hello. Chairman is in China. I have Edio's concert, so I cannot come to Korea well. Oh yeah. Disappointing what? You're tired when you meet a high person. At the question of Jean Hyri, which is unknown, Gangsai shook his head. I feel different from the chairman. In the former agency, the CEO felt a high wall, but chairman felt nothing like that. Why? I did not see much. I do not know, but I want to talk. When you come to Korea, go up to the chairman room. My trainee or singer Ramian is Neju at any time. Are you sure? Jean Hyri put cold water on the glow that shone his eyes. Instead, the competition will be fierce. I have many jobs, and I do not have many places, and there are so many people I want to meet. I have to wait all day. Did Jean Hyri's cold water stimulate the girls coming? In the eyes of the gentleman, a flame bloomed. When I was talking, it was just before the door. As I opened the door, a part of the guitar came in with the back of the little girl. I have not yet bloomed a flower dash. When she was immersed in the song, she turned the chair and looked at the two people. Yunha Sr. Oh, you are Anyong. The woman who was playing the guitar was Kim Ji-min, the world's female singer-songwriter. Kim Ji-min, who felt anxious about the appearance of a gangster who hurried his head, turned to Jean Hyri. This is a trainee. Oh, Miss Trainee. The gangsters have been indicted on the stone that has flown without any reason. When Jean Hyri tried to say a word, Kim Ji-min beckoned toward the Jinri. Would you like to come over here? As she stood in front of him, Kim Ji-min pulled the chair next to him. Thank you. Kim Ji-min, who sat in front of her, handled the guitar she was holding. With a glance in the English language, Gangsai received a guitar, and this time he handed it to the sheet music he was playing. Will you sing this song once? Gangsai hesitated for a while, but soon fingered and began to hit the guitar. Kim Ji-min raised her voice in response to the guitar accompaniment she plays. I have not yet bloomed a flower. In your heart. I hit a guitar, and the glow felt ecstatic. Singing a guitar with Senior was rare. It was another pleasure to chord with the Senior and instrument as the idol was mainly cultivated. In my heart. In the heart. Kim Ji-min was also enjoyable, and the voice gradually grew. The voices of the gangs grew in line with the sound, and Jean Hyri also sat down on the concert suddenly opened. The song so started became 1 song, 2 songs, 3 songs, and 5 songs. I got you dash. The one you received dash. The combination of Kim Ji-min's soprano tune and the gentle alto sound of the last concluded the improvisation exercises of the two. Kim Ji-min laughed herself, stealing her forehead with her hand, wondering if she had poured a lot of power. You are a thing? Instead of disappearing, the affinity was filled. It was a face reminiscent of the feeling of joy and jam. Yuni, it was the best. You too. Jean Hairi waved his head sharply as he watched two people holding his hand. Minter should do Yunha. Yunha was going to be a role model, and the glance seemed to follow it. I walked out of the room quietly, gazing gently at the two people making the road. The mentor made the final decision with Kim Ji-min and delivered a practice schedule. Clear, right? What else? Service accounts. Underground practice room of Yunsel Entertainment. Kang-yoon, sitting on the floor and watching Edios and Diatine's concert practice, was reported to Jean Hairi. He suffered. Please select the actor trainee candidates with team leader Kang. All right, Chairman. After finishing the conversation, Young Mina turned to Kang-yoon after finishing the practice. Chairman, what is it? Why? She looked at Kang-yoon for a moment. Kang-yoon also looked at her and gazed at her for a moment. Then Young Mina's face was distorted. Sibling Chairman, is it a real man? Sigh. Even though the wet tea has exposed the line, is that human being a stone Buddha? Sibling honorable injuries. Young Mina, who wanted to make fun of Kang-yoon, complained that he could not find the main event. When the quiet practice room began to fill with the ladies' talk, Secretary Moon beside her came to Kang-yoon. What is it, Secretary Moon? Chairman, I think you should see this once. Kang-yoon received the Secretary Moon's cell phone with a strange face. Seoul, the comment of the planner, a commentary, seems to be the operation of the unit, the manipulation of public opinion. It was an article with 3 photos taken in a dark basement, with a supervisor and dozens of computers and internet users. Commentary Unit. Chapter 324. Christian and Han Ju-yun, who rolled on the floor, got up and stood by Kang-yoon. The faces of the two men, who have been driven by the heat of practice, have become increasingly distorted as those who have seen them. Is this the only level you can do? In particular, Han Ju-yun's eyes included contempt. After the scandal, it was because of disliking this article more than anyone. Christian also kicked his tongue. I have to change the name MGMG. Why so? Because Han Ju-yun's reaction was so great. Those who were curious came to Kang-yoon side by side. Mr. Kim, who confessed his conscience, said that the manager of the company, Mr. Kang Mo, told him to comment on a specific article and set concrete directions such as slandering his rivals, Singer, while refraining from profanity. In addition, in order to increase the number of streaming views, I played the music of my Singer infinitely repeatedly. They said they used a program that periodically changed ID and IP. I heard that CEO A1, a company manager, was talking with his staff while he was working with the office that manipulated the public opinion. Syncopation. Why are they? Crazy or not? When we were CEOs, there was no such thing. Now I do not want to be promoted properly at such a time. The Edios members, who watched the article, were busy blushing and fever. For them, these measures were unacceptable. Kang-yoon, who produced them, had never used such means. Thanks to them, that means was nothing but a bad thing. Diatine members, on the other hand, were slightly different. Is the CEO even getting paid? I stuck it properly. That's it. Poor CEO. Did not you give the reporter money? There must have been no cash. The reactions of the two groups were quite different. There was a conflict because of different thoughts. Is that pitiful? Seo Hanyu came out. It was stiff on such a problem, and it was different from my eyes. She was always silent, so DITN members became frightened. But soon Han Hyojong stepped forward. That is also true. Yuri's comment for Singer and PR team is not guilty. It's a manipulation, and the media is spurring it. Han Hyojong shook his finger, saying that it was ridiculous, but Seo Hanyu seemed to have no intention of retiring. I do not think I'm a sparkle. It's a matter of encouraging public opinion by commenting on the company. Is it a problem for the company to comment? EW, it does not seem like that. It makes people free to judge. It's not a light issue. On. What are you talking about? Edios does not seem like a comment. What? When Han Hyojong started to wait for the tick-tick. Hyojong, however, his mouth was a problem. Seo Hanyu was the first, though the leaders tried to get it done. Of course I do. Funny. Are you pretentious? Not at all. You do not have the skills. You're using a strange means. A while. So we do not have the skills to play comment. Stop. Kang-yoon, who was quietly listening to the conversation, was on his way. After a while, the horses stopped and the unis went out. Hanyu, are you kidding? Hides, do you want to be right? Kang-yoon, who was trying to make a bitter sound of what Young Min-ah and Kang Sik-young were trying to say to the Magne. I am relieved to see the leaders who know how to coordinate members well. I'll have to check this out first. Kang-yoon rose from his seat. Young Min-ah, who pierced Seo Hanyu in the middle of the night, looked around Kang-yoon. Where are you going? In the CEO's room. Ah, yes. Kang-yoon was saying, do not do this. Young Min-ah, who had frowned, pushed her arms, but Kang-yoon laughed and laid hands on her head. She made an impression but did not shake her hand. I'm relieved because of you. It's funny. I have to say, Dietine members could not hear the nudging or smile at Young Min-ah's mouth. I had forgotten the previous day, and Kang-yoon was talking about it like before, and I could not easily spread his hand. Kang-yoon walked out of the practice room and called Lee Hyun-ji. I do not have a quiet day. I got out of my cell phone first, but Kang-yoon received it in bright tone. It'll get better soon. I will. Did you call because of the article? Yeah. I feel like I have something. Can you find out? Is there something? You mean there's a back door? Yeah. The timing of the article is also strange. I confess my conscience to the public. Besides, the person in the picture is CEO of One Jinpyo. Why did the amateur take such a picture? Something was weird. The evidence is obvious, too. It was not easy to get a picture of that quality, even if I had taken it. Right, exactly. I think it's clear that someone wrote a way to shake it. I do not know the profit that I can get. Global Navigation Bar, will there be any profit from you? Is not he also? Yeah. No. Kang-yoon exchanged his cell phone for the other ear while thinking for a moment. Anyway, there will be someone who will profit from this. I'll find out. It may take a while, but I'll report later. After finishing the conversation, I was going to go to the CEO's room, and I felt the vibration again. GNB Han Young-suk CEO, Kang-yoon confirmed his name on the LCD and took a brief breath and received a call. Yes, Lee Kang-yoon. Annyeonghaseyo, this is Chairman. I'm busy, but I do not know if I was interrupting. No, I wonder if it's related to the scandal that stood on the corner. Kang-yoon was nervous and heart-wrenching, but on the surface, there was a simple peace of mind. Not long after, Han Young-suk CEO told the story. You heard that all the world singer are managed by Chairman himself. Right, exactly. What happened to our singer? No, I wanted to make things work, so I contacted you. Make work? What do you mean? Collaboration stage? Kang-yoon could not give an answer easily to the horse that left her mouth. Do not assume you are a day person, a night person. The clear voice of Yoon Na-yeon spreads through the gap between open doors. The song spreading with piano playing with fern-like fingers was soft and beautiful. When her fingers danced violently on the piano, the slightly open door opened wide. What? Surprised, she stopped playing the moment. But suddenly, hey Ree, lifted her face shamelessly. It's time. Ours your time Naga. The practice room is not only here. He did not give you Na-yeon the time to answer, and Hey Ree pulled the power line. Hey, I'm going to write it here. It was a series of ridiculous situations. The practice room is not only here. Yoon Na-yeon stared at her for a moment, and then put the music in his bag. I have to buy it for my own sake. I grabbed my bag and grabbed Yoon Na-yeon. Hey, wait a minute. I have to ask. Yes. World, her. Who is it? Kim Ji-min. How about her? It was a shameless voice, but Yoon Na-yeon pressed down and answered. Good. You are sick. Who knows? Tell me more. That. Lee Kang-yoon. About him. I heard something breaking in my head. Yoon Na-yeon turned with his backpack down. Shut up and say something to a senior. Yoon Na-yeon's eyes flashed in the eyes, but she snarled. What is senior motive? And what's singer? Star thing. Did you put on your mouth? Can you tell me? As Hyuri's horse became rougher, Yoon Na-yeon grabbed his dropped bag and turned. When she was about to leave without speaking, Hey, Ree grasped her shoulders as she faced her face. Hey, do you cheat? Let go. Yoon Na-yeon turned around after Hagari's hand was smeared. Then I stopped for a while thinking something. I'll tell you one thing. Hey Ree, you go to the world like you do here? It's a shit. Are you the world? Do it. It's a girl who speaks nonsense. What are you sick? Yoon Na-yeon sighs and sinks her eyes to her, shaking her hand with her profanity. Company I do not want to disgrace. Listen to me. World is completely different from GNB. If you hit it like you do, you can sing her life. Wait moderately. Bang. Kim Ji-min went away. Hey, you do not. That. Will you chase him and kill him? There was a flame on my eyes. However, playfulness sank down her face. It's Coke. World is different. Yinha? Huh. I guess that's the same. As she laughed at the door, she spread her sweets on her desk. Lee Hyun-ji, who had pods in both hands, looked at the complicated eyes of Han Young-suk CEO, who sipped coffee on the other side. Honey Mints, Miran, and Yunhas. Kalabo? What do you think of the alternative chairman? GNB Entertainment's girl group, Honey Mint. The member, Miram, was a flagship member who substantially led the popularity of Honey Mint. It is a singer who plays in various places, recently broadcasting with a long voice in the face of the baby and a vocal voice with good sense of volume. No matter how popular they are, Yunha has been recognized as one of the best singers in their 20s. However, I endorse the girl group member and collaborator named Miram. Would you like to grab the GNB that you see between GE and World? Han Young-suk, the CEO of Han Young-suk, who revealed the complicated Lee Hyun-ji's mind, revealed the white. I like the taste of coffee. Can I find out the name of the bean? Colombian Excel. Han Young-suk, CEO, took a cup with a strange smile. The fragrant incense was relaxing, but the head was complicated. Lee Hyun-ji said that Lee Kang-yoon was free to leave his seat. Some have called this little woman a real world. I think Ro Ramian shakes this two-person relationship. Well, I'll take care of it. Now GNB had no profit to get to shake the world. She woke up thinking about Lee Hyun-ji. Shortly thereafter, the door opened and two people entered. Kang-yoon arrived at Mimang Airport and Kim Ji-min finished the schedule. I was a little late. Our apologies. Han Young-suk, the CEO, smiled as she grabbed hands with Kang-yoon. Good, I want to make a job. Chairman is different from when he was in China. Oh, this girl is Miran. Kang-yoon turned to Han Yiri, who was next to Han Young-suk CEO, on a cell phone. However, Hae-ri seemed to be less interested in Kang-yoon, who pretended to know and was only interested in his cell phone. Hagari, surprised Han Young-suk, CEO, stabbed Huri's side Giri. Oh, younger, female, to older, female, what are you doing? Uni CEO. Han Young-suk CEO gave a lot of power to her eyes, and she humbled her head. Honey Mint is the Miram who is responsible for the Jinoki. The voice and ambassador syncing did not fit. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji were unhappy. Since Jun Yeol, this stuff has been around for a long time. It was a typical Star Disease idol. Instead, Lee Hyun-ji kicked his tongue out of why he brought this idol member. After seeing Han Young-suk CEO who could not lift his head to shame, Kang-yoon extended his right hand toward Hae-ri. It's Lee Kang-yoon. Glad you're back. Looking at Kang-yoon's hands, Hahari took his cell phone out of his seat. The CEO of Han Young-suk was upset and Kang-yoon was nervous. After setting up the world, it was not until I became a producer that I had been ignored so far. To a woman who seems to be 20-something. Even Han Young-suk CEO could not lift his head. It was then. I believe in popularity and show. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji looked sideways with their familiar voices. The main character of the voice, Kim Ji-min, was no different. What? X years worth. You do not have anything like that. The CX years have been bad. Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon were also embarrassed. Kim Ji-min could not find such a figure so far. However, my grandmother was a Yeoju who had a feast for me. But soon Kang-yoon, who was in the mood, gave strength to the eyes. Up there. Kim Ji-min, who sparkled in the snow, sat down in a boil. Kang-yoon, a respectful producer and a benefactor, could not resist without saying a word to singer, Haley. Hajiri also poisoned his eyes. You are sick. Fucked. You too. What is up? Hae-ri tried to sneer, but his eyes were blocked when he saw his eyes with the sinking Kang-yoon. I felt a strange feeling of strangulation, and I turned my head to the mouth. Tooth. Eventually she grumbled and sat down beside Han Young-suk CEO. Han Young-suk, CEO, watched the situation and took a deep sigh. I missed the timing to go out. Immediately, I wanted to twist the neck of Hae-ri, touching his cell phone from the side. What is this mock rookie? It's like this. In this way, the Kalebo stage was glazed. I thought it would be better to save even my face. It does not seem like day. Later was the stage HMC Showtime music. Ah yes. That's good. How about releasing a single at that stage? Poetry single? Han Young-suk's CEO's eyes fluttered at the word single. Chapter 325. Kim Ji-min, who was in a snowball fight with Hae-ri, caught the arm of Kang-yoon. Poetry single? Is she? Kim Ji-min caught up with Kang-yoon's forearm and shook it. However, unlike her usual, Kang-yoon ignored her words and turned to her CEO Han Young-suk. The combination of the two is hard to imagine. It's totally different from what we've seen the public in the meantime. An unpredictable figure can lead to a good stage. You can create a new image. That. Right, exactly. That's good. But I have a problem. If you play singles, some is important. Will Yunha and our sharpness be right? They're both pros. You can match. Faced with the embarrassing expression of Han Young-suk's CEO, Kang-yoon answered the question. It was the voice of two people. Of course I was confident. If you take advantage of the ability to see the light of music, you can make two singer-s voices with the best results. Silver or gold is a little different. But the face of Han Young-suk, CEO of Kang-yoon, who was unaware of it, was subtle. Fit it. I have to see if the parties are willing to do that. She pointed to the jarring Kim Ji-min and Hae-ri while the two delegates were talking. It was a proposal, of course, but it was a variable between the two who were fighting for the extension. If you rate it as an experience of the past, it was nothing but a productive fight. As she put a wedge in her thoughts, Hae-ri snored. I cannot. CEO Yuni. Take it. Han Yi-ri, who was in a snowball fight with Kim Ji-min, got up from her seat while holding Han Young-suk's arm. Yunha was also Yunha, but Lee Kang-yoon was particularly uncomfortable. Unlike others, it was hard to face him. Oh, Yuni. Hae-ri has been sent to the CEO, but Han Young-suk's heavier ass was not hurt easily. Kim Ji-min shook Kang-yoon's arms. But when Kang-yoon's face was getting harder and harder, he let go of his arm. Kang-yoon's back on Kim Ji-min was lighthearted and turned to Han Young-suk's CEO again. One CEO, do you think the combination of the two is really difficult? Actually, it's good, but it's hard to understand. Nyan not no Ramian. You are at the same stage as the jelly that just started to fly. You lose in the world, too. Honestly, Han Young-suk, CEO, paused to say, it's not right. However, Kang-yoon, who immediately recognized her intentions, soon spoke. Actually, there is a feeling of being pushed. At first glance, it may be a loss for the company, but not necessarily. It's hard to say. Please explain easily. First, this combination can attract a lot of attention. That's what I said earlier. Are you aiming for unexpectedness? It is true, but there are a lot of things. There's timing and contracting. The Yunha song would be a form of sharpening feature. Yunha cannot feature on the Jersey album. Go to the project album. Then there is no contract problem. Han Young-suk, CEO, has become a dumb nymph. After I was too after. There was a big difference. Between the project album that gives an album like the feature that participates in the album. Yunha and Honey Mint's Mirren album together? How will the public understand this? I was burdened about this time. Han Young-suk, CEO, began to worry whether to accept or not. It's a jerk. I'm out. I do not. Come. Han Young-suk, CEO of Han Jiangji, said. Hahari went to office with a grin and Kang-yoon sent Kim Ji-min to take a look at the company. As soon as the entrance was closed, the noise of the two women ceased. Reporter Han Young-suk, CEO, leaned toward Kang-yoon. What do you really want? Why do you want me to go so far as Yunha? Han Young-suk's CEO's eyes were quiet, but strong power was in. Uncertain serenity of everyday life was not there anymore. Kang-yoon's face was so stiff that her eyes became narrower. It is hard to see the fort go back to the bottom. It is a public fact that there will be a typhoon between the world and the city. If you make mistakes, you will not be left behind. That's the same with us. So it's hard to get too great a favor. I do not want to get back in a disaster. Kang-yoon laughed with a smile. I always wanted to talk about hidden intentions, but nothing like that. The politics of the gnome. It would be tired to think only of you. My shoulders went up. Did you think I would ask for something else? It's give and take. The world is going back. Kang-yoon felt that it was her first idea to change her thoughts, and she even left her cold coffee. Kang-yoon, who laughed and laughed, slowly opened his mouth. I tell you the truth, there is no other intention. I want to make a better stage. This is the only hope. The GNB will decide whether or not to accept the proposal. Do not believe it is your choice. Han Young-suk, CEO, has become a dumb nymph. It felt like a big debt. This transaction was shocking to her, who was accustomed to give and take. It feels good. I was scared. Ramian himself would have rejected this proposal in the first place. What the hell is he supposed to do with this deal? For purely singer? Or trying to make a good relationship with GNB? I could not tell. When her poker face collapsed, Kang-yoon extended her right hand. Let's make a good stage. This time it was heavy. Good stage. His hands made him embarrassed. Thank you very much. It was a bit cold, but it seemed strangely warm. The project album, The Sweet Girls, started with the two representative shaking hands. How much is the world support rate? 1 in 10. I'm putting in every day. It's more expensive than world. I do not even watch the world video. Reply, it's always the same. The community of entertainers aspiring, soft nets were hot today. From the trainee of the agency to the asylum seeker without the agency. Particularly after the video of Chairman Lee Kang-yoon of World Studio was uploaded. If you join the world, you become a civil servant. And that TO's gone. Black. I'm going to support the world. It is the 10th. 100 times supported. Today's 101st support. 100 times? I'm out 500 times. When it became a trainee of the world, the word debut was circulating freely. There was a chairman who came up and got certified. I was talking about the world civil servant. Lee Kang-yoon, you are doing well. Jua smiled at the door, closing the internet window of his cell phone. I was also very good at recommending Kang Se-mi to the world. Jua, ready? 3 minutes rested 3 minutes. Still sexy, but there was no room for enjoyment. The manager, without a hair, ran up to her and urged her to schedule it. Jua grabbed manager's shoulder with a clear face. All right, let's go. Jua's face was reviving where his disgruntled expression went. Kim Ji-min was in a chairman room of a world studio that was lit up in the dark evening time, lit up with a tearful smile on his eyes. Got Kang-yoon to the eyes of the strange eyes, she lowered her voice. Miriam said that he could not stand the same stage, but he eventually passed on to the persuasion that lasted only 1 day. Kang-yoon, who persuaded her hardly, sighed. But what are you going to do at home without a master? It's great to work there. The face of Kim Ji-min, who was tear-drenched, was full of smiles. I felt cheated, but it was already late. I have to take the house. Kim Ji-min, who does not know his mind, has left the chairman's room for a long time. Then, the questioning gangster stuck Kim Ji-min. Uni, is chairman's house so good? Yeah, sure. The best. Would you like to go? To come to the ginkgo. Kang-yoon decided to go to real estate right away. I was sharing a story in the middle of nowhere, and the door was opened and Harry Lee, who finished studio shooting of the station, came in. Anyang Haeseo. Anyang Kim Ji-min stared at Harry as if she did not like her humble greetings. Do you? Raising his chin, Hajiri looked up and saw the white face of Kim Ji-min ran red. No one in the world was talking like this. No, I have never met in the music industry. Therefore, I could not stand still. Can you say so? What did he say? I'm like anchovies. You're really ignorant. This time, Hageri's mouth was shaky to the point of ignorance. No, ignorant. Say it again. Ignorance. Ignorance, ignorance. I heard a taboo, but something was breaking in the head of Harry's head. A flash of light in the eyes, a rapid fire sprang out of her mouth, and Kim Ji-min jumped out of her seat. Kang-yoon, who watched the two when Gangsai was restless, said a nagging word. Up there. Let's go. The two men who were about to catch fire nodded their faces with a frown. Especially, Harry did not know why he could not resist Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon first walked out of the chairman's room, and the two followed him, and the glow remained silent. A lot of people were waiting for them to go to studio. You are the famous haired elite one. The first team leader of his company GNB's A&R team. The elite circle frowned lightly, and Harry was stunned. Honey Mint was the first team leader who had never met when working on an album. However, I could not imagine that I would face them here. Han Young-suk, the CEO, took the best team in the company. Jiwon Appa. I thought I was waiting for my neck. In the world, the A&R team and team leader Oh Ji-won, who were directly under the chairman, were waiting. There was only one world A&R team, so nothing was different. The composition was Lee Hyun, GNB's exclusive composition together. The best talents of the world and the GNB were gathered here. When Kim Ji-min told Gang-sai about the current situation, Gang-sai shook his mouth and gave a whine. Kang-yoon, who confirmed that everyone was gathered, stood in the middle and gathered his gaze. We're all together, so let's get started. Let's hear from the demo. A demo version of the song, which will be released by 2 people in the studio, was released and selection began. Various songs. When I heard the unfinished demo version, a gray feast unfolded. Kang-yoon wrote about the candidate's songs as he was suffering from the painful pain caused by the gray light. Team leaders who were on the other side also wrote down something with a pen, and composition members exchanged opinions. It was Kim Ji-min, which was a disgusting expression, but I started to work on it, and I was so excited about the job of erasing it. However, Hae-ri did not look interested. It was only for a moment that I felt good in facing the first team leader. Kang-yoon was keeping a close eye on such a hair. Whether she knew it or not, she was playing with her cell phone and doing something else. As the 5th song flowed, Hae-ri shook his hand. This is what I do with this. Take this. Then, the group leader of the company of the same company grabbed the forehead. It's the best music I've ever had. Kang-yoon also had no words as Kang-yoon. It was dark music beyond dark gray. The light piano sound and percussion sounded discordant and disturbed the studio. Kim Ji-min frowned and said low, I do not think this is it. I like this. Do not like it. On my stage anyway. Do it alone. The failure seems obvious. I have no eyes to see. Mo. Kim Ji-min did not have any trouble in Hae-ri's provocation. Again, the 2 of them began to falter. Kang-yoon turned his eyes toward the song-making pashi. It seems to be incomplete. The percussion sound is so bouncing. I told them to turn around, but this was not going to happen. I did not feel good, but I answered with a gentle expression. Yeah, percussion, chorus. The chance to exchange thoughts between compositions is not uncommon. Especially, it was more like a composition like Kang-yoon. Pache was going to miss one of them, so she wrote her words diligently. Team leaders and team members also gave opinions on the song. Not just a selection of songs. There are many opinions about the song. So many words came out to be used in the future. Thanks to this, the selection meeting has become rich. At that time, Kim Ji-min and Hae-ri, who built the day, rose from the seat. Are you cheating? Oh, I really cannot do it. The silence turned to the studio with a sharp cry. She stared at the people and ran out. Sorry. It was a manager who managed to be embarrassed. He rushed out to catch her. And also chairman. Without anyone to be afraid, Kang-yoon jumped out of the studio. He followed her. Hae-ri. In the lobby on the 1st floor, Kang-yoon called her up. As she ran in the midst, she paused at Kang-yoon's cry and turned her head hard. Kang-yoon was so close to her. Fucking. A loud sound was ringing in the lobby, and Hae-ri fell on the floor. Kang-yoon was surprised by the manager behind him and the staff in the lobby. What are you doing? Hae-ri, who was on the floor, shouted with red eyes. No thanks. Come on. You do not qualify as a professional. Kang-yoon looked cold and staring at her as she stood. Chapter 326. What the hell are you? Grabbing the red-faced face, Hae-ri got up from his seat. Match with him, the hand that had lost his anger left a dark handprint, stretching toward Kang-yoon's face. So, chairman, it's a jerk. It happened in an instant. Lobby staff, Secretary Moon followed suit, and the staff of the world ran to Kang-yoon with a gorgeous face. Chairman, are you okay? Especially Secretary Moon wore Kang-yoon's face with a handkerchief and stared at Hae-ri. Damn it, having seen so many eyes heading at them. Hae-ri's manager felt the situation was going serious. In the world, I slapped the face of the world chairman. It was a story without words to say in the news immediately. If it flows out, it was not a simple scandal, but a burial. I could not make it like that. What are you doing? Hae-ri's manager grabbed her strong wrist and dragged her to Kang-yoon. Apologize. What did he say that guy first struck? I cannot grasp the atmosphere here. It does not matter who hit first. Hae-ri's manager was going to be out of order. In addition, Lee Kang-yoon chairman's reputation was supposed to sleep on this floor, and it would almost have been erased by saying, "You were right because you were right." From the time of the trainee, it is a star sense, and the T which came in only the sound which is the best was clearly revealed. I doubt whether Han Young-suk CEO will be able to solve it. How can the staff's minds cope again? It got better. When she did not think of bowing her head, she said, I should get out of the hurry. The manager of Hahari felt first, bowed his head. Chairman, I'm sorry. This guy did not have too much iron. Please, manager is not going to. Apologize. I want to solve this with myself. What? Do you think I'll be scared? Rather, Hahari had to push his manager in his basket. In her position, she was beaten to the cheek first. The employees tried to stop Kang-yoon from doing it again and again, just like them. It was a mess. In such a situation, Kang-yoon raised his hand and withdrew the staff. Sure, you worried about it. Could you just hold me for a second? Chairman, you can stay still. We will solve it. The angry eyes of the employees were eagle, but Kang-yoon smiled and shook his head. Sure, everybody go to work. You follow me. Why me? I do not have any more to say. If you want to end your singer life like this, do it. Kang-yoon, who had spoken as he declared, went straight to the elevator, and Hae-ri went after Kang-yoon after he had tasted it. Actually, it was bad, but it was more scary to receive the eyes of many people. Manager tried to follow, but it was restrained by the staff. The name of Kang-yoon also played a part. So Hahari turned to the roof. I shouted to Kang-yoon, who arrived there first. Why are you playing? What are you? CEO Uni has never been. What are you? Are you my CEO? It is not. World Rami and Haley did not choose a trainee. What is it? That word overturned the inside of Yuri. Kang-yoon narrowed her eyes toward her shaking hands. Probably from the time of trainee, he must have heard the story that he could be a singer. Unlike other kids who live every day uneasy. But it got too high on the nose. Wow, you're laughing. And now that you've just started, I have to punish Hanol. Celebrity sickness. What is it? Soon Hae-ri, who was slowly drowning, snatched Kang-yoon's neck with his eyes. Celebrity illness? You know what I mean? It's boring. What are you talking about? That's right. This is the page no one has ever said this. Since the company has been severely disgraced as a senior who is struggling, no one has touched him. Even Han Young-suk, CEO, did not say anything, saying that he would lose his temper if he died. However, the poison came only because it suffers from such a suffocation in another place. Her low voice came to her. Singer Mirin and Yoonha's collaboration album. There were many people saying why I would like to collaborate with such idol members in Yoonha, but I thought differently. I did not know the singer called Mirin, but I thought that there would be pride because I was singer. But today I saw that I was wrong. You did not even see it in the process of selecting a song. Only your feelings, decided to sing the song you wanted to sing. That's why you hit your face. I did it, but I never regret it. That word came strongly into my chest. Hae-ri, who had been rebelling against the past, could not refute this statement at all. It's not singer. Kang-yoon closed the rooftop door and came down the stairs. The footsteps going down the stairs were getting farther away, but she did not know how to stand and move like an electric shock. Singer. No way. The last words of Kang-yoon, like echoing, choked my head and occupied my head. Han Young-suk's face turned yellow when Hae-ri went to the world to prepare for the cola. Now the enactment. I was usually shy Rami and Hae-ri, but now I was bowing his head to the gentle Goyang. Han Young-suk CEO's eyes climbed up to see if it was more frustrating. If I were a god. World. I'm tired of the kids there. It was a remarkable place to think about the staff or the chairman. Even if the intensity of work is high, the compensation is very positive and the environment is also good. I have a fingerprint on the face of the chairman. It was doubtful whether the staff would stay still even if I was still. Let's talk about it. I decided to turn off the lights. I picked up the phone and called Kang-yoon. My face was distorted when a brightly colored coloring came out from a phone that held my chest. Yes, it's Lee Kang-yoon. At the end of the coloring, Lee Kang-yoon's voice was heard, and Han Young-suk CEO made a polite voice. Annyeonghaseyo, Chairman. GNB Han Young-suk. Annyeonghaseyo. Although it was a usual greeting, I adjusted the tone more politely. I was also careful to ask my regards. Fortunately, Kang-yoon was well received and was able to move on to the point. I heard you had a bad time with my boy. Hi there. I'm sorry. My kid has not got too much iron. I did not control the child. I did not like chairman. How to apologize? Our apologies. I was holding my phone in my chest, and luckily the voice was plain. I made a mistake first. I'm sorry for that. Chairman did not make a mistake. He would have been right if he had no idea. Hae-ri's eyes climbed. But Han Young-suk did not care about the CEO. No, I thought it was short. If I knew that I was a child, I would not have proposed to co-labor. It is a mistake that I have focused too much on the idea that I have never seen before. Something was going on strangely. Han Young-suk's CEO's eyes grew. The thought is short, was it? Maybe we should cancel the collaboration stage. For was not it an angry word? Han Young-suk, CEO, turned his phone to the other ear with a flustered face. Debut is more than a pro. However, there is no such mind or attitude at all. Chairman Sama thought a little more. I want to talk to Yunha now. A CEO. I would like to decorate this stage as a standalone. I made a mistake, and I will definitely support the stage in the classics. Chairman, the phone's on the line. I will contact you later. Before I could talk more, the call was over. Han Young-suk, CEO, threw his cell phone on the sofa and grabbed his head. Driving me crazy. I'm sure team leader will also be in trouble. Because of this stupid guy, the work of team leader, the best source of the company, was lost. To collaborate with the A and our team of GNB and the A and our team led by OG1 of the world, which is called the Industry Pavilion, is going to return to the blast. He's a hard-on guy, my head hurts. Why cannot you? Ha-ri shook his big eyes, and Han Young-suk's CEO cheated. She jumped out of her seat and snatched the hand of Harry. Oh, why? Follow me. Where to go? Will not you do an album? My, how do I go? Ha-ri was writhing and tired, but Han Young-suk, CEO, grabbed her hands and dragged them out. Hey, hello. Jua caught the man's hand in front of him with trembling hands. A black-eyed man, Shamu Jr., who seems to be sucked into his big, dark black skin, waved Jua's hand with soft eyes. I've heard a lot about Carrie. It's the best singer in Korea. Thank you. Shamu. You are as handsome as you listen to. It's even better at stage. She grinned grinily at both hands and laughed sharply. The world's best singer called Shoimyu Johnson is in front of you. Jua felt strange. She was the top star in Asia, Korea, but I felt like going back to rookie here. It was a complicated idea, both new and unfortunate. Shamol climbed to the top of the stage. The dancers and some of the staffs were busy in the small stage used for practice. Soon Jua climbed up, and then he cheered and gathered everyone. Zaja, pay attention. This concert will be able to decorate a special stage. Jua, come this way. Enyang Hazio. Yoon Jua, an oriental woman with a small body, a sparkling eyes. Those who knew her story of being best suited to carry Claudia greeted Jua with applause. Soon after the introduction, practice began. Could it be here? Story with the director, Jua stood in the middle of the stage. The staff took notes and wrote down what they needed for the stage, and the people standing together at the stage stood in line. Boom, boom, boom. The magnificent footsteps spread and music began to flow. This is where the world's best stages are made. With a sigh, Jua began to move briskly. In the world studio, rumors spread that Kang-yoon had hit his cheek on Hae-ri. Chairman, are you nuts? Do you have any that year? Not only the employees, but also the singer trembled in anger. Some were frantically going to the GNB, picking up their arms. Kang-yoon had to appease the employees, saying that there could be something different from entertainers with a separate notice. Chairman is like producer, CEO, and chairman. Lee Hyun-ji, the director of World Studio, sat in front of Kang-yoon and impressed with his arms folded. Now you have. Is not it a good one? What good? Oh, I cannot live. I was not really working with this person. As Lee Hyun-ji's face got distorted, Kang-yoon burst into laughter. Lee Hyun-ji leaned on the table with both hands and jumped up from his seat. Again, do not go in the right place. In a determined tone, Kang-yoon nodded without knowing. Oh, very well. Would it feel good if our signboards were like cans? Do you understand? Kang-yoon nodded, feeling both good and bad. At that time, Secretary Moon came in with a knock on the door. Chairman, a guest from GNB is here. When Lee Hyun-ji's eyes disappeared when Han Young-suk CEO and Hae-ri Lee arrived, Kang-yoon joked. There came someone who had a sign. Well, our sign is strong, so it might be okay. May I have a little more tea? No thanks. Soon Han Young-suk, CEO of the Secretary Moon, and Hae-ri Lee came in. I saw you last time and see you again. Chairman. Greetings. Having shaken hands with Han Young-suk CEO, Hajir's face was stiff. Soon the Secretary Moon came out of the car, and a simple story followed. After that, Han Young-suk, CEO, came out carefully. My child was rude because he had no iron. Sorry, Chairman. That's not what I want to hear, CEO. At that end, Han Young-suk CEO stabbed Hae-ri's side. Yuri, what are you doing? Hagari. Looking at the two people, Kang-yoon enjoyed the peppermint flavor. Feeling that the fragrant scent clears the mood, he dropped the teacup and said to the two of them, I told Jairi clearly, you are not a singer. Album is singer. It was an insult. Han Young-suk's insulting enough to distort even the smiling faces of his CEOs all the time. To put it mildly, you do not even know you raised. Singer. Chairman. Wait. That means. Han Young-suk CEO's eyes rose strongly, but Kang-yoon did not care. Miran, no. I do not know that a person who is called Haley is a song. Jimin, how much composition? Songwriters wrote song for song with one song. That one song should be prudent and careful to choose. I knew it when I dropped the song made by composition guys casually. He who is called Haley is a man who does not know the song. It's not singer. Bang. Kang-yoon hit the table hard. Han Young-suk CEO or Haley did not say anything. It was a good word. What record would you make with that person? So I'm responsible for the mistakes. I'm sorry. It was a sudden timing. Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji and Han Young-suk CEO turned their eyes to Hae-ri with apples. It was wrong. Her eyes were full of lacrimal glands. Chapter 327. Weird. Kang-yoon narrowed Ami and licked his lips. It was not easy to fall down. It was a child who had never prayed and prayed for himself. Acting like a glance in the tears, I was convinced. Maybe. When Kang-yoon was in luck, Lee Hyun-ji whispered into his ear, I would like to have a reception once. When Kang-yoon's head turned back to Lee Hyun-ji, she whispered back to Kang-yoon's ears, I can see him being a child's whore. But you came to see the representative. I'm determined to get a face. When this happens, you have to show your generosity. This time Kang-yoon clung to Lee Hyun-ji's ear. Are you saying that? But how do you create an album with that child? So what did you think about this album? Ramian is not that much. I do not want to. Lee Hyun-ji set a glimpse at Kang-yoon's firm face. Then the chairman becomes one who speaks with one mouth. It was the chairman who pushed this album, which was initially said to be unhappy. Ramian does not matter before being a chairman. It's a common thing on this floor. But now it is different. Did you feel it when you uploaded your video to Tune last time? Now chairman's word has power. You do not have to get that back to the ditch, do you? Kang-yoon was silent. Her words were right around the corner. Fortunately, though, one CEO came face to face despite the expectation of the album, our relationship with us. I have to do a lot of things. In terms of GNB, you will get a lot of co-albums with World. If you look at how much you scouted the elite circles, you can see. I know what you said, but I'm not moving my heart. You can teach me something like that. It is said that these days it is true education. Lee Hyun-ji, who had Kang-yoon's eyes twinkling, smiled wickedly. At this point, the face of CEO Han Young-suk was also curious. Lee Hyun-ji glanced at her and took her mouth to Kang-yoon's ear again. Get a good name from a CEO and make a good album. That's the best. Lee Hyun-ji was soft but firmly speaking and went back to his seat. Kang-yoon was troubled for a moment. Justification, silly. It was a plan to have everything. Sobbing. Bold. Stop laughing. Yes, it is. I'm so sorry. A crocodile show pretending to be a Simpa in front was unfolding. Han Young-suk, CEO, wiped the handkerchief and wiped the tears of Hari, but it was still flowing. Teach it properly. The Simpa spread in front of you was a lie anyway. I know everything that I need to see. I do not know if a CEO is the same, but I knew that he was not normal. Okay. I also worked with Jun Yeol. Let's do it. Kang-yoon set his mind on Han Young-suk, CEO of a handkerchief. CEO? Sorry, Chairman. Yesterday and today? I do not think it's easy to fix a man's heart, sorry. Han Young-suk, CEO's eyes flickered. In fact, I did not think Kang-yoon would apologize. Kang-yoon, whom she knew, was such a person that she never believed to be right. It is easy to be embarrassed if it is beyond prediction. Oh no, Chairman, my kid was wrong. No, I was not a grown man. I was afraid that the residue would remain. CEO came to me directly. I am sorry, thank you. There was a queue of delegates and a silence for a while. Coffee was only cold. Han Young-suk, CEO, was not able to speak easily. I received an apology, but I did not get a story about album. No, even the single stage I mentioned last time. I hesitate for a long time. Han Young-suk CEO made a hard speech. Is Yunha okay? I'm sorry. The opportunity to get a good album is gone. Her eyes shone for a moment. The clue was thrown. Sure. Yunha does not regret thinking again. How? Harry I, who had just finished tears, was calm and calm. Kang-yoon glanced at Hae-ri and laughed. Anyway, Chairman. Kang-yoon raised his hand to the chin. Yeah, that guy. I need to get some training. Your CEO says so? Wow. Clear right. Thank you, Chairman. The face of Han Young-suk CEO is brightening, and Kang-yoon raised his hand. There is a condition instead. Condition, it is a condition that, during the period of production and activity of the album, sharpness must follow our way. At that end, Harley sparkled his head. The red eyes were climbing up, and I was hungry. What? Why am I? Maybe not. When Kang-yoon shook his head in a violent reaction, Han Young-suk CEO hesitated and nodded. Wow, I agree. You need the tone of the blows spread, but the eyes of Han Young-suk CEO were fixed to Kang-yoon. I will not sleep or roll in the world. Please let me put only manager on our side. Yes, sir. Having ignored his doctor, the deal was closed, and Hahari got up from his seat. You need absolutely not. I hate it. Han Young-suk, the CEO of Han Young-suk, grabbed her arm and squeezed it again. I cannot even hate it. I think it's a world person for the time being. No. In the chairman room, Hagari's scream echoed, but no one could hear her voice. What? Chairman. Kang Ji-jun, who received a phone call from Korea, was shrugged and glared. The young singer is beaten to the cheek. It was the top of entertainment world news. He looked carefully at who was around him and cried out carefully. Never go into the Jin SEO ear. Clear right. I kept the kids in tight control. I do not want to imagine. Min Jin SEO's Kang-yoon love was already famous in the company. It was Min Jin SEO who said that he was careful, but the first thing to ask Kang-yoon when something happened. Thanks to the nickname Kang-yoon, I got it. If this story goes to her. Several times Kang Ji-jun, who was a renowned person, finished his conversation. If Jin SEO knows. Who? It's terrible. What am I? Gypsy. Kang Ji-jun looked back at the sudden voice. Min Jin SEO, who had just finished his schedule, looked at himself with strange eyes. What am I doing? Company? Oh no. What was that? What is this aura of suspicion? What happened to the teacher? Kang Ji-jun shook his head strongly, as Min Jin SEO's eyes shone with concern. Not that. The new one came in. I called to know that it was a diving boat, but I was overslept and Ji-min was late for the schedule. I do not think so. In the world, there was a suspicion, but Kang Ji-jun turned desperately. Well, where's the next place? Yes? This is a winner. Ahahaha. Min Jin SEO, who felt the strange air current, poked Kang Ji-jun's side Gyuri, but Kang Ji-jun quickly got up to the seat and avoided her eyes. Kim Ji-min, who came to the studio with the announcement of resuming the album work, took a short sigh. It was so troublesome from the selection of the songs, but what do you do? If Kang-yoon was pushing hard, I still did not like it. Composition groups, Kang-yoon and Oh Ji-won, and A&R teams such as Elite Team Leader gathered for the song selection. Anyong Haeseo. There was no rudeness like the last time, but there was no power. She sat in her seat on one side. Kang-yoon, who confirmed that everyone got together, started the song selection process. I took the concept of the innocence of a girl who was 20-something, but is not this feeling too old? Now you have. Jimin did that to save his voice. After listening to the demo version, people talked a lot. As much as it is not easy to work, many stories came. Kang-yoon also had various conversations with composition. Kim Jimin also commented. You wrote the piano string 134, right? It feels so distracting. Sounds like a good song. A&R team leaders and other composers also have their opinions on the songs. But there was a man who kept silence. It was Harry. What do you think, Jerry? Yes. Oh Ji-won turned his eyes to her when she fingered her finger in the corner, and everyone's gaze turned toward her. It's all right. Oh Ji-won's eyes narrowed. The face of the elite team leader from the same company was also worn. Now this is where the song is and how it is. Good. I'm asking you that, Jerry. It's good. There is also a guitar part. What's behind it? It is also a place to follow. Sadly, Elite 1 team leader grabbed his momentary fist and opened it. I barely managed to get out of my way to the same team members. He turned his body toward Kim Ji-min to decide if he had decided not to listen. Other people also asked for opinions, but only an insignificant answer. Then Kang-yoon, who was quiet, looked at her. What song do you want to do? Yes. Kang-yoon asked again when he did not understand. Simply put, the song you want to sing. I'm asking that. Do not have. The impression of all of Sun was wrung out without an answer. Kang-yoon's eyes also narrowed. When Kim Ji-min was trying to make her eyes, Kang-yoon said, So what song do you want to sing? Are not you here? Hae-ri looked around and nodded a little. Kang-yoon went on to say that composition leaders, as well as team leader and teammates' eyes were getting bigger. All right. So what song do you want to sing? It's horny. Hae-ri did not open his mouth easily. I do not know if I can see the surroundings. She kept hesitating. Kang-yoon fixed her gaze. I'm producer. I have a duty to make singer sing the song I want to sing. All right. You mean Ramian? I do not play all the songs here. The eyes of the composer's eyes turned. So, Chairman. Kang-yoon continued to speak, surmounting the embarrassing voice. So tell me, your opinion is most important. Dance. It was a really small sound. Her manager behind me gave it to me. It's a dance song, Chairman. Dance, dance. Kang-yoon swept his face by hand. Jimin is jazz style, sharpness is dance. How about the house? Adding jazz to the EDM elements. Now, wait a minute. EDM? This time, Kim Ji-min's eyes waved. I like EDM because I like to play the instrument directly because I prefer analog. It was terrible. What? Is there a problem? EDM and jazz. Is not something right? I'm good. Unlike Kim Ji-min, who is embarrassed, Hajire has come to life a little bit. I did not know the genre of jazz, but a word of EDM seemed to give a strange force. It is precisely the fact that you can say your words here. Oh Ji-won, who was hanging his head quietly, said, House, it's okay. But then there is the risk that the original idea and the concept will change completely. The elite won the team leader. The original concept was 20 years old. But if the combination of house and EDM can make the original intention, it would be fine if EDM does not go overboard. At the end of Kang-yoon, Oh Ji-won, an elite team leader, wrote down what they needed for their notebooks. Let's find out what kind of music would fit into the genre house. Let's hear from the beginning. From that time on, everyone began to attend the conference. It took more than scheduled time to listen carefully from the first song, but everyone's comments were able to get in. Hardly surprised that his words, which he thought would be a good news, were accepted unexpectedly. I cannot even imagine that Lee Kang-yoon would listen to his words so well. GNB's exclusive composition, Hey Song, was selected for the song was pointing to the clock at 12 o'clock. Soon after I made a final revision of the song in the world, I decided to ask for lyrics, and the selection process was finished. Who? Value benefit. After work, Kang-yoon, who rose to the rooftops alone, lit cigarettes. Acting had spread to Hanul in the dark night. It's just a cigarette. Kang-yoon laughed bitterly as he watched a blank cigarette in his upper pocket. It was a smoking cigarette yesterday. There are 2 tobacco cigarettes, 1 or 2 per day. 3, 4. I was tired of counting. It seemed to be addicted to the taste of tobacco burning after work. Spiral. What is it, a cigarette? Kang-yoon, who enjoyed his time alone, came to the uninvited. Looking back, it was Harry who was the most active today. Unlike the old office, it was a little embarrassed because somebody did not come often, but Kang-yoon was playing around with a cigarette. Do you want one? What did you say? There's a producer who recommends singer to smoke. Or is it? Kang-yoon laughed and turned off the cigarette. The singer who burns the cigarette is also pretty, but it was thorough in this aspect. Are you saying you have to go early to shoot? I will not even say it. I did not want to see that. Kang-yoon laughed humbly, though he fought hard. In his appearance, Hahari made a rather impression. Why is this? What? The reaction is boring. Do you feel sick? No. Did you do anything wrong? What did he say? Hahari leaned over the roof railing and looked up at the cloudy night Hanul, poking his lips. What did Kim Ji-min do with the song selection? Senior. Oh, what the hell? I do not have one. How did you decide to make it during your production? I got it. It's really crazy. What does Ji-min Senior say? I was dissatisfied with the selection of the song. Kang-yoon turned toward her as she continued to grunt. I would not like it. but I will follow it because it is decided by everyone in agreement. I think singer is the most important thing before. Right? Singer is the most important. So you too, Jimin will have a satisfactory result. Everyone will have a hard time. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders, and the impression of hurry was slightly wrinkled. What? It means that you will eventually roll. Then you thought it would be easier to narrow your thoughts with Jimin? I thought I'd listen better to Kim Jimin. Why did you think so? When he came in, Hahari was blocked for a moment. I told you before, but I am producer. If Yoonha is my singer more favorable and ignorant, will she be qualified as producer? I do not. I'm the only one I see, making singers sing good songs. There are a lot of misses if you think a lot. Kang-yoon stretched all the way to the back with one complicated face, Haili. The starry night was sparkling on Hanul. Kang-yoon knocked Hahari's shoulder lightly. While you're here, just focus on the song. This is a favor. See you next. Kang-yoon went down the rooftop with a whining sound. Looking at the gradually disappearing wide shoulder, Hairi narrowed his eyes. I'm a fool, I'm perfect. However, the smile was on the mouth differently from the horse. Chapter 328. Kang-yoon, A&R team, composition, lyricist, and singer. I selected one of many lyrics, and soon the guide song came out. After the preliminary work, today was the day of the recording. Haji-I, wearing a comfortable hood, hats his hands in his pocket and muttered the lyrics, while Kim Jimin rolled his fans on paper with lyrics and checked the important parts. If you knew me, what would I look like? How about trying to change this? Kim Jimin asked the lyric poet Min Young-young. But the answer came from Hajiri, who was behind. It's not quite perfect. You're not everything. Do it yourself. What did he say, shall we? You do not know me. What do you look like? Is that even more different? The eyes of Kim Jimin's twisted Ha-Hairi were badly distorted. Within 2 days, the flames started to splash between them. However, the staff who were accustomed to the two people were busy doing things. They're starting again. That's what happens every time I meet. Ha-young and composer Ha-young also shook her head. Kids, big fighting. Hey, why are you fighting with your mouth? Head hair. Oh Ji-won and the elite team leader were fighting, even handling the kids. When everyone was busy preparing for recording, Kang-yoon watched and clapped everyone's attention. Let's start. Do you want to go from sharpness? Yes. Hairi went to the booth, making a sound of jiggling toward Kim Jimin, who was fighting in the middle of nowhere. Kim Jimin also walks with his arms as if he does not want to. Pushing the talk back, Oh Ji-won asked for the booth. Do you want to practice once? Good. Hairi put on a headset with a confident face. All right, then I'll be right there. When Oh Ji-won sent a ready signal to the night next door, the Elite One team leader anxiously muttered. Hughes, bad habit, says it is very bad. But Oh Ji-won shook hands saying it was okay. Do not you have a severe singer? It's also the process of becoming your own song. It must be. I will leave it up to you. The elite circle also raised his thumb, saying that the best was different. Soon the signal of Kang-yoon and the mixer's bar went up. With the rhythmic MR, Hiri's voice rapped in the studio. A sunny day with sunshine. I heard your footsteps. A voice of good hearing was sprinkled white light on studio. As he looked at Yeoju, he climbed his eyes and fell in love with the song. For me. Not long after, however, the white light came out and the gray light came out. Breathing is over. Kang-yoon shook his head. The gray color distorted the complexion in the mood of sticking to the body. On the other hand, after the first round, Oh Ji-won pressed the talk back. Breathing is over. Let's reduce the hoarse sound a little. Let's try again. For Hairi refined his voice and took his mouth to the microphone again. Sunshine, this time the power went too far. The vocal and MR were apart. Because of that, the gray light was shining from the beginning. So Kang-yoon had to cover his face with his hands to hide his feelings. This time, the composition also sighs the sea. I should not call that feeling. Kang-yoon asked, pointing to Hairi, who seemed to spit out the song roughly. Rhythm is okay. I think breathing is rough. Yeah, I feel too much. It is hard to make the original feeling if you are ahead of such a desire. Maybe you should give me a little look at composition. That's good, but the composition of the hippo pointed to Kim Jimin, next to Kang-yoon. Kim Jimin's directive was not necessary. Do not you have chief team leader? Composition is a good fit for you and your hands and feet will be fine. Oh, clear right. Ji-min up. After the story, Kang-yoon called Kim Ji-min, who was unraveling his neck. I must do it first. Let's get ready. 4. Kim Ji-min was already listening to the story. Kang-yoon let her go into the booth and let her go out. Ace. I can do it. He came out of the booth and Haeri seats roughly in the corner of the couch. Kang-yoon touched her tongue tone to her grumbling that she could stretch. Learn, but why? I know I'm doing well, but I want to be able to do better. I do not want to hear it. Kang-yoon replaced it with a squeeze. Oh, what the hell? Hitting is a hobby. I do it because it's bullshit. What are you saying? However, unlike the tone, I did not feel uncomfortable. Kang-yoon made a beckon for the C composition artist watching the score. Thank you very well. Oh, clear right. After leaving Haeri, Kang-yoon turned to the elite circle recording Kim Ji-min. I'll go to verse 2. Oh sure. It's a rhythmical song, so you have to squeeze it lightly. Clear right. Kim Ji-min's voice came out with the music of the elite circle along with the music. It was a long time. Such tremor. A pure white light came out. Kang-yoon nodded his head with his arms folded. I felt good. I'd better raise it a little more. Kang-yoon, who had the same idea, also put his hand on the talkback. Good. Let's do one more. Oh sure. Unlike Haeri, the recording of Kim Ji-min was smooth. There was no clogging, too. The work was cool as if it were a puffed road. You do not have to put a couple of these together. It ended in 50 pros. Watching the clock, the elite circle applauded. It took about 50 minutes, about 1 hour and 10 minutes. It was a recording time for a singer-songwriter who is confident live. Kim Ji-min, who is confident in singing ability, was natural. Oh Ji-won pointed to Haeri, who talked about composition and music. I'm going to get 300 pro because of that. Oh Ji-won thinks it will take more than 6 hours, and the elite want a deep sigh. It was the same idea. Huh. The two team leaders are sighing, so I wonder if the team members are out. The staffs were shaking their heads. But Kang-yoon shook his head. I'll take 100 pros. Both ends in an hour? No way. Oh Ji-won shook his head, saying it was ridiculous. The elite circle was not that, and he sympathized with silence. But Kang-yoon laughed leisurely. That's enough. You can bet. Oh, the loser is a joke. Cole when Kang-yoon agreed. Oh Ji-won and elite team leader brightened his eyes. In addition to the two people in the free drink, other members of the team had a long life. At that time, I heard the story and the girl holding the key came running. Wait, what are you doing now? Oh Ji-won and the elite team leader, Kang-yoon, said when they were building a railing look. There is a story of adults only. Are you ready? I heard everything. What are you betting on me? I do not know. Magneton. Come on in. I know everything. In an hour. Oh. After watching the hand gesture of the ready-made composition, Kang-yoon pushed Haeri into the booth. Hey, re-entered the booth at noon, but soon grabbed the score and put on the headset. Can we finish in an hour? Kang-yoon pressed the talkback. It takes 12 hours so I can sing well. I finish whatever number I write in an hour. The fire flashed in the eyes of Hagaria, who was angry. 27-3 declared that the agenda for CEO's suspension of Won Jinpyo was passed. This is all void. Tang tang tang. As the scream of CEO Won Jinpyo began to spread, only the grunting sound of a bang spread out into the meeting room. However, there was no one to cooperate with CEO Won Jinpyo, who complained about tears. My company. My company. What are you, my company? One CEO. Be quiet. Shut up. The voice of CEO Won Jinpyo, who lost his temper, got even higher. Eventually, the less-known directors called the security agents to pick up the phone, and he had to suffer humiliation. As the meeting room became calm, the man holding the rope turned his eyes to CEO Kang Si-myung with his smile, different from the old one. Our guard is now like a newborn baby. I am sorry to have suffered the one CEO who founded the company, but I believe that Mr. Kang CEO who has made a renewal with a big decision will run up to Mr. One. CEO. Everyone's attention was directed to CEO Kang Si-myung. He rose quietly from his seat. After closing his voice for a while, he opened his mouth with a strong voice. We have had a nasty job of manipulating the media. A little while ago, we had a bone-cutting pain that stopped the company's owner. But if it is not clean, there is no future. There was applause in the conference room. CEO Kang Si-myung continued to blush with redness. I will lead the clean future. Please help me. The rustling applause did not stop. Kang Si-myung, who bowed his head, heard applause like an umbrella in his ear. It's a real start now. A thick smile was drawn over his mouth. Chi profit. Acting is scattered. Delicious marbling standout relief and delicious fermented Hanwoo home. After finishing the recording, the employees of On-World and GNB were having dinner. On one of the tables were Kang-yoon, Oh Ji-won, Kang-won team leader, Kim Ji-min, and two singer. I was really surprised. I really cannot finish the recording because it is less than 1 hour sharp. Filled with Kang-yoon's cup, Kang team leader was still surprised. Then Hajiri raised his hand with a cheerful expression next to him. So why walk in a strange place? You should have walked to me. CEO, add 3 people here for relief. Go to the cone. Oh Ji-won and Elite 1 team leader's heart was pounding, and Hae-ri was pleasantly surprised. Come on, sweetheart. 5 cups hit. At the bottom of the table, there was a huge green bottle. Kang-yoon, who was weak, tried to rest several times, but every time he did not wag his fingers. Hey, Chairman, if the alcohol is so weak, I'll eat it later. Do not you have a woman to say? Kang-yoon shook his eyes, saying that he was silent. But she filled the glass with a cute face, and she did the mood maker. She was really strong at drinking. After all, I have to go to her twist and adjust the volume. Oh, soon my head turned. Eventually, Kang-yoon slipped out of the table, stood in front of the store, took out the cigarette, and listened to the lighter. It's hard to fit. Another cigarette. When it came out, Hae-ri was standing next to him. Kang-yoon tried to put it on fire and put it back in. I'll take a peer. I do not sing in front of singer. Come on. Nice. Again, world chairman. When the light story comes. Tuck tuck, tuck tuck. Kang-yoon heard the sound of the rain under his cheeks. Hae-ri also sat next to Kang-yoon. I have something to ask. Yes. At that time. Well, I got hit with the chairman, and the CEO came with Yuni. Then why? Whether it was embarrassing or sultry, Kang-yoon's face was reminiscent of red. Harley looked up at the eaves and said like he was mumbling. Then you knew I was crying fake? What? Yokshi, why did not you refuse? Unexpectedly, Kang-yoon could not easily answer. Then, hey, returned his eyes to his arm and turned his face. No way. What's wrong with me? I'm confused. Sorry, Kang-yoon said in a calm tone, facing her eyes with a cute tongue. I thought it would be a good singer if you trim it. Are you happy with your mouth? If you want to hear it, I can hear it. Kang-yoon rose from his seat. I thought Ramian could trim you. I thought you were a good gem. Anyway, I'm a producer. Kang-yoon staggered into the bar. Anyway, regaining form. But unlike her words, her eyes were on the line. Ji-yeon live broadcast. HMC Showtime Music special stage video recording day. Armed with short skirts and striking leggings at the back of the stage, Kim Ji-min and Hae-ri were staring at each other with a force to eat. Do not make mistakes. Senior, I'll do well. I was not even able to approach other singer or even the staff to see if the momentum was over. It's not. Oh, at that time, the chestnut ended me. Needless to say, it was Kang-yoon. Did you do this to Died? Kim Ji-min pushed his head down and avoided his gaze, and Hae-ri turned his pack away. Where do you go? But look there. Kang-yoon pointed at the FD who came to the stage to tell them to go upstairs, and they hurled their backs. The two singer roared up toward each other and climbed the stairs. Do not ankle magazine. I know ya. However, unlike his eyes, he stood on stage with one hand in high fives. Wow. The sound of a huge shout burst and music began to flow. Chapter 329. Lee Hyun-ji, who was looking at the rainy street while handling the documents from 4 companies as usual, received a phone call. After asking the CEO of Chu Man-ji for his simple greetings, he went straight to work. Ticketing final report is well received. Alas, it was hard to make. I do not care if I have to. Big data. I understand that collecting age and inclination, collecting all the local and sold day. I heard the grumble of Chu Man-ji CEO on his cell phone. Lee Hyun-ji was talking softly, as if to comfort him. The country was originally special. Please understand. Anyway, it is a hard work to work with this chairman or you. So shall we do it? All right. Anyway, our Hyun-ji has changed a lot. Ramian to live should change. Looking at the rain, the two fell into the story of memories for a while. Lee Hyun-ji, who rarely talks about memories, was sent home for the rain. but it was only a while. She soon found the opposite sex and returned to work. I'll give it to the chairman. It's all good here, so please tell me to come slowly. Yeah. Are all the kids well? Sure. The fight is a little bit, but there is nothing. Clear, right? How did you work with your CEO? Classic's the best. It's an unforgettable show. Chu Manji ceased to call Choi Kyung-ho several times. Lee Hyun-ji muttered, putting his cell phone on his desk and turning his eyes to the streets again. China is good, too. And so is Korea. I'm anxious because I'm too good. Lee Hyun-ji looked at himself in the mirror and frowned. Singer Yoonha and Honey Mint members Miram. The two project albums, The Sweet Ones, were released. Yoonha's first dance song, which emphasized acoustic vocals and rediscovered as a vocal by Miram, who just went to stardom. It popped up in HMC Showtime Music and captured search terms, articles. World and the GNB PR team have done their best. Thanks to music ranking, music video, and everything was cruising. Only 2 weeks, the Sweet Girls decided to have a short period of activity. Not to mention that the period was full of much attention. And on a full schedule, there was a tough schedule for entertainers, of course. Now, wait a minute. Do you want to perform there? Looking at the Performing Arts Pavilion, Hae-ri made a whale-whining sound toward Kang-yoon. I'll give you a tent. No, do you play with the rain? And in this rain, who is going to see the show? The organizers were so embarrassed that they could not hear it. It was as small as the size of the venue. Looking at Kang-yoon and the organizers sighed, he said, "Are you going to push me in?" I was filled with a heart. Kim Ji-min sneered at her toward the whale. Like an amateur. What did he say? I'm also pretentious. When I dance in that place, I'm tired of legs. So that's a sneaker. Here you go. Please fill the microphone. Ignoring Hae-ri, Kim Ji-min beckoned toward the staff. Hey, Ji shook her body as she watched her take a microphone with her casually. Hey, senior. What do you mean? I did not want to lose it, and eventually. Hae-ri asked me to step on the microphone. Looking at the two, Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and said to the person in charge behind him, I cannot help counting the rain, but thank you as much as possible. Clear, right? What you said. Wireless microphone and guitar, right? Yeah. Please be careful that you do not go in the water, though it is not other. Kang-yoon also instructed Cody and manager to do singer knee protections as well. I do not want children to be like a kindergarten. It is said that the exercise screen. Fill it up when possible. Kang-yoon asked several times and sent Cody and manager to both singer. Shortly after, 2 people with microphone were climbing over the tent stage. There was no protector in the knees of the 2 right-wingers. Anyway, it was clear that he was stubborn. Kang-yoon shook his head. Well, if a singer like Hae-ri insisted, it would not be easy for Cody and manager. The fans who came to see them in the situation where the pundits were pouring were considerable. Anyong Haeseo. They are sweet. Why? The voice of the fans pierced the rain in the greetings of the 2 people. The sound of the shouting became a heartbreak. Hae-ri brought a wireless microphone close to his mouth. It rains a lot. So many of you are coming. Thank you very much, Miran. Today, I'll show you a lot. Mr. Yoonha, do you want to start? Kim Ji-min frowned at the feeling of being instructed, but laughed because Hae-ri's had one eye in her eyes. Soon after the music came, the 2 ranks. A few days ago, it was Scent of the Day, a song that was featured in HMC Showtime Music. A word I cannot pick up, what I did for you dash. Kim Ji-min made her stand out when Hae-ri came to the center. The fans shouted at Hahari, who waved his waist and made a strong dance. Stage difference is different, your gaze is dash. It was the same with Kim Ji-min's part. This time, Hahari helped her and set the breath. 555 even in the middle of the night. The fans rolled up their umbrellas. It's okay. Then that feeling, it's trembling. The stage was smooth. The stage gradually went to the peak, and the voices of the 2 ran toward the refrain. Then, the Kim Ji-min fell down strongly in a watering hole in the heavy rain. Kim Ji-min. Both fans and Ha-eriko were embarrassed. Kim Ji-min's AR broke down a little because he could not sing the moment. My heart. Kim Ji-min got up quickly and sang songs, but the face that was distorted by the pain did not spread easily. I still think dash. As much as possible, Kim Ji-min raised his voice. Hared also took a sigh of relief and put her voice in her voice. Oops. Kang-yoon, who was watching behind the stage, forgot to ride umbrellas and ran to the back of the stage. So after the first stage, Kim Ji-min bowed to people. Thank you. Wow, triple A. Applause, cheers, and anxious gaze. Kim Ji-min heard a microphone. Good, our apologies. I still do not have enough dancing skills. I did a lot of practice. It's okay, it's okay. When the fans echoed, Kang-yoon kept beckoning behind the stage. Hae-ri saw it and stabbed the side gyuri of Kim Ji-min. Why there? You have to do the next song. I'm done, so I went quickly. Kim Ji-min gave thanks to Hahari and went to Kang-yoon. Chairman, are you okay? Yeah, it's no big deal. Let's see. Kim Ji-min said it was okay again, but Kang-yoon shook his head. Eventually, she heard the injured knee. Fortunately, it was a little bruised. Fortunately, I was not hurt much. I cannot. Door manager, please bring a guard here. Chairman, like a kindergarten. Kim Ji-min's complexion darkened, but Kang-yoon finally filled the protector. He then handed it over to the guard of Hae-ri, and he was the new leader. Please sharpen it from the stage. I do not think she'll ever. If you do not, I'll leave you here. Kim Ji-min nodded and climbed the stage again. Having been talking to the audience in the middle of the night. Me, are you crazy? I'm not yetting. If chairman does not, do you leave? If you leave it, do you think you'll be scared? On the microphone, two people's voices flowed to the audience. Who would be Kim Ji-min to be the chairman? The audience giggled to hear that they were referring to Kang-yoon. Eventually, hey, grunted and kicked the protector. I'm cold tea. The image of her. Grumbling was intact on the camera. The audience burst into laughter. Sneaky things that happened a while ago were sublimated with laughter. Sorry for the trouble. Then, I'll give you the second song, Pink, by Honey Mint. Wow, triple A. As Kim Ji-min sat in the seat and listened to the guitar, the cheers of the people went up tremendously. Then Hae-ri went down with a microphone and ran his foot in a rhythm. Hurry up the streets. I'm still in trouble. The harmonies of the boyish voice, the guitar, and the rain sounded there and made harmony in the theater. In the afternoon, Han Young-suk is reported to the celebrities. While she was reviewing reports on Nail, Honey Mint, and Ju Jun-young and other celebrities, she was watching a report on Miram, a collaborative activity. Huh. The sound of Kim's sand came out of his mouth. After watching the video attached to the report, the source was Tune. When I clicked on the link, it was a video of a small stage where heavy rain was pouring. The 10-minute-long video contained a song of Kim Ji-min and Hae-ri's song titled Fragrance of the Day and Honey Mint as an acoustic guitar. The problem was the scene where Kim Ji-min fell and the two singers then kicked the knee guards. Han Young-suk, CEO of Kim Ji-min, fell down. Even if he was hurt, his agency could hear the singer's criticism that he was sick. Again, there were such comments. Yoonha, great enthusiasm. But you are not rolling too much? Lee Kang-yoon, the bad guy chairman? Our Yoonha. Yoonha, what do you do when you get hurt? Why do you set up such a venue? It was a real danger. Of course, there were many positive responses to the promised events. There were various reactions. The reaction to Yoonha went so far, and she recreated the part where Hahari refused the knee guards. Are you crazy? I'm not playing Yuding. If chairman does not, do you leave? 2. If you leave it, do you think? I did not want to wear protective gear, so when Hae-ri's used his birthday, people laughed. I was on a microphone with Kim Ji-min's voice. Han Young-suk, CEO, caught the forehead. I cannot live. But the guards are dead. Is it the boy who lives in what I see? I wanted to know how to bake that crazy child and act know-how. At that time, the office phone rang. CEO. Welcome to CEO Kang Si-myung of Gil. Come on. Han Young-suk, CEO, got up and greeted CEO Kang Si-myung. Iozio Oseo? Are you Anyong? Two people shaking hands sat on the sofa. A brief story was exchanged, and the secretary drank tea that came out. Singer, two people led entertainment, but the topic was singer. Then, recently, a story about sweet girls, which shows a strong impact, came out. There was one hot video today, have you seen? Are they sweet? I saw it a while ago. I did not know that Miram was so good at singing. If I knew it, I would have picked it when I came to our company. As CEO Kang Si-myung laughed, Han Young-suk answered with a gentle smile. It was not an affair. I heard that CEO Kang did not interview him directly. I did. If you see that, I think there is a relationship. You chose a CEO yourself? Yeah, there was a feeling. It's rough, but ha ha ha. Originally, children are loved by the public. All right, that sweet girl project. Who was the idea? If anyone has an idea, I just want people to like it. Han Young-suk, CEO, took a cup of coffee at her mouth. A hot steaming climbed her face and thinned her face. The CEO, Kang Si-myung, chuckled and laughed. Well, yes. Anyway, I learned a lot about this project. There are a lot of jewels around. I think I got it. Me too. If you have a chance, I would like to join Singer with you. Of course, I am very welcome. The story of the two men continued in a cheerful atmosphere. Kang Si-myung, CEO, who had left all his coffee, leaned forward. There was this chairman in the theater where Miran was today, too? I think so. Huh, because he is famous for liking the scene. It's true that there is no one on the scene. CEO Kang Si-myung shook his head. Han Young-suk, CEO, dropped the coffee mug and leaned against the couch. I think it's the driving force behind the world. Sense of field. This chairman is someone who knows the field better than any of us. What? This chairman said there was little way to sit on his butt. He moves so briskly that he wants to stay close to the singer. I wonder if it is the power of the world. CEO Kang Si-myung was silent. At the moment, something went in my head. CEO? Oh no. After a while, he smiled gently. You drank coffee well. Are you already going? I do not have enough body to work alone. Next time you come to play with me. Yes. CEO Kang Si-myung went to GNB to share his handshake. After he got into the car, he instructed him to go to the company and leaned against the seat. The world was soon Lee Kang-yoon. If Lee Kang-yoon breaks down, it's all over. Quark light. The streets where the light was shining swelled with the thunderstorm. Chapter 330. There was fear in the eyes of Kim Hyun-young, who saw the streets lined with numerous stalls. The scorpions of scorpion skewers were terrified, and strange masks on the store felt a sense of heterogeneity. Seo Han-yu, who was looking at the navigation system with his eyes closed and two eyes on his face, turned around the streets full of street vendors. I think it's wrong. Oh, really? Kim Hyun-young came up with a trembling voice. This is already a few times already. One of the pride of the night market, was scared to see if she failed to snatch her taste. Will you find it? Ace. However, Kim Hyun-young's palace of the Seo Han-yu was short-lived. It's okay, you can go quickly. Wait a minute, just grab a bow. What the heck, quickly? Oh. Kim Hyun-young grabbed the arm of Seo Han-yu and dragged it away. Seo Han-yu took the navigator and led her away from the streets. But is it coincidence? Not long after, a house with a beautiful Qing dynasty brick and red light came in. It was the house that they were looking for, the dim sum house. Seo Han-yu, who confirmed the store with a blog, shed awkward laughter. This place looks like. It was the time to walk backwards. W2. It's amazing to take a sensation. Anyway, I wanted to find them, and they went into the store. I entered into the various spices and oil. I stimulated two people. The mouth of Kim Hyun-young, who has been deeply appetite stimulated, has begun to catch up. Quickly, Seo Han-yu headed to the counter as Kim Hyun-young, who was faithful to instinct, pushed back. The staff of the impressive impression looked at the strangely glanced eyes of two women with their faces covered by their hats and muddy. Order? Please give me Shao, Mat, Xiao Mai, and La, Chong, La Kang, Gote, Kirti. A woman with a strange face often ordered, and the staff shook her head and shouted at the kitchen. Soon I heard a loud voice saying, wait a moment. Kim Hyun-young, who was standing without a seat, sat in the corner and kicked the floor. Hey, dim sum, do you like that? When Seo Han-yu asked with a dumb face, Kim Hyun-young laughed and pulled her ball. I pretend not to be you. Miser, it's not. Not long. Kim Hyun-young burst into laughter as his friend blushed as if to shame. It soon became clear that the menus had come out, and they both received thick black bags. Shinku, Nimun, Lup. Work hard. The faces of Kim Hyun-young and Seo Han-yu, who walked out of the door, smiled happily. The Yuni, the manager, could not change the flavor of snacking in a practice room without anyone knowing. Will I have a lot of face tomorrow? There is no schedule in the morning. When you piss in the ice, you sit down. Seo Han-yu and Kim Hyun-young came out of the door, and with a thud, Kim Hyun-young struck a man with a man standing at the door. Kim Hyun-young, who was so bumpy, put his back on his back. Kim Hyun-young frowned, rubbing his ass. The front. I was looking for a good look, and I was not accustomed to it. I knew that it was hard to hear that I was sorry anyway. There is nothing good to raise. But his opponent seemed to have no idea. Wait a minute, it was Korean. Kim Hyun-young's eyes turned to the man's face. Korean, ah, what the hell? Looking straight at the front. To composition? I saw a lot of people. No, Jua Lord was a well-acquainted person. The eyes of Kim Hyun-young fluttered. It was no different than Kang-yoon. Seo Han-yu, who was already by his side, had been stone like a stone for a long time. Oh, I hurriedly hid the bag with the dim sum behind, but it was already late. It's a bag of Kim. I found it in front of the store. I cannot get out of the way. Let's talk about it. Kang-yoon, with his tongue hanging, started to walk ahead. Looking at the back of Kang-yoon, Kim Hyun-young was only struck by the stretched eyes. When did you come in? How did you come here than that? Whether it was a coincidence or a stalker. What is it? We were wrong. Jenny, however, Seo Han-yu, who is known to be calm as usual, is now an exception. Self-sigh? Ah. Kim Hyun-young squeezed his head as he imagined that he would be punching a three-punch to Yuni, manager Appa, and CEO. There was a car not far away. At the driver's seat, Kang-yoon and Secretary Moon, who always accompanied, were waiting. Chairman, the car bought what? To Mr. Han-yu, Mr. Ya? Ji-hai Yuni. When the big eyes of the emotional Secretary Moon grew bigger, Seo Han-yu could not say anything. When I saw the reaction, I was caught with a completely random product. Aha. Kim Hyun-young also laughed an awkward laugh. I just felt the feeling of being passed on to the tiger. The car started as a hostile, but Kang-yoon did not say anything. Han-yu, I wonder if the composition is nimble? I do not know either. Kang-yoon, who gazed at the window without words, was struck by two people. After arriving at the hostel, Kang-yoon spoke in a cool tone to the two people who got out of the car. Late. Now, let's go up and rest and talk tomorrow. Ah, yes. Kim Hyun-young tried to come up and go up, but Seo Han-yu stayed there. Kim Hyun-young, who felt something strange, whispered to Seo Han-yu, do not go. As Seo Han-yu was still there, Kim Hyun-young was still restless. On the other hand, Kang-yoon sat on the couch on one side of the lobby and told Secretary Moon, please call a team leader and Edio's manager. Yes, Chairman. Seo Han-yu's eyes snapped. The eyes of Kim Hyun-young, who was standing together, were also raised. It was time for everyone to sleep. I've always heard that people are familiar with the convenience of staff. Seo Han-yu stood before Kang-yoon. Chairman, I was wrong. Manager Appa is not wrong. Let's talk later. Chairman, Seo Han-yu had been wrong, but Kang-yoon ignored it and turned to another place. It is poignant. The chair of Kim Hyun-young was buzzing. It was just nighttime. Edios, which is now the best star, cannot tolerate this deviation too much. What I do not understand is that Edios members are under such control. Shortly thereafter, manager leader Han Tae-hyung and two managers of Edios came running down their sleepy eyes. So, Chairman, are you here? I just woke up and one of my team headed up to the top of the head. Team leader came running down in shorts and t-shirts. I wore it upside down to the t-shirt, so I rushed hastily. Secretary Moon. It was ridiculous, but Kang-yoon nodded to Secretary Moon casually. Soon she left the hostel to get two singer to eat snack, and the face of Han Tae-young, team leader, got tired. I made an emergency call because the matter was serious. Hope you understand. Our apologies. I was so sorry for the management of the kids. Team leader Tae-hyung Han deeply bowed his face with a hardened face. The other country, even if it was ambitious, Singer went out and had something happen. I imagined it was horrible. Speaking as low as the case continued. It's hard to get over it. Team leader and all of the Edios teams will be disciplined. Our apologies. It is my responsibility. However, I am responsible, so please let me alone. Chairman, the manager shouted, and Seo Han-yu by the side was on the verge of crying. It is a discipline at night. I could not stay still. Chairman, it's my fault. Appa is not wrong. Let Han-yu talk tomorrow. No, I talked to you today. Appa, if you get disciplined, I will not stay there. Threatening, Seo Han-yu grabbed Kang-yoon and stretched. But the intimidation could not be eaten by Kang-yoon. He threw a bomb at Kang-yoon, whose expression still stood. If the Appa hurt, I'll leave. It's my fault. Hey, Kim Hyun-young shouted in amazement. But Seo Han-yu, who had already rumored to be rushing, had a sore throat. Kang-yoon stroked his chin with a serious face. It was a skit. So far, for the managers. Silence flows, time has passed. Kang-yoon turned to Seo Han-yu with a long sigh. Agreed. Seo Han-yu. Without discipline, what will you do next? Absolutely, I will never let go. I will keep the adjustment. Period thoroughly. Never. Seo Han-yu's eyes were firm. Kang-yoon looked up and applauded hard. Agreed. I do not have any discipline. Thank you. Seo Han-yu bowed to Kang-yoon several times. The managers also took a sigh of relief. It's late. Han-yu and Hyun-young go in. Maybe we should go. Did I say to? At the end of Kim Hyun-young, Kang-yoon's eyes narrowed. In the cool eyes, the two of them bowed their heads as they pushed. Absolutely. All right. Seo Han-yu went to his room many times. After Kim Hyun-young returned to the room together, Kang-yoon shrugged. Oh, it's a skit. The secretary Moon, who heard the word skit, looked up. Team leader Han Tae, Hyung raised a shouldered shoulder. Thank you, Chairman. Alas, Han-yu's stubbornness is not normal. Kang-yoon's mouth was laughing. No, it was fun. Feeling secretly camera? Han-yu personality. I will not think about nightmarish anymore. I will. Han-yu is all right, but I cannot stop the nightlife strangely. It has been a couple of times to catch up with deviants. I borrowed Mr. Chairman's hand without a star. Thank you for your help, Chairman. No. Speak whenever you need it. As if to do it, the atmosphere of the lobby was cheerful. The managers were giggling, and Secretary Moon, who did not know English, was still questioning. Magne manager Kim Se-wai scratches his head and gives an explanation. Well, we worked together. Did you? Yeah. Han-yu is all right, but she is not well controlled. The concert practice is not usually tight. So after that exercise, I found the nightclub like that. At first I started with bread and cookies, and later I even ate lamb. It's been 1 or 2 times in the meantime, and I've been following it secretly, DT and Hyun-young. But I do not listen to my words. Team leader Han Tae-hyung said. Han-yu has a strange pride. I do not hear the managers. I hear Chairman. But concert is also in front of me. Finished by Chairman coming sooner than planned. I asked for it as soon as possible. After all, it was the story that it was Gossitop that weighed and beat. Secretary Moon felt like a fool. Kang-yoon laughed and gently applauded at the blurred sight of her. Next, you might want to think about how the managers can solve themselves. It's also the ability to be busted with Singer. For the night is late. All worked. Thank you. The night was deepening. Kang-yoon headed to the hostel. Next day, before going to the practice room, Kang-yoon headed to Yunlin Entertainment China branch to meet Chu Manji CEO. CEO Chu Manji was not very good when he heard the story yesterday. How many times is this? It's also a problem that's too good to kill. I will not do it anymore. Is that so? Chu Manji, CEO, had a sick sound several times and turn a topic. I heard there is a meeting today. Yeah. Do you know Entertainment News 9? Oh, I know. Did you have a meeting with that place? Kang-yoon nodded, and CEO Chu Manji turned to face. Is not it the biggest entertainment information in China? Did you ask for an interview there? Yeah. He said he wanted to deal with the Edios feature. Ohora. Good. The concert is also in front of you. Please be sure, it's not a special feature that only the top stars of the continent are covered. CEO Chu Manji applauded. I did not forget to boast that DITN went to the article first. I think positively. So I have to go to the place where I practice my kids today. I think you should go first. I will go immediately after that. After the story, Kang-yoon headed to the promised cafe after Yun's entertainment. I arrived at a cafe not far from Yunli, so a woman dressed in a trench coat at the window was drinking gracefully. Jo Hyung reporter. Secretary Moon approached and talked. She rose from her seat and extended her hand toward Kang-yoon. It was a lady in harmony with a fancy tall and short hair. Enyang Hazio. Jo Hyung. Lee Kang-yoon. After briefly giving the name, the story began. I saw your proposal. Edios feature, I like it. Thank you for a good look. But I did not know Chairman would come out directly. I wanted to see you, though. It is an honor. No. Edios Special Feature 9. Do you mind if I hear what it is? Is this the right thing? Jo Hyung reporter came out with the paperwork, saying that the quality is also urgent. 1 special feature by member. And 1 concert feature, up to 1 plan in the future. I talked about all 8 articles. 1 hour had passed, but Kang-yoon fell in love with her story without knowing how much time had passed. There was no clogging in the story whether we did a lot of research on Edios members. I did a lot of preliminary research. Interview is basic. Thank you for the compliment. I think you can write this article right. Oh, this is not an interview, is it? Receiving the joke of Kang-yoon at leisure, she opened one finger. And the last one. Expected. Unlike her previous expression on Kang-yoon's face, she gleamed her eyes. The man who made Edios, Lee Kang-yoon. Who is he, thud? It was an unexpected story. Kang-yoon stared at the desk. Chapter 331. Maybe I was rude, no? It's unexpected. Jo Hae-young reporter smiled rather at the appearance of Kang-yoon, who was puzzled. It looks like you stuck it right. It smells great. I'm even more greedy. It was a joke with bones. I was intent on launching the atmosphere. Kang-yoon smiled and fell in thought. Is there any other intention? It was the main entertainment magazine that many people saw as a look. The PR team also picked a schedule to pick and choose. Kang-yoon's direct contact meant he was concerned. However, it has become difficult to easily answer the unexpected interview proposal. Jo Hae-young reporter also knew Kang-yoon's anxiety. I know it's hard to decide easily. I do not mean to eat it all day. The continent is wide. It is where everyone is greedy. But public opinion is not favorable to Koreans. We'll be the leader. Jo Hae-young reporter swept away his blindfold bangs and pulled out a briefcase from his bag. At the bottom of the empty document was a stamp of the CEO. If chairman will respond to our interview, I am disappointed that your CEO can fulfill the requirements of your CEO in this document. So much, we want chairman's article. Heartily. The eyes of the Jo Hae-young reporter, who pushed the documents deep into Kang-yoon, were glittering. It was pure, full of desire to cover. Kang-yoon, listening to the thought, listened to his arms and leaned forward. Clear right. Sure. When Jo Hae-young reporter's face grew green, Kang-yoon shook his head lightly. Thank you for taking me here, but I do not think it's a matter for me to decide for myself. Chairman, this is a great opportunity. That's what I'm talking about. When Jo Hae-young reporter's face was a little sad, Kang-yoon smiled and shook his head. Please wait for 2 days. Fortnightly Jo Hae-young reporter pulled his shoulders down because of the aftermath of the enthusiastic talk. There are many cases where the word wait tells you that it is rejected. Let's think in the best possible direction. Many people are affected by my actions. Please understand my position. If I say so, clear right. Jo Hae-young reporter touched the end of the paperwork. I felt sorry for her. I was sorry, Kang-yoon replied with a smile. Let's think positively. At the end of the last day, Jo Hae-young reporter smiled and smiled at Kang-yoon. It was the after effect that he poured all the energy and persuaded Kang-yoon. Secretary Moon, let's go. Yes, Chairman. After saying goodbye to the sorry Jo Hae-young night, Kang-yoon went out to the cafe and headed to Yeo Hyeongjin Gymnasium where Edios and Ditn are practicing. When I walked into the Young Hyojin Gymnasium, the music was heard loudly. So, Chairman, are you here? Kim Dae-hyun, manager team leader, and Lee Mi-hyun, manager, who were smoking cigarettes outside the door, bowed to Kang-yoon. Especially, Lee Mi-hyun, a woman, was in a state of embarrassment because of the cigarette in her hand. However, when Kang-yoon pulled out a familiar cigarette, his embarrassed face slightly faded. Did a team leader go in? Ah, yes. I switched 3 hours ago. 3 hours. You must be tired. Do not overtime. I guess I should pick more people. In acting, which was scattered, Kang-yoon, oh no. Chairman. Hang, it's okay. It's not good that time goes on. You should rest when you are at work. It's really okay. As long as you work, please take care of no more. Kang-yoon asked several times, but the managers all shook hands. It really was. Employees were able to work hard because they received the price as much as they did, or more. No, it was a good expression to be like Kang-yoon. Of course, Kang-yoon shook his head with embarrassment. After reading the managers, Kang-yoon entered the practice room. Under the stage of the practice room, where the actual concert length was shrunk, each operator was busy moving the paper clusters around the stage, and on the stage Ditn and Edios members were in line. I do not know what to do. Today is sweet and sour. It was beautiful to have 11 people. The members of the two groups were mixed, but there was no discrepancy. In the backdrop of colorful lights and fog, the two groups of singer made a picture. Chairman, long time no see. Choreographer Lee Hyuk-chan, who was wearing arm braids with his blinking eyes, caught up with Kang-yoon. Then, the eyes of Lee Hyuk-chan choreographer shone brightly. Lily. Yeah. Half tempo is late. The sound of the wire burst. After surfing, I was delayed by half a beat in the order that the two people who were missing at both ends should come out to the center. Send our apologies. Dashi along with that. Young Mina and Kang Sanjwei made a brief sigh. Ellie Young and Jae Yun ran over her head and stood in her seat, while other members were turning their heads. I'm sorry. I did not forget to take my tongue out at the smile. Again, music began to flow and practice began. Choreographer began from line wave to line. Kang-yoon smiled with a hearty smile as everyone watched the beating sweat. Of course, in the same move, another mischievous figure appeared in the case of Ellie Young. It was consistent. Everyone is doing well. Everyone was doing my part well. Kang-yoon made a satisfactory smile and walked out of the practice room to meet with the operators. USA LA. The concert practice at Shehud Johnson was in the indoor gymnasium, which he rented for concert practice. In the practice room where the actual stage was reduced, more than 10 band and chorus including dancers practiced rehearsal exercises as well as swelling. She was the center of all the practice and the main character of the show, and she was listening to the voice of a white male and nodding her nose. Example yes, a while. Stop there. Shameless shook his head as if his voice was not satisfactory, and the white man who was chorusing swallowed the tension. There, that part. Yes, yes, dash. More gentle. Go with the flow, would you try it again? Example yes. Oh, that's good. Slightly softer. The white man, who was nervous, gave a praise to Shamal's praise. There was no sense of raising his fingers toward Shamuel in the praise of his surroundings that his voice seemed to be clearer. It is the best. She also lifted his finger at him. Thanks to Shamu who led the mood, the practice atmosphere was cheerful. Even after talking with a chorus man, Shamuel continued conversation with several people on stage. To dancers, band members, operators, or even a single step. In addition, there was a certain kind of courtesy while constantly talking. Cool. Jua, who stood on the stage as an Asian and female dancer, kept on looking at Shamu. It was a person who did not lack the word singer. If you sing, if you dance, you dance. He seemed to be okay with pride, but he was soft and humble. Juayong. Juayong. Ah yes. Yeah. I did not know that the gaze came to him because of his soul. Jua, who answered late in the call of the dancer team leader, stood by shouting sorry. Time has passed. The practice was over when the dancers were pouring steam from the body and the pain in the fingers of the sessions. Thank you. Thank you. There was also Jua where everyone took their packs one by one and walked out of the practice room. How was your day? Very well. Jess, today is. Oh, wait a minute. Entrance 2, I was about to climb into the car of manager. I left my bag. Oh fool. Put manager Jess laughed as he giggled, and Jua punished him for pinching the side gyuri. The dressing room had to go through the practice room to the shower room. Thanks to that, I had to go through the practice room without lighting. Yes, it is. There was a man sitting alone in the middle of the stage in the practice room without a fire. Big skin of black skin, long legs. There was nothing to see. It was Shun. Shimo. I came near to greet you, but I heard a murmur. This is not also. I do not think I was approaching myself. Jua stopped quietly. There is no one I like. There was no. Shameless that was always soft and clear. There was only a man who sighs with a shrunken shoulder that seemed to be burdened, anxious, and carrying alone. There. Jua did not even know it. Ah, Jua. What's going on? She smiled as soon as she had erased her grieving expression in an instant. What was that? I felt a sense of discomfort in his appearance, but Jua responded with a smile. The bag. I left it. What were you doing? Do you think? Just think. The eyes of Shamul became curious. But Jua's eyes glowed purely, and he shook his head. Just thinking? Ew, I was dumb. It's hollow. Hey, Jua. She's the best singer in Korea. Mind control? You must have been doing this. Choi the best. Shame. I heard that the best singer in the world is the best, so my face flashed in an instant. On the other hand, I was delighted to see someone called the world's best singer. Ha ha, Jua thinks on her face. Is that so? I like those people. I'm on my way. Such a woman is wonderful. Like Jua sheep. That work young and working. I'm thrilled to say that. Ha 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 ha, it was a joke. Jua was a bitch, and he was a big smile. What's wrong to say that a nice girl is cool? Do not burn the plane too much. Shame. Ha 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 ha. Okay. You can joke with the world's greatest star. Jua was delightful, It was not singer Jua, but it felt like being an ordinary person. Together with him, the serious face he had just passed. What the hell were you thinking? Even when we talked, the question did not leave easily. After receiving an offer from Jo Hae-young reporter, Kang-yoon contacted the PR team. After being contacted by the chairman, the World PR team decided to consider whether to respond or reject the interview, and then decided. Representative Lee Hyun-ji called Kang-yoon. I think it's a good idea to take an interview. Kang-yoon's amiga lightly distorted as he listened to his voice on his cell phone. I agree. Did everyone tell you that? From one team leader to the last. Everyone tells me that there will be a lot to gain from this interview. Now, since there was no media that was favorable to us in China, the PR team was a welcome suggestion. Entertainment News 9 Rami in Pyong is a good place too. How about your idea? It's halfway. Even if it is a public opinion, there is a limit. If you have problems with patriotism, such as a national museum or a Chinese person, they will not be on our side, either. Except for that, you will be able to play the best media. But it is hard to win easily in Chinese ideology. After hearing the story, Kang-yoon, who had been thinking for a while, kept on talking. I will respond. Do you mind? I'll have to make sure of the terms instead. Once in China, we would like a lot more. I will end this today. I know. Please send your interview to PR team. Be careful. Yes, sir. After the call, Kang-yoon called Secretary Moon and asked Jo Hae-young reporter to contact him. Since then it was Station Lee. Jo Hae-young, reporter, as well as the editor of Entertainment News 9, Lu Wei, came along and bowed to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon was embarrassed by the fact that the CEO had to come in person and bowed his head. How about this evening? Kang-yoon's proposal was a reporter for Jo Hae-young. I like it, but chairman would also need time to prepare. It's more important than interviewer. If you need time, know if chairman wants you to go. 5 hours later, the interview was confirmed. The place was a cafe in the hotel lobby. After attending the concert practice room, Kang-yoon headed to the hostel for an interview. Jo Hae-young reporter, who was arriving in the lobby, was hanging his head and waiting for him. Did I let you wait? No, you came 10 minutes early. I came early. The Jo Hae-young reporter, who arrived an hour or so early, took out his notebook with a willing appearance. Kang-yoon relaxed lightly with a cup of coffee, and Jo Hae-young reporter slowly opened the intro. Then I'll start. You have a lot of preparation for Edio's China debut. In particular, he taught member COU to DJing and debuted as DJ, and he showed up at the broadcasting stage. There was a lot of talk about this. I have a difficult problem from the beginning. Kang-yoon trembled. The DJing problem of Co Hanyu. The result was good, but the process was not smooth and it was difficult to interview. This reporter was tough. Kang-yoon took a deep breath and then lucked out. I will. Why do people teach idol singer to play DJing, and I do not know why? Doing well and so on. I said many things. But if you think about it, DJing is finally music. I think idol is singing, and ballad singer is the way to think about calling ballad. CO was talented in mixing, and DJing was the talent. As a result, I was able to enjoy it with everyone. Enjoyed together. Mazeo, but there were many sacrifices for this. In the case of CO, I went to study in England with Carl Crack to actively act as a DJ. In some places, there was a saying that, while there was no wake-up, the other members were active 5. Company, Western Europe, and Edio's members all sacrificed. What do you think of this? It was a series of difficult questions. Kang-yoon, who touched her head and thought about the answer, dropped the cup and continued. Honestly, it was a loss. The fans enjoyed it, but we simply could not enjoy it. For the fans to entertain the pro. Questions such as the blade and defense continued. Her question was whether she had been prepared much, and Kang-yoon took a sweat. It was enough questions and answers for fans to ask. The level is high. Kang-yoon was impressed. It was evidence that they had prepared thoroughly. It was different from those who spilled gossip with stimulating content. Sweat was lost, but it was satisfactory. As the question was about to go in the middle, the door opened, and a woman and a man entered. It was Min Jin Seo and Kang Ji-jun, who just finished the schedule. Teacher. Min Jin Seo came to see Kang-yoon, which is hard to see frequently. But for the first time, the day saw the woman in her eyes. Who it was moments. But when I saw the silence, Jo Hae-young reporter felt wonder. Why not? Min Jin Seo, who is usually more polite than anyone, felt strange today. I felt a vigilance not to lose my possessions. But now I see again that eyes are gone. But there was only the eye that was easy to disappear. Oh, Anyang Hazio. Min Jin Seo. Ah yes. Jo Hae-young of Entertainment News 9. Min Jin Seo naturally sat down beside Kang-yoon. Nerves were used naturally. Geeky Jo Hae-young reporter felt strange as she went through the interview. Kang-yoon. Yes, but the look that I can see from Min Jin Seo is... No. Was it a misunderstanding at the moment? Reporter. Oh, I'm sorry. Min Jin Seo was nervous, so I had to ask Kang-yoon again many times for missing answers. Geeky looking at Kang-yoon and Min Jin Seo sitting side by side, she thought. Is it scandal? I do not think so, and it's strange to say no. I did not know. But why the reporter? When doubts came, reporters were the ones who checked. Excuse me, could I have a rest for a second? Yes, it's okay. Jo Hae-young reporter put down a fan and paper for a while. Then he looked up at Min Jin Seo and stared at Kang-yoon. Jin Seo and chairman are very different from each other. Sure thing. I became an actor for whom I am. The answer came from Min Jin Seo. It was a bit dignified tone. But without panicking, Jo Hae-young reporter continued. Oh yes. Jin Seo became an actor thanks to chairman. Min Jin Seo became famous actor. It was her story that surfaced a little while searching the internet. There was no difference in China. Right. Chairman is the one who gave me a dream. Ah Jua Lord, special. Min Jin Seo, who gazed at Kang-yoon, painted a gorgeous line of snow. Respect female. Jo Hae-young reporter's eyes were getting tapered as he touched the gentle chin. Chapter 332. Cool. Died. Sohm. Lee. Doug. Verdzig. Jiu. Look at me standing here. Sha. Wa. Lai. Roy. Yang. Ming. My only name is Yihian. 11 voices burst at once. Kang-yoon's eyes were accompanied by a large number of musical notes, and white light spread out. Kang-yoon narrowed his eyes as he watched the white light. Start is not bad. The more the fireworks burst out and the more colorful the lights were, the more silvery it was. Stage and Young Min-ah danced in front of the stage, and at the bottom of the screen, people did not get along, and Han Ju-yeon and Kim Hyun-young's songs fascinated everyone. My ear die stuffs. I whispered to my ear. The gauge of the mixer got bigger, and the eyes of the sounder knocked up at the concert of the fans gathered in the concert hall. At the end of the song, Lee Samsoon and Han Hyo-jong shook his fingers with one eye. Whisper in my ear my audition. Wah, the vocals of the two voices echoed, and music gradually disappeared. Fade out as the lighting gradually got darker with the music getting smaller, the surroundings became darker. Oh, what? When the fans were going to shake because they got dark all over, the video of Edios and Dietien appeared on the screen. Enyang Hazio. Edios, Dietien. A brief concert preparation process was quickly drawn, and two groups of struggling staffs were drawn. From the sweat in the practice room to the final rehearsal at the concert. Many of them went quickly. And last. Now it's your turn. Edios pushed Dietien's back, and the video ended. The floor screen was opened with him, and the cake-shaped device came up. On top of that cake was the member Kang Seong-kyung of Dietien. It is a strong bond. Oh. When he changed clothes, the Barbie-like Kang Se-kyung made a cheerful pop-pin dance like a doll. She was like a real doll, dancing on a slow-moving cake. Her mouth was open with a microphone. Suh, Wa, Aryan, Sure, Dawn, Ching, Doug, Jia, Doug, Wangzu, you are the shining prince to me. Throw away the yi, li, Doug, song, Shang, one, gong, Doug, Wangzu, I dream of the warmth, my prince. Fans breathed in her appearance when she was only breathtaking. The accompaniment that was leisurely slowed down slowly. So the music stopped, and the bell was stopped. 1, 2, 3, 4. The cake was opened with drums banging, and colorful music burst out. A group of women, Dietien members, with him, jumped out of cheers. Shang, He, Bak, Yichid, Zhou, Xin, Doug, Baisera, Lu. I want to walk the pure white road with you. Wow, ah. Fans looking at 4 female singers with a microphone in one hand shouted with their hands. People who were watching the stage at the stage showing another glamour than the opening could not get up. Wen Tao, who was sitting in the top floor, could not keep his mouth open. Oh. I knew Korean singer was high level. Lu Yong, yes. Good going, doc. He sat down beside Lu Yong director, shaking his shoulders and shouting with his hands. The usual coldness has long been gone. That guy is a cloak. Looking at the faraway Kang-yoon, director Lu Yong laughed. Shin erroneously rewrites his wearing glasses several times and asks Lee Hyun-ji, who was next to him. Our kids can be like that, right? Lee Hyun-ji nodded strongly at the sincere words. Absolutely. Excellent. I believed it before, but it was different from what I saw with my eyes. Looking at the seats seated by the singer and his younger sisters who were cheered by so many people, the god of error smiled fervently. Mr. X. I'm dirty. It's a dirty place. I do not know when. Comprehensive entertainment, when it was not a restructuring wind was blowing. Restructuring against trainees. It was the conclusion that MG and Yulon would merge and could not take all the trainees twice as many. The trainees who were in the majors at a major agency in the morning did not stay calm, but they did not have any money or rights to return because they did not have a down payment. In the end, only the holy place of the Inquirer, Yanhuanget, was the place to be filled. You cut the kids who trainee for 10 years in a morning? Fortress is only top star. It seems to be money or not. I do not have a day to relax. Rookie did not even know when it was going to be settled. As far as the work on restructuring is concerned, the evaluation of the situation, which had not been good since then, deteriorated. This situation was reported to CEO Kang Si-myung through PR team. These things just leave it squished. The CEO of Kang Si-myung replied with dismissal at the end of the PR team, which says it is unimaginable. These rumors are not good for a reputation later. How many times do you say you do not need to hear the freaking things? Leave it alone. Got it. The PR team had a few mouths, but eventually did not get the story in it. CEO Kang Si-myung put up his arms and raised his eyes. How did it come from China? That? Not yet. CEO Kang Si-myung kicked his tongue out. I cannot afford the money I have. Are you awake? I'm sorry. Contact me right away. Take it fast. It was the moment to throw anything that was in your hand. After the PR team ran aggressively, Kang Si-myung CEO murmured roughly. There is no one who likes to work, whether inside or outside. I turned on the internet, lighting the cigarette. When I saw the article, nothing was different. How ridiculous. I was connected to Yanhuang Net with anxious mind. I did not know that the trainee community was important. I'm going to apply for the guidance. Senior, how are you? The trainee is in the 3rd year. Never support. I do not know when. I'd like to apply to the world to support it. It is difficult to enter even if it is difficult to enter. World Civil Servant Chan Man. Oh, I want to go to the world. Thank you. Public opinion was atrocious. It was atmosphere that likes the world rather than the ground. It is the story of the worst kind of things, but it is an itch when you hear such stories. CEO Kang Si-myung shook his head and turned off the internet. I cannot swing at the story of those things that are good. He was offended and turned off his computer and turned his eyes to the window. It's more important than the new ones. When I was resting for a while, I turned on the cigarette again and the phone rang. It was PR team that went down a little before. CEO, I got a call from China. Oh, really? Is it a river? What did he say? I asked for a little time. How long will the freak get it? I listened to the phone with an expectant face and frowned. However, I soon recovered the cold. You got it. I will tell you that I will not wait long. Clear right. After hanging up, Kang Si-myung CEO closed his eyes. Okay, let's see how big it is. Gil Entertainment, Public Relations Office. Kang Si-myung, after he had just talked with the CEO, the Hungbo team leader knocked on the shoulder of the employee sitting next to him with his face submerged in the water. Let's burn one. The translator, who was translating the document from China, took his clothes and followed him. As he climbed onto the rooftop and lit a cigarette, the hungry team leader sighed with a deep acting. Our CEO, do not you think you're obsessed with the world too? Now you have. To the cautious staff, the PR team continued to speak with grimaces. It is. How many things do I have to do without the world? Before that, one of the CEOs will be kicked out for some reason. Team leader. The staff surprised the PR team, but the open mouth did not stop. I'm fine. There is nobody at this time. Even though, I do not know where the years are. Yes, the trainees are cut off, but it's my life like Paris. Uh, Kong CEO is like a person with a world affinity. Ignorantly. What are you doing like a boy? Team leader. Without careful attention to the unstoppable staff, the PR team cascaded through the burning mouth. The concert is going to be well. Watching the clock, Min Jin-seo muttered, thinking about the concert Edios. Kim Dae-hyun manager, who listened to the miserable voice, asked the steering wheel lightly. What? Do you want to go? I cannot. Cannot you just hold the steering wheel now? What can I do? Kim Dae-hyun manager bitterly moaned. CEO Kang Ji-jun said that because of the interview, Min Jin-seo's manager was in Korea, saying that he was sick. In addition, there were other managers who were in charge of entertainers and others who remained as the King team leader. Min Jin-seo closed his eyes with his seat back. I'll sleep for a little bit. Okay, after Min Jin-seo fell asleep, Kim Dae-hyun manager stepped on the accelerator and headed for the schedule. I've been driving for a while, and I've been seeing a car coming in the rearview mirror for a while. What is that white car coming from behind? Yes. Min Jin-seo took off his lips and woke up. More cocks. Know who's chasing you? Oh, I've been following it from before. Hold on tight. Mowers. Kim Dae-hyun manager started to speed up in earnest. Then, the white car that was behind it came to follow the speed full speed. I did not see the white car for a while. What is that car? Right. What was that? Is it paparazzi? Kim Dae-hyun manager listened to the phone with a strange feeling, and Min Jin-seo's face became serious. The first part of the DITN stage was a duet song, a rainbow. Kang-yoon helped, and the colors of the two companies came in abundantly. There, the voices of Kim Hyun-young and Kim Ji-suk were laid, and a beautiful harmony was produced. In addition, I made a rainbow by spraying water, and I caught everyone's eyes by adding spring rain effect. Ayake, the sky-scrolling town of the prefecture, Hanul. With a prism, Kim Hyun-young, Kim Ji-suk. As a duet of two people, DITN's stage went to the peak. Finally, DITN's first title song, My Sweet Daring, made people crazy. The stage, which started with white light and led to silver light, was so finished. Shortly thereafter, a person playing the Chinese traditional instrument, Li Ho, was spotted under the spotlight. A woman dressed in red tea-paul was exposed. The guest of the concert, Zhang Fei. Wow, AAA, the fans cheered on the unexpected person at all. Among the most popular singer was a singer that was in 10 fingers. It was a rare singer who had a long leg and one face and a singing voice. I like the flow. Kang-yoon nodded as he watched the silence continue. But something was disappointing. What do you need to be golden? It was the worry that I had been doing from before. Listening to the song of Zhang Fei, Kang-yoon fell in thought. Finally, the silver ended. I did rehearsals dozens of times at this concert, but I did not see the golden color after all. That was the problem. The silver stage was also great, but I could not be satisfied there. It's not all big and colorful. I have Moonhee. The human stage was much smaller than this, but it was a golden stage. Meanwhile, Samuel Jackson was big and gorgeous, but golden. I did not get a sense. While I was thinking about it, the stage of Zhang Fei was over, and soon Edios appeared. One day I suddenly get out of my mind T-bong. Yi, cheer, Doug, gong. One day, Edios appeared with colorful flames and moved aggressively with high fives with fans in front of the stage. Especially, Seo Han-yu went down to the stage to match his fans and eyes. Oh, some Polar fans attempted to drag Seo Han-yu towards them, but security personnel stopped it in advance. It was a dangerous moment. Lee Sam-soon, who was on stage, performed a wave with light body. There were pink candy and cotton candy on the screen to direct femininity. Edios members also took cute hands with both hands. So Edios unfolded the silver stage. What the hell do you need? Kang-yoon's worries continued even as the Edios stage continued. A clue was caught, not caught. The difference between silver and gold. I wanted to solve a serious problem that I was worried about before. While I was worried, the stage became Young Min-a's solo stage, Hot Smile. Do it. Because of the intense bit, Young Min-a's dance came to power. Her b-boying added even more power and added more power to freezing and elbow. Wow! Chinese, there was no such singer among the singers, so the fans' cheers exceeded the imagination. As if to answer that cheer, Young Min-ah showed off a backspin on the windmill that was not in the choreographed choreography. It was that chore that was difficult and dangerous and did not happen often. Young Min-ah ash. Kang-yoon's eyes shone with worry. Golden. In Young Min-ah, notes of unimaginable size were absorbed into silver. Then the silvery began to shrivel. People reacted differently. The light began to permeate even the people of the back row where the light did not smear. It was evidence that the influence was changing. Something went into my head. Yes, when the individual shines at the stage. Talent, stage, ability, and so on. When everything is equipped. Kang-yoon ran through the cloak and ran toward the back of the stage. Chapter 333. Bishops, please come to the waiting room. After I talked to the coaches with a radio, I grabbed the doorknob. The Secretary Moon ran up the throttle with the sound of high heels, but could not afford to care. I opened the door, and something unexpected happened. I am A. A tearful scream broke out. The Edios members who changed clothes for the next stage were hurrying with hands holding skirts, and the female managers who were unable to lock the door quickly hindered Kang-yoon. So, Chairman. Oh, I was in a hurry to enter the waiting room without knocking. Kang-yoon hurried out of the waiting room. Secretary Moon said when she wiped her surprised chest. I'll go in. Secretary Moon knocked in and then went inside. Soon the door opened. Chairman, you can come in. Inside, Edios and DITN members dressed in all their clothes were blushing. Because of the unexpected happening, everyone was gazing at another place. Kang-yoon was also embarrassed. I'm sorry. Hanging, it's okay. Han Ju-yeon spoke as a representative. Wow AAA. On the other hand, the sound of the shout originating from the stage of Young Min-ah grew gradually. This meant that the stage was approaching its peak. It was a moment of humiliation. I felt no time, and Kang-yoon beckoned to everyone. I came to say something. I want you to do it at the encore. He asked his intense eyes. What song? 10 years later, Memories. It was a familiar song. The Edios members nodded without any disagreement, but DITN members looked at each other with an unmistakable face. Composition is Kang-yoon. Of course I believed, but concert was another problem. Said Jehovah. I think I should ask the bishops. It should. Are you coming? When Kang-yoon pressed the radio button, his voice came. Yeah, it's over. The door was opened with a sound of knocking horribly after the radio was over. Choi Kyung-ho, a man wearing a hat and a man wearing a purple vest, a man with a reggae hair and a suit, entered the waiting room. Lighting, sound, and directing directors. Sorry, I know it's busy, but I called because of something important. No, well? Shin Young-jun, director, asked me about it. It was a courtesy tone, but it was urgent. Kang-yoon also rushed to tell the story. At the encore, I hope to add Memories after 10 years. Ah, it's the last song. In the case of Kondio, Ying, the sound director and the lighting director also narrowed their eyes. It was a singing song to the national song with the song of singer which is loved most on the continent. It was a love song that was not so bright as a memoir, but a song that needed a singing ability that gave it a brighter feel than thinness. There was choreography there. Shin Young-jun directed narrowing Ami. I know it from the Kondi. That's right. Angkor Ramian, would not it be okay? Angkor Ramian is okay. When the story came between Shin Young-jun and Kang-yoon, Edios and DITN members were busy whispering. That's right. The copper line is also stuck. Sekyong Yuni was a great practice. Fighting with Min-ah. I'm sorry. Again. Is it okay? The whispering voice grew bigger and bigger. Is it possible to light up one image as bright as possible? It's difficult to fit in detail at this time, but that's possible. Got it. Kang-yoon, who spoke with the directors, applauded and glanced at the singer's eyes. I want you to do this song, but I cannot force you. It depends on your competence. When everyone was worried, Han Ju-yeon said, Got it, Abel. There is no way chairman can say wrong to that meeting. All of the Edios members except for Young Min-ah, who is not in the seat, nodded toward each other's faces. Diatine members, on the other hand, looked up. Kang Seong-jai opened his mouth with narrowed eyes. Just 1 minute. Got it. Diatine members gathered their heads. The sounds of Hina Mana came and gathered opinions. How about one more? Encore? Everybody liked it, was not it? You have not rehearsed. Not anxious. I did a lot of practice. Jay also confident. Would not it be worth doing? Opinions were divided. The Edios members and directors did not go out at all, though they were not easily answered. 1 or 3 minutes. The sound slowly faded, and the head turned. I'll try. Got it. So let's get ready. Yes. With strong answers, the directors rushed back to their seats, and the singers also ran in the waiting room and spurred the practice. Kang-yoon returned to his seat and watched the stage again. Shortly after Young Min-a's solo stage was over, all the Edios members were on stage. After the 2 songs, Diatine members were also on stage. It was the last order. Everyone wake up. Let's play together. The crowd shouted at Hanul, and many notes made huge silver. Is not enough by yourself? It was a beautiful light, but the beauty of Kang-yoon narrowed. The golden light mixed with the silver that was seen at the stage of Young Min-a was due to disappearance. Only silverware filled the stage, and only a bitter laugh came out. The crowd was able to enjoy it with silver alone, but it was disappointing. Encores left. With arms folded, I waited for the final encore song, 10 years later, Memories, to come out. After the medley, which leads to the song of Edios and the song of Diatien, encore continued. The 2 groups of songs that were not translated and the familiar Chinese songs did not know how to stage. Encore songs followed, and finally Kang-yoon made the order of the song spoken. Now there is really only one left. Agag, Edios' leader, Young Min-a, was pissed off, and I heard a sad answer. I asked the microphone, which was the next to me. I prepared this song for all of you together. 10 years later, Memories. Why? As soon as the title was spoken, the audience cheered. Young Min-a caught up with the microphone, while Kang Si-kyu could not speak. As you like it, I prepared really hard. Fans, really. I love you, wow AAA. Then, see you again next time. Adieu. Edios. Jewelry, pure DITN. After the group's relief, the strings sounded out. The string sound that slowly flowed turned into a light piano Jeonju, which was placed on a bright rhythm with playing drums. Along with him, 11 women lined up on stage. She began to dance with her arms at once. Fawn, Choi, Lai, Doug, Yi Dong. The Memories of You with the Wind. The chords made by Christian and Kim Hyun-young spread in the concert hall. The notes made by the 2 men shone brilliantly in silver. Kim Ji-suk and Lee Sam-soon pulled up the bass of the previous 2. Secondly, it is a kind of relationship. Time to come back to you. The silvery began to grow. When the tone changed, Young Min-a and Kang Si-kyung waved in earnest. I did not even take a microphone to concentrate on dancing. I will keep these times forever. I will not be able to return again. The group's main singers, Han Ju-yeon and Kim Hyun-young, voiced their voices. Main dancer Young Min-a and Kang Si-kyung came to the center of the stage and gorgeously turned to Seo Han-yu and Ju-ye to the center. Oh. At the end of the stage, people wearing armrests rose from their seats. Kang-yoon's eyes began to stain the golden color of silver. I guessed right. Kang-yoon hit his knees. The most brilliant moment of talented singer in the right stage is the occasion. It was golden. We have put together a huge audience of spectators gathered in this place to make them fall into each other. Ha 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 ha. Come on. The sound engineer next to me looked at the wonder of Kang-yoon, who laughed like crazy. But the joy of being able to shine the singer continued until the concert ended and the audience exited. Edios, DITN first China concert jackpot. Over 100,000. Korea's first overseas collaboration concert success. Where is the world success? World and Yunsel collaborate to conquer the continent. Korean wave craze sweeping the continent. Edios Diatine over 100,000. The concert news of Edios and DITN was highlighted in Korea as well as in Korea. The concert, which mobilized more than 100,000 people, was a very rare case in Korea as well as in Asia. In this concert, World Station was recognized as the leader of the Korean wave, and Yunsel Entertainment became well known as the leading company of Korean wave. Needless to say, the 2 companies in China have soared. After the concert, the schedule of both Edios and DITN groups became even more busy, and Hallyu stars became more active in China. Boy infant, what are you doing? I'll give you a drink. The lady in pink hanbok heard the cheek kite at the laughing horse of CEO Kang Si-myung. The middle-aged man, who had a stomachache, huddled the woman in a hanbok, gesturing her cup in an arrogant manner. Mowers. Good taste. Yes, brother. Would not it be best to drink alcohol that a beautiful person follows? The two men burst into laughter when the shy face of the hanbok woman blushes. The two men were exchanging secret conversations in a fairy tale-only fairy where only the celebrities gathered. Kang Si-myung, the CEO of the CEO, was a VIP guest. When the cup had been around for a while, and her face was red, the woman in her hanbok had left her place. In the room where only two people were left, the man raised his hand to his chin with a serious face. So, why do not you boycott the world's kids on our side? Brother, the entire entertainment world is leaning too far toward the world. If this happens, the station will be swinging to the world. What would you do if you boycotted me to see your kids in the world later? Hong, you lived only your mouth. Is that Lee Kang-yoon? There are kids out there who are not interested in broadcasting. The man was an uncomfortable notion. Despite being ignored, however, Kang Si-myung CEO opened the 007 bag and put it in front. It will not be useless. The bag filled with the new resignation party had the power to change the horse. His mouth came up unsightly. It was moments when Kang Si-myung CEO said, "Again, your foresight is different." Well, I guess I was in the mood for the world to keep solo. Hate. I prepared this with my usual respect. Please feel free to accept. There was no free money in the world. Whatever the packaging, the bribe was a bribe. I knew both the recipient and the recipient. I'll look into it today. As you look at the sturdy bank, CEO Kang Si-myung hastily looked at the man who was grabbing his bag. Shoot it. In the afternoon of the rainy season, Kim Jae-hoon was on schedule for the HMC radio station. It's raining a lot. Manager Choi grabbed the steering wheel and moved his head along the sweeping wiper. Kim Jae-hoon stared at the sunroof falling raindrops and glared at his eyes. The bubble spreads mingle. Concurrent practice? New song lyrics. Not really? Yes, absolutely. Quaternary never. Kim Jae-hoon's shoulder was shattered in the stone fastball. However, Choi Hyejin, a manager who knew that such a stone fastball was more beneficial, drove away. Soon after, the car arrived at the HMC station. Anyong Haeseo, the artist. Oh, Anyong Haeseo. Jae-hoon. Nice to meet you. Is it a female PD? PD welcomed Kim Jae-hoon's hand and welcomed it. The writer gave a script to Kim Jae-hoon when he lightly hit PD's back. I have not seen you before, Jae-hoon said. Bolt. What is Balmer? Do not you think it's more attractive? Aha. Kim Jae-hoon shed an awkward laugh at the writer's usual words. PD and the writer smiled with a giggle, face to face that they did not know anything. It was a cute reaction. Waiting for MC, I was chatting. PD took a cell phone and left the studio for a while. Soon afterwards, PD, who entered the studio with a serious face, could not reach his head in front of Kim Jae-hoon. There, Jae-hoon. What's going on? That. When Kim Jae-hoon was face to face, Choi Hyejin manager, who felt an unbelievable feeling, came up. What's wrong? That? Huh. I'm sorry. Kim Jae-hoon was worried, and Choi's face became serious. PD replied by rewriting the glasses whether he was determined. The guest was swiftly replaced, CEO's special order. This case is real. How to digest? Looking at the PD who could not stand the paddle, Kim Jae-hoon and manager Choi looked at each other with a bang. Chapter 334. Everyone has suffered. To the cheers. To the cheers. In spite of the shabby Chinese language of Shin Young-jun's production, their cups rose high in the heat, and the atmosphere ripened even more. The gardens provided by concert investor and world station trainee Ruri and Chow's Appa, Ernie Erm, were EDM instead of the usual classic. The stupid food that the staple was bent continued to come out constantly, and people were busy playing chopsticks. Please give me a drink. Thank you very much. The last is the most important thing. Kang-yoon hit the cup, and the god of error jerked his finger. I have already figured out more. Kang-yoon laughed at his outspoken words. Any country is the same as Appa. I could not take my eyes off my sisters who shine in front of the stage. I felt a sense of homogeneity when I reminded myself of my sad younger brother who was worried about his former appearance. Appa's only consensus is that they have a tongue-twisted voice from the side of the drink cup. Do not you? Alas. Kang-yoon grabbed his forehead in a feast of Korean, which was hard to understand. The new error was smirking with his hands clenched, and the managers were not able to drink properly because they were drying. Kang-yoon sighed briefly and shook his head. It's been a while. How would you relax your stress if you hold on to these days? Kang-yoon did not go to them. Oh, the general manager. You were here. Master Chief. I thought you were not coming. Finally, the guest came to the god of error. Kang-yoon also bowed briefly and woke up in his seat. Several people were seen in the hall. The camera team, the production team, the lighting team, and so on were enjoying the party. But Kang-yoon did not get caught between them. It was his own position that was different from the previous one. I am so glad that I enjoyed it. With that kind of heart, I bowed to the hall, and there was Lee Hyun-ji, who leaned out of one corner alone. Kang-yoon, come here. She also suggested that she had the same mind as Kang-yoon. It was heartbreaking. Could you have a drink? Lee Hyun-ji filled the cup with a transparent bottle in front. It was a gigantic scent of intense fragrance. After banging the cup, Kang-yoon's face, which was drinking at his mouth, was frowned upon. Great. 3. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon is weak. The director is strong. A while. 50 degrees? Is not this a burning liquor? As I listened to the bottle, I was screaming 50. Lee Hyun-ji laughed at the appearance of Kang-yoon like a child. It was because I was so cute and different from usual. Kang-yoon's eyes gnawed as he poured a gigantic volume of poisonous gusto at once and banged his chin with the above-mentioned face. Are you alright? It's good. I feel good. It feels like a big mountain. So do I. The performance was also great. Next plan O. I'll talk about work next time. Yes, I'll make a toast. For the director's marriage. Sure, for marriage with Mr. Kang-yoon. Cool. I heard a rush of footsteps when I was playing with a light joke and exchanging glasses. It was Secretary Moon. What happened, Bar? I'm sorry to interrupt. It's important. Secretary Moon jumped as Lee Hyun-ji's voice changed to an office tone. Kang-yoon asked, is it urgent? Secretary Moon picked up her breath and said, the singer team got in touch. I think chairman or the director should know. Jaehoon HMC radio schedule was unilaterally canceled. Cancel the schedule? Did you put a lot of work into that? Team leader, I thought that I could get in touch with what I could solve, and my eyes were frowned. This time was always precious to her, who always burned her body. Kang-yoon said softly to the fearful Secretary Moon. Tell me more. That. HMC canceled one-sidedly, but the CP or the Chief of Staff said there was nothing to talk about. Jaehoon's position was filled by Min Bun of TBB instead. In summary, Jaehoon's schedule was unilaterally canceled and another singer filled the place, is not it? Yes, I am. Lee Hyun-ji's short-lived breathtaking day stood in the eye. Said Kang-yoon. Jaehoon is not the one who punches the schedule unilaterally. We have nothing wrong with HMC. Did TBB and HMC make a deal? Even so, we have no reason to put our own singer on our singer schedule until we have a funk. Kang-yoon also nodded his head. There was no reason to hack the world station and the Chuck in the small autograph TBB. Did you send the text? Yes, but I do not have an answer. Got it. Please keep in touch and ask them to take action as much as possible. I'll tell you right away. Secretary Moon jumped out of the phone. Lee Hyun-ji sighed briefly as she looked back at her. It's broken, but I'd like to enjoy it a little. It is the same mind. Again, the cup of two people struck in the air. A few days later, Kang-yoon, who finished the concert in the concert, went to Korea. After arriving at Incheon Airport, I sat down for a while and my cell phone rang. It was an overseas call. Hey, Lee Kang-yoon. Yoon Jua? What? What's that unpleasant voice? Tension appeared on the pole, and I was glad to see you, but I came back. Jua grumbled, as if that provoked anger. Nice to meet you. How long is it good, is not it? There is no good reason. You're really pretty. Kang-yoon giggled at the ruthless fact assault. Ha ha ha. I was busy with the concert. Anyway, this is Walkerholic. Who would have suffered a lot? Who is suffering? Yes, it is. Anyway, I will go to Korea soon. Just wait. Kang-yoon laughed in conversation with confidence and arrogance. She was always consistent. I do not know if I will not. Must have. Come on, by all means. Exactly. Promise me. I do not know. I have ramen. Surely. I promised. Bull. The phone was disconnected unilaterally. Jua has always been unchanged. From the first time I met until now. It was not easy to be consistent. I was reminded of that figure, laughing at the temple. Waiting for Secretary Moon, Kang-yoon pressed the text box beside the call button. Monday Arts Happy Holidays Day. guest Lee Hyuna Tong edit. Tree drama that day. The time we spent together OSD Lee Hyuna song. Replaced by another song. The story of Shim Min Chong guest Yunha, Tong editor. Radio is Se-young's daily escape. Story of 2 o'clock fixed guest Kim Jae-hoon. Replacement, it was the letters from the World Station singer management team. It happened on HMC station. Entertainment, drama, radio, etc. I have been humiliated by a station. Kang-yoon could not understand these situations. You can compromise your tenacity. But I was pulled from the OSD. My pride was bad. Lee Hyuna, who is now called the OSD Queen, is back. I did not agree. Radio 2. It's not even during the programming period. There's something. It was a series of things I could not understand. A broadcasting company that discriminates against entertainers of a specific agency. Lee Hyun-ji came back to Kang-yoon after returning to the company with complicated thoughts. Kang-yoon swept his mouth with a serious face, unraveling his journey. A lot of things happened in a few days. After Secretary Moon went out for coffee, Lee Hyun-ji leaned toward Kang-yoon. I thought it was going to be a problem for the team leaders, but it was a matter for me and Chairman to do. Things have gotten worse since I sent a protest letter to Jae-hoon. I contacted HMC directly as soon as I arrived, but there was no answer. Secretary Moon quietly left the coffee. Kang-yoon hardened his complexion after putting his cup on his mouth. I do not want to be dragged into irrational treatment anyway. I'll break through the front. Are you refusing to appear? It is different from what we do not call and what we refuse. Other stations can also get rid of the umbrella. Kang-yoon put on his arms. We have to make good cause. I think we should focus our efforts on China. I have also come in the water, but it is a boost from behind. But it's a situation where the main body is pushed. If you push in Korea, you cannot answer. Chairman, now we know we're on the lookout from everywhere. China also tends to drop ransom if its name falls in Korea. Yes, but it is 100 times better to take the initiative than to be dragged. If you go to a picture that discriminates against one broadcasting station, there is nothing to say. Yes, I think that's good too. I have to make strings instead. The string? How about the piece? I am in solidarity with AHF. Oh, Lee Hyun-ji clapped his hands. AHF had a good relationship with the station after the message broadcast. Min Jin SEO's first comeback was airing on AHF and the relationship was very strong. The performance was also great. Korean broadcasting only schedules AHF. I will welcome you. It's a good plan, but it might get a little ugly on the station. Kang-yoon shook his head. The power of the star must be used in this situation. People do not want to see the Star Yoja broadcasting station cannot be said that not. Anyway, Lee Hyun-ji shook the jellyfish's head. But she also liked his side. He was someone who was closer to the essence of entertainment than anyone else. I'll make an appointment and contact you. Chairman, please help Jae-hoon. I have been cut so hard for more than 2 years, and my heartache will be great. Got it. Kang-yoon then went home, and Lee Hyun-ji contacted the AHF station. In GNB Entertainment and Practice Room, Yoon Na-yeon and Hae-ri's harmonies were spreading. I cannot dash. I cannot help it. Yao Na-yeon, who plays the piano and soprano sounds, and Hae-ri's voice, which plays the alto sound. Every passing person looked around the chords that leaked out of the practice room several times. Yoon Na-yeon, who appeared in the musical Yoji in Yeoju, was practicing alone. Of course, the results were more enjoyable. Yoon Na-yeon asked after the book was almost finished. No schedule. What? Would you like to go soon? Not that. Then hit me fast. This. Yes? What? All right. Yoon Na-yeon's hand jumped over the piano again because of hasty Hajiri. Hagari, who was immersed in the song again, closed his eyes and raised his voice. The members of Honey Mint who passed the practice room, Gina and Yemi, stole the figure of 2 people at the window and shook their heads. Why are you Hahari? When I hit the world, Chairman, it looks delicious. It was the scene where members' abnormal theory spread smoothly. At that time, there was a man laying his hands on their shoulders. What are you doing? Looking back, Han Young-suk was CEO. I was on my way to the CEO room with a cigarette on the roof. Company, CEO. Han Young-suk, CEO of Yoon Na-yeon and Hae-ri Lee, who immersed themselves in practicing beyond them, laughed heartily. Fortunately, the sharpness of the field, right? He is. By the way, the power of Han Young-suk CEO came in handy. Gina and Yemi's shoulders shook. Should I take that example? Yes, yes. When they wanted to do this, they ran away. Do you want to send those things to the world? It is an honor. Han Young-suk, CEO of Han Yiri, who sang songs with Yoon Na-yeon, smiled generously. A luxurious room in Uedo. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji met with the realities of AHF broadcasting station. Music director Kim Young-hee and Kim Jae-ho, CEO of the real estate department. This is my first time seeing you at the World Studio Foundation party. I wanted to see you often. Lee Hyun-ji was leisurely when Kim Jae-ho, the CEO of Hyundai Motor Company, mixed the jokes and jokes. We wanted to, but there was no connection. I am happy to see it this way even today. Ha ha, I've seen you like this today. Now, should I have a drink? Kim Jae-ho was a pleasant person. The peeled hair shone brightly in the soft light. On the other hand, the minister of the ministry was quiet because of the vice president. Yangju of fine color grew. As the liquor went, the stories of the industry began to come one by one. As the conversation grew, Kim Jae-ho, vice CEO, spoke with a smile. If chairman and the director came in person, there is an important story. Yes. It seems to be a time to be heard now. Kang-yoon leaned forward with a relaxed smile. I would like to broadcast the debut project for the next girl group in World Studio. At AHF, the face of Min Kyung-shae changed drastically, and the mouth of Kim Jae-ho, the CEO, began to shiver. Chapter 335. I was wondering who the next singer would be. You hear this? The CEO of Kim Jae-ho laughed at the cup. The trembling mouth has been stopped for a long time. Lee Hyun-ji glanced at Kang-yoon, overturning his liquor, and turned to Kim Jae-ho, vice president. It's the first time I've been talking about the next singer. It's boring, it's burdensome. Kim Jae-ho, vice CEO, built a wall with a smile. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji also felt it. It means to take out more. I know there is no reason to say confidentiality unless you consider it important. But it is not enough. This was the saying. Kang-yoon laughed. We want to go with AHF. There are many meanings to go together. Short or long. It is this bottom layer that has no eternal enemy ally. There is no reason to say confidentiality to someone who is going to be short. There is something we are proud of. Singer is priority. So we talked about the next debut. That would be the answer. The CEO of Kim Jae-ho noticed the intuition. It was obvious that the agency wanted the station. The next singer of the world was debuted at AHF, and it was told to favor entertainers belonging to it. It's not a world, ramen. This is a delicacy. Heh. CEO Kim Jae-ho made a fuss and knocked on the shoulder of Min Kyung-se. He hurriedly dropped the tomato, which was holding the street. Chairman, I knew you well. But it cannot help but be seen as a favor. The KCC also has a problem, and there are many eyes to watch over here and there. The condition that the rookie of the world debuts at the underground station is attractive, but this is not enough. This was the saying. Greedy too. Lee Hyun-ji frowned, and Kang-yoon lifted both hands and took a gesture of empty-handedness. I'll do it for sure. It's not affiliation, it's affiliation. Kang-yoon's momentum was pushed by the director of mining and oil. That part was a statement. But I cannot help gazing at convenience. This part is also a risque for that. Artists are only in the world. At that time, Kang-yoon wedged. We will limit the broadcasting activities of World Studio artists to AHF. Yes. The voice of Min Kang-jae was raised, and the CEO of Kim Jae-ho, who watched quietly, hit the desk without even knowing it. That was not a preference. Broadcasters were also good. The number of fixed fans of world entertainers was enormous. Lee Hyun-ji, who wanted to do this at the time, also spoke. All future world entertainers are going abroad. But I cannot neglect Korea either. If you digest both at the same time, you will be forced to follow a storm. Kim Jae-ho, vice president, said, knocking the table with his fingers. Minimize the schedule, maximum effect? If the broadcasting companies are dispersed, are they inefficient? That's right. Lee Hyun-ji was affirming, and Kang-yoon continued. You will only be able to see world entertainers at AHF. Kim Jae-ho, the vice chief executive officer. It's watching. However, other broadcasters may be hated or miss a good plan. There is no way to do this. I'm going to make up for that by concentrating on AHF. What if we have low ratings on our program? It's because of the wrong choice of broadcasters. We believe AHF is pulling up the fixed layer with a new attempt. AHF is where artists and PDs can freely plan. Yes, the struggle between the two is over. While silence was flowing, Kim Jae-ho, the vice president, pointed out the finger of Min Chung. I'll pick you up. Yes. After two people left, Lee Hyun-ji sighed briefly. It's not easy. I think this is the way I keep trying to get it. Munhui's story will come up. Munhee. Lee Hyun-ji drank cold water and leaned on the couch. I have to. Munhee is a coveted item for every broadcaster. Japan, it is the best singer, but it is not known. There is a story. They'll want it. So, will you give it to me? When Lee Hyun-ji glanced up, Kang-yoon shrugged. If you want, I will give it to you. Singer, it's chairman's specialty. But I want to oppose the fact that it is too much. I do not give in. I'm going to use them to create a foundation for Munhui to produce an album in Korea. In Korea? Oh, my head hurts. I'll talk about that later. Once I'm going to apply for industrial accidents. Chairman should not be too hard. Do you know that executives cannot apply for industrial accidents? It's my specialty to make paperwork. Did not I know? Forgery of official documents is a crime. When they exchanged jokes with each other, two people on the AHF returned. The depth of distress has been conveyed from the fragrant tobacco smell. Said, I'd like to ask you about something. Go on. You told the world's entertainers to appear on AHF only, and is Yuri included? Lee Hyun-ji's eyes converged when Kang-yoon mentioned the humanities. That's right. Min Kyung, the director, shone his eyes and approached his body. I will speak in a straightforward manner. I will endorse chairman's suggestion. Instead, please let Yuri appear in our program. Alone. Kang-yoon looked at Lee Hyun-ji when he emphasized the word alone. Lee Hyun-ji settled lightly and gently. It seems to be the first time I talk to Mr. Moon. I have a problem with the contractor in Japan, and I need a plan. The heat smells of cigarettes, said Kim Jae-ho, vice president. The problem with the Japan contractor or the broadcaster is solved by that meeting. The broadcast of humanity is deserving to be actively promoted. By Ramian. But it's a good plan. Extensive. It was said that there is no justification for answering the question, saying that it is not good to give good proposals. It was to prevent ambiguity in advance. Kang-yoon smiled and replied, I want a music program. Munhee has done a lot of public appearances, but he's putting the music program on his hands. There is conflict with the association. Oh, I heard that story. Was it JN? But did not that solve the problem? I heard that the Japanese singer was getting bigger and bigger at JN. Kang-yoon was surprised. I felt that I really did a lot of research on humanities. Lee Hyun-ji put down the cup and replied, It's sown. But the conflict between JAN and the new association is still underway. I can do it with my heart. But when I appeared on the music broadcast, it was complicated and a lot of words. I turned around the concert. Got it. As we headed in, Kim Jae-ho, vice president, nodded. However, Kang-yoon expressed disappointment that he felt it was scarce. You need to know that Korea lacks awareness. Don't worry. Oh, what do you think about this project? I'm opening guerrilla concert in Japan. Is it possible? Lee Hyun-ji questioned, and Kim Jae-ho, the vice chief, laughed. It will not be easy. However, it will be possible to prepare and publish the official document on the joint broadcasting. It will be better if you broadcast a combination of entertainment and documentary. Got it. Let's discuss it with A-Trust. It was a good suggestion. Kang-yoon's eyes also glowed. All four people came together in a human story, and an empty bottle was added to the table. After a long drink, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji climbed on their way. The secretary Moon first went to Lee Hyun-ji's house. Lee Hyun-ji said in a curled voice, passing through Bampo Bridge, where the fountain falls beautifully. We want each other. AHF broadcasts Moon Hee, and we have laid the groundwork for Mr. Mooney's album. Yes, there we have rookie debut with priority. G.I. June would like it. There's a place to put the actors in. Kang-yoon also agreed. Since Jean SEO actors have a stage to debut more easily, C&C has established a strong foundation. Lee Hyun-ji scowled his chin as he opened the window and pushed the wind through the barrel. I hope the album will be a regular album. No single or mini. Munying Ramian, you can do that much. Of course I will. A few years ago, the songs that have not been fired are significant, so it will not take long. Kang-yoon sighed. The popularity was so high in Japan that it was not easy to come to Korea. There was also a problem that A-Trust did not agree to release Korea album. It was possible if it pushed, but there was a possibility that I missed catching both rabbits. Mr. Kang-yoon, go on. To trainees, Mr. Munhee, to advance overseas. There is no time to rest. Yes. Let's work harder, we. Shortly after a small fighting sound, quiet breathing spread in the back seat. How can I cancel the schedule unilaterally? HMC's music art program, Park Min-young's story show writer, Jin Min, received a phone call from the manager of the schedule manager in the World Studio and grabbed the back of the neck. The company has no choice. No matter how I cancel the schedule 3 hours before video recording. It's not even a day or two. I do not think it's because of editing Ramian. Oh, is that possible, writer? It really overlaps the schedule. Jimin suddenly got overseas schedule. Oh, I'll be late. Sorry. Team leader. Tortoise. The phone was cut off because of the sadness, and the writer pointed to only the childish writers who could not control the fire. Yai? What are you doing? I'll find him. Turn the phones around. I received a phone call from PR team Kang-yoon of Jongmin Global World, a representative of the production, Kim Sunji, which produces the same day, the time we spent together. Please remove all of Lee Hyun-ah's OST. Wait. Team leader Kang. I have not been able to go 1 time so far. It is 4 times, not once. It's a breach of contract. Please check. I do not want to work with a production company that cuts the value of songs while watching. A while. Are you saying too hard? Shake the value. How to make good song in the world. I do not have any more. Please download all of Lee Hyun-ah's songs on the music site. Sure. The one-way notice phone is so done. Jong Min, the representative of the old city, got angry and his face got bruised. I do not think there are songs or songs. Sir. Broadcasters and productions, which unilaterally canceled or edited the schedule of world entertainers, were unilaterally canceled. Kang Si-myung naturally flowed into the CEO's ears during the process of filling the canceled schedule. Oh, that. Yang PD is also difficult. Clear right. I will send it soon because I have a vacant schedule. Singer, who belongs to the story show of Park Min-chong, sent La Mi-young. So I went to the vacant place of the singers in the world to fill in the vacancies by sending celebrity artists. After talking to the broadcasters for about an hour, he lit a cigarette with a good look. Foolish. I want to do the station and the Chuck in the future. I'll be stuck tight. Acting in the air, I raised my mouth. Did Appa cancel the schedule? Are you Jimin? Yini too. The World Studio artists who came to hear the notice to cancel the schedule and go to the company were distracted by looking at each other. Soon after, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji came into the meeting room. Anyang Haeseo. Anyang, everybody panicked? Everyone nodded, and Kang-yoon talked about the fallow. It was up to the cancellation of the schedules in the editorial compilation, but everyone was patient. I thought it was natural to experience such a thing as a performer. However, Kang-yoon told me that he had canceled the retaliatory act, so everyone was blinded by embarrassment. Is that so? Kang-yoon nodded at Lee Hyun-ah's inquiry. I'm fine. It's rather good. I was going to reduce my schedule in Korea in the future. Reduce? Oh, China. Lee Hyun-ah bounced his finger. Actually, it was hard to study foreign language while doing schedule. It's still difficult. Lee Hyun-ah answered the anxious words of Lee Hyun-ah. Good, even if I do not have enough pronunciation anyway. I will finish all of them. Chairman is not good at pronunciation either. Pronunciation is good. That's right. Lee Hyun-ji stood up and laughed. I was worried about the cancellation of Kang-yoon's retaliation, but at the same time it was cool and thankful. Yeoju was once again seeing that they were on their side no matter what. Said Kang-yoon. It reduces the schedule of the stations. It does not mean to reduce other schedules. Promise me? Yes. Kang-yoon, who reported all of the announcements, left Lee Hyun-ji to the singer and then left the conference room and headed to the practice room. Oh Ji-won was waiting with 8 trainees. Well? Oh Ji-won said hello, but the trainees did not know how to bow their heads when they noticed. Why is the atmosphere? It was a stagnant atmosphere. When the female trainees are gathered, the overflowing energy is emitted with the cracking sound of the dish. However, the depressed atmosphere was not good. After reviewing, everyone who was stubbornly insisted, he said, I called to talk about the debut schedule in earnest. There was no reaction to the debut story, which had to be called a longevity. Kang-yoon's expression became more and more serious. Guys. Oh Ji-won glanced at the trainees, but his face was not easily heard. Chapter 336. Guys. When Kang-yoon called again, everyone lifted his head. But still the girls in China were uninvited and the girls in Japan were not satisfied. Only Korean girls were alive. Different responses from different countries came to me with embarrassment, but I regained the cold and continued. The debut team will start next week. It would be hard, but I've done well so far. From now on, I will practice on the debut as I manage it directly from the A and our production team. A and our producing team. Chairman, it was said that the direct team would see the data and direct it. It was the same story as before, when team leader Lee gave instructions only. There was no reaction except for Korean trainees nodding small heads. Is it like Fortune Kids? Unlike the cheering Edios, it was cold. I was embarrassed. Who has the question? There was no. Kang-yoon knocked on the shoulders of Oh Ji-won, who smothered the room with no reaction in the practice room without reaction. Let's take a look. Oh Ji-won also nodded. I could not imagine that the atmosphere was so cold. There are a lot of things to do for debut. However, from the beginning, when the atmosphere was at the bottom, it was audio. After the story, Kang-yoon returned to the chairman's room. Not long after, Oh Ji-won knocked on the chairman's door. He also did not look bright. After the secretary Moon came out of the car, Kang-yoon pulled out the horse with a confused face. The data from the report to the trainers was good. It was a complication. I'm sorry. It is my insult. Oh Ji-won bowed his head. I did not do a lot of group practice for the base training. I focused on my personal practice, but I did not have a sense of belonging as one, although I basically did it. However, Kang-yoon did not make a foolhardy effort. You can start now. Let's start with measures. Looking at the schedule, there are definitely fewer teams. Kang-yoon showed a schedule list that I checked in advance. Check team schedule was small enough to fit in your hand. So far I've focused on the basics. I could not think that different countries would bring about this separation. It would have been hard to catch both of them. It is my insult that I have not seen before. No, Mr. Chairman. Oh Ji-won hit his hands. It was hard to lift my head to the smile. When chairman says that, I have nothing to say. No, I could not care less about the excuse. I have to say that I am so. I'm still a long way off. But all the communication was possible in Korean, so the worst was avoided. You always emphasized language. You should be able to communicate even if you do not mind. If you do not have the skills you want, debut says you cannot even dream. It does not make sense that I cannot speak Korean when I work in Korea. Anyway, if the language is through, it has the minimum requirements. At least when Ojiyama was questioning, Kang-yoon replied with a sip of coffee. Are you using each room separately? Korean kids are at home, Chinese kids and Japanese kids are staying in trainee lodgings. Oh, as the pupil of Oh Ji-won, who remembered something, grew, Kang-yoon bounced his finger. If you look at the side of the bag is not enough. Language is essential to live together. I'll get it from the hotel. Got it. Kang-yoon caught up, standing up to get the job done. Please save as old and shabby as you can. Is this a shabby place? Oh Ji-won was embarrassed. Find trainee accommodation in a shabby place. The singer, or the inquirer, could not come up with a precious thought. Though he threw the manuscript, his instructions did not change. A few days later, World Entertainment Office was busy as usual. The ballad of Kim Jae-hoon flowed softly, and the keyboard, mouse clicks sounding continued. Is this your schedule for Yunha? Our apologies. On that day, I have an overseas schedule. And schedule checked on the homepage that is empty? I cannot update it yet. Singer Kim Jae-hoon, are you talking about my brother's time? I'll check. Could you wait a moment, please? Video recording on the 18th is likely to be difficult. Sorry, I have an overseas schedule. You confirmed that there was no schedule on the homepage? There is still an update on the homepage. The team's phone rang. Most of them were requesting a cast, but most of them refused. The reason was the same. It was all like this in a few days. Trainees will be staying at the hostel next week. Oh, are you worried about messing with your plans too quickly? It will not be broadcasted right away. The PR team was busy talking with AHF broadcasters. After the agreement between the chairman and the vice chief executives, the volume of calls between practitioners has increased tremendously. The general affairs team in the left corner was rapping his head. Where is the nearest, sloppy, safe place to stay at the company. The secretary, team leader, grasped it when he squeezed his head. Yes, chairman is good, but sometimes it is time to give a shit-like instruction. Shoo. The general manager team leader fingered his mouth. Here are a few followers. Watch your mouth. Oh, chairman is fine. I do not think you'll have to say it. I do not think so. I will not be stuck with conscience. Rather, which. Dislike you're just scared. The woman shuddered with thought alone. The staff next to them also shook their heads. The general manager team leader said, without keeping an eye on the monitor. Maybe we should go once or twice a week. I have to face each and every time I report. Are you aware of the horrors you are experiencing? The manager is also great. The secretary's office had a witch saying. The tiger comes when he speaks. Mr. Yang. I heard the voice of a tiger, no witch. The heart of the team leader fell sideways. Not to mention other employees. All eyes were forcibly fixed on the monitor. This, director. What did I say? Is it good? No, of course. Everything is done. Where do you want to see? Lee Hyun-ji bowed his head toward the monitor. The luxurious fragrance stimulated the nose, but the PR team's back was sweaty. The outsiders were naughty, but they tried to stop their trembling arms to survive. Fortunately, Lee Hyun-ji was not interested in him. It is an old, spacious room. It's a perfect room. Yes. The streets are. It's close. It did not go far in the World Studio. It was a 2-story house in a residential area about 2 stops by bus. It was a spacious hostel with 5 rooms and 2 toilets. But the problem was the old facility that was built in the 90s. What about local security? There is a police box not far away. The school district is also a good place, so there is no problem around it. Got it. That would be enough. Is there anything wrong with that? Of course, my lord. Lee Hyun-ji, who finished the job, left office. Then the PR team took a sigh of relief. It was a feeling of going through heaven and hell. When I was relieved, Lee Hyun-ji turned to see if something came up. In front of team members, please refrain from my story, team leader. Yes. Looking at Lee Hyun-ji, who had left the men with all their heart, the women were glittering and the PR team was sweating. The humanitarian schedules were as much and hot as the pouring summer sunshine. As the Queen of Inca, she was chosen as the busiest entertainer of all the artists in Japan. Japan agency A-Trust has supported her with all her capabilities. CEO Kojima Makoto and producer Tsukasa poured all their affection. Thanks to this, humanities were able to concentrate solely on singer activities. In the A-Trust office where there are no humanities, the work story was in full swing. AHF, joint broadcast of Korea and Japan. Kojima Makoto's voice rose with an unknown face. Team leader, Park Jin-jin of the singer management team from the world said slowly. It is our plan to raise Yuri's awareness of Korea on this occasion. Tsukasa producer's hand, which was turning the pen, stopped. It sounds like you want to use popularity in Japan. It was a story that could be bad, but Park Hyun-jin team leader was relaxed. It is not a wrong story, because the difference in recognition is enormous. Kojima Makoto said, I know this is not the intention, but it sounds like that. A feat is a bear, a money man. Tsukasa producer added another word to say that he did not want to advance to Korea. Yuri's game is the best game for Enka. But in Korea, popular genre is known as idol pop or popular ballad. In Korea, Yuri does not work. So it is not possible. It was a turn, but the intention was clear. Park Hyun-jin team leader had his fingers crossed his chin and approached his body. Both of you are right. So you have to hurry. What do you mean that? When Kojima Makoto asked, Park Hyun-jin added strength to team leader's voice. Now in Korea, the genre called trot is communism. After the successful singers in the past, there is no obvious stronger. Yuri Ramian can surely succeed. The 2 men of A-Trust narrowed their eyes. I still did not like it. Looking at the 2 people who do not like the change, Park Hyun-jin team leader sighs and smiles briefly. Chairman wants to be with A-Trust in the future. A while. But he also said this. World is where singer is first. If singer Yuri wants, after a moment's breathing, Park Hyun-jin team leader put his strength into his voice. If you want to give an album to Korea, you will. The last words to 2 people who hate change came with strong pressure. 8 of the world's singer trainees were notified that they would start their debut practice in earnest. With him, housing admission notice. Ishii Akina, Ishihara Yui Young Yuri, Jiam Hyo-min, Yang Chai-young, Yoon De-yun, Shin Chao, Shin Ruri. Bring your own personal possessions to each. Syncopation, a notice came to my house. There were 4 trainee aliens. I had to move the house, but Korean trainees who commute at home were shocked that the mental collapsed. The armor of the armor. I cannot go over this. The gigantic Jiam Hyo-min and Yoon De-yun woke up saying where these laws were. Minors use the best technology, parent recall, but you are a world civil servant now? If you just stick, you will get singer, cannot you do that? Chairman came to me and bowed to my head. Yo years. Try and tell me. I was humiliated by getting a backpack. Trainee, it was my parents to know well about the world. Apple was not there to train and harden it. Kang-yoon made a direct call with the guardians of the foreign trainees and promised to send an official soon to explain. In the new week, 8 trainees gathered at the hostel with their luggage. Damn, what is this? Looks crazy. Why the wallpaper? The wallpaper was up, but Jiam Hyo-min and Yoon De-yun were furious. Magne recognition. Yuri shook his eyes to see if the brown flooring he saw for the first time before he was feeling dirty. Yang Chai-young did not have a big reaction. Ishii Akina was unresponsive, while the foreigner, Ishihara Yui, was frowning and disgruntled. I'm going home. Ciao. If you cannot, Appa told me not to open the door. Yuni and her younger brother, who was trying to get out of the door among the girls, ran a skit. It's good. As Kang-yoon smiled at the old house with a satisfactory smile, the girls spent all kinds of impressions. He's Anson. Is this the world trainee treatment? Appa, there's a devil here. The language was varied, but there was only one thing. Kang-yoon applauded and glanced at whether he knew his mind. Each one of them stretches. I'll have to take the janitor later. Kang-yoon did not care about the 8 girls who disliked her eyes. When you go out, report to Min-hai manager here. Good practice time. Any questions? After confirming that there were no questions, Kang-yoon pushed lightly on Lee Min-hai manager's back. It was manager who took care of Edios, Min Jin Seo together in China. Anyang Lee Min-hai. Nice to meet you. While manager and singer greeted, Kang-yoon approached Lee Hyun-ji on the side. I did what I asked for. Would you really be okay? Lee Hyun-ji nodded. I do not know. After grabbing his brow for a while, Kang-yoon once again voiced his voice. Wait a minute. Taxus Cuspidata. Kang-yoon set Lee Hyun-ji forward as soon as everyone's eyes were drawn. From today? Oh, my lord. Let's talk directly. Kang-yoon caught his forehead, but Lee Hyun-ji stood in front of him with a joyful look. From today, I will live with you. Think of manager and talk like Min-hai manager. Please take care. Talk to the director like a manager? Is it also trainee? With the exception of Shin Ruri, everyone's eyes were shocked. Chapter 337. Kang-yoon alternated between Lee Hyun-ji and trainee. The trainees seemed to be in charge of moving into a hostel living room, and Lee Hyun-ji faced the unhappy existence. It was pathetic that a steel-like woman turned toward Kang-yoon. This is not easy either. Kang-yoon rode his appetite. Lee Hyun-ji was very, very sad. This is the first time. It will be different in the future. Rejection makes people depressed. I needed time. Kang-yoon beckoned Lee Min-hai manager to proceed with the next step. Let's start with the load. From Ishii. Room 1, Ishii Akina Shin Chao Jiam Hyo-min. Room 2, Refining Yoon De-yun Shin Ruri. Room 3, Ishihara Yui, Taibi Young Manager. Room, Lee Min-hai Lee Hyun-ji. When Lee Min-hai manager showed the room layout instructions, Yeoju and the girls were banging again. I had a complaint that I had to write a room with someone who did not mix words too much. Especially, the faces of China members were prominent. Shin Ruri was worried about Yuni, and Shin Chao had a wrinkle on his forehead. I do not like this room. At the end of Shin Ruri, Lee Min-hai manager was in charge. Chao, I'm doing a group activity now. Objection will come later. I do not know. I will catch the hotel if I do not change it. Chao, you cannot do it here. Until his brother Shin Ruri, he stopped Yuni. I watched Kang-yoon's eyes became narrower. The director. Yes. Do you want to do it? Lee Hyun-ji briefly spoke to Shin Chao, who said that Kang-yoon picked up carry. His intentions were clear. It meant taking the troublemaker and taking the initiative. However, Lee Hyun-ji hesitated. I did not want to pour oil on my refusal, but Kang-yoon was adamant. He is not like you. A few words came sickly. This place is not a place to enjoy. Lee Hyun-ji, who was in trouble for a while, stood in front of Shin Chao, who was trying to pull carry. Where are you going? Why, put down the load. The atmosphere was frozen in a fight with Snow Trainee and 40s and moving. No one moved, only the big eyes. Are you going? Singer will not do it. I'll do it. Then put the bag down. Disliked, I felt like competing with elementary school students. Lee Hyunji's forehead was engraved on the forehead, but the conversation continued. Company has rules of company. I have to keep it. Is it a rule to live uncomfortably? I do not like those guys. You have to practice yourself comfortably so you can improve your skills quickly. Do not you just sing and dance? No, it was a child. A childless child. I felt that it was necessary to explain the reason rather than making anger. There are many beautiful and beautiful singers. Dance. There are a lot of dances. What do you need to survive by competing with them? I do not know. I never thought of it. I lived together to raise it. I have this autograph as well. Wait, was she a lady? Then Shin Chao clapped his big eyes. While his younger brother Shin Ruri grabbed his forehead and lamented, the mood was gradually loosened. Oh, not your lady. Anyway, now you know. Why should we live together? It's difficult. Shin Chao kept looking up, but the carry, already in her hands, had long been on the floor. This manager. Yes, I am. Would you like a room? Lee Hyunji, who settled the mood, began to study the room with the trainees. Come on. For your troubles. Lee Hyunji, who received Kang-yoon's canned coffee, wrapped himself on the roof railing. He suffered. Thanks. The bitter coffee felt sweet. Lee Hyunji turned toward Kang-yoon, lighting a cigarette with coffee. The kids are kids. I can see it if I hit it again. At first I was trembling. Forget it. With the bare mouth? Lee Hyunji frowned lightly on Kang-yoon's prank. Okay. Let's have a drink. Hyun and I are together. Ha, got it. Kang-yoon listened to canned coffee. I was really surprised when you said that you wanted to hang your arm with the trainee kids. Why did the director suddenly say that when he focused on management? I heard a question, too. But today I was relieved. It is a journey of many years between the child, the mother, and I. Kang-yoon praised me, so I feel good. Lee Hyunji banged his coffee on Kang-yoon's canned coffee. On the rooftop of the moonlight, the two of the world enjoyed a brief break. World broadcast boycott. There is a rumor that the world is boycotting the cancellation of all public schedules, HMC, SBB, DLE, OTS. HMC edited Lee Hyuna, who appeared as a guest on a Billboard Entertainment event, Happiness Day, without any mention, and replaced Kim Jae-hoon, who is a fixed guest on the same radio, with another entertainer. This is called retaliation. Other stations acknowledged that HMC was severely hurt, but said it was too much to cancel the schedule. So HMC said it was causing World to cancel all station schedules. Of course, the World is wrong. Some say that the back of the HMC or the GNB has worked, but it is not certain. World Chairman Lee, it is clear that Lee Kang-yoon's tendency will not easily retreat. Enka singer Yuri comeback. Japan's best singer Yuri is comeback with Trot singer. It is not clear when. It is likely that a person in the world secretly went to Japan and a contract with an agency that manages Yuri in Japan is almost expired and will return to Korea. The story of a world that does not work well is published in securities company Kairashi. In addition, the GNB and the over-the-air broadcasting stations were intertwined, and the ripple effect was enormous. World boys, I really do not see a pussy on the station. What are you doing? River manager. Oh no. Directly. The small and medium-sized companies who had met Kairashi had no hesitation in confirming the fact that they had opened a business in the station. But the vacancy was already a bidder because the entertainers of the place took the placenta. I had all the schedules I had in the past month. What are you doing? Without looking at the interview? PR team call. Me. Reporters were also frantic. It was a world where the inside story does not flow, so I posted a lot of coverage. I cannot say for sure. Our apologies. It is because of the overseas schedule that I did not schedule. Boycott. It is unfounded. Thanks to the World PR team, we had to get sick all day. Boycott-related Kairashi spread to the internet community and SNS. It was hot enough to rank at the top of the C search query. Who's behind the station? I'm sure there is a GNB or GNB behind. Stop worrying about the world. It seems to have done with world. I can edit it. Popcorn each. The World and broadcasting stations each posted a notice on their homepage and expressed their position as unfounded. It was reported to be large-scale publication, but the aftermath of Kairashi did not sink easily. You've done a good job at PR team. The cigarette was delicious even after a few days of public opinion. Kang Si-myung, CEO of the internet, laughed. Why did you do it in the first place? There was also an unsatisfactory part. When I first made a deal, I told him to let me go less. HMC's PD worked so hard. Of course, very few people know this fact. Not surprisingly, Kang Si-myung, the CEO, did not expect this situation to be enough for boycotts. It was even better. Broadcasting stations, such as eating rice cake. The smile came out as I thought. It seemed to have flowed right now. Broadcasting has enormous power. If you use it properly, you will catch up with things like the world. Yuri, come back? I do not know if I hit an accident. Why are you coming? Kang Si-myung, CEO, who chewed the same thing several times, shook his head. There was no reason to invest in uncertainty, leaving the good market. World-famous entertainers who are supposed to be well-behaved cannot have had an accident. Say yes, it is. CEO Kang Si-myung snorted and turned off the internet. For a few days, the world was hung up on the phone by reporters and fans. The homepage was even down. The boycott has taken the official position, saying that it cannot be done, but the filtration did not sink easily. In fact, all the airwaves cannot see the world's celebrities. If the mouth goes up, the company will be cluttered, but the world chairman's office is as usual. My lord, the face. I was sleeping. Children. Kang-yoon, who found a rash in Lee Hyun-ji who just came to work, immediately pointed out that he was not aware. Lee Hyun-ji pulled out his hand without hesitation. Kang-yoon asked Lee Hyun-ji, who is applying cream for rashes. Do you stay with the kids? It's not easy. I live in Seoul, Korea, and there is a lot of horse and ride. Lee Hyun-ji has listed the episodes that were in the hostel. At first, the kids who did not say anything say so for a few days. The story of the hostel naturally went to the story about the next girl group. I will send the camera to AHF soon. Once you get the video, let's see. Please do it. He will also be on TV. It will not be the center of the kids. Who cares about the woman who gets in 40 lines? I do not know. Those who are in their 50s. You. Lee Hyun-ji's eyes came out of the laser and Kang-yoon squeezed. I usually just say Ramian lightly. It was so stressful. At the morning meeting, team leaders, including the PR team, entered the chairman room. Did you come to eat? Kang-yoon briefly bothered and soon began meeting. The key agenda was the cooperation with AHF and the issues related to humanities and China. We are discussing the time for the Chinese company Heisui and Yunhe to enter. It is a positive response to the fact that other agencies are also entertainers like Edios. Why not upload a video of Kim Jae-hoon to the Chinese video community? It has come to the conclusion that it is enough vocal power to be able to reach in China. If you let me know your face with prod. Singer Yunhe and Kim Jae-hoon were dealt with one by one. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji were satisfied with reading the related report, and the meeting was held in a fast-paced atmosphere. The problem was AHF-related work. At AHF, Yuri wants to come to Korea as soon as possible. We have a full-time team, and we actively support it. Have you talked to A-Trust? When Lee Hyun-ji asked, the team leader nodded his head. Yes, but I was wondering if Yuri would be rooted in Korea. That's right. I could hardly come to Korea for a few years. Oh, you said that Tsukasa producer and Moon-hee are coming today? This time, it will arrive at around 2 o'clock. 1 hour more meeting ended. Kang-yoon listened to the fans to handle the stacks. When I was working in the office, the time went right away. Chairman, singer Yuri and producer have arrived. It was 2 o'clock when I looked at the clock. Kang-yoon was hit by 2 people who followed Secretary Moon. Chairman, do not go. Humanities lightly held Kang-yoon. I also greeted Tsukasa producer, who came along with me, and expressed my joy. There was one more person there. Oh, Mr. Oda. It was Guitarist of Japan, which was impressive with acoustic guitar and hat of the back and Oda Fuataro. Remember that. Mr. Kang-yoon. Long time no see. Oda Fuataro expressed his gratitude for holding Kang-yoon's hand. The humanities that were about to introduce him became bumped. Chairman, do you know Oda? Everyone. I was really sorry last time. No, you did not have a calorie. I heard about your brother. I'm really glad. When MG was a team leader, I visited Akabashi producer and commissioned a concert in Korea. But I could not help it because I went to USA because of Hee-yoon's surgery. After the Secretary Moon brought out the coffee, the story of the chairman room became even more rich. Chapter 338. Competition among sites that sell sound sources as well as music source competition has become more and more intense. The Yonggang composition between the Shinhong Fighters Yitzhafine and the existing Gangja Heaven and MD Music has become even stronger. It focuses on the essence by raising the quality of the sound source and lowering the royalty rate. On the other hand, Heaven, MD Music, and other major companies cooperate with the broadcasters to open and broaden the strategy to expand the strategy. As a result, the quality of the sound source sites was gradually increasing. It's Pine 33.6% and Heaven 33.4%. MD is 19.2%, the rest is 13.8%. Chairman said he was good because he was getting better overall. The facial muscles of John Hyung-taek's manager were distorted. Now, we need to increase market share and lead the market. I still have a long way to go. Yun, secretary, just bring me a cup of coffee. Yes, sir. It was coffee that was growing together with white hair. Yun's secretary came in and put up a bag of coffee with coffee. What is this? This is an invitation from Pine Stock. John Hyung-taek, the managing director, lifted the envelope with a cup of coffee. It was an invitation written in a cursive style with a luxurious golden thread. When I looked at the contents, the eyes became bigger. Future Industry Fair? LAA. That's the last time. Not long ago, Ha Se-yun CEO spoke at a drinking party. It was a place of dream of people engaged in IT, an invitation to the Future Industry Fair. The invitation was 10 pieces. There were both admission ticket and VIP party invitation. Ticket. The CEO told me that chairman and director would like to visit. After Yun's departure, John Hyung-taek, the managing director, immediately picked up the phone. Wah via. Lee red dying. The petals are red with water. Oda's guitar playing and the humble song of humanity filled the chairman's room. Your voice is getting better. Kang-yoon smiled at the mouth with a smile in the silver color of the notes. My breast got warm. Enka's unique tempered atmosphere and human voice resonated and melted the listener's lingo. You were right. Yokshi Kim Jae-ho, AHF's vice president, was soaked in his voice, and Min Kyung, the director of the department, could not close his mouth. Tsukasa producer also closed his eyes and fell into the music. Su, doa karatyet, chen, yi, run, gong, bt jin, hrabi, b. The moment when a small bubble was formed in the eyes of human beings, an alien light stood in the center of silver. It was very small, but sure golden. It was the moment when the song was at its peak. Ow! At the moment, something went into Kang-yoon's head. The notes shook my head. Kang-yoon, who ran lightly on his feet with his feet, hurriedly took the pen. I wrote down the corner of newspaper paper as it came to my head. Deformation 2-4 than basic. Suddenly, the margin of the newspaper became dense. Images, notes, and beats. The people of the station looked strangely, but that was not the point. You should not miss. Inspiration. Sleep Lee Hyun-ji quickly received the handbook, and Kang-yoon filled it with notes. Tsukasa producer, who focused on singing, even touched his concentration. You left my wife. I missed you. The song of humanism is over with a long longevity. Thank you. The human being shyly bowed his head and praised the people. Especially, the reaction of the people who listened to her song for the first time was even bigger. Lee Hyun-ji said, after glancing at Kang-yoon who had fallen into his own work. A trust gave Mr. Mun-hee a good job. Thank you. No. Of course I do. I also heard that you want to participate in the work of Mr. Moon-hee in Korea. Lee Hyun-ji came in suddenly. Tsukasa producer nodded calmly. Yeah, I want to stay with singer who is good song like Yuri for a long time. I know his heart well. But this is the job. Korea and Japan are different markets. I know. This chairman's ability is also hard to reach. This is Korea. Tsukasa producer looked at Kang-yoon without hesitation in writing and turned to Lee Hyun-ji again. But I'm as proud as I am about knowing Yuri. It was more of a person than anyone could be. In the meantime, Yuri was always with Tsukasa producer. But producer does not speak Korean. Yes, I admit it. But will Yuri suddenly change his partner? Unlike a while ago, a hard lecture came. Tsukasa producer emphasized the need for a trust, and Lee Hyun-ji said that he would be different in Korea. Min Hyung-se, the director of Kim Jae-ho, gave an interpretation to the CEO. The gap will not be easily narrowed. Would World want to find another agency? When Kim Jae-ho's CEO asked, Min Kyung's director shook his head. You do not have to stick to a trust in the world. I have built up a foundation that I could go on to Japan activities myself, and other agencies would run for better contract conditions. But I do not know because the world is so hard to predict. On the other hand, the guitar accompaniment sounded weakly in one corner of the street. What? It feels good. Oh. Kang-yoon, who was playing the score on his handbook, received a god and shook his shoulder. The guitar sound, which had flown a little, came out of the human beings who were only yawning. Did you just make it before? I wrote down my mind. Would you like to do it? I found that the notes were written on the notebooks. Humanities briefly learned melody and began singing with guitar playing. Let's get up, Munhiya Dash. As a guide song, the human rights group voiced. The white light filled all over the place. Is it a failure? White light on human trot. It was a failure. Kang-yoon was disappointed and tasted good. When I crossed the 8-bar, Oda stroked strongly. The human being hung his head with his eyes closed. You'll come back. A treble sounded. Something alien in the white, silver, and silver has spread. It was a sign of gold. What was that? Kang-yoon ran his eyes. It was very small. But I was sure. Kang-yoon was stunned by the golden light that was never seen unless it was on stage. It happened instantly. As soon as the song ended, the eyes of the human spirit were shining. Chairman, is this the best? Can I title it? Mr. Oda. Humanities asked Odata also. Oda lifted his thumb and said it. Of course, the chairman room did not have them alone. Chairman. Kang-yoon slipped into Lee Hyun-ji with a grim voice. There were not only her, but also Tsukasa producer and AHF people. I'm in love with the songs and ignoring the outside guests. How should I deal with this situation when Lee Hyun-ji grabs his head? Tsukasa producer shined his eyes. This is just that song, right? Ah yes. I've been looking at it. Tsukasa producer grabbed Kang-yoon's hand. This feeling is coming soon? It's a tidal sense. While being excited, being sad. Ow. Kang-yoon opened his eyes to the distant obsession, and Min Kyung-se also intervened. Did you make a song at the meeting? Wow, Yuri, as well as chairman, is broadcasting, and I will not believe in Kairashi. This so. Our apologies. I'm sorry. Kim Jae-ho, the deputy CEO, shook hands. I saw something interesting. Thanks to my strong conviction. Feeling came. I will push myself against anyone else. Deputy CEO. If you let me, I will spend my golden time. Lee Hyun-ji was upset. To put out prime time by oneself. If you get a good thing, it is a good idea to give something good. Tsukasa producer. Also intervened at this time. We also request formal. Yuri, so I want to work with the world. Please let us know how we have worked with singer Yuri in Korea for the past several years. When Lee Hyun-ji was about to leave, Kang-yoon intervened. Yes, sir, I chairman. Lee Hyun-ji came to the rescue when the answer came out so easily. But Kang-yoon's words were not the end. How are you co-producing? Korea and Japan are going to be released at the same time. Oh. Tsukasa producer clapped his hands. Why did not you think that you were thinking of producing alone and that you were together? Kang-yoon continued to say. Trot and Inca. Depending on the arrangement, the stage will change. The way to promote according to culture will be different. Tsukasa producer and I will share the strategies and set the strategies together. How is it? There is no objection. I appreciate that. Kim Jae-ho, vice president, who was listening in the interpretation, intervened. Let us take the course. Are we right to know? Ha 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 ha. The story has progressed in a temperamental atmosphere. After the decision to shoot with Kojima CEO later, the story was concluded. After all the stories, the guests got up from their seats. Next time I will come to you with a plan. I will meet with the CEO. After the guests went back, Kang-yoon simply finished the job and went home early. It was to complete the song I had worked on during the meeting. Appa eat. I'm fine. As soon as he arrived, Kang-yoon went to the room to greet him. What's up? Hyun wondered and looked up. After turning on the computer, Kang-yoon entered the notes recorded in the notebook. Will you? I pressed the play button. Distortions of 2 of 4 beat and musical notes flowed from the speakers on all 4 sides. Great. The party. Kang-yoon fell on his chair holding his head and screaming. The room was filled with dark black. Kang-yoon tore down his entire body in a dark black color that could not be compared to now. Donkey Hyun, surprised by the scream, came in and opened the door. Kang-yoon was pointing at the computer with his painful face. Yaoyun hurriedly turned on the computer, and then Kang-yoon's face was peaceful. Huck. Appa, what is it? Find what happened in a short time. Hyun has not calmed down at Kang-yoon's obsession that seems to have grown old for years. Kang-yoon, who was breathing his breath, calmed his breath slowly by breathing slowly. I'm fine. Huh. It's okay. Appa, no? From the hospital. I'm fine. It's not a big deal. It's no big deal. Kang-yoon was annoyed by his brother's loud scream. I cannot tell you honestly because it is black, and you will be treated as a madman when you go to the hospital. There was no explanation to explain. Kang-yoon persuaded his brother with serious eyes. Hyun, Appa is tired. Really? Are you saying that now? If you take a break, it will be fine. Really? Kang-yoon had to make a promise to go to the hospital for his younger brother. Of course that was not the end. Today is unconditional, no. Hyun pulled up the computer line. Thanks to this, Kang-yoon had to go into forced bedtime. The idea of music continued even when I lay in bed. Apparently, it was silver in the company. But why is it black here? Why there was no such thing? There was a slight difference, but there was no big difference when Singer called and when she entered it on a computer. But there is a gap between silver and black. Kang-yoon was troubled for several hours. For a while I could not find celebrities in the World Studio on TV. People began to take the facts of truth. Both the broadcasting station and the world were infringed on the right to see the fighting power, and an era of criticism came to an end. Why should I know that they are fighting? I think that the world kids are going well. Chairman is also not very good. The station is also authenticating. Why is it cutting the world kids? Broadcaster station that does not come out or agency that does not appear. When the accusation was scarring to each other, the weights leaned abruptly. Elegant Salon. Guest Yunha, Friday. Yunha appeared as a guest on AHF's talk show, The Elegant Salon, and the blame for the world has stopped. The world was not sassy, but the station was a problem. Broadcasters, world boycott. Yunha seems to be doing. The horse is full bell. Why is this cut? There seems to be a reason to go to the sky with the air. Fans of the Marrow world have been doing internet signing campaigns only to watch AHF. This made me look strange. As was the case, broadcasters were perceived as dropping the world. The stories about SNS and various portals continued to spread. Why do you edit such funny kids? I was rumored not to have that PD capability. Nozomi Nojum. All of the capable kids went to the cable. I can see it on the airwaves. Broadcasting stations could not stand still because public opinion would shake. Public broadcasters sent letters to AHF in the name of the director to refrain from appearing world entertainers. G. Prophet. Ignore this. Kim Jae-ho, the vice president, tore off the news that had come from each broadcasting station. One of the PDs gathered in the deputy CEO room asked with anxious face, "If you go out, you may not be able to cooperate later." "I'm fine. I'll take care of it later." "What the hell are you talking about?" The PDs were banging, but Kim Jae-ho, vice president, declined. "I can only get the jab." "Wait. It's a heavy one, straight one. It will not take longer than I thought." "Are you straight?" "Yup. Wait. It will be big soon." Kim Jae-ho, the vice chief executive officer, praised PDs for their laid-back smiles. The difference between the end of 95 and the end of straight 96, crisis and opportunity danced together. Chapter 339. The keyboard sound filled the room. The melodious melody had flowed, but the complexion of Kang-yoon playing the synthesizer was getting darker. Why? It was black. Even the human music and Oda were playing the music. The score was silver, no gold. I was glad that my body did not suffer. Instead, the confusion crushed his head. What's wrong? I played another song that I made for a while. The notes flowed out, and the light leaks. Just as expected, the black spurted. Kang-yoon pulled out of the synthesizer. It was obviously a white song. Is this something? I put a CD at all. It was Speak Happy Day of the released Kim Ji-min, a debut song that gave off the white light. What is it? I played the finished song and black light came out. Now I was suspicious of my eyes. I changed the setting of the speaker to be wrong, and I tried to push the computer, but it did not change. It only took time without income. It was an afternoon of rain. I did not go to work. I was engaged in work, but the black color did not change. It was a wasteful result. I won. There was no one in the house. I opened the refrigerator and took cold water and drank it. Kim Jae-hoon had a schedule with a local event, and Hee-yoon had a schedule with a GNB singer. Kim Ji-min and Park So-yeon, who went to work for the song, did not see any nudity today either. I was alone. Kang-yoon lied down on the living room sofa. What if this ability is gone? My mind became uneasy. No way. I shook his head. The ability to make the current chairman. Lee Kang-yoon disappears like this? I felt my world was going down like a sandcastle. I closed my eyes to forget complicated thoughts, but it did not disappear. Ingjing. The cell phone was crying. Hello. It's me. It was a familiar voice, Jua. When I looked at the liquid crystal, it was a Korean number starting with 010. Oh, it's Jua. What? You should be nice. Jua was still. He asked me to say goodbye to all of you. Do you have time for this evening? Today are you in Korea? Last night. Something important. Appa, you must come out. Exactly. Much? What's going on? It's something. Come out. Surely. Tough. As always. I have come to the rescue because I have been told that it will come out sadly. I think I know the schedule. If you do not show up, you'll regret it. Regret, huh? Never. If you come out, you'll know I'm a jackass. There was no schedule. I left it blank for the song. There was no reason to bounce. Her head was too complicated. Kang-yoon agreed. Jua quickly set the time and place for the appointment and ended the call. What is it? It was doubtful, but it was soon erased. That is not the point. Kang-yoon went into the room and started working again. The sigh was mixed with music. It was only a matter of time before dinner. Kang-yoon walked alone on the way from Jua's directions. Let's see it in these places. The road pointed to was the alley made by the building forest. Kang-yoon grumbled. The horse did know why. There was a place for celebrities to gather to avoid people's eyes. It was not long before the Iron Gate without signboard came out. He showed the cell phone letter he had received in advance to the guardian, and he opened the door politely. Unlike the rugged outside, the interior has a different landscape. It was a fine restaurant decorated with soft lighting, antique decorations from Ted carpets. Kang-yoon entered the room with the guidance of the staff. Hey, Kang-yoon. What is Kang-yoon? Kang-yoon is? As I reacted to the joke of Jua, I saw a black man next to me. I could not speak at the moment. Someone here. Wow, Yoon Jua. Hitchhike. I told you. I'm a cloak. Jua beckoned by a black man sitting with him. He got up from his seat and reached out to Kang-yoon. Hello. She is my god. Oh, you are An-young. Kang-yoon also grabbed his hand as a black man laughed out his white teeth. It was a clear voice in the cave. I was surprised. The man who showed the stage of gold for the first time, meeting the best singer in the world in Korea. Jua, on the other hand, opened his shoulder with a mischief. While the appetizer came out, a brief introduction and brief story came over. She said, Sword said it. There was a producer with an unusual sense in Korea. Carl had a bad habit of deriding Asian people as monkeys that I'm curious. Whoops. Did Carl do that? I heard you worked with JMF. Is it Kang-yoon that used beach buildings as lighting? Ha. Thanks to the staff, many people suffered a lot. I'm sorry I could not be together till the end. Kang-yoon laughed hysterically. She smiled face to face. We did a lot of preliminary investigations. Management CEO could not have been out for long. JMF pulled out the best box office. This year, I used the beach as a stage using building lighting. For those who plan a show, this influence is sexy. It was not possible by myself. Everyone was together. Afterwards, is it? The main dish came out. Steak, pasta and salad. Kim steered the salivary glands, but he did not touch the food. Kang-yoon, go ahead. If I want to do this, can I do it together? Kang-yoon has become stiff. The heart ran. I was suspicious of ears or not. I tried to direct myself, but I had no idea. I've met a lot of planners, but nobody's noticed. Kang-yoon, please. It was a feeling of earnestness, but Kang-yoon felt good. The best singer in the world came to this distant place and commissioned a performance to himself. Would dress, it did not matter what the conditions were. I wanted to shoot the contract by shouting yes. But there was a problem. Black. The black light seen in all the music. It caught the ankle. Sorry. Before the end of the conversation, Shamware held out a white paper in his arms. Jua, who saw the paper lying on the table, was not surprised and Kang-yoon was blocked. USA checks, and blank checks without numbers. I promise you the best treatment if you come along till the end. Shamo. This is because of money. Tell me if you want something else. I was able to afford it. I could clearly see what world class is. I also have a longing for stage. Kang-yoon could not take off easily. When the ability to see the light is lost, the chance ends. I did not want to refuse. When will you come again to work with the world's best singer? Kang-yoon closed his eyes. Could you give me time to think? Can I wait till the end of the meal? Yeah, that's enough. It is very cold. I eat and talk. Jua, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. She smoothed her eyes. Tightened tension was alleviated a little. The table was silent with a moaning sound. When did you say he saw you? I said Monday. Monday, 21st? It is very strange. So, why is the picture of Mr. Lee Min-young taken on the CCTV in 20 days? Bang. Interrogation room. The detective, wearing a hat, was kneeling on the desk knocking over the criminal. That's. Cut. Sibling outside the camera, a loud sound burst out toward the culprit. Within a short time, the director with the script intervened between the criminal and the criminal. You. Take a look at Jin Seo. A few times already, a few times. I'm sorry for the film. Josong Habnada. Oh yeah? Who did you bring back? Time lapses. Let's take a break. She did not say the third. It will only cut you off if you do. The director broke into a frenzy and declared a break. The rookie kite reporter, who grew up at the break, was greeted firmly. Without manager. The director, who came to the annual reporter who was actively working as a kindergarten, showed a nice smile to the man. Jin Seo, I'm sorry. Ayu, is it hard? No, Bishop. Good. No long Ayu. I suffer in a hot place. Hold on a second. I'll finish right away. Min Jin Seo, who handed him a hand fan, soon approached the assistant and made his character. Min Jin Seo sighs as he watches the director look different from person to person. That coach is so. Rookie also patronizes. I do not seem to have any agency. This is the bottom. I suppose I must. What a shame. Min Jin Seo laughed bitterly as he watched the rookie kite reporter, who continued to greet the staff 90 degrees throughout the break. Shortly thereafter, the rookie kite reporter came to Min Jin Seo. Thank you very much. Sitting for a second? No. Good. When Min Jin Seo recommended the place, the rookie kite reporter was embarrassed. In a repeated invitation, she sat awkwardly beside her. Hard work. No, it's okay. It'll be tough. To survive is not something anyone can do. Jin Seo. Good work together. Well, thank you. The eyes of the rookie kite reporter became moist. Yeoju to see a warm heart to the hematocrit rookie kite reporter. It's also a very high Juyeon actor. I handed it to the soda, so I shook my hand. After the break time, the shooting began again. When did you say he saw you? I said Monday. Monday, 21st? It is. Very strange. So, why is the picture of Mr. Lee Min-young taken on the CCTV in 20 days? That's because the CCTV dates were strangely manipulated. Was the CCTV date manipulated? What happened to the black box date on which Mr. This is manipulation. Operation Curry. Watching the rookie kite reporter racing in the interrogation room, the boss got a satisfying smile. What, you're good. Try changing the angle again. The rookie kite reporter bowed to Min Jin Seo and thanked. Min Jin Seo laughed with his hand. After the shoot, the rookie kite reporter came to Min Jin Seo. Thank you today. No, is the shooting over today? Yeah. I wonder if it will be next. Min Jin Seo gently grabbed the hand of a sorry rookie kite reporter. I think I can meet you soon. Are you sure? Sure. Next time I'll meet you at Juyeon. In one word, my breasts became hot. The rookie reporter was ashamed and blushed. Jin Seo. Min Jin Seo left his hand to the manager's voice. I should go. Oh, what's your name? It is a public corporation. I'll remember. Later, when I tried to turn around, a rookie kite reporter caught Min Jin Seo. I watched while I was filming, but strange people kept watching Jin Seo. They are real for your troubles. Watch yourself. It was like some bad people. Yeah? I'll see you later. Isolation. Min Jin Seo grabbed her lightly and went to the manager. Juyeon. Juyeon did not leave his head to meet me. It was the first time I knew myself. Min Jin Seo was watching her disappear for a long time. Kang-yoon did not answer easily, although he came out to dessert after main dish. She had eaten ice cream and waited for Kang-yoon's answer. Oh, I'm going to die. Jua, who watched, was taste to die. It was a tense feeling that ice cream would enter the mouth and go into the nose. Kang-yoon was as complex as Kang-yoon. If you cannot see the light, you can lead the stage. Is there? The ability to see the light is the basis of judgment. Those who make detailed presentations are the directors of each part. It was necessary to have a clear judgment in order to collect them into one performance. What if the ability to see the light disappears? I cannot go back to the past. The night before the regression, the nightmare has repeatedly failed. At the central stage of the restaurant, string quartets were playing classical music. The violin, viola, and cello notes were producing light. Black. At this complex moment, the black of the stage frowned. But it was strange. I do not bother. Do not you? It was black, and there was no sense of touch that always felt together. It was also in the morning. It was only when I first entered my computer music on my computer last night that I was bitter and black. I looked around. I was able to see people listening to music at ease. None of them felt uncomfortable. Feeling okay. Feeling. I got a clue. There was a distinctive feeling of gold or silver. The feeling of refreshing feeling and warm music only. I focused on the light and ignored the feeling. When I put my thoughts together, the color of my face turned. Kang-yoon, account name or anything. I'll do it. After a long time, the positive answer came back, and the smile was on the face of Shamu. Jua also said that he was relaxed. That is so hard. She watched two people laughing and catching hands, and she made an impression. She was fine. Chapter 340. Kang-yoon tried to dig in to say that he and his group should return home soon. Shall I move? She was interested in talking more with Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon reminded me of Lee Han-seo director's tea house. It was well known that he did not enjoy drinking. The car? Excellent. After digging, the party headed to Lee Han-seo director tea house. Late at the same time, Lee Han-seo, who was suddenly contacted, was pleasantly welcomed. Greetings. I was waiting. Jua especially welcomed Lee Han-seo, the director who met in a long time. Good afternoon, CEO. Jua? Long time no see. What happened? I flew in from the USA, but the reaction is barely? I did not ask the companion because I often use the tea house in the world to greet guests. It was great for the sudden aftermath. Jua squeaked in tears, and Lee Han-seo, director, was over her back. Jua, but that one. Director Lee Han-seo pointed to a black person who came to the forefront of the group of foreigners. The line is marked by a distinctive color and a hatred. It was remarkable. I thought Jua was on stage. Well, that guy. The fluorescent light was on. The eyes were shivering. It is clear that he called the world's best singer he. Team leader. No way, right? Why is there such a person in Korea at this time? Lee Han-seo, director, whispered to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon laughed at the smile that she was having fun with the embarrassing Lee Han-seo director. This is my old colleague and owner of this tea house. This is Hanso CEO. You are the one who will give you a great car. She welcomes her hand as she greets the rolling Korean. I could not help it. The real appeared. People say that Ramyeon's body is too hard to play. Lee Han-seo, the director, was just a god. It was enough to shake my hand out. The director. After Jua stabbed the side Gyuri, he held his hand and said everything. She was pleased to reveal the white, but Lee Han-seo, the director, was embarrassed. There was no such thing. Of course it was only for a while. Thank you. Thanks. Lee Han-seo, director, was embroiled and impressed with Shamu. I did it because I took pictures and autographs together. Managers who came to Korea said they were secrets, but Shamuel dismissed his colleagues as a natural gift. Look at my heart. Please wait a moment. Impressed for a while. Director Lee Han-seo headed to the kitchen. The face was reminiscent of being ashamed of expressing emotion. Shamu. Thank you. No. Kang-yoon felt burdened with gratitude. Also comes with aura coming from the room. After a while, on the table was a nice teapot with a transparent teapot. Lee Han-seo, the director, blurted directly and followed the car directly. The luxurious golden and fragrant fragrance filled the room. She shook hands with a cup of tea, grabbing his tea. Jua, who was always looking for coffee, also poured coffee and took his car. What is this car? Fragrant flavor. Noon chan dado tea. Ko. Dao. Cha. Oh, it is difficult. When the hard story came out, Jua focused on drinking tea. Stories that do not care about are just as they were. An alien woman who was enjoying tea talked to Shamu with a surly face with amazement and emotion. I have heard. It's a tough car to save even with money. Right? It says that it cannot be sold to anyone because only 2 kilograms is collected in a year. I would like to taste such tea in Korea. Lee Han-seo director, a foreign woman, did not know how to hold her hand. The heat is golden, and the car feels comfortable. It is softer. Guide. Unique, and I used to drink tea before. Are you free? It's hard to say in words. She also raised his fingers and raised his gratitude. Kang-yoon also bowed his head and thanked him. Thanks to the Lee Han-seo director, I was able to communicate more comfortably. Lee Han-seo, the director, just shook his head and laughed. Then share the words. Lee Han-seo, director of the company, left the company. She was more relaxed. The stability of the car was great. What kind of star is she? This puts all the foundation stone on. It was an authentic start. Kang-yoon had a fortune. I want to know how much preparation is going on. The staff and the cast are all decided. How about selecting a song or a company? She shook his head. Kang-yoon wanted to know more. I heard that when you concert with short listening, you manage everything yourself. From the selection of the company, I am interested in many things such as the number of the audience, the performance effect, etc. Shimon nodded. It was soft, but there was no area to look at. Carrie said the best personality, a singer who receives respect in one body, but a singer who is hard to work with is a shameless. Everything you need to know to prepare for the best performances. Which team do I go to? Planning team. Please direct all production and production. Kang-yoon nodded. It supervises production and production. It was said to be responsible for the whole concert. Okay. I heard that concert is year-end this year. You're right. I plan to start this year-end. I have to start ticketing soon. Where do you do your first concert? She smiled. There has been a lot of summer already. Kang-yoon asked again. Shamo, I know that it takes quite a long time to get involved in the theater. It may be easy to have the name of Shamwa. Well, she shook her car in the cup of Kang-yoon. More to come to USA and talk. It's just one thing right now. Important thing? Kang-yoon must surely give my performance the best light. It was unfounded. What the hell are you seeing? Kang-yoon was blocked. But Shamu had only a leisurely smile. Please, please. She shook hands with Kang-yoon's grimy hands. Together with warm body temperature, burden and irritability were reported. Next day it's crazy, very. Lee Hyun-ji grabbed his forehead after hearing Simhal's concert story. How long has Edios been done? He repeated the sigh and the ceiling views several times, and eventually he sat down on the sofa. Congratulations. I really cannot. Ha ha ha, why are you laughing? You do not want to get stamped, you run away? Lee Hyun-ji frowned. Kang-yoon had only a giggle of laughter. In fact, without Lee Hyun-ji, I would not have thought of taking this opportunity. Thank you, Lee Hyun-ji, for grumbling. Lee Hyun-ji turned back the grung coffee cup. I will not deny it. I knew it. Come to work. Lee Hyun-ji jumped out of his seat and Kang-yoon jerked. Beyond my colleagues, I was like a friend now. Kang-yoon said this is enough. I am going to go back and forth. I do not make direct production or production, so I think I can afford a little. God, please come to this place well. Do not forget sales. Should I? It should not be. Exactly. It's a punishment. Got it. If you cannot say, I have an invitation from Pinestock. Ha CEO sent it directly. Lee Hyun-ji picks up a luxurious envelope in his arms. Future Industry Fair? LA, I'm new to it. It's the world's largest IT trade show. If you do not have big influence, I will not even call you. I opened the booth to such a place. It's a good thing. Yes, Mr. Chairman especially emphasized that chairman should come. Now you have. I understand. Because Pinestock grew so big that I met the world. Lee Hyun-ji stood up and knocked on Kang-yoon's shoulder. It was acknowledged. Recognition as a partner. I did not do it alone. Without the director, it was impossible. Phil said so well. Are you stabbed? Ha ha ha, from the morning the chairman room was laughing. After Lee Hyun-ji's return, Secretary Moon brought a bunch of papers. Kang-yoon had a lot of rain sweat as he stamped the documents piled high every morning. This is the chairman real. Kang-yoon hit the shiver as he watched the documents disappearing. It was not only the chairman position, but there was no reason to sit down. I got a little sore. Chairman's, but was heavy because seat made man. I took a stamp on the accounting team papers and looked at the PR team documents, and the time went away. You've arrived. Team Inshin Broadcasting Plan. There was something remarkable among the proclamation team documents. It was a signal to announce the full-scale work with AHF. After checking Lee Hyun-ji autograph, Kang-yoon looked at the contents. Kang Young-ha PD, Lee Young-ji writer. They are veterans in the arena. Media. Now, we should be careful not to come out of the company. It is investment in the end to care. The funding is good, but Kang-yoon thought about what to show. What are people wondering about watching the world's trainees? No, what do you do to make me wonder? I was troubled. The gauze was named Inshin TV after the team name. If there is a better title, it was accompanied by an attachment. Detailed team coordination, budget, and so on. Kang-yoon paid attention to the message of the last Kang, Young-ha PD. I would like to release members in advance. It seemed to be aimed at publicity effect. It seemed that it would not be made as a plus product for the humanities broadcasting. I was satisfied. Secretary Moon, please call team leader Kang. Yes, Chairman. After a while, Kang Young-jin, who carefully knocked on the door, entered the chairman's office. Did you call, Chairman? Yes, I wanted to see you because of the plan. Arena Media requested member disclosure. That's why I was in the meeting, because of it. That's good. What would you propose I do? We decided to see the level of the trainees and decide the timing. It was not ready, but it would be big if it was released immediately. I was about to go to the hostel with my team members soon. Right. A while. Did you say you were going to the quarters? I was curious. In fact, I was a bit tired of taking only the stamps on my documents. Yes, what have you got? No, I was going to go with you if it was okay. Kang Young-jin, when team leader hesitated, Kang-yoon woke up, throwing down a direct hit. Get ready. As soon as I came out, I went right away. Got it. Kang-yoon went out with the temples, leaving the accumulated documents. It was only 10 minutes. PR team Kang Young-jin, Yoon Young-young, Director Yong-il Lee, and the Deputy General Secretary, the three men, sat in the back seat of the chairman's car. The chairman of the domestic sedan was front seat, and the secretary sat in the driver's seat. Supervisor, what is this situation? In the middle, Jong, Ray Lai-'s agent caught Uni Young's arm. Only a few months ago, when she moved to the world of MG, it was an unimaginable event for her. Uni Young manager. Our chairman is here. Are you talking about undercurrent? I'm getting cut off? Undercover. And why are you cut? Chung Hee-rae, the last event before the dismissal, sang tears. Secretary Moon, who went to Kang-yoon and had a great time, shook her head. It would be unfamiliar to newcomers. I asked him to act as a manager. Soon we arrived at the hostel. Hongbo team leader led the way into the hostel. At the hostel, Young Yuri and Yang Chae-young, who had just returned from school, were having a late lunch. Anyang Haeseo. Kang-yoon's visit to them was just a disaster. Sit down and eat. I did not come to bear it. Kang-yoon gestures to them who are about to wake up from the place and said to eat even. While the PR team was talking to Lee Min-hai manager about work, Kang-yoon sat at the table. The trainees felt a sense of tension. Yuri, how's your quarters living? All right, is it due to tension? An answer came back. Kang-yoon kept asking. Are you actor a lot? Moderately. I'm not overdoing it. Are you willing to learn? Okay, great. Kang-yoon turned his gaze to Yang Chae-young in the conversation. Chae-young, is acting well actor? Yes. The teacher told me that he was very temperamental. Why did it? My aura is a little crazy, Jin-dae, but I wonder if people will like it. Huh. How did you know? Yang Chae-young's eyes were rounded. Young Yuri, who was about to get up after the spoons, sat down again to find out he was curious. It's simple. Chae-young wants to be Yeoju, and people want something different from Chae-young. How is it different? Kang-yoon pointed to the porcelain bowl Yang Chae-young had eaten. What's this? It's a rice bowl. Why, what does this look like? Of course, Bob comes to mind. It is a bowl of rice. Right. People will think so too. What does that have to do with the story? Chae-young is giving you people bread with a bowl of rice. Unnaturally. Yang Chae-young's head struck a lightning strike. The word unnatural echoes in my ears. Temperament refers to energy, such as confident, enthusiasm. The teacher would have talked about Chae-young's efforts. Aura is energy. Ah, I think Chae-young thinks. Direction is important. Yang Chae-young shook his big eyes. Kang-yoon broke both hands. No more trying to resemble Hyo-min. Yang Chae-young just stood up. I was just stung and I was stung. Chapter 341. Haha, the atmosphere became heavy. Young Yuri hesitated to go out, and sat down again in the corner. It was because of the feeling that it should not go out strangely. Yang Chae-young flashed in shame and anxiety with a deep heart. Kang-yoon, who was determined not to be afraid of two trainees, was kind. Hyo-min is on fire. Not many people know how to pull popularity. You're right. I was positive, but my head was getting worse. The appearance of GM Hyo-min, who makes a lot of friends heartbreaking, was always envious. I once tried to follow, but the people who were there also met with adverse effects. It's a problem, though, that I only use that good talent for fishery management. Laughing. Fishery management. It was a high-quality language that did not suit Chairman. Yang Chae-young laughed without even knowing it. Oh, then I was embarrassed and blocked my mouth. Serious mood makes mistakes. Kang-yoon stood beside Yang Chae-young and put the plate on the drying rack. It's okay, it's okay. Give me. When she was embarrassed and hesitant, Kang-yoon arranged the dishes in the sink. There was a rumbling sound. I can tell from the guys who come after the company. Right. The kids who debut at school are surly. Famous among them. I already confess. Oh, I'm sorry. Yang Chae-young realized his mistake and closed his mouth. Until you know your privacy. Yang Chae-young bowed his head as Kang-yoon approached his hand. Hyo-min is loved before debut. Why I think so. There is nothing outstanding. Originally, from the trainee, you can see that you have to be seen. If you go this way, Kang-yoon put on his arms. That's right. That's more simple to understand, right? Yang Chae-young has become sloppy. I wanted to hear that it was not. However, the fact that I did not hit me head. Shoot. Oh, Kang-yoon turned on the sink faucet instead of the hand-stopped Yang Chae-young. I made a dingy sound and put the dishes back together. Let's find it together. Yes. Yang Chae-young's eyes shook. I'm sure. Chae-young also has more charm than Hyo-min. I have not found it yet. Her eyes were tapered. Is it true? It was a doubtful eye. Is Yang Chae-young and GM Hyo-min the same person? Another person? Sigh. If so, would not it be different in how to attract people? Let's find it together. As if a short word got into Yang Chae-young little by little. It will not be easy to overcome the complex at once. However, you will be able to produce better results by stimulating this complex. Her eyes gained strength. Kang-yoon felt. She will change little by little. Young Yuri, who listened quietly at the table, stabbed Kang-yoon's back. Why will you help me? What for? I'm looking for. You. What I told Yini. What? Ha 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 ha. Kang-yoon laughed greatly. I felt greedy, but this young Yuri felt cute. Looking at the glittering eyes, Kang-yoon put her hand on her shoulder. Got it. Let's find Yuri together. Well, thank you. Can you help, Chairman? Course. At that time, young Yuri's eyes shone. I'm going to actor. Coming to the actor? What do you mean? Please. Young Yuri extended his hand. When Kang-yoon stared at her head, she pointed to the cell phone on the table. Number request. The secretary Moon, who was watching out in the kitchen, ran in amazement. Yuri, if you have any questions, you can contact the chairman's office. Chairman's phone call. All right, Chairman. Kang-yoon numbered the secretary Moon to young Yuri. Young Yuri could not even imagine having a real number, so he giggled with big eyes. Please contact me anytime. May I have it at 4 a.m.? Practice is over. I will not. Anytime I'm Ramian. Liar. I told him to do it. What is it? Kang-yoon put his hand on young Yuri's head. The eyes of the girl who had just entered the adolescence were drawn thinly. Young Yuri suddenly popped out, and Yang Chae-young was upset. Kang-yoon whispered to her who was absent-minded. Chances catching like this. Yes. Kang-yoon, who had fallen away from her, still autographs to return to Secretary Moon. Secretary Moon went out for a wait. It's time, so I have to go. Yes. Is the teacher going to the company? Not exactly. I think I should stop by the station. Young Yuri changed his title. It was amazingly friendly. Yang Chae-young's eyes were rounded. When Kang-yoon shook his hand, young Yuri said in a small voice, Thank you today. Yeah. Kang-yoon turned around, but the same thing did not come back twice. Kang-yoon walked out of the room, behind Yang Chae-young, still confused, and young Yuri waving. Yanoanet, Theater Movie and Entrance Information Channel, Part 5, Singer Recruitment. Recruitment of new entertainment trainee in 2015. Girl group wishing to be welcomed. Announcement of Snup Entertainment trainee, idol debut scheduled. Announcement of Beast Yinti singer aspirant, scheduled for girl group. It's all idol, girl group. Choi Chanyang, a professor, took a brow and saw his forehead. I used to go to Yambu Net frequently for career counseling, but there was no year to sigh as much as this year. There is no announcement for GNB or Ken. Gear has also lost an occasional audition. Only the agency you see for the first time is growing. Is it safe? World is not in the first place, because it is a place to pick only the desire to debut. This year, more than 10 girl groups and many singer debuted, but few singer became famous. Some said Gyeonggi was so hard that the music market was also cold. However, it was not hard to see GE and other large companies. I was able to go overseas and make huge profits. I just do not choose people. Not today, no. Choi Chanyang professor put on softener net. When I think about the course of the students getting tougher, the tears turn their heads. Aspirants increase day by day, but quality agencies are getting smaller and smaller. It was a dilemma. Smarter. Oh, wait a minute. Choi Chanyang professor jumped at the door knock. Who came to get a consultation today? You want me to find out? Or worrying consultation? The head was complicated. He cleansed his clothes and shook his facial muscles and shouted, "Come in." A door opened and a slender woman entered the professor's room. Professor. Choi Chanyang professor's face relaxed in affectionate tone. "Hi, Jean. I'm here soon." "Sure, Hong, is Ramian. I wanted to see you, professor, so I stepped on it hard. Today is the face." "Oh, not really. Do you have money today?" A woman sitting next to Choi Chanyang professor swept his face. It was the appearance of a lover. He smiled softly and replied, "It did not happen." "No, it is not. Did you come to school today?" "Anyway, no, I did not have it today." "Lie, I watched Tong Tong, softening net." "Maybe not. I also told you." Andeo Choi Chanyang professor was bravely banned. Young Hygiene repeatedly persuaded me that he was using social networks in this situation, but he shook his head. This is not good for each other. It does not fit the motto of the world. Hygiene will be in trouble too. I'm fine. The chairman or your lieutenant will also. Ask for Professor Ramian. I'm sure you did. I cannot. You will not be able to last a long time in such a way. And this is not the only problem in the world. Music the entire issue of the system. Young Hygiene stayed many times, but the answer was the same. Today was the same repertoire. But she was good. This stuffiness was his charm. Choi Chanyang professor said, sweeping off the hair of Young Hygiene, who put a face on his bosom. I think there are more and more strange agencies in recent years. There are so many girl groups. I think debut just makes me debut because I get paid for the event. It's serious. I heard that a lot of trainees who went out of force were gone. Anyway, it's not about making good singer, but people who are trying to make money. Poor kids. They are singer because they want to sing, and they are used for making money. Young Hygiene was a bitter face. The industry that observed and worked in the planning team was a museum. Choi Chanyang professor held Young Hygiene's hand. The force softeners have become tough. The story that your agency flew in one morning is an accident. Even. There are also things that are hard to put in my mouth. Bad people. I have to get rid of everything. Especially the children who come from the place are the pity. I have been practicing since MG. I cannot afford it at once. It's nice to have a company, but if you treat young students like that, be punished. I wish I did. There is no problem with the contract. The director is still looking. Huh. At least the opportunity should be fair. Choi Chanyang professor mumbled bitterly, sweeping Young Hygiene's head. The best singer in the world. Yokshi Choi Kyung-ho broke out with an exclamation when he saw the documents Kang-yoon handed over. It was shortly after he had finished all the work in China and returned home. Great. Choi Kyung-ho sparked her eyes as she turned over the documents in English. How do you think? It's a robot. I was surprised. We use technologies that are not yet available. The influence of Shamu is enormous. So, if the technology is used in Simmel's concert, the companies benefit too. It will be very effective in promoting. Yes, I think it will be the first thing to do well that I think a lot of techniques will be used. She was so greedy. Haha, thank you. I do not want to hear you say it is raucous. Right. I've heard that the directors are stubborn. The road to life was opened. Chairman will do well. A while. Does the robot launch with a compression elevator? 3 at the same time. I will not be surprised at first. It was not simply a concert that invested a huge budget. With great technology to directing. The best singer in the world was a stage. Choi Kyung-ho checked various things with a red pen. 3D camera shooting CG, VR. VR made the story. I heard that some singers were using it in Europe, but I heard that the response was not very good. The core of VR is realism. The VR devices I used recently were out of reality. But if you have realism, you will be able to use the stage, VR stage, with the stage unit installed. I think the options will be broader. Choi Kyung-ho continued to read the documents. Samula's concert was studied. Choi Kyung-ho wrote hard to remember even one. 23 songs. There are a lot of songs. I will become a physical strength. So I'm going to get 2 guests. I will divide the first and second parts into 3 parts, and I will secure time for rest. It's a good idea. I think that chairman's work will increase. I cannot. Choi Kyung-ho laughed as Kang-yoon shook his head. Because of the way chairman, singer will be even more relieved. Do you need anything more? Service accounts. You will be tired. Thank you. Choi Kyung-ho woke up at the seat, saying it was okay. Fatigue was significant because I came to the company as soon as I returned home. Then let's go inside. If I'm late until today, my wife is going to paint the divorce hall. Ha 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 ha, you wake up. I'll see you later. I took too much time. No, oh, chairman. Choi Kyung-ho shook hands as he remembered something. Good to come. Yes, Korea, please. Yes, I'm talking about it. Please remind me that Sha Mule has replaced the planner 5 times. I have heard that the stubbornness of Shamu is incredible. It's called Mule, is not it? Mule. He said a little horse, a mule, who came out of a cross between a donkey and a horse. Very stubborn. Rather, soft people count more stubbornness. I do not think the 5 planners have changed. It's just that the planner is changing. It's okay, but if it does, I'll definitely exploit it elsewhere. Exploit. Someone would want chairman's one mistake. Choi Kyung-ho was worried about Kang-yoon because he had only succeeded. I knew well how a successful person would be ruined by a single failure. Kang-yoon laughed. Cool. Then I think about work then. If it does, it will be meaningful. It's because the world is still a hard wall. Chairman, I do not have to say that I can do it again. Kang-yoon took Choi Kyung-ho's hand. Thank you for your concern. I do not know how safe it is for you to stay behind your big brother. Huh, really? I would like this place while I was away. A warm body temperature was delivered from the firmly held hands. 2 days later, with anxiety, anticipation, and anxiety, Kang-yoon set out to the USA. Chapter 342. Beijing Xiaodu Airport, VIP Lounge. It was a grateful place for celebrities and entertainers to rest in peace for a while. Classical music made it easy to relax. For your troubles. But I want you to do this. AI, Gene SEO, turns red again. We need Gene SEO to give strength. Huh. Is it because of a group of men and women who are blocked in the human wall? Along with the awkward laugh, Min Gene SEO sagged his shoulders. Kyung-ho won or Kang Ji-jun, a man who desperately built a wall, made a desperate attempt at Min Gene SEO. Gene SEO, thank you for your heart. But until here, I know everything. I only take my hand once. It is difficult to do this. It's a waste for others. Because he's a tall guy? A Chinese man wearing a hat stretched his hand with the help of Kang Ji-jun and Kyung-ho. Min Gene SEO was scared and stepped back. This was a situation that I could not even do. There, stop. Stop. Security personnel and security forces rushed in. Polar fans did not want to step back easily, but there was no measure in front of the policemen. Those who were restrained by the police settled in the VIP lounge corner. Min Gene SEO was surrounded by walls made of security personnel and police. Min Gene SEO, who was relieved, took care of the party. You worked hard. Thank you, Appa. Are you tough? Kang Ji-jun wiped his sweat on his forehead, and Kyung-ho wanted a drink. Everyone was struggling like this. I was sorry. Kang Ji-jun muttered. I have to ask for more personnel. I think something will happen if I go this way. All right, please. Thank you, it sounded okay, but it did not seem like that. Polarity fans caught up everywhere and suddenly increased, and it was becoming a lung problem. The Chinese polar fans, who have plenty of capital, climbed up to the VIP lounge as well as the first class. I am glad that I achieved 10% of glaring, the birth of luxury goods. This is not the case. Next time I'll get 3%. Please do. Exactly. It's a joke. Kang Ji-jun and Min Gene SEO tried hard to soften their hearts with humor. We have achieved 10% in the China market. which is rated as good even if the audience rating exceeds 1%. It was not strange that the number of Polar fans increased. It goes without saying that it has surpassed the phase of MG in the past. But what about those people, personal life? Are you worried about him now? Nevertheless, Min Ji-seo worried about Polar fans, so Kang Ji-jun caught his forehead. Min Ji-seo, who had been a little nervous, leaned over the wall. I'll sleep for a little bit. Got it. Would you like to train? No, I do not think I can change in any way. I have to rest easy on the plane. Sorry. There is something Appa is sorry about. How do you stop people from breaking the ticket? Do you want me to buy a private plane? Donkey Min Ji-seo's eyes became sharp. Anyway, this is the world hostess. I'm kidding. Teacher now has no cars. The house is still there, but it's a private machine. You know? I'm kidding. So the chairman does that too. Kang Ji-jun barely got Min Ji-seo. Anyway, I was scared when this happened. Kang Ji-jun grumbled, alternating between Min Ji-seo, who breathed a small amount at the wall, and the Polar fans beyond the guard. Because of those real. Oh, I wish I had a private machine. For your troubles. Tell me if you need more. Kang-yoon picked up the note and bowed to the stewardess. The stewardess answered with a smile and returned to his seat. Dancer, band, lighting. I took out the laptop with the resumes of the concert staff and cast. Audition, I checked my video and resume and started working. The music from the video did not come out in the light, so I was able to concentrate on my work. Wow. Kang-yoon, who was in the midst of work, heard Secretary Moon's little admiration. Looking around, Secretary Moon was twinkling. Her gaze was moving all the way to amenities such as the red carpet on the floor, the wooden log table of Kang-yoon, and the refrigerator behind it. Is it strange? Oh, that. The Secretary Moon lingered, amazed at the sudden question. I was reddened to face. I'm sorry. I'll fit in 7. I also had a secretary-like appearance. Secretary Moon bowed her head to shame. Kang-yoon laughed and laid down his fan. No, it is amazing that I am in the plane now. It's not an experience anyone can do. Chairman is also the first. Oh, sorry. I do not want to. Good, it's not a place where formalism is needed. Secretary Moon is also ready to work comfortably. I really have a lot to do in the USA. Yes, Chairman. Kang-yoon turned his eyes to the notebook again. The stewardess put the car on the table. Kang-yoon, who remembered a cup of tea, lifted his hand and gave an example and lifted the pen again. I want to use Fire Sketch, but what do you? Not like Shamo. Looking at the message of the director Mark, Kang-yoon narrowed Ami. Mark is right. Share S intense choreography with fire sketching would be effective. She will not know it. Do you mean persuasion in the end? The director Mark's message was clear. I want to use Fire Sketch. Please convince Sha Moyer. Kang-yoon, who introduced Fire Sketch for the first time at the Myth Award, will be able to persuade Rami and Sha Mu. This was the message. I'm going to go talk. I read messages from staff and cast members, and I wrote down what I needed. When Kang-yoon was working full-time, Secretary Moon was in conversation with the stewardess. Those who missed a minute and a second often use it. You have a lot of corporate chairmen, executive, and entertainers. Do you use Korean entertainers? Korean entertainers have not seen it yet. A few years ago, I heard that MG was leasing private plane, but I heard that it was lost. Ah, so the plane is not the usual price. It costs 5 million won per hour. Oh, 500. Secretary Moon's mouth has been opened. If it costs 5 million won per hour, it will go to USA for about 6,000. That's the minimum cost. This plane will be a little over 10 million won. Eek. Gee, really? Secretary Moon's mouth was not easily clogged. $1 billion to USA. On the other hand, it felt great. It was said that Kang-yoon was a precious guest enough to send a private machine. Flying half a day, the plane arrived at the airport. Go to Anyang. There was a woman who met Kang-yoon when she went to the entrance hall with the polite departure of the stewardess. Kang-yoon? Ji hi. The blonde grasped Kang-yoon and held her hand. Risa? Yeah? Nice to meet you. Risa Ashbu. Kang-yoon remembered his face from his resume. Blonde with a slightly red face. It was the important person of the planning team whose face was checked round in the group photograph. Exactly the subordinate team leader. After briefly introducing oneself to each other, the party went to the hostel. I did not know that team leader would come directly from the team. Did you know? I saw it in the documents you sent. You checked it in circles for group photos. Yoink. Risa was friendly. Kang-yoon had been familiar with the work ahead of time. Thanks to the conversation, I got close. I arrived at the hostel. It was a place for cast members to use next to a large gym building used as a practice room. Today is at ease. I'll talk more tomorrow. Thanks, Risa. See you tomorrow. After Risa's return, Kang-yoon unpacked. Hyun is too angry, so what Ramyeon does. I also put a lot of hot pepper paste. Kang-yoon laughed, putting food in the fridge and cupboard. The huge amounts of gochujang and ramyeon seemed to be eating for quite some time. After unpacking and showering, Lee went a little. When I looked at the clock, it was going to be at 11 p.m. I have to sleep. I had to sleep for tomorrow, but I did not sleep. It was due to time difference. I was going to see a book, but I played audio. As Kang-yoon ordered in advance, there was a good speaker on one corner. Hold on a second. Look around. I have friends who walk together. I have you in it, and I connected with my cell phone and played the song of Jua. The black notes made by the notes filled the room. Is it because of the visual effect of blackness? Kang-yoon was frowned upon. You cannot do this. Kang-yoon closed his eyes. It was in order to escape the view of the sun. It was the song which kept the first place of the sound source site for 2 weeks after release. It was meant to be white if it could not. The black could not be a Ramyeon box office. We're walking together. It's together. Remember. Jua's voice rose gradually. The song was heading for the climax. Kang-yoon's wounded eyes were shiny. It is ambiguous. As before, I did not feel the comfort or warmth of white light. I glanced at the glance. It was black. It's together. Remember. Kang-yoon repeatedly reproduced the peak. Jua's voice kept ringing in the room. It's difficult. Let's try again. Playing another song, Kang-yoon tried to feel the song. Until dawn, Kang-yoon's practice continued. Next day, with team leader Risa, Kang-yoon headed to the practice room. Kang-yoon, come on. Sha-mo. In the middle of all the staff and cast, Sha-mol welcomed Kang-yoon. He grabbed Kang-yoon's hand and pulled it toward him. I'll introduce it formally. It was hard. Lee Kang-yoon. It is the biggest singer management company chairman in Korea. Wow. The elasticity burst before the talk was over. Kang-yoon replied with a smile in the big reaction. Melarina Zarini knows. Did you meet at my Miss or JMF? Kang-yoon had a few faces with Bonnie. Master, I did not say. A black woman named Jeremy embraced me and Kang-yoon. Myelo, a white male, was also very happy to grab his hand. It was nice to see the familiar face again. Greetings, please. Kang-yoon stepped forward in Shamu's handwriting. Good day. It's called Lee Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon stood before everyone, breathing for a moment. I looked at Kang-yoon. There was a guard dog, an expectant dog, and a man who had no idea. Let's make the best concert together. Everyone applauded a small amount. A brief introduction is over. She said, let's get started. The day began. It was the beginning of my first job. Kang-yoon first called the planning team. It was to know progress. 5 members of the planning team gathered in a small room on one side of the performance hall. I have heard that the place has not been confirmed yet. Is there any place that Sha-mol spoke separately? Yeah. I said it was good everywhere. Team leader Risa replied to Kang-yoon's question. Said a white male in a small body next to him. I heard from dancers that sometimes I wanted to perform in Europe. Especially, I want to perform again in the place where the big band is seen. It was London in the World Tour 5 years ago. What about New York? On Times Square. Team members actively exchanged opinions. There were 2 places, mainly Europe and the Americas. Kang-yoon handwrites and writes their stories. London, Paris, Berlin, New York. Fordham. It was a good place. Good for mobilizing audiences, and good for earning money. As I wrote down several places, one thought came over. She will have a lot of popularity in South America. A while. Have you ever done a concert on your side? I have used knowledge I know, but never once concerted in South America. She always had a tour of Europe and Americas. South America has a huge audience. He also climbed Guinness with the most audience. South America was the continent that loved music as much. With the fan on, Kang-yoon struck his chin. This concert, why not open it in South America? The eyes of all the planning team were filled with surprise when I could not imagine. A white male in a small body immediately turned blue. South America? How many people will pay the concert? I also saw a woman who was wearing glasses talking quietly. Not confirmed, but it will not be easy to come in with the equipment you are currently preparing. I think it is not desirable that the administrative procedures become complicated and that there will be trouble in the performance. I will vote against the objection. Kang-yoon nodded. It was a saying. There were two people left. A white male with a red beard said quietly, I am. I need to think about this. It's a continent of possibility, but I do not think at all. Risa narrowed Amy. I also hold. I guess I'll have to listen to you later. On the contrary, hold. The expression was different, but it was the same. South America is not certain. Why do you have to go to an uncertain place like South America if you have a place like Europe or America? That said, clear right. I talk to Samuel and discuss it. I will gather one more time in the afternoon. Yeah, the meeting lasted about an hour. After the meeting, Kang-yoon headed straight for the rehearsal practice with Shamo. Chapter 343. When you go up, stretch your legs to the left a little more. Please loosen this wire a little. Rehearsal practice ground. The dancers and the staff were talking with the wire. The dancer chief listened to these stories and wrote down what was important. Sessions in the back of the stage were talking to the band master and were making the necessary settings. Now, let's go once again. When all preparations were over, Samuel cried out. The wire dancers rose to Hanul, and all the bands came out. Cause I was way. In the center of the rising dancers, the voice of Samuel echoed. Shameless, stepping on the back step as he slipped, stopped dancing as he made a slight impression. Soon the music stopped, and the dancing dancers came down slowly. Mind lower the bass a little. Too much. Under the stage, the hands of the knight who manipulated the equipment in the broadcasting room became obsolete. Samuel pointed to his ear a few times and complained. Entering the entrance, Kang-yoon stood beside the acoustician. She notes that the songs and instruments' musical notes are black. Crush. Kang-yoon grabbed his chest with heavy pain. Something heavy was feeling to knock. Not only the monitor, but also the sound coming out was also bass. This feeling, there is a problem with the bass. The sound engineer kept controlling the bass, but magazine had not been able to get a satisfactory sound. Thanks to this, Kang-yoon had to feel the blunt pain. One thing was clear. This feeling is a bass problem. Jake, it's too small. Today, the condition of the sound engineer was not good, and there was a problem in the bass part. Though I was annoyed, she cheered me up slowly. As soon as it was no longer signaled, Samuel picked up the microphone again. Cause I was way. Kang-yoon closed his eyes. The feeling of beating with a blunt disappeared. Instead, a sharp thorn attracted him with the feeling of stabbing the whole body. What is this? I was embarrassed. The same was true of stage. Jake, it's too sharp. Sorry. The time to adjust the microphone was getting longer. Jake focused his nerves on his hand, holding his head in his hand. Cause I was way. With all the instruments turned off, only the voice of Samuel spread. In the darkness, Lee. Kang-yoon kept capturing the thorn-pounding feeling. This is a treble problem. It was easy to know the two because I knew one. With the hands of the acoustician busy, Simmel's voice continued. The feeling of stabbing and blunting of the blunt was mixed, and only one was felt. It's raining. I'll go this way. I'm sorry, Shil. Good, I cannot let you wait any longer. In the end, she did not make satisfactory settings. Practice began again with the words of the sound engineer being sorry. As Kang-yoon watched the practice, the musicians made the notes were black. I feel blunt. There was a feeling of being pounded by the bluntness of a little before. The wire dancers rose up to Hanul, and the band was playing with excitement. But strangely, the stage was not excited. This is not it. Kang-yoon saw his face, and his face was depressed. The sound engineer was manipulating as much as possible, but the melancholy of Samuel did not change. Excuse me, Jake. Kang-yoon carefully called the soundtrack. Oh, it's a new master. What's going on? Anyang Hazio. It's called Lee Kang-yoon. After greeting her face for the first time, Kang-yoon took a slow look. Is not it easy to catch your voice? Yeah, ears are not tricky anymore. Besides, today seems to be more humid. She did not like the dampness. She likes a clean sound. Oh, is this a machine with an effector built in? When Kang-yoon asked, the sound technician pulled out the headset, which was only attached to one side, and looked at him questioningly. Yes, it is. What? I'd like to try putting the effects on. The sound engineer frowned. Master, do not you like the way I work? It is unpleasant to interfere like this. Kang-yoon hid his hands. Is that so? Master, I do not know what it would be like in Korea, but I would appreciate it here. The acoustician stared at Kang-yoon with his scary face. It was embarrassing. Kang-yoon paused for a moment and then said again, "Of course, I do not know much about acoustics than Jake. However, Jake has done all these things, but he does not have his hands on the effector. Shahu really hates the effector. It's distorting your voice." Oh, there was such a problem. Kang-yoon looked at the impression of Sha Mohol and turned his eyes toward the mixer again. Would not it be better than that? For an acoustician, nothing is more rewarding than singing singer happily. She was singing agonizingly now. It is better to do something like this. The sound engineer, who thought for a moment, put in an effector. Soon Moel's voice cleared and spread out coolly. "I'm looking." The voice of Shameless, who was singing plainly, climbed strongly. The sound of the sound engineer was swirling. Kang-yoon also felt a cool wind fit. The feeling of being stabbed in the thorns or blurred, such a feeling disappeared all the time. I was so deeply involved in the song that I was so excited about dancers and sessions. What? This is not the time. The embarrassed acoustician quickly set up the sound. The sound of all was centered around the voice of Shamu, who entered the effector. The dingy sound spreads coolly, and a cool breeze blows to Kang-yoon. Forever Simul's song is silent, and once again the performance of the previous session has burst. The dancer's body wells also burst out, and the green tones turned red, adding impact. The practice was so over. What was that? She fell in love with the song. Effector. She realized that there was an effector on the microphone and raised her voice toward the sound engineer. "Jake, what if I put an effector?" "That." I tried to insert it. At that time, Kang-yoon came out. Shamuel's eyes were round. "Kang-yoon? Huh. No matter how masters get rid of the sound of an article. Is it by sound now?" When Kang-yoon asked, he was embarrassed. "Continue to sound damp. I put a little effect. I know he does not like the sound of the effects. Please understand only today. I apologize for the permission." Sha Moyer gave his voice. It was not usually a bet. In the end, he said he did it because he could not concentrate on the practice. "I'll tell you later. Anyway, come this way." Kang-yoon. She shook hands with Kang-yoon, who was under the stage. When Kang-yoon reached the stage, he set up Kang-yoon in front of the cast. It is another thing to watch in the practice room. "Our master." 555. The cast applauded Kang-yoon with cheers. It was a mixture of illusion and expectation, worry and anxiety. Among them was Jua. "Thank you very much." Kang-yoon politely bowed his head, then turned his eyes towards Shamu. "I have come to see the practice too. I have something to say." "Is it important?" "Yeah, it's important." She sent a glimpse into the cast. The two men came down the stage. "I heard that the concert place has not been decided yet." "Place? Oh, I did." She smiled awkwardly and fingered her fingers. "I like everywhere. The place to sing is Ramian. Is not it too broad?" When Kang-yoon showed his displeasure, he laughed. "Singer is going wherever the fans are. If so, should I choose Jiaijun as the place where people can come in the most?" "Where is the most coming?" "It's fun. It's ambitious. Most come to you. 100,000 people." She knocked on Kang-yoon's shoulder. It seemed satisfying to smile. Kang-yoon kept asking, "Clear right? That's all it takes, is not it?" Ha, it would be fun. "I'll do that." She smiled and laughed. It was a laugh with confidence. Kang-yoon covered the papers he had brought. "Clear right. Where the audience mobilized the most, I will expect. If that is the case, the South Pole is okay. It would be great to have only researchers and residents there." As Kang-yoon nodded his head and turned around, he caught Kang-yoon's shoulder. Wait. Antarctica is hard, though. I thought it would be okay, right? Do you really want to do it?" After exchanging light jokes with Shamu, Kang-yoon headed for office again. Kim Ji-min's single album, Once, 20 Years, was released. Kim Jae-hoon and Hee-yoon worked together. Kim Jae-hoon took part in composition, Kim Jae-hoon in arrangement, and Kim Ji-min himself participated in lyric. The place was sponsored by Kang-yoon. As soon as it was released at midnight as a singer called a music gangster, it sat in the first place because it was not in a few hours. Not to mention its world music site Ipine has also been ranked #1 in Heaven and M Music. Holding this single album, Yoonha started the activity. Good work. The new manager, Kim Song-min, who was holding the steering wheel, comforted Kim Ji-min, who got tired and was in the car. Appa did his best. "No, dear team leader. Thank you." Now, he is in the position of manager team leader, and Munju tapped the shoulder of the new man, who caught the steering wheel silently. "Where's the next schedule?" "Houndy." "It is." As soon as the car started, Kim Ji-min covered his blanket and went to sleep. From Taejun to Busan, it is a considerable distance. Coordinators and managers also tried not to make noise in order not to wake her up. There is a lot of tea. Manager Munju mumbled while looking at the tight roads. The roads where sunshine hit were already crowded with cars. What should I do? It is too late to go this way. It's a fence. Step on. Yes. I went ahead while I was overtaking my cooking, but I could not get through the tight roads. The road was as irritating as the sunshine. I was tormented by Kim Sunmin manager, who got into the sunshine and caught the driver. The crawling cars disappeared little by little. As the road broke, Ben ran toward Houndy as if he were flying. The result is a 5-minute crust. Our apologies. No, he was suffering from many things. Monju manager and Kim Ji-min apologized to the organizers for waiting. The road was blocked, but the crust was crust. The man dressed in short-sleeved tee with a corporate logo painted a good smile. I was a little late because I was late. Slowly prepare. No, Ji-min, let's get ready. Yes, Appa. Without a greeting, the party hurriedly headed to the tent that was set as a waiting room. The singer, who entered the tent today, was preparing for his dress and costume. Are you Anyong, senior? Yellen. There was also a singer to meet for the first time. Seniors greeted at 90 degrees and sat in the waiting room, greeted by junior singer. Cody arranged a makeup on his face. While Kim Ji-min was preparing for the stage, new manager Kim Sung-min was burning cigarettes near Ben. It's hot, it's hot. The day is hot. I'm irritated. Scheduling a summer day was difficult in many ways. I was thinking about getting a car and air conditioning in the car, and there was a woman and a man approaching. Jin Hae-young. Jin Hae-young of Winkle, who became the representative girl group of Ji-yun and manager of charge. Because of the heat, Jin Hae-young flashed her collar, and the manager was walking on her flank. When Kim Sung-min tried to turn off the cigarette, Jin Hae-young called Kim Sung-min. There's a steering wheel. Yes, it is. You're the only driver on the world. Give me a light. Kim Sung-min was embarrassed. In profile, Jin Hae-young was only 23. It is amazing to beckon to ask for a cigarette. The separation came toward Kim Sung-min. What are you doing? Do not give it away. To what are you doing? Senior? The man manager was a little more upset. It was an obvious dictation. At this point, Kim Sung-min, who was embarrassed at first, also started to boil up. When did you see that you were friendly? And Jin Hae-young, do you know I'm your manny? There is a fire with one. Come on. Artists, personality, is this something you do not like? The nail was caught. Kim Sung-min also spit out a word. I do not want to get in touch with the people in the company. There was a reason. Huh, what? You stand there. Puck. The male manager caught Kim Sung-min turning and put his fist in his face. Kim Sung-min did not stay still. I grabbed my throat and fisted. There was a melee. This fucker. Crazy chicks. Suddenly people came in. My favorite thing to do is to watch the fight with the company. Click. Okay. I did not know that I was shot around, and the two managers continued to fist. Thank you. See you tomorrow. It was not until the middle of the night that the work of the planning team was over. Everyone walked out the door, and Risa looked around Kang-yoon. Master, did you get your mind settled there? As Kang-yoon smiled silently, Risa swept her face. Ramian in 2 months will never be possible. Hopefully, the size of the audience mobilization Ramian, there is no place like that. Tomorrow. Even after Risa's return, Kang-yoon has not yet released the papers. Ramian promotion period is too short at the end of the year. Ticketing too. I have a headache when you hand over the ticketing documents. Lee Kang-yoon was greeted with a backstory that was nothing. Outsourcing companies were not selected, and public relations companies were. What did the planning team leaders before the replacement do? Even the agency did not select. I should have discussed the sponsor. Even though SEMO is so full of money, overseas concert is a big business with tremendous funding. I needed a sponsor. First, you need to select a venue for performance, and you should be able to get a sponsor or an agency. The end of the year is impossible. Kang-yoon's Amiga became narrower every time I wrote assignments. Could it be a place where you can mobilize a lot of audiences? Rami and Shah will be happy there too. Kang-yoon covered the document and headed to the practice room. I was going to finish my story today. The practice of All Together was over, but the light was still on. She was dancing alone on stage. Shamo. Huck. Who? Kang-yoon. She shook her hands and shook her hands. There was sweat in the forehead. Have not you left yet? I have come to say something. Right? Sit down, please. She shook hands with Kang-yoon and sat on the stage. Kang-yoon, who drank the water coolly, extended a water bottle. She whispered to Kang-yoon, who was making a gulp. Is it because of the venue? Yeah. I want to make a decision today. Right? Where are you expecting? She shook his eyes, but Kang-yoon's eyes sank. It calmed down. Oh, Paulo, Argentina, is it Latin America? South America. The eyes of Samuel were slashed in choosing an unimaginable location. Chapter 344. He's different. It is the best place for the conditions I mentioned during the day. Kang-yoon strongly emphasized, but Shamu had a strange face. Nobody who was in charge of the previous planning had ever talked about South America. I was embarrassed that South America was the place where the audience power was highest without any hesitation. Kang-yoon. I do not understand well. What do you mean? There are many things piled up. Stack thing? I am in South America. She turned toward Kang-yoon. It was a gesture to persuade me. Kang-yoon also started to persuade him to mix his hand gestures by turning his body. Have you ever taken a music video in Brazil? Music video? Oh, something went into his head. I stayed for 2 months and memorized the music video. Nice and good story. Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro. Where is it? There you go. Taping. Oh, right. It was a border city. I suffer from sand dust a while. Shamol, who was about to turn over, looked at Kang-yoon with a surprised face. I edited what I shot at Topanga. This is something people around me do not even know. You collected it hard. The more you know about Singer, the better the performance will be. Anyway, I heard you had a lot of trouble at the time. I was young and I was so motivated. Has Kang-yoon ever seen trees that might reach the end of Hanol? It was the first time I saw it, but the light that came in between the leaves was art. I could not see how much the rainy season came right away. She was trembling with the Amazon story. It is a story to keep talking about the young and the lonely story. Kang-yoon listened to the song with a bow and a reaction. It was fun to remember memories in a long time and laughing in the face of Shamo. The story came back, and I came back. At that time, I also appeared on Brazilian TV. It was a short interview, but there was a great beauty. Oh wait, Kang-yoon. I mean, are you saying these things? Kang-yoon nodded openly, and she whistled. 7 years is too long. Looking at the shameless eyes, Kang-yoon felt he needed more explanation. Do you remember people who came to Brazil when you arrived in Brazil? Border control. She suddenly shook her head in the story of immigration. I do not think so. Originally, I was going to shoot the movie and go back. It's complicated by the fact that things have changed in the middle. How is it going back? Many. She smelled awkward laughter. I'm proud of it. There were so many. I was going to be quiet. Was it the PD of the station that appeared? Was he a writer? Anyway, I left the departure schedule. The airport was paralyzed. It's been delayed until the flight time. I'm sorry, thank you. Did not the high people come out then? Hi, man. Do you mean government people? She did not come up well. Think carefully. There are a lot of people who have been back at that time. Oh, I remember. The presidential secretary-chief gave me wine and coffee. The eyes were so sharp that it was not very good. And Senator? How many people were there? Yokshi Kang-yoon nodded, but he was still questioned. Why are you asking the bureaucrats what they gave away? If it had been so influential, it would not have disappeared easily even after 7 years. Maybe they were my fans. She shrugged. It was still a lack of evidence. Ask Carrie or other singer. There will not be a singer who comes to the government personally. Is that so great? They are people who are sensitive to influence. Especially Brazilian politicians are rumored to be heavy on their buttocks. Rami in 7 years of age. Well, not you win. Is that so? The sales volume of overseas albums is also the basis. I have been in the top 10 for a few years. Now, I think it should be. I think that awareness enough to do concert is enough. If you advertise properly and prepare for the concert thoroughly, you can create a concert that Shinmu wants to stage, never before. Kang-yoon stopped beckoning. It was meant to leave it to Shamu. When the ball crossed, Shamuel turned and closed his eyes. After a while, she made a decision and said with a bitter face with a long sigh. Kang-yoon is very enthusiastic. Thank you. She's eyes turned to the ceiling. Passionate preparation. I was impressed. Thank you very much. I am convinced why Jua recommended it. Hajiman, Shamo. I'm still anxious to give up the big van yet. Big van. It's a big van without a doubt. I was embarrassed. I want to hear the reason. For personal reasons. Shamo. She suddenly stood up and stood in the middle of the stage. It was a sign that I would like to leave. Kang-yoon got bored. Big Ben, was he in London? Was it true that the rumors that were circulating among the cast members were true? I want to open a concert in London. The last concert started in London, so it's not easy to say. Kang-yoon's thoughts went into his head. Frustrated, Kang-yoon took a sigh, gazing at the shameless man in the midst of practice. I would rather say London. If he talks directly to London, he tells me that he is pursuing something new. It was complicated. I wanted to ask more, but the sound of the music on the stage got bigger. Big Ben London. Concert? I walked in the corridor and thought. As usual, Ramian singer would have done, she would have done what she wanted. That's Kang-yoon's Jian. I'm reluctant to give up Big Ben. If there is anything bigger than Big Ben, does it mean to give up? Kang-yoon's worries did not stop at home. Next day, the atmosphere of the meeting room was settled when he heard that he refused to concert the Brazilian concert. Shamo's stubbornness is not normal. A small white male, Jacob shook his head, and the shoulders of his team headed down. The opinions that I had exchanged in an aggressive manner became blurred. Match Kang-yoon clapped to change the atmosphere. Did the former team leader ever talk to you in London? Jacob, who rolled the pen, replied. There was. She said she liked it. However, after a few days, I stopped fighting loudly with Samuel. Fought? What's the cause? Team leader Risa replied. Well, it was because of Connie. Because of the order of the songs. We were fighting, and then we were divided. Everyone did not understand. Everyone in the team nodded. I did not understand. It's not about Connie. It's not London. Take my guess. Do not touch my area. This is. No more about other places? How about Trafalgar Square? While Kang-yoon was thinking, team members began to talk about London. There were 50,000 people, was not it? You're right. But is not it cold in December? Do you want to play a tent? Where do you get the tent covering the square? It is a joke, a joke. We'll postpone it to spring. Rain should also think. London is often rainy. The team members already made concert in London and made the story. Master Risa team leader looked at Kang-yoon's thoughts and talked with his team members who had fallen into his own world alone. And then, what does he like to do? Yes. Everyone stopped talking to Kang-yoon, who had been silent for a while. Do you like it? Anything is good. Food, singing, hobbies, please tell me everything. The team members looked at each other. Then I talked a lot about Shamui. From food to singing, even to female tastes. Kang-yoon wrote all this. When the comments came, Risa raised her hand. She is a building lover. There are a lot of pictures of the Eiffel Tower, the Colosseum, and the Prado model. My teammate also threw a finger at me to see if something came up. You're right. Famous among fans. There are sculptures in the house of Shamo. If you earn money, you have to tell them to spend it all. Everyone in the team gathered. In the head of Kang-yoon, the word Big Ben did not go away. Why? Yes. Why would she like those buildings? The other team members looked at each other far and wide. I like to like it, why? In the head of Kang-yoon, the question asked the tale. Then something went through my head. Before London, where did Simmel start the concert? Last time was New York. The first was Tampa, in Florida. Clear right. I changed the question. What do you?